Chapter 1, A cute baby delivered to my door turns out to be my daughter? Shanghai, Yihai Mountain Villa. Zhang Yuehua was extremely anxious, clutching the phone, wishing she could crawl over to the internet cable. Son, where are you? Come home quickly. There's an abandoned baby at our doorstep. On the other side, Lin Yi, who had spent the night partying at a nightclub, was stunned when he heard his mother's phone call. Abandoned baby? That's really despicable. Okay, Mom, I'll be right back. After reassuring his mother, Lin Yi rushed home without stopping. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuehua looked at the sleeping baby on the half-suitcase by her son's door and frowned slightly. The baby is so fair and clean, which parents could be so heartless? Sigh, if that little rascal Xiaoyi had such a cute child, I'd be overjoyed. Zhang Yuehua felt a headache coming on whenever she thought of Lin Yi. Good boy girl, Grandma will take you back to the house first. She opened the door and carried the suitcase inside. Zhang Yuehua couldn't help but love the adorable baby, which is probably why many elderly people want to become grandparents. Fearing the suitcase would be too cold, Zhang Yuehua moved the little one to the sofa after entering the house. The little one was fast asleep and showed no signs of waking up. 20 minutes later, Lin Yi returned home and hurriedly asked Zhang Yuehua, Mom, where is the abandoned baby? Here and there, Zhang Yuehua said, pointing to the little guy on the sofa. Looking at the chubby little guy, Lin Yi felt a pang of heartache. It was so pitiful that he was abandoned by his parents at such a young age. Zhang Yuehua looked at the little guy with pity, but she had some questions. Son, I have a feeling that something is not right about this. Why is the baby placed right at our doorstep? And, this little guy looks a lot like you when you were little, fair, and clean-cut. But then again, if this child were yours, I'd be laughing in my sleep. Zhang Yuehua spoke in a blur, completely unaware of her son's helpless look. How could the baby be his? Mom, don't talk nonsense. The baby might have some kind of physical defect that the parents can't afford. Have you had it checked? In Lin Yi's view, this should be the most reasonable explanation. Without saying a word, Lin Yi went to the little guy and unwrapped the cloth. I gently checked the little one's arms and legs, and felt her temperature. Everything was normal, and the little one was a girl. Lin Yi asked suspiciously, does this outdated idea of valuing sons over daughters still exist these days? That is not necessarily true, Zhang Yuehua suddenly said. The idea of having a son to carry on the family line has always existed, especially in large families. But don't worry, son, I'll love your children whether they're boys or girls. Zhang Yuehua seized every opportunity to urge Lin Yi to get married and have children. Lin Yi grinned, when suddenly a mechanical notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Father and daughter reunite, bound by blood. The daddy system successfully activated. Host, Lin Yi. Bonus gift, unforgettable. Lin Yi was stunned when he heard the voice. A dad system? Wait, is this baby my child? Lin Yi looked at the sleeping baby with suspicion. Ding! The system senses that the host is somewhat incredulous and has issued a task. Task, complete the paternity test. Reward, temperature sensing. Ginny is so thoughtful, she even wants a paternity test? Woo-wah woo-wah. Lin Yi was pondering the matter of the paternity test when the baby's cries suddenly echoed throughout the room. Mom, the baby is crying, what should I do? Lin Yi, who had never raised a child before, was somewhat at a loss. Come on, Mom will teach you. We'll need it later. As she spoke, Zhang Yuehua checked the little guy's diaper based on her experience and found that it was wet. Son, go find a urine ring, Zhang Yuehua instructed Lin Yi. Oh. Lin Yi nodded gently, then realized that there were no urinals at home. But the little one's cries were deafening, so Lin Yi quickly cut the washed, unworn Chanel white short-sleeved shirt into pieces and handed them to his mother. The little one was quite well behaved. He didn't cry or fuss after his diaper was changed. She just stared at Lin Yi and Zhang Yuehua with her big, round eyes. Wow. The little one waved his tiny hands and feet, uttering monosyllabic babbling words that struck a chord with Lin Yi and Zhang Yuehua. Sigh, I wish the little one were my granddaughter. Son, what should we do with this little guy? Should we call the police? Mom, the little guy could really be my child. What? Son, are you telling the truth? Zhang Yuehua's beautiful eyes widened, and she grabbed her son's arm. Lin Yi chuckled at the sight. His mother's obsession with holding her granddaughter was truly deep. Mom, it's just a possibility, it's not certain yet. we need to do a paternity test. Looking at her mother's overjoyed expression, it seemed she had already decided that the little one was her granddaughter. Seeing this, Linny was also helpless. If Linny weren't afraid his mother would send the little guy to the police station, he really wouldn't want to tell his mother the truth so soon. Son, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and get the test done. Oh. His mother was even more anxious than her son. Linny took out his phone and made a call to his family's private hospital. After the call was connected, a respectful voice came from the other end. Young master, what are your orders? Dean Zhang, can we do a paternity test? Linny asked the little guy gently. Huh? Yes, we can do it. Dean Zhang was initially shocked, but realizing he had been somewhat inappropriate, he quickly replied. Get ready, we're coming right away. Yes, young master. After hanging up the phone, Dean Zhang was still in a daze. What was going on? Could it be that the young master wasn't the boss's biological son? Sigh, life in wealthy families is so chaotic. Immediately afterwards, Dean Zhang instructed his secretary to make preparations. Dean Zhang's real name is Zhang He. He is the dean of Anha Hospital, which was built solely by Ling Yi's family. That's why Zhang He is so respectful. Mom, let's go to the hospital, Lin Yi told his mother as soon as he hung up the phone. Then, Zhang Yuehua thoughtfully wrapped the little one up and held him in her arms. During this process, she also told Lin Yi about the precautions. With the generous gift package from the system, Lin Yi remembered everything very clearly and learned quickly. Mom, can I hold the little one? Lin Yi asked humbly, looking at the soft and cuddly baby. No, you're still a beginner. You need to learn and observe more. What if you hurt the little one? Zhang Yuehua said with a kind expression as she looked at the baby in her arms. Lin Yi grinned helplessly. It wasn't even confirmed yet, and his mother was already in the mood. While in the car, Lin Yi could only look but not hug, which was a very uncomfortable feeling. Throughout the process, my mother kept telling her driver to drive slowly. Looking at his mother, Lin Yi felt that the little guy in his arms was like a treasure that had fallen from his body, and he was like a blade of grass growing outside. Chapter 2 Paternity Testing. Normally it only takes 10 minutes to drive from home to the hospital, but today it took a full 30 minutes. In front of the hospital, the driver carefully parked the car in the parking space. Before getting off the bus, Zhang Yuehua wrapped the little guy in a blanket. After all, the baby is still very young and shouldn't be exposed to the wind. Even when Lin Yi wanted to hold his daughter, Zhang Yuehua gave him a long and detailed explanation. However, Zhang Yuehua was quite pleased to see that Lin Yi's posture in holding the baby was correct, and that her teaching had not been in vain. In the hospital lobby, Dean Zhang He and a group of medical staff were already waiting. When he saw Zhang Yuehua and Lin Yi get out of the car, he hurriedly ran out to greet them. Madam, young master. The hospital staff following behind Zhang He were surprised to see the hospital director being so respectful. Even the VIP customers who were paying their bills were taken aback. When he first sought a consultation with the hospital director, he wasn't treated with such courtesy. For a moment, everyone in the hall was curious about the identities of the two people. Old Zhang, take us to the lab for a paternity test, Lin Yi said, looking at the little one in his arms. Zhang He was taken aback at first, but when he saw that Lin Yi was holding a baby, his pupils dilated. Baby? Paternity test? Could it be? Yes, young master. This way, please. And so, the head of the entire hospital was reduced to fawning over everyone like a grandson. Upon arriving at the laboratory, Lin Yi couldn't help but twitch his lips as he looked at the various instruments in front of him. He could accept all of this, but he felt a little sorry for the little one in his arms. Although the paternity test hadn't been done yet, Lin Yi had already taken on the role of a stay-at-home dad. Old Zhang, what's needed for a paternity test? Blood, hair with follicles, and fingernails are all acceptable. Researched. Zhang He immediately replied as the dean, his professional knowledge was quite good. After listening, Lin Yi thought for a moment and realized that of all these things, only cutting nails wouldn't harm the little guy. Then cut your nails. Okay, I'll get started right away. After saying that, Zhang He went into the testing room and disinfected the nail clippers. A moment later, he came out with disposable gauze and nail clippers. The little guy was playing in Lin Yi's arms. Wow. Oh. Even the nurses nearby were delighted by this adorable scene and couldn't help but think to themselves, the baby's mother must be a beautiful woman. Good baby, don't move, it'll be quick. Lin Yi held the little guy's hand and disinfected it with a wet wipe. Old Zhang, you must go slowly, you can't hurt the baby. Zhang Yuehua instructed from the side, afraid that the baby would get hurt. Yes, madam. Zhang Yi nodded, becoming even more serious. On the other side, Lin Yi held the baby's little fist and spread out her index finger. I thought the little one would resist, but to my surprise, she was very cooperative. The baby not only stretched out his finger, but also thoughtfully presented it to Zhang He, as if to say, hurry up and do it, I've already handed it to you. Zhang He was also a father. Looking at other people's children and then thinking about his own, he couldn't help but sigh, my child is just here to collect a debt. Even Lin Yi was charmed by the little guy's cuteness. A short while later, Zhang He had already cut off the fingernail of the index finger. He was originally going to take the fingernail inside for testing, but when he got up, the little guy suddenly started crying loudly. Wah! Wah! Baby, what's wrong? Lin Yi was extremely anxious, and even Zhang He was drenched in a cold sweat. Next, the two carefully examined the little guy's fingers and found that they hadn't been cut, and the little guy didn't seem hungry either. During this time, Zhang Yuehua also checked the little guy's diaper, which was still dry. In the end, even Zhang Yuehua, who had raised a child before, was completely baffled. Looking at the clumsy adult in front of him, the baby cried as he reached out his little hand to Zhang Yi again. Lin Yi then realized that the little guy was addicted to haircuts. Old Zhang, the baby wants you to cut her nails, Lin Yi said with a helpless smile. Seemingly understanding what Lin Yi said, the little guy nodded with tears welling up in his eyes. Zhang He was suspicious. The little baby actually had such a request? Ordinary babies couldn't even escape, but this little guy was actually going all out. It was unheard of. No problem, young master, I'll trim the little guy's nails right away. Zhang Yi handed the sample to the nurse and instructed her to take it inside for testing, while he personally took care of the little guy. It's hard to believe that the head of a hospital would be reduced to cutting fingernails. Sure enough, the crying stopped abruptly when the nail clippers approached the baby, but the baby actually laughed out loud. Giggle, giggle. The laughter came rather unexpectedly, even Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment, then looked at the little guy with a smile in his eyes. Baby, did you enjoy getting your nails trimmed? Wow. He. Even Zhang Yuehua and Zhang He, who were standing nearby, were healed by the little guy's smile. In that instant, Zhang Yuehua made a bold decision, even if the little one wasn't her biological granddaughter, she would still adopt her. This baby is so cute, who wouldn't love him? At this moment, Lin Yi also regarded the little girl as his own daughter. Then, after trimming the little one's fingernails, the baby was finally satisfied and started playing by himself. When Zhang He got up, his legs were numb from squatting, and he was walking with a limp. After this procedure, Zhang Yi's back was completely soaked with sweat. It was even more tiring than performing surgery. The sample has been sent in, and the test results will take about 3 hours to come out. Afterwards, Lin Yi and Zhang Yuehua took the little guy to the luxury lounge. The lounge was fully equipped, but even so, Lin Yi couldn't bear to put the little guy on the bed. Son, take a rest, Mom will keep an eye on things for you. No need, Mom, I'm not tired. Lin Yi looked at the little guy with tender eyes, thinking to himself, being a stay-at-home dad seems pretty good. The little one is still very young. He played for a while and then quickly fell asleep. Afraid of waking the little one, Lin Yi maintained the same posture the whole time. If his childhood friends saw Lin Yi's tender side, they would probably be shocked. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Zhang Yi ran to Lin Yi with the test results in hand. Upon opening the door and seeing the little one fast asleep, he tactfully whispered, Madam, young master, the test results are in. Subsequently, Zhang Yi handed the identification results to Zhang Yuehua. Zhang Yuehua opened the report and flipped directly to the last page, which stated, according to Mendel's laws of inheritance, the genetic makeup of the two samples reaches 99.9999%. Seeing that the report didn't clearly state whether it was a personal account or not, Zhang Yuehua became anxious. What exactly does 99.9999% mean? Madam, this proves that the baby is indeed the young master's child, Zhang He quickly explained from the side. Really? The baby is really my granddaughter? Son, you're amazing. Zhang Yuehua said excitedly, then immediately lowered her voice when she realized the little one was still fast asleep. Lin Yi had calmed down upon hearing the result, because he had already accepted his daughter in his heart. Overjoyed, Zhang Yuehua approached Zhang He and said seriously, Old Zhang, the paternity test results must be clearly written down in the future, so that others can understand them. Yes, madam. Zhang He nodded quickly. After Chapter 3, the Tu Chao, a Chinese internet slang term for complaining or criticizing system, has the maternal and infant reward ability been upgraded? Although other hospitals use the same format for paternity tests, Zhang He couldn't argue with it, since the hospitals belong to them. At that moment, a mechanical notification sounded in Lin Yi's mind. Ding! The DAD system is starting up. Host, Lin Yi. The system has detected that the host has successfully completed the task and a reward has been issued. Temperature sensing technology has been deployed to all areas. In an instant, Lin Yi measured the little guy's temperature with both hands, which was 36.7 degrees Celsius. With this ability, he could check whether the baby had a fever at any time. As expected, anything produced by the system is of high quality. Suddenly, Lin Yi had a bold idea: using this to practice iron palm would be absolutely awesome. Before he could even think about it, the system poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Friendly reminder: the host's hands can accurately detect temperature, but damage caused by touching excessively hot objects cannot be eliminated. After listening, Lin Yi couldn't help but admire the system, realizing there was a bug in it. Fortunately, the system gave a warning, otherwise it's hard to say when Lin Yi's hands would have turned into roasted pig's trotters. 3 hours have passed, and the baby is wriggling in Lin Yi's arms. She frowned and opened her mouth wide, as if she was about to cry at any moment, but the little one lived up to her expectations. Wah, wah. The baby immediately burst into tears, the loud sound echoing throughout the room. Lin Yi quickly comforted her. Baby, be good, daddy's here, daddy's here. Hearing the little one crying, Zhang Yuehua quickly ran in from outside. My dear granddaughter, don't scare grandma. Son, what happened? I don't know, the little one cried as soon as he woke up. Seeing the little girl's face flushed from crying, Zhang Yuehua was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She hurriedly called Zhang Yi and, old Zhang, come and see what's wrong with my granddaughter? Zhang Yi walked closer and touched the baby, finding that the little one didn't have a fever. He checked the baby's diaper and found it was still dry. He immediately said, haven't you fed the baby formula yet? Oh, so he's hungry. Zhang Yuehua realized that the little guy hadn't had a drop of formula in the past 3 hours. Seeing his mother frantically trying to manage the situation, Lin Yi shook his head and smiled wryly, thinking to himself, it seems we should find a professional nursery. Mom, let's go buy some formula. Your granddaughter's crying has gotten weaker, Lin Yi urged Zhang Yuehua, looking down at the little one with a pang of heartache. Okay. Zhang Yuehua quickly put the test results into her bag and ran over. Zhang Yi and a group of hospital executives ran behind to escort the two, and the surrounding family members thought something serious had happened when they saw this. Madam, young master, there's a maternity and baby store right across from the hospital, Zhang Yi said loudly as he saw the sign ahead. New. After getting into the car, Zhang Yuehua instructed the driver to head towards the baby store across the street. Seeing how anxious the two looked, the driver stepped on the gas and drove off. Upon arriving at the entrance of the maternity and baby store, Lin Yi quickly carried the little one inside. The sales clerks who were greeting customers at the door were stunned when they saw Lin Yi rushing in. Fortunately, Lin Yi was holding the little guy in his arms, otherwise the sales clerk would definitely have treated him like a robber. Lin Yi hurriedly said to the sales clerk, where's the milk powder? I'll just give you the good stuff, I don't care about the price. The sales clerk, still shaken, rushed to agree with a beaming eye when she heard that the god of wealth had arrived. Oh no, the god of wealth. Okay, sir, please wait a moment, I'll be right there. The sales clerk quickly ran to the shelf and selected a high-quality milk powder with a high repurchase rate. The main reason for this was actually the high commission. There was a water dispenser in the store, so Zhang Yuehua took the most expensive baby bottle, rinsed it with boiling water, and prepared warm water. The baby is now so weak from crying that Lin Yi can only watch helplessly. Baby, hang in there a little longer, the food will be ready soon. The sales clerk brought over the milk powder, but the pull tab on the bottle wasn't working well, so Zhang Yuehua had to forcefully open it. After adding 3 scoops of milk powder, Zhang Yuehua dripped some onto the back of her hand. Only after confirming it wasn't too hot did she dare to put the bottle into the baby's mouth. My dear granddaughter, the formula is here. Gurgle gurgle. Sure enough, as soon as the bottle came close to the little one's mouth, she stuck out her tongue to reach for it. The little guy must have been starving, he was sucking hard. The little one, who was just a month old, had a small appetite. After about 10 minutes, he spit out the bottle. Lin Yi could tell at a glance that the little guy was full. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the little one played and babbled in Lin Yi's arms. Wow. Phew. Wow. My sweet daughter, play by yourself for a while, daddy will buy you some food. At the same time, the system notification sound arrived as scheduled. Ding. The dad system is starting up. Host, Lin Yi. The system detected that the host bought baby formula, and a reward has been issued. The maternal and infant product review has been completed. Reward description: the host can use this ability to distinguish between good and bad baby products. After hearing the system's introduction, Lin Yi was overjoyed. It was exactly what he needed. The system was truly considerate, as it would allow him to avoid buying inferior products. With a thought, Lin Yi activated his mother and infant reward ability. He first scanned the formula he had just given his baby, and the word safety appeared in his mind. While this skill is very useful, it can only identify good or bad products, not their nutritional value. Oh well, I'll just have to make do. Lin Yi nodded helplessly. The system felt insulted and immediately spoke up. The system detected the host's complaints and upgraded its maternal and infant assessment capabilities. The upgraded version displays nutritional value and content. Lin Yi was stunned when he heard what the system said. Could it be played like this? Since that's the case, Lin Yi spoke again. If maternal and infant appreciation can be upgraded, then temperature perception can be upgraded too, right? Does the host have a good reason for upgrading? The system can consider it. Lin Yi thought about it carefully, and it seemed that there was really nothing wrong with it, and he couldn't bring himself to stick his hand into a pot of boiling oil. However, at this moment, the system came up with a good excuse for Lin Yi. If the host wants iron palm roasted chestnuts, they can upgrade. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately refused, thinking that he should forget about this ability. Although the capabilities have been upgraded, scanning one by one is too troublesome. Let's hear what the salesperson recommends. Lin Yi turned to the sales clerk and said, "Could you introduce the milk powder to us?" "Okay," the sales clerk replied with a smile. "The can of milk powder I just picked up is called Gyobire. It contains lactoferrin, prebiotics, and immunoglobulins. It is produced at the golden latitude of 45 degrees north. It's mainly made in our own country, so the quality is guaranteed." Chapter 4: How could I possibly mistreat my own daughter? Lin Yi nodded and scanned the Gyobire milk powder again. Sure enough, all the nutrients the salesperson had just mentioned appeared in Lin Yi's mind. Zhang Yuehua doesn't understand baby products, she just wants to buy safe ones that won't harm her precious granddaughter. Then she instructed Lin Yi from the side, "Son, buy good quality ones, we're not afraid to spend money." "Mom, how could I possibly mistreat my own daughter?" Lin Yi shook his head and smiled wryly, his eyes glancing at the baby in his arms, his gaze full of love. "If you dare to mistreat me, I'll break your legs." Yes, yes, yes. Lin Yi nodded. Since the little one was born, his status in the family had seriously declined. The sales clerk, overhearing their conversation, was thinking that she was sure to earn a large commission that day. "Sir, how many cans of milk powder would you like?" 10 cans, please." Lin Yi doesn't know much about the baby's appetite right now, so buying more is definitely not a bad thing. Behind Lin Yi, an older woman dressed in jewels curled her lip in disdain when she saw him buying domestic products. "Young man, judging from your appearance, you don't seem to be short of money. Don't listen to these salespeople trying to fool you. Domestic products can never compare to imported products. I'm only telling you this because I'm kind-hearted, I wouldn't tell anyone else. Take this advice from the old lady, this American Poyolu is much better than your domestic one. One can is only a little over 100 yuan more expensive than the domestic ones." The older woman was speaking out in protest, leaving the salesperson feeling utterly helpless. In fact, every time this older woman comes to buy milk powder, she gives a lecture to customers who buy domestic milk powder. They have become accustomed to it. I've warned her several times before, but she won't listen, so we just turn a blind eye. After all, the customer is always right. After listening, Lin Yi coldly said, "I think domestic products are pretty good." Lin Yi detested people who fawned over foreign things. They always thought that the moon was rounder in foreign countries. Zhang Yuehua was also very annoyed. The woman in front of her was dressed up so well, how could she be so biased towards outsiders? The mother and son were both xenophobic about this. Humph. Hopeless indeed. The middle-aged woman snorted and prepared to sell the milk powder in her hand to the people around her. Honestly, it's a real shame that this older woman isn't doing sales. Linny, filled with curiosity, glanced at the baoyul in the old lady's hand, only to have an exclamation mark appear in his mind, indicating that it was substandard. In the cost column, melamine was still flashing red. Finally, the system thoughtfully reminds users that melamine cannot be used in dairy product production, and long-term use can cause babies' heads to become enlarged. After learning about it, Linny felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, he didn't blindly worship foreign things. Watching the older woman try to sell to other people, Linny suddenly felt sorry for the children. If those parents accepted, it would be the children who would get hurt. Perhaps because Linny is now a father, he can't bear to see his child suffer, so he spoke seriously to the old lady. "Auntie, there's something wrong with baoyul milk powder. Drinking too much of it can cause big-headed baby syndrome." "You're talking nonsense. I think you're just jealous. You can't afford it yourself, so you're spreading rumors." "Believe it or not, it's up to you," Linny said helplessly. "Even if such people tell the truth, they won't believe them." The sales clerk looked at Linny with surprise and asked suspiciously, "Sir, what evidence do you have?" "No, but you can have someone come and test it." "No problem, I'll apologize." Seeing Linny's confident expression, the saleswoman hesitated, wondering whether she should believe him. But the thought of the baby's suffering if there were a problem with the formula is unbearable. After a moment's internal struggle, the sales clerk decided to trust Linny. "We happen to have testing personnel and equipment in our store. We can easily find out if there's a problem with a single test." Linny nodded, and the sales clerk took the milk powder from the woman's hand to the laboratory. The older woman had nothing else to do, so she waited for the test results, her mind already eagerly anticipating the scene of Linny apologizing. "Son, is there really something wrong with that can of milk powder?" Zhang Yuehua looked at Linny incredulously. "Yes, there are still big problems." Linny frowned and slowly spoke. 20 minutes later, the salesperson came running over with the test results. Her face was full of worry. After seeing this, the older woman had a bad feeling, but she kept telling herself that there was absolutely no problem with the baoyul milk powder. Then, the sales clerk ran up to Linny and told everyone the test results. "Everyone, baoyul milk powder contains melamine and the levels are seriously excessive. We have already called the police, and they will be here soon. Please don't panic." "Impossible, impossible, how could this be?" When the older woman heard what the salesperson said, it was like a bolt from the blue. She kept repeating impossible. "Auntie, if you don't believe me, you can look at the test results." After saying that, the salesperson handed the report to the old lady, but the funny thing was that the old lady couldn't read. However, those watching the spectacle immediately noticed that baoyul failed the test. "Luckily I didn't buy baoyul milk powder, otherwise I would have regretted it to death. Thank goodness, I think I'll buy domestic products from now on." "Young man, which can of milk powder did you buy?" At this moment, a shrewd old lady approached Linny and asked him questions. "Jaya buyer infant formula." "Okay, old woman, I'll buy it with you, no problem at all." After saying that, the old lady hurriedly found the salesperson to place an order, afraid that she would miss out on the item. Everyone in the store was rushing to grab the baby formula, except for that bejeweled old lady who was lying weakly on the ground. She seemed to have lost all her energy, her eyes were empty. Seeing her like this, Linny kindly reminded her. "Auntie, you should take your child to the hospital for a checkup right away." "Child?" "Yes, Ming, my precious grandson, we need to get to the hospital right away." Coming to her senses, the woman quickly got up from the ground and rushed out the door, completely losing the glamorous look she had when she first arrived. Seeing this, Zhang Yuehua and Linny shook their heads helplessly. At this point, the salesperson had already packaged the 10 cans of milk powder that had been prepared. "Sir, the milk powder has been packaged for you. Is there anything else you need? Give me 2 of everything that the baby needs. 10 packs of diapers, please." "Okay." The saleswoman responded happily. Linny was a big customer, so her commission would definitely be substantial. To be honest, the saleswoman was very envious of the baby in Linny's arms. She must be very happy to have such a loving father. Linny, a new father, really didn't know what his baby needed, so he simply bought everything the baby needed. Zhang Yuehua, the mother, took a hands-off approach, believing that this was a way to cultivate her son's ability to take care of children. Chapter 5: The Little Guy's Saliva Attack, So Milky Scent. Sitting on the sofa in the maternity and baby store, Zhang Yuehua recalled what had happened at the hospital. "I was so flustered that I didn't even realize my granddaughter was hungry, and I felt really guilty. She sighed, thinking helplessly, ah, I'm getting old. Then, Jiang Yuehua looked at the little guy in Ling Yi's arms and said, Son, find a professional maternal and infant care specialist for the little one later. I'm afraid I won't be able to take good care of him. What are you thinking, Mom? I never expected you to take care of the little one. You should just enjoy your retirement. You brat, do you think I'm too old to do anything anymore? After saying that, Jiang Yuehua went up and grabbed Ling Yi's ear, while the little guy in her arms laughed out loud when he saw his father being bullied by his grandmother. Giggle, giggle. Mom, it hurts, Lin Yi grimaced, but didn't reach out to touch the injured ear, mainly because he was afraid the little guy in his arms would hurt his back. But his own daughter is different. When she sees her dad being bullied, she can still laugh so happily. She's really his daughter. Mom, that's not what I thought. The little guy looks quite lively. I'm thinking about your health. If you get tired, Dad will skin me alive. Lin Yi said with a smile, explaining that he was mainly worried about his mother, but if his mother suffered, his father would definitely beat him up. From childhood to adulthood, Lin Yi has experienced more than once that his parents' true love for him was an accident. You little rascal, I appreciate your kind gesture. Let's go to the maternity and infant center in a little while. Lin Yi nodded silently. Wow. Remembering how happy the little guy had been just now, Lin Yi started talking to him about important principles. You brat, why are you laughing so happily when Daddy got beaten up? Dad, it hurts so much. Can you blow on it for me? Phew. Who? Seeing the little girl pout and blow air, Lin Yi thought his sweet daughter understood and wanted to blow on him, and his wounded heart immediately came back to life. Hey, my good daughter is so wonderful. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he put his ear close to the little guy's face. Who would have thought that what awaited him was a barrage of verbal abuse from his daughter? Achoo! The baby burst out laughing when he saw his father looking so disheveled. Lin Yi felt that he had been led into the trap by the little guy, but he had no evidence. Giggle, giggle. That hearty laughter seemed to be mocking Lin Yi. Although the little guy sprayed my face with saliva, my face still smelled of milk powder. It smells milky and pleasant. Seeing Lin Yi's miserable appearance, Jiang Yuehua couldn't help but praise, my dear granddaughter is so clever she actually managed to make her father suffer. She truly is worthy of being my granddaughter, Jiang Yuehua. Yes, 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 Lin Yi echoed from the side, his face full of helplessness. My mother has been completely smitten by her granddaughter. The wait was short. The salesperson had already packed all the mother and baby products. A woman wearing a gray uniform and displaying a name tag indicating she was the store manager walked over and asked Lin Yi with a smile. Hello sir, I am the store manager. You can call me Xiao Zhang. How did you determine that Baoyuel milk powder had quality problems? It was a lucky accident. Lin Yi said simply. He definitely couldn't reveal what the system had scanned, otherwise he would definitely be used as a guinea pig for research. The store manager could tell that Lin Yi was unwilling to reveal the details, so he immediately said, "This is for our VIP members, who get a 15% discount on every purchase. Please accept this." After the store manager finished speaking, he handed over the membership card. Okay, thank you. Lin Yi said thank you and put the membership card in his pocket. Immediately afterwards, the store manager led Lin Yi and his group to the cashier, and the cashier said with a smile, "Sir, after the discount, your total bill is 23,546 yuan. When the people around heard this amount, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. Did you spend so much money on baby products? Are you rich? If that glamorous old lady knew that Lin Yi bought these things, she would definitely regret saying those things about wanting a bargain. Okay. Lin Yi said, handing over the bank card from his pocket, no password needed, just swipe it. Ordinary people might not know what kind of bank card Lin Yi took out, but as the store manager, she had the privilege of seeing it once. I've heard that those are called black cards, and banks only authorize them when someone's net worth is in the hundreds of billions or trillions. I've also heard that the conditions for obtaining a black card are extremely stringent. Moreover, the earlier the serial number appears, the higher its value. The black card that Lin Yi handed over had serial number 3, and Lin Yi's parents each had one, with serial numbers 1 and 2. The black card that the store manager of the maternity and baby store saw was already ranked beyond the top 50. Oh, okay. The cashier was also encountering this situation for the first time. Lin Yi's bank card was a different color from the other bank cards, and she had never seen it before. On a whim, she swiped the POS machine and to her surprise, it worked. "Sir, here is your card." The cashier respectfully handed the card to Linny. For some reason, after the card was successfully swiped, the cashier felt that Linny was no ordinary person. Linny put the bank card in his pocket and looked down at the large bags below, feeling somewhat troubled. There must have been more than a dozen bags in total, which couldn't fit in the trunk at all. "Do you offer delivery service?" "Yes, there are." Originally, there was no such thing, but the store manager, knowing Linny's distinguished status, readily agreed. "Okay, I'll give you an address. Just deliver it in 2 hours." "Yes, sir." After seeing Linny off, the shop assistant asked in confusion, "Manager, why did you agree to deliver to him?" "Let me ask you a question first. Do you know what kind of card he used when he paid? Isn't it just a regular bank card? It must be because the sticker was applied that it's black." Looking at everyone's answers, the store manager shook his head and replied, "What they took out was a black card, which is something only people with a net worth of hundreds of millions can apply for. Whether they can get approved is still a question. We can't afford to offend someone like that." When everyone heard this, they were surprised to find that Linny was so powerful. To possess a black card at such a young age must be extraordinary. The store manager's explanation was clearly heard by the customers queuing to pay. Unexpectedly, such a rare card had a remarkable origin. They had only one thought in their minds: they regretted not taking a closer look. They might never see it in their lifetime. After Linny left, the police also came to the store to conduct tests. After all, this brand is from the United States, and without solid evidence, it could easily cause international disputes. However, it's a done deal that the product has a problem, it's just a matter of verifying it one more time. If nothing unexpected happens, these two people from Baoyul Milk Powder will be on the front page of the news. Chapter 6 Son, who is the baby's mother? Once in the car, Linny said to the driver, "Lao Wang, Uncle Wang, to Huangjia Maternal and Infant Center." "Yes, young master." Old Wang shifted the gear lever, and the car headed towards the city center. The little guy fell asleep again quickly in Linny's arms. Linny was a little worried that the little guy might be sick. "Mom, is my daughter sick because she's always sleeping? This is normal. You slept more hours than my own granddaughter when you were little. As the little one gets older, she will sleep less and less during the day." "Oh." Linny nodded, his heart finally at ease. Zhang Yuehua suddenly remembered when Linny was born. Both of them were first-time mothers with little experience in raising children, and the internet was not well developed at that time, so they couldn't find anything online. Because Linny was an exceptionally heavy sleeper when he was young, Zhang Yuehua and Lin Hongji went to the hospital for a checkup. When the doctor learned that the reason was because the child slept too much, he specifically educated the couple about this, and Zhang Yuehua finally remembered it clearly. Zhang Yuehua turned her head to look at the scene of Linny holding the little guy and suddenly sighed, "I didn't expect my son to be so big. Time really flies." Looking at the little one in my arms, with long eyelashes, snow-white skin, and a soft, cuddly appearance, he was truly adorable. Suddenly, Zhang Yuehua realized that a crucial question had been overlooked, and she asked Linny, "Son, who is the baby's mother?" Linny was taken aback when his mother suddenly asked him a question, as he had been immersed in the joy of having a daughter. "Yes, who exactly is the child's mother?" Although Linny frequented bars and nightclubs, he always maintained a clean and virtuous lifestyle. After all, whether or not someone is sick is a major question. Based on the timeline, Linny recalled what happened 11 months ago. He suddenly remembered the time he got drunk one day. When he woke up the next day, he found himself lying naked on the hotel bed with a bloodstain on the white sheets. At the time, he was a little confused and had the image of a beautiful girl in his mind. He thought it was because he had seen too many beautiful women, so Linny didn't take it seriously. Now that he thinks about it, the girl was actually real. Is she the child's mother? Linny couldn't help but wonder, if you chose someone to give birth to the child, why are you sending it to me now? Unable to find the answer, it seems the only way to clarify these questions is to ask the child's mother. However, Linny was still very grateful to her for giving birth to such a beautiful daughter. Seeing that Linny didn't speak, Zhang Yuehua called softly, "Son? Son? Speak up, who is the baby's mother?" Mom, I have to say something, please don't be angry." Linny first gave Zhang Yuehua a heads up. "Actually, I don't know who the baby's mother is," Linny said awkwardly, his brows furrowed slightly. Although it was hard to believe, it was the truth. "What? Zhang Yuehua exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the baby was sleeping, and quickly turned down the volume. What did you just say? Thinking she hadn't heard clearly, Zhang Yuehua asked again in disbelief. I don't know who the baby's mother is. Linny bit his lip and said, a short pain is worse than a long one. If Linny hadn't been holding the little one, Zhang Yuehua would definitely have given him a good beating. That girl has given birth to your child, and you still don't know who she is? Anyone would be angry in that situation. It is extremely difficult for a woman to carry a child for 10 months, let alone give birth, which is like walking through the gates of hell. Zhang Yuehua patted her chest to calm herself down, and after a moment she slowly spoke. You must find the baby's mother, and you have to be responsible for her. If you can't do these things, I'll kick you out of the house. Linny could tell that his mother wasn't joking, so he quickly agreed. Zhang Yuehua was quite happy, as this way she could have both a daughter-in-law and a granddaughter, which was perfect. Mom, don't worry, since that girl gave birth to my child, I will definitely take full responsibility. I will definitely find your daughter-in-law. Faced with her son's promise, the mother, who had been feigning a gloomy expression, finally smiled, and to Linny, that smile seemed to carry a hint of a successful conspiracy. Regardless, Linny is serious, and he will definitely fulfill his responsibilities as the baby's mother. After driving for half an hour, we arrived at the Royal Family Maternity and Infant Center after passing the traffic lights. When the light turned green, a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old suddenly crossed the road at the intersection. A young woman waiting at a traffic light saw a car about to hit the little girl and quickly pulled her to protect her. Upon seeing this, Lao Wang quickly stepped on the brakes, and due to inertia, Linny and Zhang Yuehua crashed into the seats. Fortunately, they weren't moving too fast and were both unharmed. The little one in Linny's arms was completely unaffected and was sleeping soundly. Zhang Yuehua hurriedly asked Lao Wang what had just happened. Lao Wang replied, a little girl ran a red light and was protected by a young woman behind her. I braked in time and nothing happened. Oh. Zhang Yuehua nodded, as long as nothing happened. When the car stopped, the young woman checked the little girl's arms and legs and found she was all right. She then bowed to the car to apologize. At that moment, the girl's mother rushed over from the other side of the road, cursing, You child, why are you running around like that? You scared Mom to death. Quickly thank the woman. The girl's mother, who had witnessed the terrifying scene from across the street, was also very grateful to the woman. The little girl was also terrified by what had just happened, and said in a tearful voice, Thank you, sister. It's good that the little girl is all right. Don't run red lights next time. The woman gently patted the little girl's head and said softly, I know, sister, I won't do it again next time. After saying that, the little girl took her mother's hand and left. Linny and Zhang Yuehua also saw what just happened through the glass. After reading it, Zhang Yuehua couldn't help but exclaim, that woman is truly kind-hearted. Yes, he's a good person. Linny nodded in agreement. After crossing the traffic lights, you'll arrive at the Royal Family Maternity and Infant Center. After the driver parked the car, Linny wrapped the little guy in a blanket and gently moved his body. I have to say the little guy is sleeping very soundly. It feels like even thunder can't wake him from his sweet dreams. Upon entering the building, the reception center is located on the first floor, and the entire building belongs to Royal Family Maternity and Infant Center. Upon seeing a guest enter, a receptionist wearing a pink uniform and flat shoes approached. Hello, welcome. How can you two please help me? I would like to hire a professional childcare worker. Linny looked at the sleeping little one in his arms and said gently. Okay, please follow me. After saying that, the receptionist led the group to the sofa. I wonder what your needs are. We have 2 types of maternity and infant care specialists here, regular and advanced. What's the difference? Linny inquired, naturally wanting to ask more detailed questions about who would take care of his daughter. Chapter 7 Money is just a string of numbers to me. Ordinary nannies are only responsible for taking care of the baby, while senior nannies not only take care of the baby, but can also do laundry, cook, take care of pregnant women, and so on. Linny nodded slightly, having already made up his mind. We choose a senior maternity and infant specialist. Sir, are you serious? Senior maternity and infant specialists aren't cheap. Although the receptionist explained the differences between the 2 clients each time she served one client, the clients all hesitated when they heard the price. Money is not the issue, being professional is what matters. Linny said calmly that as long as it's good for his daughter, money is just a number to him. Rest assured, our nannies are absolutely the most professional. Please wait a moment while I get you the roster of senior nannies. She was thrilled to hear that the customer had chosen a senior nanny. Given the price, if she could close this deal, she would earn a substantial commission. The little girl then ran up and handed the roster to Zhang Yuehua and Lin Yi. Sir, madam, this is the roster. Which one do you prefer? The two nodded and began to look through the pages. Actually, first impressions are a strange thing. If you don't like someone at first sight, you might not like them later. Upon opening the first page, the woman listed first looked familiar to Lin Yi and Zhang Yuehua. Son, isn't that the woman at the intersection? Yes, it's her. Do you two know our top-rated maternal and infant care specialist, Zhang Milan? The little girl saw the two talking and asked in confusion. We met once. We want to choose her as a nanny. Lin Yi pointed to Zhang Milan's photo in the roster and said. Recalling the scene of Zhang Milan sacrificing herself to protect the little girl, Lin Yi felt that she must be a very loving and responsible maternity nurse. Zhang Yuehua was also very satisfied with Zhang Milan. After all, it is rare to see someone risking their life to save others in today's society. Zhang Yuehua felt reassured knowing that such a maternity nurse would take care of her precious granddaughter. Please wait a moment, I'll go check Ms. Zhang Milan's schedule. Okay. After saying that, the girl quickly went to the front desk to ask, and after getting the answer, she happily came to the two of them. Good news, Ms. Zhang Milan is currently available. Okay, let's sign the contract then. When Lin Yi met a maternal and infant specialist who caught his eye and had good professional knowledge, he made a decisive move. The receptionist was also surprised that the deal was closed so quickly. Normally, she would spend over an hour trying to persuade them, but they would eventually refuse because of the price. But the man in front of her was not only young and generous, but most importantly, he was handsome. The girl couldn't help but sigh. It's such a pity that such a handsome man became a father so early. To be honest, Lin Yi's transformation from a nightclub prince to a full-time stay-at-home dad was seamless and flawless. If Lin Yi's roommates saw his innocent side, they would be shocked. What would surprise them even more is that they went clubbing together last night, so why did Lin Yi suddenly become a father this morning? Okay, I'll go prepare the contract right away. Please have a seat. After greeting her, the young girl ran to the front desk and said happily, Sister Hua, please print out a copy of the contract for the senior maternal and infant specialist. High-end? Sister Hua hadn't heard the receptionist come to print out the contract for a senior nanny in a long time, so her ears were a little unfamiliar. After all, nobody wants to spend so much money to get a premium membership. Yes, you heard me right, the little girl chuckled. Okay, I'll print out the contract for you right away. Sister Hua worked quickly and efficiently, and the contract was printed out in no time. Holding the still warm contract, the young woman approached Lin Yi. Sir, this is the employment contract. Please take a look. Lin Yi nodded. The contract should be read carefully, after all, it concerns his daughter. Without realizing it, Lin Yi had already put his daughter first. From this perspective, Lin Yi really is a good father. After reviewing the contract from beginning to end and finding no problems, Lin Yi signed his name with a flourish. The little girl finally relaxed after seeing Lin Yi sign the document. Holding the contract in her hand, the young woman asked softly, Sir, would you like to see Ms. Zhang Milan? Yeah, that's fine. Lin Yi nodded. After all, Zhang Milan had to take care of her daughter, so it was good for her to get to know him first. Upon hearing the answer, the girl turned around and prepared to walk towards the lounge, but unexpectedly saw Zhang Milan walk in from outside the door, so she quickly ran forward. Ms. Milan, you have a reservation. They are currently relaxing in the sofa area. And they want to see you, and the customers seem to know you. Ha? You know me? Zhang Milan was puzzled, since none of her friends had children. She would find out after meeting them anyway. Take me there. Immediately afterwards, the little girl led Zhang Milan to Lin Yi and Zhang Yuehua. When Zhang Milan saw the two of them, she indeed did not recognize them. Sir, madam, this is teacher Zhang Milan. Yes, we've already met once. Lin Yi said with a smile, but Zhang Milan was completely confused. How come she didn't remember? Seeing Zhang Milan's confusion, Lin Yi immediately spoke. Just now at the traffic light, I saw you protect a little girl. We are the owners of that car. After hearing Lin Yi's answer, Zhang Milan suddenly realized that they had just met. So that's how it is. It's rare to see someone like you who sacrifices themselves to save others these days, Zhang Yuehua said in praise. It was an instinctive reaction. I didn't have time to think too much at the time. Zhang Milan felt a little embarrassed when praised. Then, Ms. Milan, I'm entrusting my daughter to your care. Of course I should. Zhang Milan answered softly, explaining that this was simply her job, and that she also really liked children. Sir, may I see the baby? Sure. After saying that, Lin Yi carried the little guy to Zhang Milan. Zhang Milan was stunned when she saw what the little guy looked like. She had cared for many babies, but none of them could compare to the little one in front of her. The baby is so beautiful, her mother must be a great beauty. I think so. Lin Yi coughed a few times. He didn't even know what the baby's mother looked like, but since his daughter was so beautiful, the baby's mother must be very beautiful too. When Jiang Yuehua heard Zhang Milan's praise, she glared at Lin Yi fiercely. Lin Yi also noticed that his mother's eyes seemed to say, he won't be allowed into the house until he brings his daughter-in-law back. Lin Yi gave an awkward smile in response to his mother's death stare. But in my heart I was calling out, wife, where are you? Chapter 8 Baby, you and mommy must have suffered a lot. Ms. Milan, when can I start working? At any time. Zhang Milan said with a smile that she was also looking forward to taking care of such a cute baby. Lin Yi nodded upon hearing Zhang Milan's answer. After starting work early, the baby would have someone to answer any questions. Okay, then you can come home with us in a little while. Okay, but I need to go to the lounge to get some clothes. Please wait a moment. Go. Lin Yi nodded, and seeing how polite every employee was, he couldn't help but marvel at how excellent the service was at Royal Family Maternity and Infant Center. Since they had to wait a while anyway, the group simply sat down on the sofa to rest. Looking at the huge reception area, Lin Yi noticed that at least 10 couples had asked the maternity nurses for advice. One of the couples who was pregnant caught his attention. The pregnant woman's belly was very large, and she was estimated to be a few weeks away from her due date. The woman was seen pleading with her husband, holding his arm, honey, we don't need to hire a maternity nurse, I can manage on my own. What do you mean, can't? Mom and dad can't come. How can you take good care of them all by yourself? The husband looked at his wife with heartache. Because of the nature of his job, he could only be at home for a few days a year. He only rushed back because his wife was about to give birth. He's going on a mission in 3 days, and his wife won't be there for him when she gives birth. His wife is an orphan, and his parents can't come to visit. Feeling sorry for his wife, the first thing he did when he got home was to hire a maternity nurse for her. The woman's salary wasn't high, and the baby was about to be born, so there were many expenses to be made. Therefore, the woman strongly opposed her husband's decision. We've hired a maternity nurse, here's the contract, the man said righteously. Seeing her husband's tenderness, the woman's tears streamed down her face. It seemed that no matter how wronged or difficult things were, it was all worth it because she had married a good husband. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi suddenly thought of the baby's mother, imagining how difficult it must have been for her to go through pregnancy and childbirth all by herself. Looking at the little one in his arms, Lin Yi said with heartache, baby, you and mommy must have suffered a lot. Jiang Yuehua saw this and felt bad too. As a woman herself, she knew that pregnancy and childbirth were not an easy process, so she ordered Lin Yi to bring the baby's mother home. Seeing Zhang Milan come out, Lin Yi went to the cashier to pay the bill. The young receptionist glanced at Lin Yi and said to the front desk staff, Sister Hua, this customer has paid for a premium maternity and infant specialist service. Okay. Sister Hua checked the computer and immediately said, hello sir, your total bill is 99,999. Lin Yi didn't even look up, and handed over the black card directly. The staff here have all received training, so they've seen black cards before, just not as high level as Lin Yi's. When Sister Hua saw that it was a black card, she stretched out both hands to welcome it. No wonder this person directly chose a senior maternal and infant specialist. It turns out he had the financial backing. Holding the black card in my hand, it does feel quite nice to the touch, much better than ordinary bank cards. With a simple swipe, 99,999 yuan was credited to Duoduobo. Afterwards, Sister Hua smiled and handed the 2 cards to Lin Yi, saying respectfully, Sir, here are your cards. Lin Yi nodded slightly and put the bank card into his pocket. In fact, Lin Yi's expenses were only for choosing a suitable pregnant woman and infant care worker. The salary was calculated separately. The contract stated that the fee for a senior infant care worker would not be less than 20,000 yuan per month. Lin Yi didn't care about money as long as he could find a good maternal and infant care specialist, that was fine. Zhang Milan had already packed her things and came to Lin Yi's side. Sir, I'm all ready. Okay, let's go. We found a prenatal care specialist and bought all the baby products, so it's time to head home. Inside the luxury car, Zhang Milan sat in the passenger seat, while Linny, holding the baby, and Zhang Yuehua sat in the back. Old Wang, let's go back to the young master's house. Yes, madam. Old Wang nodded and drove towards the high villa. Linny did not live with his parents. He went to university in Shanghai, which is why he bought a villa here. Zhang Yuehua lives in the capital with her husband, Lin Hongji, because the Lin family's businesses are all located in the capital, and they are native Beijingers. Back home, Linny carefully placed the baby on the bed, afraid of waking her precious daughter. When Zhang Milan entered the house, she saw that the house was very clean, but she found no signs of postpartum care. She couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the baby's parents have obsessive-compulsive disorder about cleanliness? With the baby being looked after by his mother, Linny felt relieved and went out to show Zhang Milan around the room. Teacher Milan, there are 2 rooms on the second floor and 1 room left on the first floor. Please choose one to stay in. Mr. Lin, I can stay on the first floor. I can get there in time if there is any problem with the baby. Zhang Milan truly lived up to her professionalism. Even when choosing a house, she considered the baby's needs. Linny inwardly exclaimed that he had made the right choice. Just call me Linny, it sounds awkward to the sir. Linny was still a senior in college. When Zhang Milan called him sir, he felt that he had aged a lot. That one T do, you're the employer. Knowing I'm the employer, do as I say. Linny said domineeringly, there aren't that many rules here. Alright, then I'll call you Brother Lin. Okay. Linny thought that since Zhang Milan sounded much younger than Mr. Lin, but Zhang Milan should be older than him, could he be considered to have gotten the better deal? There's nothing in the rooms on the first floor. Go and put your things away first. Okay, Mr. Lin. Brother Lin. After saying that, Zhang Milan took her package and went into the room on the right-hand side of the first floor. Ding dong, the doorbell rang at the door. Linny saw through the peephole that the person who came in was the manager of the maternity and baby store, and then opened the door. Sir, your purchase has been delivered. Let us take it inside. Okay. Linny nodded, and then the employees of the maternity and baby store carried bags to the door, put on shoe covers, and came in. Although it was a small detail, Linny was very satisfied. Sir, where should I put this? Seeing so many packages, Linny remembered that there was an empty storage room at home where he could put the things. Immediately afterwards, Linny led several staff members to the storage room. It took the staff, the store manager, and Linny 3 trips to move everything. It has to be said that Linny bought far too much stuff. And the Jaya Buyer milk powder in their store was sold out because of Linny. After the items were moved, Manager Zhang greeted Linny with a smile. Sir, we won't bother you any longer. We wish you a pleasant life. Yes, thank you for your help. Linny smiled and expressed his gratitude. Although he came from a large family, he did not have the bad habit of being arrogant and domineering. Of course, this was inseparable from the teachings of Zhang Yuehua and Lin Hongji. Chapter 9 Childcare Funds, 1 million yuan. After closing the door, Linny went to the master bedroom. Looking out from the doorway, he saw his adorable daughter lying on the bed, a tiny and cute little thing. Zhang Yuehua saw Linny walk in, came to his side and said, Son, your father asked me to tell you to go and take over the company tomorrow. What company? Live streaming company. Can't you just ask my dad to get someone else? After having a daughter, Linny didn't want to leave her side for even a moment. Zhang Yuehua shook her head and then said, that company was acquired by your father for you. If you don't go, who will? Seeing his mother's firm stance, Linny had no choice but to agree. The matter has been resolved, a maternity nurse has been found, and Zhang Yuehua is preparing to return to the capital. Before leaving, she reminds her son to find her daughter-in-law as soon as possible. Mom, don't worry about it. Your daughter-in-law is definitely not going to run away. However, I'll keep the fact that I have a child a secret from my dad and grandpa for now. Zhang Yuehua nodded. The old man was getting on in years, and suddenly telling him that she had a great-granddaughter might upset his heart. As for her father, she was afraid that he would tell the old man in his excitement, since the baby's mother had not yet been found and she would have no way to explain it. The private jet was ready, and Zhang Yuehua left with peace of mind. After saying goodbye to his mother, Linny lay down on his side next to the little one, staring intently at his beloved daughter. After becoming a father, he became a doting father. Ugh. Wow. The baby suddenly opened his eyelids, his dark eyes darting around. Just as Linny was wondering why the little guy hadn't cried after waking up, the next second, the whole room was filled with the baby's cries. Wow! Ah! Wow! Linny followed the method his mother had taught him and first checked the little guy's diaper. When he reached out to touch it, it was still dry. When Zhang Milan heard the baby crying in the room next door on the first floor, she immediately ran in from the next room. Milan, the baby hasn't peed, is he hungry? When was the last time you breastfed? Linny glanced at his phone and said, less than 3 hours. The baby must be hungry, Zhang Milan said confidently. A 1-month-old baby has a small appetite, so they need to be fed frequently, basically every 2 to 3 hours. Okay, then I'll go prepare formula for the baby. Brother Lin, are you sure you can do it? Lin Yi nodded. He had a photographic memory, and after seeing Jiang Yuehua prepare baby formula before, he wanted to prepare it for his precious daughter himself. The baby bottles have been sterilized, and the formula is placed on the cabinet in the master bedroom. Remembering what his mother had done before, Lin Yi poured warm water into the bottle, then added 4 level scoops of formula, shook it horizontally until there were no more bubbles, and then dripped the prepared formula onto the back of his hand. With the temperature perception reward from the system, Lin Yi was able to clearly sense that the temperature of the milk powder was exactly 40 degrees Celsius. Then, a mechanical system notification suddenly sounded in Lin Yi's mind. Ding! The DAD system is starting up. Host, Lin Yi. The system has detected that this is the first time the host has prepared formula for the baby, and a reward of 1 million yuan has been given for childcare. The reward funds have been distributed. After the system notification tone ended, Lin Yi received a bank transfer notification on his phone, but there were so many zeros in his account balance that he couldn't even count them all. Lin Yi also complained in his heart that the system's reward this time was too useless. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yi ran over and handed the milk powder to the baby. Once she smelled the milk, the baby forgot all about crying and stuck out her little tongue to reach for the food. Glug glug, the milk went into his belly, and the little guy was very satisfied. Zhang Milan had just seen Lin Yi preparing the formula in an orderly manner and couldn't help but praise him. Brother Lin, you're very professional at preparing baby formula. It's alright, but I still need you to teach me more about professional things. I want to do it myself for my daughter. No problem. Zhang Milan smiled and nodded. Lin Yi was the only parent she had ever met who made such a request. Other dads either complain about their babies being noisy or constantly eating or pooping. They wish they could stay as far away from their babies as possible. Seeing that Lin Yi really liked children, Zhang Milan readily agreed. Thinking that he hadn't discussed his salary with Zhang Milan yet, Lin Yi immediately said, Milan, your monthly salary is 30,000. I'm entrusting my baby and me to you. Oh? Brother Lin, that's too much pay, that's not fair. Just take it. After all, you still need to teach this new dad. My dear daughter, are you enjoying your food? Fearing that Zhang Milan wouldn't accept it, Lin Yi started chatting with the little guy. The salaries of maternity nurses are generally paid according to the minimum standard in the contract, which is 20,000 yuan per month. Lin Yi suddenly gave Zhang Milan a salary of 30,000 yuan per month, which made her feel unworthy. Zhang Milan is a very simple girl. Most people would be eager for a higher salary. Seeing this situation, Zhang Milan had no choice but to accept it, but her sense of responsibility grew even stronger. Soon, the baby was full and contentedly spat out the pacifier. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Milan began to teach Lin Yi about raising children. Brother Lin, you should burp the baby after each feeding. Some babies like to leave a little bit of milk in their mouths after they finish drinking milk. We first get our bodies close to the baby, then lean against the bed and let the baby lie on our bodies. When patting someone's back with your bare hands, don't use too much force. Just pat them for a few minutes each time. Okay, I've got it. Lin Yi remembered it very carefully. After all, it concerned his daughter. Chapter 10. My precious daughter is a naughty little devil. Since having his daughter, Lin Yi feels that time has flown by. Before I knew it, it was afternoon. Since finishing his milk, the baby had been clinging to Lin Yi's arms, and Zhang Milan, standing to the side, felt for the first time that she was insignificant. Cough cough. Cough cough. Suddenly, the little guy, who was playing happily, started coughing, and Lin Yi immediately tensed up. Milan, why is my daughter suddenly coughing? Brother Lin, let me check the little guy first. Zhang Milan came to the baby and touched her little forehead. The temperature was just right. Furthermore, a considerable amount of time had passed since the feeding, so the possibility of choking during feeding was ruled out. If routine checkups show no problems, the only way to determine the cause is to go to the hospital for examination. Brother Lin, the baby doesn't have a cold or fever. The specific cause needs to be determined by a hospital examination. Then let's go quickly. Linny was extremely anxious, and at the same time, he felt sorry for his precious daughter, wishing he could take all the suffering upon himself. Although the little one kept coughing, it was somewhat regular. After driving out, Zhang Milan carried the little one, and the two of them drove straight to Anha Hospital. In the car, Linny dialed Dean Zhang's number. "Old Zhang, my daughter has been coughing. Could you arrange some tests for her?" "I'll be right there." "Yes, young master." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi personally called each department to ensure that the young lady could receive treatment as soon as possible. Soon, Linny arrived at the hospital. After parking the car, he carried the little guy into the hospital. At this moment, the hospital director led a group of testing personnel to wait in the hospital lobby. Upon seeing Linny, Zhang Yi hurriedly ran up to him and said, "Young master, please come with me." Under Zhang Yi's guidance, the little guy underwent all the necessary examinations, but his coughing continued unabated. Linny looked at his daughter in his arms, whose voice was hoarse from coughing, and felt extremely distressed. Indeed, the pain was felt not only by the baby's body, but also by Lin Yi's heart. Although others did not know Lin Yi's identity, seeing the dean's respectful attitude, they dared not slack off, so much so that each department rushed to issue test reports. Half an hour later, all the test reports came out. They approached Lin Yi with their test results and reported, "My report shows no problems." "Mine too." "Mine too." All the testing personnel gave the same answer, which angered Lin Yi. If nothing was wrong, why was the little guy coughing incessantly? The little guy coughed until his face turned red, and Lin Yi felt a pang of heartache when he saw it. Zhang Yi could tell that Lin Yi was very dissatisfied, so he stepped forward and said, "Young master, I will immediately organize a consultation with experts. Miss will definitely be all right." Since things had come to this was the only option. Lin Yi knew that getting angry wouldn't solve anything. The testing personnel put the report on the table and left dejectedly. Lin Yi sat in the chair and gently comforted the little one, "Baby, be good, just bear with it a little longer." The little guy ignored him, waving his little hand to reach for the test report on the table. Unable to find the report, the little guy frowned and looked unhappy. He tried several times on his own and finally got the report in his hands. Then a miraculous thing happened. After receiving the report, the little guy stopped coughing. True story, not exaggerated. Instead, he waved the report around in his hand. "Wow. Zhang Milan was surprised to find, "Hey? Brother Lin, the baby doesn't seem to be coughing anymore." After observing for a while, Lin Yi finally felt relieved when he saw that the baby had indeed stopped coughing. In just a short while, Lin Yi's mood was like a roller coaster ride, but thankfully the little guy was alright. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yi jogged up to Lin Yi, panting, and said, Young master, the expert has been found. They are on their way. No need, you can tell them all to go back. My daughter's cough has stopped." "Ha?" Zhang Yi was taken aback. He was surprised that such a thing was possible. He then replied, "Yes, young master." With no other option, Zhang Yi could only call those experts again and tell them to go home. Seeing that the baby was safe and sound, Zhang Milan felt a little guilty. "Brother Lin, I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of the baby." "It's none of your business, my daughter is too naughty." Lin Yi smiled and comforted her, saying that there was probably no one more mischievous in the world than his daughter. Ring ring, ring ring. Lin Yi's phone rang in his pocket. He took it out and saw that it was a video call from his mother. Judging from the time, Jiang Yuehua should have arrived in the capital. Lin Yi had previously asked his mother to take a plane from Shanghai and let him know she arrived safely. After the call connected, Jiang Yuehua was leisurely lying on the sofa. "Son, mom's home." "Ha? You're not home? Where did you go? You brat, don't you know your own situation? You're still running around aimlessly. Don't think that just because you've hired someone you can slack off. If you don't take good care of my granddaughter, I'll break your legs." Jiang Yuehua immediately launched into a tirade against Lin Yi, and the poor Lin Yi was unjustly criticized by his mother. In order to appease his mother's anger, Lin Yi spoke up, sounding aggrieved. "Your precious granddaughter had been coughing non-stop, so I brought her to the hospital for a checkup. What? Why didn't you tell me about something this important sooner? Old Wang, call the pilot, let's go to Shanghai, Zhang Yuehua said anxiously. When Linny saw his mother preparing to fly over, he quickly stopped her, saying, Mom, the little guy is fine now, you don't need to come all this way. You brat, why didn't you say so sooner? Mom, you didn't give me a chance just now either, Linny said helplessly, pursing his lips. Let me see my precious granddaughter. Okay, the little one is my biological granddaughter, and I'm my stepson, Linny said jokingly, then showed the baby's face. Baby, it's grandma. Call her grandma. Wow. The little guy babbled and cooed, though Zhang Yuehua didn't know what he was saying, but she was very happy to see the response. Alright, you guys should go back now. Zhang Yuehua stopped bothering them. She was relieved to see that the baby was alright. Okay, sure. After hanging up the phone, Linny and his group returned home. After a bumpy ride, and because the little one was tired from coughing, she fell asleep in no time. After Linny parked the car, Zhang Milan carried the baby to Lingyi's bedroom. Gurgle, gurgle. It's already past 2 p.m. Zhang Milan didn't eat breakfast or lunch, and her stomach is starting to rumble. Upon hearing the sound, Linny glanced at the clock on the wall and realized that it was already past noon. He said apologetically, Milan, you must be starving. No. After saying that, Zhang Milan's stomach rumbled loudly again, and Linny heard it too. P.S. I had some urgent business to attend to the past 2 days and didn't post anything. Please forgive me. I will resume regular updates from now on. Chapter 11 Brother Lin, eat more pig's trotters, they'll help with lactation. Milan, go cook. There are vegetables and meat in the refrigerator. I'll take care of the little one. Brother Lin, I'm off. After saying that, Zhang Milan ran to the kitchen, but her stomach growled loudly as she left. Linny lay down beside the baby, taking good care of him. Beep beep. Beep beep. Linny's phone kept beeping on the bed. It must have been his roommates who were capable of doing these things. Linny turned down the volume on his phone and opened the WeChat group chat. Sure enough, it was just the same few people. Lazy Pig Breeding Base is the chat group for Linny's dormitory, and several messages appeared in no time. When I scrolled up, I saw Guotao's cheeky emoji, brothers, let's party tonight. Zhang Jian was even funnier, replying directly, my mom won't let me play with weird uncles. Although they are already seniors, their families are well off, so they are not in a hurry to do internships or find jobs, because they can directly enter their family companies after graduation. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Jian tagged Linny, brother E, see you at the usual place tonight. The usual spot was the disco they frequented, known for its many pretty girls. Looking at the soft, cuddly baby on the bed, Linny declined, saying, you guys go ahead, I won't. Upon hearing this, the group was immediately puzzled, as they couldn't believe that Linny had said these words. What's up, EGE? Something busy? You're not even out having fun? Busy raising children. I think you're just making excuses. What child? Aren't you busy nurturing life? Linny glanced at them and then turned off his phone, ignoring them completely. Those tech-savvy faces couldn't compare to even a fraction of his daughter's beauty. After a while, the fragrance wafted into the bedroom, and then Zhang Milan came into the bedroom. Brother Lin, the food is ready, please go and eat. Okay, sure. Milan, let's eat together. Since there were only two of them, Linny didn't have many rules to follow. No, Brother Lin, you go and eat first. I'll take care of the baby. The baby is asleep, the two of us can go eat. Absolutely not. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhang Milan refused sternly. Lin Yi was a little puzzled. Why did she get so angry when he asked her to eat? Realizing that her words had been a bit harsh, Zhang Milan quickly apologized. Brother Lin, I'm sorry, I was too hasty just now. That's right, even when the baby is sleeping, someone needs to watch over them. A baby's position may change while sleeping. If the position is incorrect, the baby may choke on milk. If adults do not notice in time, the baby's life may be in danger. So whether you're asleep or not, there must be someone by your side. After hearing Zhang Milan's explanation, Linny realized that he had almost put the baby in danger, but fortunately Zhang Milan stopped him in time. It's okay, it's just that I didn't understand. But, thankfully you're here. Sensing something was off, Linny quickly explained, I feel very reassured with you helping me take care of the baby. Brother Lin, this is my duty, Zhang Milan said with a smile. Ever since Linny realized that it was dangerous to leave the little guy, he wanted to stay by his side every step of the way. Mylan, you go and eat first. I'm not very hungry yet. Seeing Linny gazing tenderly at the little one, reluctant to part, Zhang Mylan could only go eat first, but she also put some of the food into her own bowl. After Zhang Mylan left, Linny touched the little guy's chubby little hand with self-reproach. My dear daughter, Daddy will never let you get into danger. Whoosh. The little guy replied in his sleep, then twisted his body and continued sleeping. Zhang Mylan ate very quickly, finishing in less than 10 minutes. Linny looked at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table and couldn't help but ponder for a while. He thought that what he had made should be suitable for postpartum women. Since it was all food anyway, Linny forced himself to eat. He had just picked up a bite of rice and hadn't even put it in his mouth when he heard the little guy crying from the bedroom. Ugh. Wah. Upon hearing the sound, Linny carried the bowl into the bedroom. What's wrong with the baby? I pooped. Zhang Mylan checked the diapers and discovered that the baby had come to deliver gold. Upon hearing this, Linny put down his chopsticks and took out a diaper from the table. Seeing this, Zhang Mylan smiled and said, Brother Lin, I'll change it. It's alright, it's perfect that you're teaching me. Linny had never changed a diaper for the little guy before, so he could take this opportunity to learn. After all, changing diapers is an essential skill for being a good dad. Seeing Lingy's insistence, Zhang Mylan had no choice but to agree. Brother Lin, change the old diaper first. When changing the diaper, be sure to fold the diaper upwards to prevent poop from getting on the baby's bottom again. Linny thought changing diapers would be an easy task, but it turned out to be much more complicated than he thought. Soon, Lingy's forehead was covered in sweat, and even his back was soaked. Fortunately, Linny had a strong understanding and didn't panic at all. After changing the old diaper, Zhang Mylan immediately said, take out a soft wet wipe and wipe your baby gently, being careful to use a light touch. When wiping, be sure to wipe from front to back to prevent bacteria from entering the baby's genitals. Okay, sure. Linny followed Zhang Mylan's instructions step by step. The baby seemed to sense that his bottom had become dry, and his legs immediately became restless. Wow. And yeah. Phew. Good girl, Daddy will change your diaper. No matter what Linny said, the little guy kept splashing around. Change your diaper, then I'll give you milk. Hey. The little guy seemed to be responding, and his little legs stopped flapping. Seeing that his obedient daughter had calmed down, Linny hurriedly opened the new diaper packaging, and Zhang Mylan then explained it to her. Pull up the front of the new diaper to cover the baby's tummy. Make sure the diaper is spread out as flat as possible between the baby's legs so that the baby is as comfortable as possible. If the diaper is squeezed into a ball and wrinkled, the baby will be very uncomfortable, and the skin may also be chafed. Finally, fasten the waist tabs on both ends of the diaper. But be careful not to fasten them too tightly, so as not to squeeze the baby. Also, be careful not to let the waist tabs stick to the baby's skin. Linny silently remembered everything Zhang Mylan said, and he was familiar with changing diapers the next time. After changing the diaper, Linny lay weakly next to the little guy. Changing diapers was more tiring than going to a disco. At the same time, a mechanical notification sounded in Lingy's mind. No need to ask, the system is just sending out rewards. Ding! The dad system is starting up. Host, Linny. The system has detected that the host has changed the baby's diaper for the first time, and is therefore rewarding the host with a luxury stroller. Strollers have been distributed. After the system finished speaking, a stroller appeared in the living room, but Linny was too tired to look at it. With Linny by her side to take care of her, Zhang Mylan thoughtfully brought the food to him. Brother Lin, hurry up and eat, or it will get cold. Okay, sure. Looking at the pig's trotters on the table, Linny lost his appetite, but the stir-fried vegetables were still quite good. Seeing that Linny was only eating vegetables, Zhang Mylan said something considerately. Brother Lin, eat more pig's trotters. It helps with lactation. P.S. Thank you so much to the few readers who have been following my book. The book will soon be renamed. In college, the campus belle gave birth to my adorable baby. Don't miss it. Chapter 12. Can you even find out your ancestors for 18 generations? As soon as Zhang Mylan finished speaking, she realized she had said the wrong thing. Brother Lin is a man, what kind of milk does he produce? Then, blushing, she said shyly, Brother Lin, I'm sorry, it's just a habit. Linny understood, since Zhang Mylan didn't know his situation either. He waved his hand and said, "It's okay. You don't need to do these things if the baby's mother isn't here." Mm. Zhang Milan nodded. She could tell that Linny was very sad. Looking at the adorable baby in his arms, Zhang Milan felt heartbroken. It's such a pity that the baby's mother passed away at such a young age. With a simple mind, she comforted Linny, saying, "Brother Lin, you must be strong. You still have your daughter. Don't be sad, look forward." Ha! Linny was suspicious. Zhang Milan must have misunderstood. He quickly explained, "Actually, it's not like that." Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Milan interrupted him, "Brother Lin, I understand. Don't worry, I will take good care of the baby for you." Well, it seems the misunderstanding has only deepened. Seeing this, Linny decided not to explain anymore. Who knew what other strange ideas Zhang Milan might have up her sleeve? Wow. Whom. After the baby's diaper was changed, she lay on the bed, but her little hands kept flailing. It seemed to be trying to reach Lingy's bowl. The little guy's eyes were wide open, as if he wouldn't give up until he succeeded. "My dear daughter, do you want to eat this?" Wow. The baby seemed to be answering Linny, so much so that drool was dripping from its mouth. Seeing that Linny still wouldn't give it to her, the baby frowned. Although reason told Linny that the baby was too young to eat, he couldn't bear to see the little guy looking so pitiful. "Milan, can you feed the baby some food?" "Absolutely not. The baby's organs are not fully developed yet, so the baby can't digest those foods well. And babies can only be fed complementary foods when they are 6 months old." Oh. Linny nodded gently. Just as he had guessed, he said apologetically to the baby, "My sweet daughter, did you hear what Auntie said? It's not that Daddy won't feed you." The little guy seemed to sense that his request had failed, and turned his head away haughtily. Taking advantage of the break, Linny hurriedly ate a few mouthfuls of rice. Looking at the time on the wall, Linny realized it was time to feed the baby, so he got out of bed to make some formula. Practice makes perfect, and Linny is now able to operate it skillfully. Finally, he put a drop of milk powder on the back of his hand, felt the temperature was just right, and then gave it to the baby to drink. Linny gently called to the baby, "My good daughter, time for milk." The little one seemed to have smelled the milky aroma and was swaying its body in search of the source of the scent. Phew. Linny first placed the formula on the bed, then held the little one in his arms. When he put the pacifier in front of her, she took it in her mouth precisely. Slurp slurp slurp. The little guy slurped very quickly. Linny watched the little one sucking so enthusiastically and murmured, "Baby, you should like mommies even more." Whom. The baby seemed to be responding silently, but Linny took it to heart. "My dear daughter, do you know where mommy is? Did she suffer a lot?" Although he knew the little guy couldn't speak, Linny still couldn't help but ask. After Zhang Milan finished cleaning up the dishes, she returned to her bedroom and saw this sad scene. She felt a pang of sadness. Sigh. What a pity. Linny saw Zhang Milan standing blankly at the door and knew she was overthinking things again. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. Linny handed the little one to her and ran to open the door. Only in this way can Zhang Milan's wild thoughts be interrupted. Linny recognized the man through the peephole. He was the property manager of their residential complex. As the door opened, the property manager said respectfully, "Good evening, Mr. Lin. When we were reviewing the surveillance footage today, we noticed a suspicious figure around your house this morning. We came to ask if you have lost any valuables?" Linny thought for a moment, and seeing no signs of the house being ransacked, he answered definitively, "No." When the property manager came to the door, Linny realized that there were surveillance cameras in the community, and they must have captured the obedient daughter's mother on camera. The manager said there was a suspicious figure in the morning. Could that figure be the baby's mother? Linny became increasingly excited. "Did you copy the surveillance footage?" "Okay, I'll send it to you right away." The video was transmitted very quickly, reaching Linny's phone in less than a minute, and he hurriedly opened it. In the picture, a woman wrapped up tightly is looking at Linny's house from behind a big tree. Although her face couldn't be seen, the woman had a good figure. She only left reluctantly after Linny returned home. Although he couldn't be sure if she was the baby's mother, Linny's intuition told him that she was. To avoid making a blunder, it was best to verify carefully. Linny asked the property manager beside him, "Is there any footage of this woman entering the community?" "Yes, I'll send it to you right away." The property manager was very well prepared. which was one of the reasons Lin Yi chose to buy a house here. Another reason was that it was close to the school, only a 10-minute walk away. The video spread very quickly. Once opened, you could see a woman holding half a suitcase. There was no doubt about it, she was the baby's mother. With the video, it would be much easier to find people. Lin Yi was overjoyed his home had the most advanced intelligence network. After seeing the manager off, Lin Yi took out his phone and made a call. A moment later, the call was connected, and a respectful voice came from the other end. "Young master, what are your orders? I need to find this woman and know everything about her. Remember not to disturb her." "Yes, young master." After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi felt much more relaxed. There was no one in this world that his Lin family couldn't find. If they could trace back to their ancestors for 18 generations. Beep beep. Lin Yi's phone rang again. He thought it was a message from his roommate, but when he opened it, he found it was a message from the class. He scrolled to the top and saw a message from Lin Yi's advisor, Zhang Jinlin. "The class meeting will be at 9 a.m. sharp tomorrow. Everyone, please don't be late. It seems I can finish the class meeting and the company matters together tomorrow." Back in the bedroom, Lin Yi saw Zhang Milan stroking the little guy's soft, cuddly hands. Upon seeing Lin Yi arrive, Zhang Milan called out to him, "Brother Lin." Lin Yi felt that Zhang Milan's actions were useful in every aspect. "Milan, what are you doing?" Stroking a baby's palms can exercise the baby's perception, thereby promoting brain development. "Brother Lin, you can massage the baby when you have time, but be careful not to use too much force." "Oh, I see." Lin Yi learned something new. Chapter 13, The Baby Has a Name. "You can massage the baby's palms and soles, Brother Lin, why don't you give it a try?" After saying that, Zhang Milan made room for Lin Yi, and then Lin Yi sat down next to the little guy and rolled up his sleeves. A pair of broad, calloused hands landed on the little one's feet. The baby's little feet were chubby and felt wonderful to touch. Wow. Whoosh. The baby seemed to be enjoying it so much that it made a pleasant, soothing sound. Looking at the baby lying there quietly enjoying herself, Lin Yi smiled and asked, "My sweet daughter, are you comfortable?" "Wow." The baby let out a soft cry, as if responding to Lin Yi. Ding. The dad system is starting up. Host, Lin Yi. The system detected that the host is giving a foot massage to a baby, and hereby awards a house in a good school district. Rewards have been issued. As soon as the system notification sounded, a set of keys appeared in Lin Yi's pocket, and information about the school district was directly sent to Lin Yi's mind. The school district property assigned by the system is located near Shanghai No. 2 Primary School, which is considered a pretty good school. The usable area of the property is only 120 square meters. Although others would do anything to get a spot in this school district, it was a piece of cake for Lin Yi. As for which school to send the child to in the future, there's no rush. After all, the baby is still young, and with the Lin family's resources, it won't be a problem to arrange it at any time. Perhaps thinking about the rewards issued by the system, Lin Yi kept massaging the sole of one foot, leaving the little guy somewhat unsatisfied. She wiggled her other little foot and placed it in front of Lin Yi, as if to tell him, "Daddy, I want this little foot too." Perhaps it was the power of their bloodline, but Lin Yi seemed to understand what the little guy meant, and asked uncertainly, "Baby, do you want Daddy to massage this foot?" The baby pouted. It was hard to tell if he was responding or just amusing himself. However, when Lin Yi pressed the little foot, the baby calmed down a lot. Watching the father and daughter interact intimately, Zhang Milan felt a little superfluous. Looking at the chubby, fair-skinned baby, Zhang Milan suddenly realized that she didn't know what the baby's name was. Since she arrived at the house, she hadn't heard Lin Yi call the baby's name. She tilted her head and asked Lin Yi, "Brother Lin, what's the baby's name?" "Name?" Hearing Zhang Milan's question, Lin Yi was stunned, realizing he hadn't even named his precious daughter yet. After a while, seeing that Lin Yi still hadn't said anything, Zhang Milan wondered, could it be that the baby hasn't been named yet? That can't be. As far as she knew, other babies had their nicknames and formal names chosen before they were even born. Giggle. Lin Yi heard his daughter giggling and suddenly thought of a nickname. He patted his thigh and said with satisfaction, "My daughter's nickname is Tang Tang." The Lin Yi family takes names very seriously, so they have to consult a master to calculate the best name for the child. Ding. The dad system is starting up. Host, Lin Yi. The system has detected that the host has completed half of the task of naming the baby. Lin Yi was a little confused as to why it was only half. Upon hearing the name, Jiang Milan murmured, Tang Tang? Double the sugar? It seems Brother Lin really loves his daughter. She played with the little one for a while longer and then quickly fell asleep. Seeing that it was getting late, Jiang Milan urged Linny to go and rest. Newly a father, Linny couldn't bear to be separated from his baby daughter, so he volunteered to take on the heavy task of caring for the baby at night. Milan, go to sleep. I'll watch the baby tonight. Ha? Brother Lin, are you sure? The baby is very hard to soothe at night. To be honest, Linny was the first parent to volunteer in all her years of experience. Other parents were so reluctant to breastfeed at night that they couldn't even bring themselves to do it. She couldn't help but wonder, why is there such a big difference between parents? Okay, I'll call you if anything happens. Linny looked at the little guy on the bed and said with satisfaction, he knows how to change diapers, make formula, and burp the baby, so there shouldn't be any problems. Seeing that Linny was determined, Jiang Milan stopped trying to stop him. She continued to instruct, Brother Lin, just call me if you can't handle it. Linny nodded, and thinking about tomorrow's schedule, he immediately said, Milan, I have to go out tomorrow morning, so I'll leave the baby in your care then. Don't worry, I will take good care of Tang Tang. Okay, then you should go back to sleep. After giving her instructions, Jiang Milan returned to her bedroom, but she felt empty inside. After seeing Jiang Milan off, Linny turned off the lights in the room, leaving only a small table lamp. He lay down next to the little guy, reflecting on the events of the day, feeling as if it were a dream. Yesterday he was single, and today he's a father. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to portray this. However, Linny was still very happy. He would wake up smiling in his dreams to have such a sweet and cuddly daughter. He wished Tongtong's mother were here too. In a daze, the image of a beautiful woman appeared in Linny's mind, but he couldn't see her clearly or grasp her. Wah wah wah. Linny suddenly woke up and hurriedly checked the baby's diaper, only to find that the baby had wet it. Following the method Jiang Milan taught him for changing diapers, Linny quickly changed Tongtong's diaper. After the change, the little guy stopped crying and stared at Linny with his big, round eyes, showing no signs of sleepiness. Mum. Phew. Seeing that the little one was having a great time playing by herself, Linny gently asked, Tang Tang, shall Daddy pat you to sleep? The little guy seemed to understand, shaking his little head. Seeing this, Linny chuckled helplessly, Stinky Tang Tang, you're not listening now? Will we have to pull out Dad's oxygen tube when he gets old? Wow. Stinky baby, are you still responding to me? Linny felt that his little darling was letting in some cold air. Seeing Linny's low spirits, Tang Tang giggled, seemingly happy to see her father get the short end of the stick. While others tease their daughters, she teases her father. In the next bedroom, Jiang Milan heard the little one crying and sat up reflexively. She put on her slippers and prepared to go out to check on him, but the little one stopped crying after only a few steps. It seemed that Brother Lin had taken good care of her, so she went back to sleep with peace of mind. At 1:30 a.m., the little one was still very energetic. No matter how Linny took pictures, she just wouldn't go to sleep. Linny only managed to get a short nap in the early hours of last night before being woken up by a phone call from his mother. He's so sleepy now that he can barely keep his eyelids open. Tang Tang very considerately waved her little hand and slapped Linny across the face with a smack, instantly waking him up. Hee hee. The little guy had a mischievous grin on his face and looked very smug. The little one had a strong grip. Linny touched his stinging cheek and told himself, Tang Tang is my own daughter, Tang Tang is my own daughter. Chapter 14 Why does your system still hold grudges? Phew. Seeing that Tongtong's mouth was in the shape of an O, Linny thoughtfully thought that the little one was going to blow on it for him, but unexpectedly, the little mouth opened wider and wider, and it turned out that she was yawning. Sigh, I've misplaced my trust once again. Linny nodded helplessly and gently patted the little guy. Oh, time to sleep. Oh, time for bed. Seeing that Tongtong's eyelids were drooping, Linny laid out a small cushion and placed it on the bed. Wah wah wah. As soon as I put him on the bed, the little guy wouldn't have it and insisted on being held. Oh, don't cry, Tang Tang. Daddy holds me while I sleep, I hold you while I sleep. Linny gently comforted the little one, and she gradually stopped crying. To make his daughter more comfortable, Linny sat cross-legged and held the little one in his arms. Little did they know that Linny held the baby all night. After feeding the baby a few times, the little one was very well behaved and seemed to sleep soundly in Linny's arms. In the early morning, sunlight streamed into the bedroom. Ever since the little guy slapped him, Linny hadn't dared to close his eyes, fearing that something might happen to the little guy. That night, Linny stared intently at Tang Tang in his arms as a father. He couldn't get enough of looking at her. Immediately afterwards, a familiar mechanical voice rang in Linny's mind. Ding! The dad system is starting up. Host, Linny. The system detected that the host stayed up all night for the little one's safety, therefore a golden potion is awarded as a reward. Rewards have been distributed. As soon as the system finished speaking, a white glass bottle appeared out of thin air next to Linny, which looked like water from the outside. Linny strongly suspected that the system was just trying to fool him with bottled water. System, are you sure this is the golden potion? Yes, host, please don't doubt it. What is its purpose? Please figure it out for yourself. The system disappeared as soon as it finished speaking, leaving Linny completely bewildered. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, this system is garbage. It doesn't even come with an instruction manual. It's a 3-no product. Then, Linny opened the white glass bottle next to him and drank it all in one gulp. He just tasted it and it really was just like water with no flavor. Just as Linny was about to complain about the system, a warm current flowed through his body, and then all the fatigue disappeared. He was no longer sleepy, and his spirits were even more vigorous. Even the dark circles under his eyes disappeared. Linny felt the changes in his body and was surprised to find that the golden potion given by the system was really effective. He grinned and praised, anything produced by the system is bound to be of the highest quality. Didn't you just say it was a substandard product? The system suddenly popped up and questioned. Linny was both amused and exasperated. Why does your system hold grudges? Meanwhile, Zhang Milan had already gotten up early. Without the burden of taking care of the baby at night, she felt uneasy. Whenever she hears the baby crying at night, she sits up reflexively, and Tang Tang stops crying as she gets closer to Linny's room. After a while, she couldn't sleep well at night either. Since she couldn't sleep anyway, she simply got up early to make breakfast. Zhang Milan prepared breakfast and came to Linny's bedroom to call him to eat. When she got to the front of the room, she saw Linny holding the little guy and sitting in the middle of the bed. The golden sunlight shone on Linny, making him look exceptionally handsome. Zhang Milan couldn't bear to look away. Linny realized someone was at the door, so he looked up and saw Zhang Milan staring straight at him. Milan, what's wrong? Hearing the call, Zhang Milan finally realized, Brother Lin, you're not going to sit here holding Tang Tang all night, are you? No, how could that be? It started this morning. Linny quickly explained. If he told Zhang Milan that he had really held Tang Tang all night, she would probably think he was crazy. Oh, I see. Did Tang Tang cry a lot last night? Linny recalled taking pictures of the little guy for a long time last night and said helplessly, he's not that great, he just doesn't sleep for a while and is very energetic. That's how babies are. They spend 20 out of 24 hours a day sleeping. Maybe because they sleep a lot during the day, they're not easily sleepy at night, Zhang Milan explained earnestly. Linny nodded, but last night was a close call. Tang Tang was quite cooperative. Linny only looked after the baby for one night. He believed that he would become more and more adept at it after a few tries. Just now, the moment Linny looked up, Zhang Milan was a little puzzled. Last night, he was the one watching Tang Tang, so why was he more energetic than when she wasn't watching her? Zhang Milan couldn't figure it out, so she stopped thinking about it and then said, Brother Lin, breakfast is ready, please go and eat. Okay, sure. Lin nodded. He had been sitting all night and was indeed a little hungry. He then put the little one on the bed and was surprised to find that Tang Tang didn't cry. It seemed that the little one was sleeping very soundly. Breakfast consisted of meat buns and millet porridge. Zhang Milan was quite skilled. The buns were steamed perfectly. No wonder she's a senior maternity and infant care specialist. Looking at the clock on the wall, it was already 8:30. After finishing his meal, Linny planned to go to school first. He didn't know how long the class meeting would last, since he wanted to finish these things as soon as possible and come back to spend time with his precious daughter. After finishing his meal, Linny changed his clothes, grabbed his car keys, and prepared to leave when Tang Tang's crying suddenly came from the bedroom. You wah wah. Without a second thought, Linny rushed to the bedroom. What's wrong, Tang Tang? Are you hungry? The little one couldn't speak and kept crying. Based on her experience, Zhang Milan judged that the little one was hungry. She went downstairs to make formula for the baby, while Linny picked the little one up from the bed. Don't cry, Tang Tang, the food will be here soon. Sure enough, As soon as the pacifier was put in the little one's mouth, she stopped crying and drank it quickly with glug glug. Soon, the milk powder was gone, and Tang Tang spat out the nipple after she was full. Seeing that the baby was full and had stopped crying, Linny said reluctantly, Tang Tang, Daddy is going out for a bit, I'll be right back. You stay home and wait for your dad, and listen to Aunt Mylan. After saying that, Linny handed Tang Tang to Zhang Mylan. For some reason, the little one started crying as soon as she was in Zhang Mylan's arms. Linny was both amused and exasperated. His precious daughter had actually become attached to him. However, he was very happy. If the baby wasn't so young, he would definitely take Tang Tang with him when he went to run errands. Then, Linny gently comforted her, Baby, be good. Daddy will bring you something delicious when he comes back. It smells really good. Mia Mia. Tang Tang seemed to understand, and obediently lay in Zhang Mylan's arms, her chubby little hands flailing vigorously as if trying to shoo Linny away. Linny didn't expect that Tang Tang would actually take his joke seriously. However, seeing him being kicked out, he felt a mix of emotions, as if he were just a tool. It seemed that in Tang Tang's heart, delicious food was more important than her father. Chapter 15. The female lead makes her first appearance. After leaving home, Linny chose the most understated car from the garage, a custom Maybach. When he parked downstairs at the teaching building, he saw 3 brightly colored sports cars parked in front of him, which he could tell at a glance belonged to his 3 roommates. The teaching building was on the 3rd floor. Linny stepped up and was greeted by a pretty girl in a white dress walking down. The girl seemed to be in a hurry, so much so that the documents she was carrying scattered all over the floor. She quickly squatted down to pick them up. Seeing this, Linny stepped forward to help, handing the picked up item to the girl. These were also dropped by you. Thank you, thank you. The girl looked up and hurriedly thanked him. When she saw Linny's face, she was stunned. After realizing what he meant, she quickly covered her face with the documents and then fled in panic. Seeing the girl's strange behavior, Linny was puzzled. Was she afraid that he would recognize her? Linny couldn't remember where he had met her, so he stopped thinking about her. Although the girl was to his liking, he was a man with a mother. When I arrived at the classroom, many classmates were already there. Although we had studied together for 3 years, I couldn't remember the names of many of them. I was more familiar with the students from my dormitory. After seeing Linny enter the classroom, Zhang Jian stood up and waved his hands, saying, Brothery, over here. Linny then sat down next to the group and, noticing the dark circles under their eyes, asked, You had a great time yesterday, didn't you? Sun Xiaoxiang said excitedly, Brothery, you have no idea how many beautiful girls there were last night. Linny grinned. He couldn't say he had any respect for his roommate's taste. Meanwhile, the girl ran out, relieved to see no one following her, but then worry arose, where's the child? What's he doing here? Did he take him away? Just as the girl was lost in thought, the sound of emergency brakes interrupted her. When she realized what had happened, a black car was parked in front of her. Realizing her mistake, she quickly bowed and apologized, I'm sorry. The man was initially furious, but upon seeing that the girl was prettier than a female celebrity, he waved his hand with a grin and said, It's nothing. After crossing the street, the girl checked the time on her phone and realized she was going to be late. She anxiously flagged down a taxi. Driver, please go to Chenmei Building, and please hurry. At the same time, Zhang Jianlin walked into the classroom with the class roster. The once noisy classroom became completely silent. You could hear a pin drop. Zhang Jianlin looked at the students below, cleared his throat, and said, I called you all here today to talk about your graduation theses. I will send 5 test questions in the class group in a little while, and everyone can choose the ones they want. Is there anything else? He looked at the students below and asked them questions, then dismissed them when no one spoke. After the counselor left, the students below became impatient. They thought it would have been better to just say it in the class group chat. Why did they have to bring it to the school? Even Zhang Jian and the others were grumbling, the counselor is crazy, this is just torturing people. I'm just looking for trouble. If I wasn't afraid of not graduating, I wouldn't bother coming here. Absolutely, they always make a big deal out of nothing. Linny deeply understood this. If he had known about this, he wouldn't have come. Wouldn't it have been better to stay home and spend more time with Tang Tang? With the school matters settled, Linny still needed to go to the company. These roommates stayed up all night yesterday, and they're planning to go back and catch up on their sleep. After saying goodbye, Linny looked at the address his mother had sent, Chenmei Building, 28th floor. After getting in the car, Linny drove towards Chenmei Building. The company was quite far away, and it would take 40 minutes by car. Soon, Linny arrived at the company building, parked his car, and entered the elevator of Chunmei building, pressing 28F. With a ding, the elevator doors opened, and Linny saw the four large characters Donyo live. This floor was very large, and Donyo was the only company there. The receptionist was a 25-year-old girl who smiled and asked Linny as he approached, "Sir, how can I help you?" "I'm looking for your company's manager." "Are you here to see Mr. Hu? Do you have an appointment?" The young woman asked hesitantly, because the man in front of her was too young. She was unsure if she accidentally let someone of questionable character into the group, or her job would be over. "No, just tell him I'm Linny." "Okay, please wait a moment." Seeing Lin Yi's serious expression, the young woman dialed the president's office number. Beep beep beep. Hu Hailin's voice came from the other end of the phone after the call was connected. "I am Hu Hailin. Mr. Hu, there's a man named Linny at the door looking for you." After hearing what the receptionist said, Hu Hailin excitedly stood up from his chair. You brought him in?" "Never mind, I'll go greet him myself." Realizing that it was inappropriate to let Linny come in alone, he quickly changed his mind. After hanging up the phone, the young girl was shocked. The company's CEO had personally greeted the person in front of her, and she couldn't help but wonder who Linny was. The young girl then said to Linny with even greater respect, "Sir, please wait a moment, our general manager who will be here shortly." Linny nodded, but he was quite dissatisfied. His dissatisfaction stemmed from the feeling that time had been wasted and he wanted to go back to be with his beloved daughter as soon as possible. A short while later, Hu Hailin led a group of senior executives to the company entrance. When he saw Linny, he greeted him warmly, "President Lin, I am Hu Hailin. You can just call me Lao Hu." When Hu Hailin saw Linny standing, he roared at the receptionist, "Why are you making President Lin stand? Don't you know to bring a stool and some tea?" The receptionist was very upset, as she hadn't been told she'd be doing these things during the job interview. Hu Hailin then greeted Linny with a smile and said, "President Lin, please forgive me for my poor hospitality." "Fine." The people around were stunned by what they saw. That was their boss. Even their boss bowed and scraped before this man. They were even more curious about Lin Yi's identity. Linny said calmly, "Old Lin, let's sign the contract directly." They hadn't expected Lin Yi to be so decisive, not even bringing the contract over. Hu Hailin awkwardly said, "Mr. Lin, let's go to my office for a cup of tea before signing the contract." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi knew they hadn't brought a contract. This Hu Hailin was shrewd, no wonder he could turn bullfighting into the #1 live streaming company in the country. Linny still had to give them face, and then he said with a smirk, "Fine. Mr. Lin, this way please." Hu Hailin raised his hand, and a large group of people followed behind the two, ready to be dispatched at any time. The staff working inside thought that some high-ranking leader had come down to inspect the place. Chapter 16. Those who achieve great things must first learn to play the fool. Linny sat in the chair in front of his desk, and Hu Hailin placed the brewed tea in front of him. "Mr. Lin, would you like to try some of this poor tea from my collection?" Lin Yi nodded. His grandfather drank tea, and he knew a little about it too. He picked up the teacup, put it in his mouth, and exclaimed, "This tea is excellent. Wait for me to bring you a pack." Hu Hailin said obsequiously, "Although this tea is worth 1 million yuan per kilogram, it is far less useful than Lin Yi's favor." "No need, let's sign the contract quickly." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and hurriedly replied. He had already drunk his tea and was in a hurry to go home to see his daughter. Unable to please him even if he wanted to, Hu Hailin smiled sullenly and then quickly handed the contract to Lin Yi's desk. As for the tea that Hu Hailin gave him, Lin Yi had plenty of it. He had a lot of tea at home that cost 1 million yuan per gram, but he just wasn't used to drinking it. When Lin Yi graduated from high school, he interned at his family's company for a period of time. He rose from an ordinary employee to general manager based on his own abilities. If it weren't for his father being the chairman, the company would probably have changed hands. He flipped through the contract, and after seeing that there were no problems, he casually signed his name. "Mr. Lin, let me show you around the company." This was also instructed by General Dalin. After the contract was signed, Hu Hailin bowed and scraped as he approached Lin Yi. Upon hearing that it was his father who had given the order, Lin Yi decided to take a quick look, so that his father would have nothing to say. "In that case, lead the way." "Okay, Mr. Lin." Hu Hailin responded with a smile. The group of senior executives behind him, seeing how humble Hu was, couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in their hearts. Awesome, no wonder Mr. Hu was so successful. Those who achieve great things must first learn to play the fool. General Hu is a role model for us all. Meanwhile, in the product selection area, a flamboyantly dressed woman in her 30s was spitting as she spoke. Su Wanqing, open your innocent big eyes and take a good look at what's written in your proposal. I'm not saying the Arai refrigerator and the Polar BB cream are of poor quality, so why are they even on the project proposal? Director Jiang, it wasn't you. Su Wanqing felt wronged, as she had only included these two items in the proposal after consulting with Zhang Lan. What do you mean, you? You're so pretty, what's your brain for? It's full of mush. You need to understand, I'm in charge of this group. If I say you're wrong, then you're wrong. If you don't want to work here, get out of here now. Hu Hailin, who had just suggested a tour of the company, turned ashen-faced upon seeing this scene. Doesn't this indicate that he is not strict in managing his subordinates? Linny saw that the girl being scolded was the same girl he had met on the school stairs that morning. For some reason, he felt a pang of sympathy for the girl being scolded. Perhaps it was just his imagination. Then, Linny glanced at Hu Hailin. Hu Hailin, being a cunning old fox, immediately understood and walked up to the two of them. When Zhang Lan saw the company's CEO, Hu Hailin, arrive, she immediately became extremely respectful. President Hu, my subordinates have not performed their duties well, so I'll just give them a few words of criticism. What can I do for you? Interns lack experience, so as their supervisor, you should provide more guidance. Don't act like a shrew. This is a company, and you need to be mindful of the company's image. Yes, Mr. Hu is right to reprimand me. Zhang Lan quickly replied with a smile, but turned her head and glared at Su Wanqing beside her. Fearing that Zhang Lan would cause her trouble and prevent her from leaving get off work on time, Su Wanqing thought about her family and decided to just bear with it. She stepped forward and said apologetically, Mr. Hu, it's my fault for not being serious enough in my work. It's right that Sister Lan scolded me. Since you two are understanding of each other, then I won't say anything more. Everyone, let's get back to work. After finishing his business, Hu Hailin quickly came to Lin Yi's side and grinned, Mr. Lin, how about we go check the live stream backstage again? No, you can handle company matters for now. Contact me if you need anything. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he walked towards the company entrance, and a large group of executives escorted him to the elevator. Please take care, Mr. Lin. Lin Yi nodded and closed the elevator door, watching the elevator floor slowly descend. He was very anxious. What a terrible company. Why did they rent such a high floor? One floor would be so much more convenient, Lin Yi grumbled, but in his heart, he was eager to see his daughter. Sitting in the car, he drove very fast because he missed Tang Tang. It was almost noon when Lin Yi got home. He rushed straight to the bedroom after opening the door, and when he saw that the little guy was fast asleep, he tiptoed into the room. Mylan, how long did my daughter sleep? The little guy has been sleeping for a while, he'll probably wake up soon. Oh, I'll look after Tang Tang. You go and rest for a while. Zhang Mylan responded softly. Lin Yi was back, and she was going to cook. Brother Lin, what would you like to eat for lunch? I'll make it for you. You decide, I'm fine with anything. Seeing this, Zhang Mylan stopped disturbing them. Besides postpartum meals, she was also very good at cooking homestyle dishes. Then she quietly left the room. Lin Yi's gaze was fixed on his beloved daughter. He gently lay down on the bed, propping his head up as he looked at the little one. Oh. The little one frowned and wiggled, and Lin Yi thought the little one was about to wake up, but it turned out that Tang Tang was just stretching. Looking at the little guy's exquisite appearance, Lin Yi's heart melted. He wished he could give the little guy the best of everything. Wah 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 wah. A sudden, unexpected cry echoed throughout the room. Zhang Mylan heard the crying from the kitchen, and then, with her hands covered in flour, she rushed over. Brother Lin, what's wrong with the baby? He peed. Lin Yi checked the baby's diaper and found it was wet. Suddenly, his expression changed, as if something had gotten stuck to his hands. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be gold. Although Lin Yi had a slight obsession with cleanliness before, he doesn't dislike Tang Tang now, because she's his own daughter. Upon seeing this, Zhang Mylan, both amused and exasperated, told Lin Yi, Brother Lin, next time you check the baby's diaper, remember to open the adhesive strip on the side, so that it won't. Yes, I was careless. Lin Yi chuckled to himself, realizing he'd been made a fool of by a professional. He then proceeded with the proper procedure, changing Tang Tang's diaper. With her bottom dry, Tang Tang happily moved around. Wow! Phew! The little one's eyes were wide open, her dark eyes bright and clear. She was sure to grow up to be a beauty, Lin Yi thought to himself. His good daughter should look like her mother. As if on cue, Lin Yi's phone beeped on the bed. It turned out that there was news about the matter that he had asked his subordinates to inquire about. After opening the photos and documents, Lin Yi asked in surprise, "It's her." Chapter 17 You Dare Hit My Woman? The photo on his phone was none other than the girl Lin Yi had met that morning, named Su Wanqing, whom he had also just seen at the company. But when Lin Yi thought of how Su Wanqing avoided him that morning, he was filled with doubt. She seemed to not want me to recognize her, so why did she give birth to my child? Unable to figure it out, Lin Yi decided to ask her after they met. Wow! Tang Tang, how about Daddy brings Mommy back to you? Wow! The little one swayed even more happily, seemingly anticipating its mother's arrival. The little guy is awake now, so Lin Yi plans to coax him to sleep before going to find Su Wanqing. Alright, honey, you've played all day, go to sleep now. Mom will be back when you wake up. The little guy seemed to be cooperating with Lin Yi, as he yawned and then slowly closed his eyes. Lin Yi chuckled, feeling that his obedient daughter's acting was a bit too much, but he was very pleased to see how well she was behaving. Little baby, go to sleep. Sleep, sleep, sleep soundly. Soon, the little one fell asleep. Lin Yi gently placed her on the bed, and to his surprise, Tang Tang did not wake up. At this moment, Zhang Milin arrived at the bedroom door. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Lin Yi make a shoe gesture. Then, she slowly walked in and said incredulously, Tang Tang fell asleep so quickly? Okay, Milin, you go eat first. I have some things to take care of in a bit. Okay, brother Lin. After saying that, Zhang Milin quickly ran to the dining room. Fearing that Lin Yi might have something urgent to attend to, she hurriedly swallowed a few dumplings and walked towards the bedroom while chewing. Brother Lin, I'm done eating. You can go now. Why don't you have a few dumplings before you go? Zhang Milin kindly suggested. Lin Yi responded outwardly, but in reality, he grabbed the car keys and headed out the door, eager to bring Su Wanqing back. Sitting in the car, Lin Yi stepped on the gas and drove towards Chunmei building. There were many cars at noon, and by the time Lin Yi arrived at the bullfighting company, it was already 1:30 p.m. By then, the employees had already started their workday. The receptionist saw Lin Yi walk in quickly and immediately called Hu Hailin. Mr. Hu, Mr. Lin Yilin is here again. What? I understand. After hanging up the phone, Hu Hailin quickly came out of his office, but he was puzzled. Why didn't you let me know you were coming to the company, Mr. Lin? I could have gone to greet you. On the other side, Lin Yi did not see Su Wanqing in the office area, but he heard the voice of his female boss scolding him that morning. When he got closer, he realized that the voice was coming from the conference room in front of him. Su Wanqing, is this all the project proposal I asked you to make? Are you ignoring what I said? No. Su Wanqing lowered her head and spoke timidly, explaining that she had rushed to finish these without having eaten lunch. Look at your pitiful appearance, it disgusts me. Besides being good-looking, what use are you? I'm telling you, as long as you stay in this group, you can only obey my orders. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west. Su Wanqing answered very reluctantly, but for the sake of her family, she endured it. Thinking about how much suffering she had endured before, she was sure things would get sweeter in the future. You also need to complete the project proposal that General Manager Yang assigned this morning. You're not allowed to leave work until it's finished. Sister Lan, could you make this at home after get off work? I promise I'll bring it to you tomorrow. No, if you can't work at the company, you'd better get out of here tomorrow. I really have something to attend to, please make an exception for me. Didn't you hear what I said? Seeing Su Wanqing's stubborn gaze, Jiang Lan instantly became furious and raised her hand to slap her. Bang! Lin Yi heard everything clearly from outside. He was already furious when he heard what she said, and when he saw Jiang Lan about to make a move, he kicked the office door open in anger. Anyone who dares to hit his woman should think twice about their own capabilities. Upon entering the house, Lin Yi kicked Jiang Lan in the stomach, sending her sprawling to the ground. He then pulled Su Wanqing into his arms. You dare hit my woman? Who are you? I'm going to sue you. Jiang Lan gritted her teeth. Her husband was a lawyer, and she was going to sue Linny until he was bankrupt. Hu Hailan then came over and immediately understood when he saw Linny arm in arm with the female employee who had been scolded that morning. Seeing a lifeline, Jiang Lan crawled to Hu Hailan's feet, her face contorted with rage, and said, "Mr. Hu, you must stand up for me. This man kicked me without even asking what happened. You haven't been an employee of this company since this morning, so why are you still lingering here?" Hu Hailan, a shrewd and experienced man, said coldly, "President Lin, it is my dereliction of duty that workplace bullying exists in the company. Please punish me. This is a one-time exception, there will be no next time," Linny said solemnly. Jiang Lan, who was lying on the ground, was shocked to see Hu Hailan being so respectful in front of the man. Since the company had decided to fire her, she was determined to bleed the company dry. "You bunch of scoundrels are in cahoots, I'm going to have my husband tell you all about it. I'll make you regret it if you maliciously fire employees or beat and verbally abuse them." Jiang Lan rattled off a long string of words, and Linny felt utterly disgusted looking at the woman in front of him. Hu Hailan's eyes flashed with coldness as he whispered in Linny's ear, "President Lin, should we?" Linny naturally knew what Hu Hailan meant, but he didn't want to dirty his hands with such a person. Thinking about those two product categories from this morning, Linny felt there was definitely something wrong. "Go and check if she has accepted any bribes." "Yes." Hu Hailan nodded, then dragged the woman to another office and locked her up. Immediately afterwards, Linny took Su Wanqing's hand and led her to Hu Hailan's office. Ever since Linny said he was her woman, tears welled up in Su Wanqing's eyes and streamed down her face. She secretly wiped them away again and again. After dealing with the matter, Linny noticed that Su Wanqing's eyes were red from crying, probably because she felt wronged. Thinking of this, Linny wished he could tear Jiang Lan to pieces. Seeing Su Wanqing crying with tears streaming down her face, Linny felt somewhat helpless. He didn't know what to do when a woman cried. Finally, Linny hugged her and gently comforted her, "Don't cry, don't cry. I'm here. No one will dare to bully you anymore." Hearing Linny's words, Su Wanqing cried even louder, as if she was venting all her grievances. After a while, Linny heard the crying getting quieter and asked softly, "Are you alright?" I'm fine." Once she calmed down, Su Wanqing quickly struggled out of Linny's arms, but Linny refused to let go. "Ouch, that hurts. What's wrong? Where does it hurt?" Chapter 18 My wife can only be you, Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing frowned, clutching her stomach, a fine layer of sweat appearing on her forehead. She tried to sound strong, saying, "It's okay, I'll be fine after a while." Linny slowly released Su Wanqing's body, afraid that he would hurt her if he used too much force. After a while, the two sat facing each other in an eerily quiet office. Then, after struggling for a long time, Linny and Su Wanqing spoke at the same time. "Linny, are you alright?" "Su Wanqing, where's the child?" She felt a ripple in her heart when she heard Linny ask this question. Speaking of her child, Su Wanqing began to choke up. She had carried the baby for 10 months and given birth to it. She had even signed the surgery consent form herself. How could she bear to abandon it? If it weren't for... Seeing Su Wanqing's anxious expression, Linny quickly comforted her, "Baby is my daughter, I will not abandon her, don't worry." How did you know?" Su Wanqing asked, her eyes wide with confusion. Linny smiled as he addressed Tang Tang, saying, "Because we are connected by blood." I. For some reason, Su Wanqing felt dizzy and fainted in Linny's arms. Linny looked at her as she fainted and shouted loudly, "Wanqing? Wanqing?" Immediately afterwards, Hu Hailan came in to report on Jiang Lan's matter, and then saw Linny holding Su Wanqing and shouting, "Call an ambulance immediately." "Yes, but Mr. Lin, Anha Hospital is right next door, so it'll be faster for us to send it there." "Then why aren't you hurrying up?" Linny said coldly, then rushed out with Su Wanqing in his arms. Hu Hailan felt a cold sweat pour down his back. If anything happened to the woman in Linny's arms, he would be held responsible. Hu Hailan quickly ran to his car and drove it out. Linny carried Su Wanqing into the car, repeatedly trying to wake her up. "Wanqing, wake up, wake up. You must be strong, you still have your daughter." Linny called Su Wanqing for a long time, but she didn't respond. Seeing that the distance outside the window was still far, Linny hurriedly instructed, "Old Hu, drive faster." "Don't worry, I'll do it as soon as possible." Hu Hailan was also anxious, his palms sweating. After calming down, Linny took out his phone and called Zhang He, the director of Anha Hospital. Beep beep beep. Zhang He felt a wave of fear when he saw the call from Lin Yi, but he didn't dare to delay. After answering the call, he respectfully said, "Young master, get emergency medical equipment ready immediately, I'll be there right away." "Yes." Zhang He immediately tensed up, realizing that this person was very important to the young master, and then arranged for emergency medical personnel to arrive. Before long, Zhang He and his medical staff were already waiting at the hospital entrance. When they saw Lin Yi carrying a woman out of the car, they quickly went to greet him. "Young master, you can rest assured to leave it to us." Lin Yi nodded and followed them all the way to the entrance of the emergency room. To everyone's surprise, they came out of the emergency room just a few minutes after entering. Lin Yi thought, but the next second he learned that the person had already woken up. He rushed in and anxiously asked, "Wanqing, are you alright? Where does it hurt?" Fearing that Su Wanqing was trying to fool him, Lin Yi turned to Zhang He and asked, "Old Zhang, are you really sure she's alright?" "Don't worry, young master. She just has low blood sugar. And 4 drip of glucose will do the trick." Then Su Wanqing spoke up, "I'm fine, it's probably because I didn't have time to eat lunch." After she said this, Lin Yi glared at Hu Hailin fiercely. For Su Wanqing's health, Lin Yi still felt that she should have a full body checkup. He immediately said, "Old Zhang, let's have her have a full body checkup." "Yes, I'll prepare it right away." Zhang He then left the room, and Hu Hailin tactfully went out to wait. After everyone left, Su Wanqing felt a little lost, unsure of what to say to Lin Yi. After a long pause, she stammered, "Actually, no. No need for a checkup. I am in good health." "You fainted but are still healthy?" Looking at the weak Su Wanqing in front of him, Lin Yi felt very heartbroken. If he hadn't found her, how much suffering would she have endured? Other women still have some extra flesh after giving birth, but look at her, she's so thin she's practically skin and bones. Lin Yi said domineeringly, "Be good, listen to me." Although his face was sour, Su Wanqing felt his concern. Soon all the equipment was ready, and half an hour later, Su Wanqing appeared in the luxury ward. The necessary X-rays had already been taken. Lin Yi went to the dean's office alone. "Old Zhang, is there anything wrong with her health?" "Young master, don't worry, she's fine. She just has low blood sugar and some postpartum ailments." Lin Yi knew what to do about low blood sugar, but he was rather ignorant about postpartum illnesses. He frowned and asked, "How do you take care of yourself during postpartum recovery?" Treatment can be achieved through local massage, local acupuncture, cupping, physiotherapy, massage, or Chinese herbal fumigation and oral Chinese medicine. "Okay." Lin Yi nodded. He thought that Jiang Yuehua knew a famous traditional Chinese medicine doctor, and he would take Su Wanqing to see him later. Upon arriving at the deluxe ward, Su Wanqing found that the glucose infusion had already finished. She put on her shoes and got out of bed. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly stepped forward to help him up. "Why don't you lie down a little longer?" "I'm almost fully recovered," Su Wanqing said with a smile, then, after thinking for a moment, added, "Thank you for today." "Don't be so polite, we're all family anyway." Lin Yi chuckled. However, Su Wanqing was startled upon hearing this, and she stammered, Who is family with you?" "Of course it's you. You're Tongtong's mom, and I'm Tongtong's dad. We're definitely a family." Su Wanqing frowned slightly and asked, "Tang Tang? That's the name I gave our daughter. Isn't it nice? You must miss her a lot after just one day apart." Of course I want to. If you want to, come home with me. From now on, I'll take care of you and your child." Lin Yi asked Su Wanqing seriously and earnestly. Although he knew that the two of them didn't know each other very well, he believed that he could definitely make Su Wanqing accept him. Su Wanqing was torn. On one hand, she couldn't bear to leave her beloved daughter, and on the other hand, she didn't want to cause trouble for Lin Yi. She was just that kind of silly girl who always thought of others. "Then, once you find a woman you like, Tang Tang and I will never bother you." Thinking that taking care of the baby alone would be too tiring, Su Wanqing accepted the arrangement, but she didn't want herself and the baby to become a burden to Lin Yi. Looking at the silly Su Wanqing in front of him, Lin Yi pretended to be angry and pinched her little cheek. "What are you thinking? With you, I can't look at anyone else at all. Or to put it another way, my wife can only be you, Su Wanqing." Chapter 19 I actually have a son? Twins? Ha! I haven't even said I'd marry you yet. Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly. She had thought Lin Yi wouldn't accept her and her children. "It's just a matter of time, wife. To win over Su Wanxing, one has to be shameless, and that's exactly what Linny is doing. It has to be said that this method works very well. Su Wanxing was afraid that others would hear, so she said shyly, "Keep your voice down, or people will misunderstand." A misunderstanding is good, it can save us some competitors. Linny grinned. With a wife this beautiful, it was bound to attract unwanted attention. Although Su Wanxing outwardly refused, she felt a warmth in her heart. The baby's father seemed quite appealing. The hospital was mostly cleared up, and Linny really wanted to take Su Wanxing home. He shamelessly asked, "Wife, shall we go home?" Seeing that Linny wouldn't change his mind, Su Wanxing ignored him and said, "No, I have to go back to the company. I haven't finished get off work yet. I'm the boss. If I tell you to leave work, then you leave. Let's go, Tang Tang misses you too." "You're not kidding me, are you?" The perfect attendance bonus is 200 yuan, enough to buy a can of milk powder. Su Wanxing asked doubtfully, as 200 yuan was very important to her. Hu Hailin was outside the ward. Seeing that Su Wanxing didn't believe him, Linny called her in. "Old Hu, come in." Upon hearing the shouts, Hu Hailin didn't dare to delay for a moment and quickly went inside. "Mr. Lin, what can I do for you?" "Tell her who the company owner is now." "That's right, the company's current boss is Mr. Linny." After Hu Hailin finished speaking, Linny waved his hand at him. "All right, you can go out now." "Do you believe me now?" "Oh." Su Wanxing nodded, surprised that what he said was true. For the sake of those 200 yuan, she entrusted him. "Then, you must give me the perfect attendance bonus." Linny nodded with a smile, but in his heart he felt more bitter. He hadn't expected that raising a child would be so difficult for her. She probably had to stretch every penny. "Can I come home with you now, my dear wife?" "No, I need to go home. I don't need those old things anymore, I have everything I need." Su Wanxing had a hard life before, but now that she has him, he will definitely pamper her like a little princess. However, Su Wanxing smiled wryly and asked gently, "Does having a daughter mean you can abandon your son?" A son? Twins? Mum. Su Wanxing nodded silently. It was because she was pregnant with twins that she couldn't bear to abort the children. "I have both a daughter and a son. How many people would envy that? Honey, you've worked so hard." Linny pulled Su Wanxing into his arms. He was genuinely happy. Su Wanxing was somewhat resistant. After all, she wasn't familiar with Linny, but when she felt his warm embrace, she didn't want to let go. In that instant, she felt that it was so good to have someone to rely on. Looking at the happy young man in front of her, Su Wanxing said in a low voice, "Let's go back quickly." "Well." Linny readily agreed, and with his large hands he directly grasped Su Wanxing's small hands. In that moment of stunned silence, she was led by him. As the two left the ward, Hu Hailin quickly approached them. "President Lin, Jiang Lan did indeed accept bribes. What should we do with her?" "Call the police and let her rot in jail." Linny felt no pity for that woman. If it weren't for her, Su Wanxing wouldn't have suffered so much. "Okay, Mr. Lin. Old Lin, give me your car keys." Without hesitation, Hu Hailin handed over the car keys from his pocket, and then Linny pulled Su Wanxing away. In the end, he was left alone in the stairwell. After a while, when the two had disappeared, Hu Hailin realized that he was not going to get back without the car. Once you understand, you'll realize he's the unimportant person, someone you can summon and dismiss at will. "Sai, let's take a taxi." Hu Hailin sighed and walked out of the hospital. Meanwhile, Linny and Su Wanxing sat in the car and drove towards her home. Su Wanxing rented a house right across from the school, which made it convenient for her to go back to school to handle things, and the rent was also cheap. Soon, the two arrived at the school gate, and Su Wanxing began directing the vehicles. "Go in from this intersection, turn left, and it's the third house on the right. Arrive." After getting off the bus, Linny looked at the rented room in front of him and felt even more sorry for Su Wanxing. The rental houses are the kind of rural residential buildings, each with 4 floors, and each floor has many windows, probably one room per window. Su Wanxing noticed the distress in Linny's eyes and joked, "The rent here is good value for money, it's quite nice." "Okay, let's go." Linny nodded and followed Su Wanxing up. The hallway of the rental apartment building was narrow, and it was a bit cramped for the two of them to walk side by side, so Su Wanxing was in front and Linny was behind. Su Wanxing rented an apartment on the 4th floor, which was cheaper because of its higher location. Arriving at the house in the middle, Su Wanqing inserted the key and pushed open the door to see a middle-aged woman taking care of a child on the bed. Who is it? Wanqing? Why are you off work so early today? My boss gave me a day off, Jiang Ma. Has Debao been a good boy? Yes, good boy, Debao is very obedient. Linny then went inside. Su Wanqing's rented room was very small, barely big enough to fit a bed and a small wardrobe. It also had a kitchen and a toilet, but they were tiny, about 16 or 17 square meters in total. Upon seeing Linny enter, Zhang Ma smiled and asked, "Is this the child's father?" Su Wanqing nodded, and then Linny said, "Aunt Zhang, I am Linny, the child's father. Thank you so much for taking care of them during this time. I didn't do anything. The babies are very well behaved, and I like them very much. Now that you two are back, I won't bother you any longer." Aunt Zhang was very tactful. She left with a smile. Oh. Hey. The baby was smiling sweetly in his sleep, so Su Wanqing made room for Linny and said gently, "The baby is smiling, come and see." Mum. Linny walked over quickly and saw Debao smiling sweetly. "Son, I am your father." Wow. Honey, look, he's responding to me. Linny was as happy as a child. Su Wanqing covered her mouth and laughed. "The baby is still too young to understand what you're saying. He's just entertaining himself. My child is smarter than other children he can understand," Linny said proudly. Su Wanqing smiled without saying a word, never expecting that Linny, this big boy, would be so narcissistic about children. With Linny taking care of the child, Su Wanqing felt at ease. Although he had everything he needed, Su Wanqing couldn't bear to throw away so many usable items. Husband, oops, Linny, you take care of Debao first, I'll go pack my things. Chapter 20 Su Wanqing, I need to breastfeed. Linny, go ahead and breastfeed. Wife, calling me Linny is too formal. Calling me husband sounds more intimate. Spit. Su Wanqing frowned slightly, not expecting the child's father to be so shameless. But when she thought about calling him husband just now, Su Wanqing's cheeks turned red. She had been a little too proactive. She shook her head to clear her mind and began packing her things. There weren't many things in the rented room, and Su Wanqing had very few clothes. Since she became pregnant, she had been frugal, so she mostly kept baby supplies. Linny, meanwhile, was watching the baby from the side. The change of expression happened in an instant. The baby's eyebrows furrowed together, and he began to wail loudly. Wa'ada. Wa. Wa. Hearing the crying, Su Wanqing quickly put down the clothes she was holding and came to the baby's side. "Baby, don't be afraid. Mom's here." Oops, Linny, give me the baby." She felt that Linny was not taking good care of the baby and wanted to take the baby away, but Linny refused. He skillfully checked the baby's bladder and found that the baby had urinated. "Honey, get a diaper and some soft baby wipes." Oh. Watching Linny's skillful operation, Su Wanqing was stunned for a moment, then put the things he needed next to her. Linny was very careful, gently wiping the baby's bottom and then putting a diaper on him. The whole process was very smooth. Su Wanqing didn't expect Linny to do so well, and she felt even more favorably towards him. After the baby was changed, the crying subsided, and the baby's little mouth started to move, so the baby must have been hungry. Linny assumed that Su Wanqing was breastfeeding, so he smiled and looked at her, then his gaze settled on her chest. The baby must be hungry. Why don't you feed it? Give me." Su Wanqing blushed as she took Debao from him. She swore that if Linny had spoken a little later, she would have taken the initiative. Seeing Linny staring at her, Su Wanqing felt a little shy. She lowered her head and pouted, "I need to breastfeed." "You feed him," Linny said matter-of-factly, without feeling anything was wrong. Su Wanqing puffed out her cheeks and said angrily, "Turn your head away." Linny understood. So she was afraid he would see it. He said with a wry smile, "We already have a child, what's there to be afraid of? Besides, you're my wife, so we don't need to distinguish between each other." I'm ignoring you." Su Wanqing turned away angrily. Since Linny wasn't going to move, then she would. Seeing Su Wanqing's shy expression, Linny stopped teasing her. "Alright, stop looking. I'll go help you pack your clothes." Linny felt a bitter taste in his mouth. When would Su Wanqing finally accept him? Linny then went to the cabinet and put the clothes and other items into a large bag. Su Wanqing secretly turned her head and was relieved to see that Linny was indeed packing clothes. Su Wanqing is a woman, and she is easily moved. Debeo, Daddy's great, isn't he? Wow. On the other side, Linny packed up quickly because he wanted to bring the mother and daughter home as soon as possible. While tidying up the last cabinet, Linny took out a black plastic bag and asked it a question. Honey, what's in here? Do you still want it? Want. Upon seeing the black bag, Su Wanqing looked somewhat nervous, and she snatched it away while Linny wasn't paying attention. I'll pack this bag myself. What's inside? Let me see? No. Su Wanqing refused sternly, because what was inside was. Thinking he was hiding something from her, Linny, out of concern, snatched the bag away when he wasn't looking. As a result, the black plastic bag broke during their struggle. The things inside also fell out. Looking at the colorful little things, Linny finally understood why Su Wanqing was so nervous. It turned out they contained underwear. I'm sorry, I was worried you were hiding something from me, so? Su Wanqing was too angry to speak, but her eyes told Linny that his wife was angry and not easy to appease. I'll pick it up for you. Picking up the small clothes, Linny inadvertently glanced at the label on them, which read 36D. Out of curiosity, he looked up and saw that it did seem quite large. In an instant, their eyes met, and Linny quickly explained, I was looking at the little one, not at your, Don't misunderstand. I'm not that kind of person. Su Wanqing frowned slightly and hurriedly pulled her clothes down a few times, but the little guy was not happy. He shoved at Su Wanqing's clothes, his little feet sticking up restlessly. Seeing this, Linny quickly lowered his head. Although it was his precious son who had arranged this benefit for him, it was easy to get angry if he could see it but not touch it. Linny, holding the underwear in his hand, asked with a furrowed brow, Wife, do you have any more bags? Su Wanqing rubbed her forehead, suppressing her anger as she replied, There's one right at your feet. Oh. My wife has a good eye. Linny quickly flattered his wife, afraid that she might lose her temper and send him to his death the next second. Seeing Linny's actions, Su Wanqing really wanted to teach him a lesson, but reason told her not to. So she kept telling herself, Linny is the child's biological father, Linny is the child's biological father. If Su Wanqing hadn't been breastfeeding, Linny wouldn't have been able to take advantage of these opportunities. Seeing that the house was almost tidied up, Linny carried the things out of the house. After moving things back and forth twice, only Bao Bao and Su Wanqing were left in the house. Linny packed very thoughtfully. He left a small blanket to wrap the little one up. Honey, everything's moved, let's go. Su Wanqing wrapped the little one up and looked at the empty room, feeling a little sad. This room holds too many memories for her. Although the conditions weren't good, it was her family home. Seeing Su Wanqing's tear-filled eyes, Linny hugged her and comforted her, I will take good care of you and the babies from now on. Su Wanqing nodded vigorously. She believed Linny would succeed. After closing the door, Su Wanqing carried Debeo downstairs and knocked on Zhang Ma's door. Zhang Ma knew very well that Linny had come to take her and her son away, and seeing that such a good girl as Su Wanqing had found a good home, she was relieved. Aunt Zhang, here's the key to the upstairs room. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. Silly girl, Aunt Zhang likes you very much, it's only right that she takes care of you. Then, Linny took out a wad of cash from the car and handed it to Zhang Ma. Zhang Ma, this is a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it. Upon seeing the thick wad of money, Zhang Ma refused, saying, I don't want it. You keep this money. Raising 2 children isn't easy. Aunt Zhang, please accept it. Aunt Zhang quickly declined, saying, No, I did it voluntarily. What would it look like if I took your money? Chapter 21. A family of 4 verified by the system. Seeing that Zhang Ma refused, Linny had no choice but to find another opportunity. The little guy is still small, and Zhang's mother was worried that he would catch a cold, so she hurriedly told him, Wanqing, you should take Debeo into the car quickly. Okay, Aunt Zhang, I'll get in the car now. Aunt Zhang waved her hand, then pulled Linny aside and said earnestly, Xiaoyi, Wanqing had a tough time going from pregnancy to childbirth all by herself. Aunt Zhang can see that you are a good child, and I will definitely take good care of them. Don't worry, Aunt Zhang, I will definitely do it. Alright, don't keep Wanqing waiting too long, you should go back now. I'm too old to bear the thought of parting, so I won't go out anymore. Be careful on your way back. Understood, Aunt Zhang. After saying that, Zhang Ma went into the house, her eyes showing reluctance. Because her daughter and son were not by her side, and she was an old woman with a stubborn temper. She only got along with Su Wancheng. Seeing this, Linny didn't say anything more, but simply placed a wad of cash in front of Zhang Ma's door. Honey, let's go home. After Linny got into the car, Su Wancheng didn't see Zhang Ma, so she asked, "Where is Zhang Ma?" She said she couldn't bear to see us apart and wouldn't see us off. Oh. Su Wancheng nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. As a single mother, Zhang Ma had taken great care of her, and she had long regarded Zhang Ma as family. The sudden separation was somewhat reluctant. Seeing Su Wancheng's sad appearance, Linny quickly comforted her, "Our home is nearby. If you miss Aunt Zhang, you can come back to see her anytime." That's right. Su Wancheng woke up with a start, and she held back the tears that were about to fall. How could she not have thought of that? She knew where Lingy's house was when she delivered Tang Tang before. Shall we go home? Linny stepped on the gas and drove home. Zhang Ma heard the car start and came out a while later. By the time she got to the door, the car was long gone. When she returned to the house, she saw a stack of cash left by Linny on the floor, sighed and said, "Sigh. I'll keep this money for you. I'll give it to you when you need it." With his wife and children in the car, Linny became cautious and drove very slowly. Su Wancheng looked at the electric bikes outside and saw that they were all driving faster than Linny, and smiled, "You can drive faster. With your two precious children in the car, safety should be the top priority." Linny grinned. His family was finally going to be reunited. Wow. Giggle. Seeing Debao smiling so happily, Su Wancheng asked with a smile, "Debao, what's making you so happy? Was the car ride enjoyable? Wow. Come here, let mommy hold you and let you see the scenery outside the window." After saying that, Su Wancheng picked up the little guy and looked up at the colorful scenery outside the window. The little guy was very happy and patted the car window with his tender little hands. Wow. Phew. That tall, green thing is a tree. Giggle. Seeing such a magical sight, the little guy waved his hands. Seeing the little one happy, Su Wancheng was also happy. "Honey, look, Debao seems to really enjoy coming out to play." "Yeah, honey, wait a minute, you just called me husband?" "Huh? You must have misheard me." I didn't." Su Wancheng blushed shyly, realizing she had accidentally blurted it out, as if she hadn't thought it through. Okay, but honey, why are you blushing? Are you feeling unwell? Should we go to the hospital to get it checked out?" "No. No need, it's just that the car is a bit hot inside." Su Wancheng quickly lowered her head, almost being noticed by Linny. Linny was relieved to see that his wife was alright. When they arrived at their doorstep, Su Wancheng carried Debao into the house and saw Zhang Milan carrying Tang Tang out. The two women exchanged a glance, but were secretly competing with each other. Zhang Milan wondered to herself, why did Brother Lin bring another woman and child into the house? What will happen to Tang Tang now? With a stepmother, she'll have a stepfather too. Su Wancheng was somewhat angry. Linny said that as long as he became his wife, what about the women in the house? Besides, Tang Tang was still in her hands. Linny brought some of the packages into the house, and he sensed that the atmosphere between the two of them was a bit off. After seeing the look in Su Wancheng's eyes that seemed to want to kill him, Linny realized they were overthinking things, and he awkwardly spoke up. "Honey, this is the maternity nurse I found for Tang Tang. Milan, this is the child's mother, his biological mother." After hearing Linny's explanation, the two finally lowered their guard. Zhang Milan thought about the words she had used to comfort Linny, and wished she could disappear into the ground. It turned out that the baby's mother was just not home. Then, the two greeted each other. "Sister-in-law Lin, my name is Zhang Milan." "Hello, my name is Su Wancheng." The two women smiled at each other, and upon closer inspection, Zhang Milan realized that Tongtong's beauty was due to inheriting her mother's good genes. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, Su Wancheng felt a bit of bloating and pain in her stomach. She handed Debao to Linny and anxiously asked, "Honey, where's the toilet?" "Go straight to the middle." After saying that, Su Wancheng quickly ran over. Linny had been listening very carefully. Su Wancheng had called him husband. This time, winning his wife's heart was just around the corner. Then, seeing Zhang Milan holding Tang Tang in her arms, Linny asked with concern. "Milan, is Tang Tang asleep?" "The little one just fell asleep." "Okay, put her on the bed in the bedroom." Each person held one baby, and the older one fell asleep. Then the two babies lay side by side in the middle of the bed, looking incredibly cute and cuddly. Brother Lin, is the baby on the left a boy or a girl? Boy, he's Tongton's brother. Oh. Zhang Milin nodded. It turned out that sister-in-law Lin had given birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Brother Lin was truly blessed. Now that there are two more babies in the family, Lin Yi thought for a moment and said to Zhang Milin, Milin, you will definitely be more tired with another baby. From now on, your salary will be 40,000 yuan per month. Oh. Brother Lin, there's no need for a raise. You already gave me more than I was entitled to before. It's alright, you should save up more for your dowry. By the way, my wife has some postpartum illnesses, could you prepare some meals for her now? Okay, Brother Lin, I'll go right away. After saying that, Zhang Milin went to the kitchen. She was very fortunate to have met such a good employer as Lin Yi, not because of his high salary, but mainly because he was a good person. After Zhang Milin left, Lin Yi lay on the bed looking at the two little ones, and then a mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The dad system is starting up. Host, Lin Yi. The system has detected that the host's family of 4 has reunited, and is therefore rewarding them with God-level massage skills. Rewards have been distributed. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge about massage flooded into Lin Yi's mind. Chapter 22 For the baby's safety, I'll sleep with you tonight. Lin Yi seems to have X-ray vision, able to see the baby's acupoints, which will definitely make the next foot massage much easier. Seeing that Su Wanqing hadn't come out, Lin Yi became a little worried. He surrounded the two little ones with pillows, walked to the door, and looked into the house and then into the bathroom. Wife, are you alright? No. It's nothing. Su Wanqing said awkwardly that she just had a stomachache and was staying in the toilet for a while. Seeing that his wife was alright, Lin Yi was relieved. After a long time, Su Wanqing came to the bedroom with numb legs and sat down next to the little ones. Tang Tang is asleep too. Yes, my good daughter sleeps a lot every day. How many empty rooms do you have in your house? Su Wanqing looked at Lin Yi and asked softly. Although they now had a child, she subconsciously felt that it was really too much for them to sleep in the same bed. The upstairs is empty. What's wrong? Are you planning to live there by yourself? Lin Yi asked, puzzled. Su Wanqing nodded. At worst, she would take care of both children by herself, even if it was tiring. However, Lin Yi firmly refused. No, I don't agree. What if something happens to the baby if you sleep too soundly at night? Don't worry, I won't lay a hand on you unless you agree. For the child's safety, please listen to me. Fine, I'll just sleep on the floor, okay? Lin Yi frowned and asked Su Wanqing seriously. After thinking for a moment, Su Wanqing felt that Lin Yi made sense and that the child's safety should be the priority. Well, okay, but you shouldn't sleep on the floor, it's cold. I knew my wife was the best to me, so I'll cuddle with you in bed tonight? No, you sleep on your left side and I'll sleep on my right side, that way the baby won't fall off. Su Wanqing pursed her lips and pondered, her mind filled with worry. I wonder if I'll talk in my sleep, grind my teeth, or snore. Will he find me disgusting? Zhang Milin had already prepared the meal outside, and she came to the door to call the two of them. Seeing Su Wanqing lost in thought, Lin Yi waved his hand in front of her eyes and said, Wife, stop thinking nonsense and go eat. What about you? Aren't you going to eat? I'll wait a bit. After all, you didn't eat lunch. I'll have Milin prepare some food for you so you'll feel better. Oh. Su Wanqing nodded, then turned to Lin Yi and said, Thank you. It's alright, it's because you're my wife. Lin Yi replied with a grin. He was taking advantage of Su Wanqing, both openly and secretly. However, Su Wanqing was going to be his wife sooner or later. He was just inviting her in beforehand to get used to it. Seeing that Lin Yi cared about her, Su Wanqing was no longer offended by telling him that she was his wife. In fact, it seemed quite nice. She thought she should observe Lin Yi further and give him a chance if she thought he was good enough. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Zhang Milin had already served the soup and broth. Seeing Su Wanqing come out alone, she prepared to go in and let Lin Yi come out, but Su Wanqing stopped her. Milin, your brother Lin isn't too hungry yet, let's eat first. Okay. This had happened before, so Zhang Milin nodded in agreement, but instead of sitting at the table herself, she took some dishes to the kitchen to eat. Milin, just eat at the table. We don't have that many rules here. Su Wanqing said with a smile, and judging from Lin Yi's actions, she felt that he thought the same way. Oh. Afterwards, while eating, Su Wanqing asked Mylan about Linny. What kind of person do you think Brother Lin is? Zhang Mylan lowered her head and thought for a while, then said, he's a good man, conscientious and responsible, and he takes great care of the baby. He's a good father. Last night, Tang Tang kept crying. Brother Lin anxiously took her to the hospital. He was terrified. In the end, it turned out that Tang Tang was just playing with us. Moreover, Brother Lin volunteered to take care of Tang Tang all night last night. I have never seen such a conscientious and responsible father. Oh, so that's how it is. Su Wanqing responded softly. She hadn't expected Linny to do so much for her daughter. It seemed she hadn't known her well enough. She felt that Linny must be a good father, a good husband, and a good husband. Actually, Su Wanqing had noticed this cool senior when they were in school. At the time, she only thought he was handsome. Now she realized that Linny not only had a handsome appearance, but also a pure soul. After dinner, Su Wanqing returned to the bedroom and saw that his attention was entirely on their daughter and son. She smiled and said, "Go eat quickly, or it will get cold." Good. Seeing his wife's concern for him, Linny ran out excitedly. For some reason, he felt that Su Wanqing's attitude towards him had changed somewhat, and it seemed that he still needed to keep trying. It was already late at night, and Su Wanqing felt a little embarrassed to sleep under the same roof as a grown man. She shook her head to tell herself not to sleep. Seeing that Su Wanqing was so sleepy she could barely keep her eyes open, Linny comforted her, "Wife, don't worry, I'll take care of the babies." "Well, thank you for your hard work." She stayed up all night last night and was so tired that she fell asleep the moment she lay down. Linny thoughtfully turned off the bedroom light and went to Su Wanqing's side to cover her with the blanket. Then I heard her murmuring, and when I leaned closer, I heard her saying, "Baby, mommy is patting you to sleep. Sweetie, don't cry, here's some milk." After saying that, Su Wanqing pulled off the quilt, lifted her clothes, and revealed her food rations. Seeing the sudden appearance of spring, Linny was stunned. His wife was testing him. Fortunately, he had enough self-control and did not make a mistake. Linny was worried that his wife would be too embarrassed after waking up, so he tried to put her food back in, but he didn't know where to start. In the end, he could only put her clothes down and cover her with a blanket. Looking at the sleeping Su Wanqing, Linny smiled helplessly and said, "Babies, when you grow up, you must be filial to your mother, because your mother is thinking about you in her dreams." Wow. Wow. Also, when you grow up, remember your dad and don't think about pulling out his oxygen tube. Phew. Giggle. Eh? Tang Tang swung her little arms, and perhaps because of the large movement, she bumped into Debao. However, Debao was fast asleep and did not wake up. Looking at the 3 adults and 2 children on the bed, Linny finally understood the true meaning of life: a wife, children, and a warm bed. In the bedroom opposite on the first floor, Zhang Mylan couldn't sleep because she didn't have to look after the baby at night. For the first time, she felt so useless. In her utter boredom, she resorted to the most primitive method: counting sheep: 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. Chapter 23. Wife, how about I compensate you? In the middle of the night, a heavy rain began to fall outside the window, accompanied by occasional rumbles of thunder. Linny is a light sleeper. Afraid that the little ones would catch a cold, he sat up and covered them with blankets. At the other end of the bed, Su Wanqing had already kicked the blanket to her feet. Linny saw this and thoughtfully picked up the blanket and covered her up again. This silly wife of mine, she never sleeps still. Whether it was because of a nightmare or because of the thunder, Su Wanqing was so frightened that she suddenly sat up, knocking Linny down. Hiss. Ouch. Linny looked pained. Su Wanqing's force was indeed considerable. In the dim light, Su Wanqing finally saw Linny. She instantly became nervous, her mind racing with all sorts of thoughts. Why is he here? Is he going to lay a hand on me? Seeing Linny touching his forehead, Su Wanqing rubbed the blanket and stammered as she asked, "What are you doing here next to me in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? It's raining outside. I was worried you'd catch a cold, but I didn't expect you to get up so suddenly." "Oh, I see." Listening to the sound of heavy rain outside the window, Su Wanqing realized that she had misunderstood Linny. The thought of how kind he was to her and how she had doubted him made Su Wanqing feel guilty. "How are you? How about I rub it for you?" "No need, just give me a kiss and it'll be fine immediately." Seeing that Su Wanqing cared about him, Linny immediately became shameless. "It only hurt for a moment when I was hit, but it doesn't hurt anymore." Seeing that Linny could still joke with her, Su Wanqing knew that he was alright. Boom. Boom. A bright light flashed in the room, followed by a muffled rumble of thunder. Ah! Hearing the thunder, Su Wanqing was so frightened that she immediately burrowed into Lin Yi's arms and hugged him tightly. From childhood to adulthood, she has been most afraid of thunder. Lin Yi covered Su Wanqing's ears, trying his best to prevent her from hearing the thunder. Honey, don't be afraid, I'm here. Su Wanqing nodded, leaning against Lin Yi's chest. At that moment, she felt a warmth in Lin Yi's embrace, and she was reluctant to leave. After a long time, there was no sign of thunder outside. At that time, Lin Yi was so breathless from being hugged by Su Wanqing. His earlier happiness turned into a deep blush, mainly because he was holding it in. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he frowned and reminded Su Wanqing. Honey, you're holding me so tight, why don't you loosen your grip a little? I'm sorry, did I hurt you? Thank you for earlier. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Wanqing quickly let go of his hand after realizing what he had done. Remembering her greedy behavior just now, her face turned hot. Su Wanqing could hardly believe that was the same person she had just been. She had been far too proactive. Lin Yi chuckled when he saw Su Wanqing's shy yet wanting expression, and he acted very generously. Wife, you can hug me if you want, I'm yours anyway. If you feel uncomfortable with my clothes on, I can take them off. TCH. Durian mango, I don't want to hug it. Su Wanqing shyly snatched the blanket from Lin Yi's hands and covered herself completely, her heart pounding. It was so embarrassing to be discovered like this. Seeing Su Wanqing's shy expression, Lin Yi shook his head and smiled wryly. She clearly wants it, but she still pretends to be stubborn. Nonsense, they didn't say that. Su Wanqing pouted, and after speaking, she covered herself with the blanket again, thinking to herself, if you can't see me, you won't know what I'm thinking. Women are often two-faced, so Lin Yi didn't argue with his wife. He then went to the other side of the bed and felt much relieved to see that Tang Tang and Dabeo were sleeping soundly. Before going to bed, Lin Yi checked the baby's diapers and found them to be dry. Then he gently stroked the two little ones' faces, which were soft, cuddly, and incredibly cute. Good night, babies. Moo-ah. Moo-ah. Just as he was about to go to sleep, Lin Yi heard Su Wanqing tossing and turning. Remembering what Lao Zhang had said about postpartum illness, and the fact that it was raining, he anxiously went to his wife's side. According to Zhang He, the most difficult time for postpartum patients was during cloudy or rainy days. Then Lin Yi touched Su Wanqing's forehead, which was covered with a layer of fine sweat, but her hand was very cold. He then covered Su Wanqing with his own blanket. Honey, are you feeling any better now? Much better. Lin Yi felt a pang of heartache seeing Su Wanqing's distress. He wished he could take all the suffering upon himself. Remembering the god-level massage techniques the system had given him before, he called the system. System, can massage reduce the pain caused by postpartum illnesses? Yes, there are many acupoints on the soles of the feet, so the host can perform foot massage. Okay. After consulting the system, Lin Yi felt reassured to massage Su Wanqing. He then sat at the foot of the bed and took Su Wanqing's delicate feet out. Feeling the physical contact, Su Wanqing pulled her foot back as if she had been electrocuted, curling up like a frightened bird. Seeing this, Lin Yi explained his intentions to Su Wanqing. Wife, don't overthink it. I just wanted to massage your feet. That might make you feel better. Relax. Oh. Upon hearing Lin Yi's explanation, Su Wanqing realized that she had once again misunderstood Lin Yi's meaning, and she felt extremely ashamed. After spending these few hours together, Su Wanqing could tell that Lin Yi was a good man she could entrust her life to, and she was pondering whether or not to tell him her secret. After a moment, she made up her mind. Lin Yi, I have a secret hidden in my heart. Don't laugh at me if I tell you. Go ahead and say it, I promise I won't laugh. It was me. I fell in love with you at first sight when I first met you in freshman year. You were the senior who helped me carry my luggage when you were welcoming new students. The next time I see you will be that one night. Silly girl, why didn't you ask for my contact information back then? I don't dare. Su Wanqing is very shy. She keeps all her feelings hidden in her heart, and it took a lot of determination for her to open up to Lin Yi this time. It definitely felt much better to talk about it. Upon hearing Su Wanqing's words, Lin Yi suddenly remembered that on the day of the orientation, a girl wearing a hat kept glancing at him. The man's figure was the same as Su Wanqing's. No wonder he had no recollection of his wife's stunning beauty. She was wearing a hat. Seeing that Lin Yi remained silent for a long time, Su Wanqing was afraid that he would think she was a wicked woman with ulterior motives. After thinking for a moment, she felt it was necessary to tell him about what had happened that day. Although I like you a little, our relationship was an accident. You were drunk at the time. I found you on the roadside when you were going back to school, and your phone was dead, so I couldn't contact your roommates or family. After much deliberation, I dragged you to a hotel to get you a room. When I was leaving, you grabbed my hand and wouldn't let me go, then you pinned me down, and then. After hearing Su Wanqing's explanation, Linny felt like he was a terrible person. She meant well, but he took advantage of her vulnerability. Now that they have a child, he can only try his best to make amends. Wife, how about I give myself to you in return? Chapter 24. That little rascal, he's always undermining his dad. Su Wanqing nodded. She could tell that Linny genuinely liked children and took good care of her. She didn't want to miss out on such a man, nor did she want to have any regrets. Moreover, this man is someone he holds dear in his heart. Although their night together was absurd, resulting in her pregnancy, Su Wanqing never hated Linny because he gave her two adorable babies. Once you've made a promise, you can't go back on it. Don't worry, I won't regret it. Linny grinned. How could he possibly regret it? This was probably a blessing he had accumulated over several lifetimes. Perhaps it was because Su Wanqing had accepted him that Linny felt motivated. He went to Su Wanqing's side and asked with concern, Wife, how are you feeling? Much better, thank you. Don't be so polite with me, you're my wife, who else would I spoil if not you? Oh. Su Wanqing responded softly, feeling indescribably happy. She was also secretly glad that she had fallen for the right person. Looking at Su Wanqing, who was shyly curled up in a ball on the bed, Linny covered her with the blanket. Alright, silly boy, go to sleep now. Let me massage you for a little while longer. Oh, thank you, Linny. Still call me Linny? Call me husband. Su Wanqing's face flushed when Linny made this request. Linny was just venting his frustration. He didn't want to pressure Su Wanqing. But then, Su Wanqing's hesitant voice rang out. Old husband. Then I'm going to sleep. After saying that, Su Wanqing buried her head under the covers. Upon hearing Su Wanqing's address, Linny was stunned for a few seconds before becoming overjoyed. Did this prove that his wife had accepted him? Linny was so happy he wanted to fly, but he held back. He wanted to be a mature father and a mature husband. He then went to Su Wanqing's feet and continued to massage her. Afraid that she would be too uncomfortable to sleep, Linny massaged her until after 4 o'clock. Seeing that his wife was sleeping soundly, he lay down on the bed to rest for a while. With the baby sleeping soundly and his wife sleeping peacefully, Linny finally lay down to sleep. However, he had only been asleep for a short while when he heard his wife's alarm clock ring. When he checked it, he found it was 5:30. Looking at the time, Linny realized that he didn't fully understand Su Wanqing's hardships. Because it was far from the company and there was also the issue of the baby, she had to get up very early every day. However, Su Wanqing never complained to him, which meant she didn't want him to be kind to her out of pity. Wah wah! Before he could think any further, Tong Tong's cries echoed throughout the room. Afraid that she would disturb Su Wanqing and Debao's sleep, Linny quickly picked her up. Linny touched the diaper and found it dry. He glanced at Su Wanqing, who was sleeping soundly, and decided not to disturb her from getting up to breastfeed. He gently comforted Tang Tang, then quickly prepared formula. Once the nipple was in the little one's mouth, she sucked on it eagerly. Gurgle. Gurgle. Looking at Tang Tang enjoying her meal, Linny felt very satisfied. This must be fatherly love. After Tang Tang finished eating, Linny put her on the bed. Now that she was full and satisfied, the little one became very lively. She waved her little hands and feet, occasionally touching her brother. Seeing his daughter being so naughty, Linny instructed, Tang Tang, don't disturb your brother's sleep. Wow. The little girl responded, but it was unclear what she was saying. She clearly didn't take Lingy's words seriously. After going back and forth, it seemed that Tang Tang was deliberately touching Debao. Seeing that his daughter was so restless, Linny simply picked her up and moved her away from Debao. Feeling that he was far away from his brother, the little guy frowned, his big, watery eyes filled with tears, and then he began to sob. Wah! Seeing his daughter about to cry, Linny felt heartbroken and quickly took her back into his arms. Tang Tang is such a clever little thing. As soon as she returned to her brother's side, she beamed with joy, and the tears in her eyes had long since disappeared. She continued to nudge Debao's arm as always. Tang Tang, do you want your brother to play with you? Wow. Your brother is sleeping. We'll play with him when he wakes up. As soon as Linny finished speaking, Dabao woke up. When he opened his big eyes and saw Linny in front of him, he began to sob. Then, loud crying filled the room. Dabao, being a boy, cried louder than Tang Tang. Seeing tears streaming down Dabao's chubby little face, Linny laughed and cried, I just said you couldn't play with your sister while you were sleeping, and you woke up the next second, you little rascal, are you trying to sabotage your dad? Wah wah wah. Dabao couldn't understand, so he could only respond with crying. Good boy, Daddy won't scold you anymore. Shall I make you some formula? Wow. Dabao is really amazing. He stopped crying after just a few words of comfort from Linny. He's so well behaved. After preparing the formula, Linny put the nipple into the little one's mouth. Perhaps drawn by the smell of milk, Dabao eagerly stuck out his little tongue to reach for it. My dear son, don't worry. Take your time. Linny sat on the bed, holding Dabao in his arms and breastfeeding. Tang Tang seemed to be neglected and babbled for attention. Sweetie, after you finish your milk, we can play together. Very quickly. Dabao drank very quickly, finishing the pacifier in no time. After he was full, he spat it out. After burping a few minutes later, Linny placed Dabao next to Tang Tang. Splash splash. Hey. Phew. And so, the two little ones began to converse in baby talk, which amused Linny, who was standing nearby. At 7 o'clock, Su Wanqing suddenly sat up without any warning. The only explanation is that her biological clock had set in. Looking at the clock on the wall, Su Wanqing quickly got out of bed. While looking for her clothes, she told Linny, Honey, thank you for taking care of the babies. I'm going to work now. Ha? Where are my clothes? You don't need to go to work anymore, I've already promoted you to my personal secretary. You can accompany me to the company, you're free at other times. As for the clothes, they're still in the trunk of the car. Linny pursed his lips and said that he knew Su Wanqing had a strong sense of self-respect and would definitely disagree if he didn't let her go to work. With his arrangement, I have a job, and I can also stay at home with my children and husband, killing two birds with one stone. As the person involved, Su Wanqing was completely bewildered. Linny was giving her preferential treatment. Although she really wanted to stay home and take care of her two babies as they grew up, she still refused Linny's blatant favoritism. No, people at the company will gossip about it. Who dares to say I fired him? How about I hand over the company to you to manage? No, I can't do it. Then let's just put your name on the company's register. We'll issue a promotion notice today, making you a vice president. That's settled. Chapter 25, Finding food isn't easy, Tang Tang sighs. Zhang Milan wakes up very early. Now that there's a baby at home, all her meals are prepared with Su Wanqing's priority. Breakfast was ready, and she ran over as soon as she heard Linny's door open. Looking at Linny on the bed and then at Su Wanqing, who was blushing, Zhang Milan said awkwardly, Brother Lin, sister-in-law Lin, I've made breakfast. Come and eat. Then I'll be out first. Afraid of disturbing the two of them, Zhang Milan ran away in a flash, thinking that she should knock on the door next time she went to their room. Yes, one must be a qualified and discreet maternity and infant care specialist. Moreover, to avoid disturbing the young couple, she felt it would be better to move to the second floor. Looking at the bewildered Zhang Milan, Su Wanqing was completely confused. She and Linny hadn't done anything. Then Linny, carrying Tang Tang, and Su Wanqing, carrying Dabao, came to the dining table. After the two were seated, Zhang Milan enthusiastically introduced the dishes. This is pork rib soup to help with lactation, this is steamed egg custard that's easy to digest, and this stir-fried carrot dish is rich in vitamins. Seeing the table full of food, Su Wanqing smiled and nodded, Milan, you've worked hard. It's nothing, it's what I should do. Zhang Milan grinned, finally she could be of use. Seeing how professional Zhang Milan was, Linny nodded in satisfaction. Choosing her was undoubtedly the best decision he ever made. Honey, eat more, you're so thin. After Linny finished speaking, he started putting vegetables and meat into Su Wanqing's bowl, which bulged out. Okay, I can do it myself. Su Wanqing nodded shyly, then took a sip of soup. Hey. Ah. The stroller that the system gave us was huge, and the two of us put the baby in it while we ate. Lured by the aroma, Tang Tang waved her little hands and feet, babbling and hoping her parents would give her a bite. Although she refused every time, the food was so delicious that Tong Tong's mouth watered. Phew. Compared to the lively and active Tang Tang, Debao was as quiet as a handsome young man, blinking his big eyes and staring blankly at the roof. Moreover, even when his little sister punched him from time to time in the stroller, he didn't utter a sound, but instead shook his little head to look at Tang Tang. Debao will definitely be a doting brother when he grows up. The stroller moved a little closer to Linny, and seeing Tang Tang drooling with desire, Linny remained resolute. After all, Zhang Milan had told him last time that it was too early to feed the baby, and they couldn't process it yet. Tang Tang, be a good girl, you can start eating complimentary foods when you are 6 months old. Dad will cook something delicious for you then. Hua. Ah. Tang Tang pouted, perhaps sensing Lin Yi's rejection, and the little one sighed softly. It seems that finding food is not easy, and Tang Tang sighs. When Su Wanqing heard that Lin Yi was going to cook something delicious for Tang Tang, she blinked her big, bright eyes and asked softly, "Honey, you can cook?" I know a little bit about the basics, but I don't know anything about baby food. But I can learn. Oh. Su Wanqing tapped her forehead. She couldn't cook, but she found a husband who could cook. Now Fang Yan no longer had to worry about her going hungry. In fact, without Su Wanqing's awareness, the way she called Lin Yi husband had changed from hesitant at the beginning to spoken it fluently, without even her noticing. Lin Yi was also enjoying it. In Zhang Milan's eyes, the two were already a married couple, and she believed all the excuses Lin Yi made up back then. After all, it's rare for people like Lin Yi and Su Wanqing to have a child before marriage and then be together. Lin Yi said he could cook simple meals, but in reality, he could only cook instant noodles or regular noodles that could be cooked by boiling water. As for vegetables, he could only stir-fry tomatoes and eggs, and he couldn't cook anything more complicated. Anyway, knowing how to make these things means we won't go hungry. After dinner, the two put the little one on the bed to play freely. Su Wanqing suddenly remembered that Debao's nickname was Debao, which was a bit too casual. She parted her pearly teeth slightly and sat down next to Lin Yi. "Honey, why don't you give Debao a name? Didn't you get up when you were pregnant?" Su Wanqing shook her head. As a new mother, she hadn't thought about naming her child at the time, and after the child was born, she simply called him Debao and Bao. As Lin Yi shook his head and smiled wryly, his brain was racing, trying to come up with a good nickname. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked at Su Wanqing and blurted it out. "How about, we name her Yuan Yuan? It has a good meaning of reunion. It's a pity that Tang Tang already has a nickname. I should have named her Tuanchuan. It's okay, let's call Debao Yuan Yuan." Su Wanqing approached her son with a smile. "Debao, from today onwards your name is Yuan Yuan." Wow. It seems that because of the name, Debao, who was originally quiet, became lively. Even Tang Tang next to him was babbling away. The little girl was probably even happier because her brother was happy. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lin Yi's mind. Ding! The dad system is starting up. Host, Lin Yi. The system has detected that the host has named 2 babies, and is therefore rewarded with an increase in physical fitness. Rewards have been distributed. Increased physical fitness? Lin Yi pondered. The system was too reliable this time, something that money couldn't buy. This way the little ones wouldn't get sick so easily. Then 2 magical forces entered Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan's bodies respectively, and these forces quietly changed the little ones' constitutions while also expelling impurities from their bodies. This power did not harm the little ones in the slightest. On the contrary, Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan looked like they were enjoying it, which even puzzled Su Wanqing, who was standing to the side. "Honey, look, Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan have suddenly become very well behaved, as if they are very comfortable. The little ones have had a lot of fun and are tired, so they need to rest." That was the only explanation Lin Yi could give, but seeing how much the little ones enjoyed it made him feel relieved. Before long, the system's physical enhancement was complete, and Tang Tang became lively, while Yuan Yuan's mature appearance was completely inconsistent with his age. Seeing this, Lin Yi looked puzzled. "Wife, our good son is too quiet. Yuan Yuan has been like this since she was little. Except for crying because of eating and sleeping, she hardly ever cries. Maybe he knows he's the older brother, so he's more well-behaved and sensible. Maybe they're afraid I'll get too tired, so they're not very active." Oh. Lin Yi nodded. So the little guy knew how to care for his mother since he was little. He would definitely be a filial child when he grew up. Then he happily said, our Yuan Yuan will definitely not pull out her dad's and mom's oxygen tubes when she grows up, right? Wow. Phew. Yuan Yuan moved her little mouth as if in response. Tang Tang, standing beside him, was waving her little hands and feet excitedly, trying to get Lin Yi's attention, as if to say, Daddy, ask me, ask me. Chapter 26. My father's skin is thicker than a city wall. Seeing Tang Tang jumping around so energetically, Lin Yi smiled indulgently. What's wrong, my dear daughter? Are you going to pull out your dad's and mom's oxygen tubes? The little one pouted her pink lips, seemingly angry that her father had wronged her. Tang Tang kicked her little legs and turned her head to the side, looking angry just like Su Wanqing. Lin Yi pointed at Tang Tang and grinned, wife, you look like this when you're angry too. Oh, really? Su Wanqing rolled her eyes. She wasn't acting like that at all, she was clearly just shy. But this time, Lin Yi had offended both women in the family. After finishing their meal, Lin Yi tried to pick Tang Tang up from the stroller, but the little one refused. As soon as Lin Yi hugged Tang Tang, she started crying. What a stubborn little princess. Tang Tang, Daddy was wrong. My little princess would never pull out Daddy's or Mommy's oxygen tubes. At most, they'll send us to a nursing home when we get old. Giggle. Tang Tang laughed at Lin Yi's words. Although the little girl didn't understand what he meant, she laughed along with him when she saw Lin Yi laugh. What mischief could a child possibly have? He was easily appeased in no time. Back in the bedroom, my daughter was appeased, but my wife was still sulking. On the other side, Su Wanqing was displeased. You stinky husband, how dare you criticize me? Humph. After putting Tang Tang down, Lin Yi came to her side and saw Su Wanqing pouting. He chuckled and said, wife, your mouth is big enough to hang a weight on. No way, Humph, I'm ignoring you. No, I was just joking. My wife's lips are fiery red. Smack. Taking advantage of Su Wanqing's inattention, Lin Yi kissed her on the lips with a loud smack. It tastes like pork bone broth. Su Wanqing's face flushed red and then turned pale after being kissed. She looked shyly outside, thankfully Zhang Milan wasn't there. Then she frowned slightly and said coquettishly, TCH, you big mango. Seeing his wife's shy expression, Lin Yi always wanted to tease her. Wife, haven't you ever heard an old saying? Huh? What did you say? Su Wanqing was a little puzzled. Could there be some ancient poems about pomegranates? To die beneath the peony blossoms, even as a ghost, is a romantic endeavor. Lin Yi chuckled. Sure enough, after hearing this, Su Wanqing quickly ran to Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan's side. If it weren't for this, she, the little white rabbit, would probably have been devoured by Lin Yi, the big bad wolf. Okay, I'll stop teasing you. I gave you a massage last night, and you sweated a lot. Why don't you go take a shower? Then, you're not allowed to peek. What are you thinking about? Lin Yi flicked Su Wanqing's forehead lightly, then said, the bathroom glass is opaque, so you can't see anything even if you want to. Oh. Su Wanqing nodded shyly. She felt sticky all over when she woke up that morning, but she was too embarrassed to mention it because she was afraid. Although she accepted Lin Yi, she was still quite shy about matters between men and women. Immediately afterward, Su Wanqing took advantage of Lin Yi's inattention and fled in panic. Seeing his wife run away, Lin Yi grinned and then said to his brother and sister, your mother is too shy. Upon hearing this, Tang Tang rolled her eyes, as if to say, Dad's skin is thicker than a city wall. Even the usually quiet Yuan Yuan couldn't bear to look at Lin Yi. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone on the bed rang. Lin Yi picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat call from his mother. Lin Yi pressed the answer button and greeted her with a smile. Good morning, Mom. I have some good news to tell you. You brat, how are you taking care of my precious granddaughter? If I find she's lost weight, I'll hold you responsible. Get your big face away, I want to see my granddaughter. Oh. Love does indeed fade. Lin Yi then nodded unhappily and turned the camera towards Tang Tang. Look, your granddaughter is having a great time playing. Baby, do you miss Grandma? Oh my, you're so cute with your fair and tender skin. Grandma will come to see you after a while. Wow. Yes, my granddaughter is so cute. Far away in the capital, at the Nantian Manor, Zhang Yuehua looked at the pink and tender little guy on her phone and wished she could crawl in and give him a kiss. There's nothing I can do, my granddaughter is just too adorable. Suddenly remembering the strict order she had given Linny, Jiang Yuehua frowned and asked, "Son, how's the search for the child's mother going? Have you not taken the search for that person seriously? Let me tell you, if you don't bring your daughter-in-law, don't even think about coming into the house." Linny looked bitter. He had been planning to tell Jiang Yuehua this wonderful news as soon as he received the call, but his mother hadn't given him the chance. He pouted and said, "Mom, I have a surprise for you. Look who this is." Linny then raised his phone slightly, revealing Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan. Jiang Yuehua looked at the two babies on the screen and was puzzled. She thought she was seeing things, so she rubbed her eyes and then wiped the screen. But yes, there are two little babies right in front of us. Her eyebrows shot up, she was practically ready to reach through the internet cable and grab Linny by the ear. "You brat, what's going on here? How come there's another child?" "Mom, the one on the right is your eldest grandson. He's Tong Tong's older brother." Etc. Jiang Yuehua rubbed her forehead, slowly processing the information Linny had transmitted. After regaining her senses, she cursed Linny, "Both of them are your children, so what about their mothers? We don't allow polygamy in our family, not even keeping mistresses." Linny chuckled when he heard Jiang Yuehua's angry outburst. "If I can't explain it clearly, my mom might think I'm a jerk." "Mom, you're overthinking it. Your grandson and granddaughter are twins, a boy and a girl." "Oh, I thought." "Wait, has the baby's mother been found too?" "Yes, she's taking a shower now." Linny nodded and glanced in the direction of the bathroom. "We should still ask Su Wenqing's opinion about seeing Jiang Yuehua, since my wife is extremely shy." "Well, you'd better take good care of my daughter-in-law. If she suffers any injustice, I'll break your legs." "Don't worry, I'll take perfect care of them." Jiang Yuehua nodded, then thought about what advice she could give Linny. After thinking for a while, she suddenly told Linny, "Son, a woman's body hasn't fully recovered after giving birth, so it's not advisable for her to exercise. Don't just think about yourself, think about the child's mother too, okay? So, do you understand what I'm saying?" I understand, Mom, don't worry, Wenqing is very thin, she doesn't need to exercise to lose weight." If it weren't for the internet connection, Jiang Yuehua would have loved to give Linny a big slick back hairstyle. Fine, as Linny's mother, Jiang Yuehua still had to bite the bullet and tell him. "What I mean is, you two should sleep together sometime later." Chapter 27, We must help babies sleep to achieve the perfect head shape. Cough cough. Linny coughed awkwardly a few times. His mother was too direct. Little did he know that Linny had not understood Jiang Yuehua's subtle expression. Knowing that his mother was worried about Su Wenqing's health, Linny readily agreed. "Mom, I understand. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Goodbye, my dear granddaughter and grandson." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yuehua happily lay down on the sofa, unaware that a face appeared directly above her. "Ha? Didn't you go to the company? I forgot my documents. My grandson and granddaughter were talking about something." "What are you talking about? Could it be that brat Xiaoyi got into trouble?" Lin Hongji looked at Jiang Yuehua with a scrutinizing expression. Seeing that the truth could not be hidden any longer, Jiang Yuehua simply confessed the matter. She pulled Lin Hongji to sit on the sofa. "Actually, Xiaoyi has a child." "Ha? He's not even married yet, where did this child come from? This is ridiculous. What did that girl say? Did she want to have the baby or not?" "Yes, it's already been born." "What? This brat, I really want to break his legs," Lin Hongji said fiercely. The Lin family has a clean and upright family tradition, so it's understandable that he's angry about this incident. However, he was quite happy to learn that he had become a grandfather, but he didn't show it. "You dare? You think you can take advantage of me just because I've given you a little taste of your own medicine?" "Honey, I was just saying, but what our son did was really unfair." "What's that child's mother's attitude? How about she become our daughter-in-law?" "It's a long story about my son, but I've already warned him that he won't be allowed to enter the house until he brings his wife back. My wife was right after all. It's just a matter of whether it's a grandson or a granddaughter." Lin Hongji raised an eyelid and asked. In his opinion, it didn't matter whether it was a boy or a girl, he didn't force it. "Yes, we have both." "Ha? They're twins. My son looks like me, amazing. Didn't you just say you were going to break your son's legs?" Jiang Yuehua rolled her eyes and laughed as she scolded. "It's just talk, it doesn't count. By the way, let's talk about Xiaoi having a child when the daughter-in-law meets her father-in-law. The old man is getting on in years, and we're afraid he might faint from excitement. Okay, let's do as my wife says. Lin Hongji nodded. Zhang Yuehua's words made sense. The old man liked Lin Yi the most, and he would be overjoyed to know that he had a child. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, the two little babies were tired from playing and were fast asleep on the bed. Lin Yi surrounded the little one with pillows, then went to the bathroom door. Afraid that Su Wanqing would be too cold while taking a shower, he thoughtfully turned on the bathroom heater. Honey, do you want me to rub your back? Need not. Free. Gun. Lin Yi grinned upon hearing this, never expecting that his gentle wife could swear. He turned around to go back to his bedroom, and then he found Zhang Milan standing behind him. She waved her hand frantically. Brother Lin, I didn't hear anything just now. Then I'm going to see the little ones. Forehead. Lin Yi was taken aback. He had forgotten that there were outsiders in the house. It seemed he would have to be more careful in the future. Seeing that Su Wanqing didn't need help, Lin Yi returned to his room and found Zhang Milan playing with the little one. Adhering to the principle of asking questions when unsure, he inquired, Milan, what's wrong? Brother Lin, this is to let the baby change his sleeping position. Because children's brains are not yet fully developed, sleeping in one position for a long time can easily affect brain development. Furthermore, when babies are sleeping, they should not always be allowed to sleep on their backs, as this can easily affect the development of the cerebellum. Therefore, it is best to let babies sleep on their sides. Babies aged 1-3 months are in the golden period for head shaping because their skull bones are relatively soft and malleable during this period. Oh. Lin Yi nodded silently. It seemed he would have to adjust the little one's sleeping position more often in the future. However, he had some doubts and then asked, what will happen if the baby's head shape isn't shaped properly? Sleeping on your back for a long time can lead to a flat back of the head, sleeping on your stomach for a long time can lead to a long face and a protruding forehead, and sleeping on the same side for a long time can lead to a crooked head shape. After listening to Zhang Milan's explanation, Lin Yi realized that those hairstyles were not good looking, and that a round and plump head was the most perfect. Then, Lin Yi smiled and said to the little ones, Daddy will make sure you all have a perfect head shape. Zhang Milan was both amused and exasperated, realizing that the phenomenon of parents starting to compete fiercely with their children from a young age was indeed true. After taking a shower in the bathroom, Su Wanqing felt relaxed, but she found that there was no bathrobe or even a towel in the bathroom. Perhaps she was in such a hurry to escape that she forgot to bring it. Left with no other choice, Su Wanqing peeked through a crack in the door and said shyly, Honey, could you get me my bathrobe? Hearing the shouts, Lin Yi rushed over. Wife, what do you need? Bathrobe. Wait a minute, I'll go get it for you. Fearing that Su Wanqing would catch a cold, Lin Yi quickly brought her a bathrobe. Su Wanqing pulled the bathrobe through the crack in the door. Lin Yi was about to ask if there was anything else he could help with, but the next second he heard a bang, followed by the sound of the door locking. Lin Yi smiled wryly, thinking, my wife is keeping her distance from me. After putting on her bathrobe, Su Wanqing rolled up her dirty clothes and took them into the house. When Zhang Milan saw Su Wanqing return, she quickly made an excuse to leave. She was quite perceptive. Afterwards, Zhang Milan thoughtfully closed the bedroom door. Honey, are you cold? Should I turn on the air conditioner? It's not cold, it's very warm. The two were alone in the room, and Su Wanqing answered shyly. The water droplets on her body had dried, and Su Wanqing looked around but couldn't find what she was looking for. Where did you put my clothes, and what's in that little black bag? It seems to still be in the car. I'll go get it for you. Don't you know how to use the washing machine? I'll wash your dirty clothes for you. Fearing that Su Wanqing would catch a cold while washing clothes, Lin Yi quickly took her dirty clothes away. Lin Yi didn't know the clothes were rolled up when he finally picked them up. The inner garments were scattered on the ground. Ha! Black lace? A whole set? Seeing that her clothes had fallen off, Su Wanqing blushed and picked them up, then placed them behind her back. She looked shy, as if she was afraid Lin Yi would see her. Then, blushing, she said, well, I can wash it myself. I'll leave the dress to you. Honey, don't be shy. Use me if you need me. We're family, so don't be shy. Lin Yi was thick-skinned, mainly because he was afraid that Su Wanqing would touch cold water and then her postpartum illness would flare up again. Never mind, it's not necessary. If you don't need it, I won't help you get your clothes. Linny raised his head in a domineering manner. He was determined to wash the little clothes today. Chapter 28, Caesarean section is better for future life. Looking at the bathrobe she was wearing and then at the clothes in Linny's hand, Su Wanqing blushed and handed over the small clothes in her hand. Well, thank you for your hard work. It's okay, it's what a husband should do. Linny clutched the small clothes in his hand, then took the dirty clothes and walked out of the room. After Linny left, Su Wanqing's heart pounded. Although Linny was domineering, she felt warm inside, which proved that Linny cared about her. Linny then carried the large and small bags from the car into the house. Although there weren't many items, they were quite varied. Seeing this, Zhang Milan, who was in the living room, quickly ran over to help. When Zhang Milan put the things in their bedroom, she glanced at Su Wanqing, who was wearing a bathrobe, and immediately realized that this was not the place for her. After moving in, Zhang Milan started cleaning the house. Although it wasn't dirty, it was still better than being a third wheel in the bedroom. Linny chuckled at Zhang Milan's bewildered behavior. After moving her things into the bedroom, Su Wanqing began looking for her clothes, as well as her underwear and bra. Although she found him, she blushed when she saw Linny beside her. Go do the laundry, I'll take care of the babies. Okay, sure. Linny agreed quickly, knowing that his wife was embarrassed to change clothes because he was there. Unexpectedly, she used a diversionary tactic, even using the baby as an excuse. However, Linny didn't expose her, as he could still tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal every day. Upon entering the bathroom, Linny began washing Su Wanqing's underwear. As her husband, he felt no embarrassment whatsoever. Linny was surprised that Su Wanqing liked to wear matching sets. He smiled and thought to himself that he would have to buy his wife complete sets from now on. However, when he finished washing up and was about to go to the bedroom to hang up his clothes, Zhang Milan still caught him. I didn't see anything. It would have been better if Zhang Milan hadn't said anything, because her explanation immediately exposed her secret. Immediately afterward, Zhang Milan turned around, but she did not think Linny was a pervert just because he was a man. On the contrary, she thought Linny was a good man. She hoped that God would send her a man like that. Linny then carried the complete set of clothes into the bedroom. His neck was red, and the redness spread all the way to his ears. This was all because of the few words Zhang Milan had said. Back in the bedroom, Linny hung up the little clothes on a hanger, but Su Wanqing blushed with embarrassment when she saw it. Because Linny had hung up the bra straps on both sides, and her panties were also stretched out, although there was nothing wrong with it, it still made her blush. After tidying up, Linny lay down next to Su Wanqing, exhausted, his restless hands wrapped around her waist. Oh dear, how could you touch me like that? In all honesty, I only used my hands, not my feet. It's just an example, take your hand away. No. Linny not only didn't let go, but hugged her even tighter. The sudden exertion caused Su Wanqing to furrow her brows and utter a painful sound. Hiss. What's wrong? Did I use too much force? You've touched the wound. Linny hurriedly sat up. He was puzzled as to why his wife had wounds. Could it be that someone was abusing her? His eyes were cold. He realized that only that bitch Jianglan could have done this, but his immediate priority was to check on Su Wanqing's health. Let me check the wound. No. You'd better not look at it. Su Wanqing bit her lip tightly. She didn't want Linny to see the ugly scars. She tugged at her clothes forcefully, giving Linny no chance. However, Linny was much stronger than Su Wanqing, and he eventually managed to lift her clothes up. A long scar came into view, and Su Wanqing quickly covered it up, afraid of frightening Linny. I'm fine, you don't need to worry. Honey, your wound, was it from a C-section? Su Wanqing nodded. At that time, the baby was breech, so a cesarean section was the only option. When Linny saw the shocking surgical scar, he felt a pang of heartache. He realized now how much suffering his wife had endured. Silly girl, why didn't you tell me you were pregnant sooner? Then you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Su Wanqing didn't want what she was doing to become a burden to Linny, so she comforted him. It's all in the past, and a C-section is better for your future life. Achoo. Achoo. Linny was stunned for a moment, then sneezed twice. He only understood what his wife meant afterward. Achoo. Achoo. Honey, you don't have a cold, do you? Let me touch my forehead. Su Wanqing was a little worried. She touched Linny's forehead and then touched her own forehead, which was indeed a little hot. She suddenly remembered that Linny had covered her with his blanket last night, and that it had rained last night. Su Wanqing felt guilty when she thought that Linny had caught a cold and had a fever because of her. "Honey, I'm so sorry, it's all because of me." "Silly wife, don't say that. Just be okay, achoo." Linny comforted Su Wanqing, then sneezed. He knew that children have low immunity, so he instructed Su Wanqing, "Wife, you and Mylan take care of the baby first. I'm afraid that the cold might infect the babies." "So what are you going to do?" "I'll be fine after taking a pill in a bit." Linny smiled warmly, also to avoid making Su Wanqing worry. "Oh, then your condition is serious, you must go to the hospital immediately." "I know, but a kiss from my wife will definitely give me a lot of energy." TCH. Durian mango. Muah. Su Wanqing gave a playful scolding, but thinking of Linyi's body, she still shyly kissed his cheek. Linny was as happy as a child after being kissed, and then walked out of the room. Outside the bedroom, Zhang Mylan had nothing to do, so she prepared lunch in advance. When she saw Linyi's pale face, she anxiously went over to him. "Brother Lin, you don't look well." "It's just a cold. I'll take some medicine and get some sleep and I'll be fine. Then go to the bedroom and help my wife look after the baby." Zhang Mylan nodded and then walked towards the bedroom. Linny then sat on the sofa, took out his phone, and made a call. At the same time, in the director's office of Anha Hospital, Zhang He's cell phone rang. When he saw that it was Linny calling, he felt a chill run down his spine, fearing that something terrible had happened. "Hey, young master. Old Zhang, could you send some cold medicine to my house?" "Okay, I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi hurriedly went to the storage area for precious medicines and took out a few special medicines. The cold medicine was developed independently by Anha Hospital, but it was not mass-produced due to the high cost of the materials. After taking the special medicine, he woke up feeling perfectly fine. Chapter 29. Why does it have no breast milk when it's so big? Soon, Zhang Yi brought Linny some effective cold medicine. "Young master, here is the medicine you requested." "Yes, thank you for your hard work, Lao Zhang." After seeing Zhang He off, Linny put a special medicine in his mouth and then lay down on the sofa. When he woke up again, he had neither a fever nor felt unwell. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Linyi's head. Ding! The DAD system is starting up. Host, Linyi. The system has detected the efforts the host has made for the baby's mother, and hereby rewards the host with an immunity to all poisons pill. Rewards have been distributed. As soon as the system finished speaking, an antique-looking wooden box appeared next to Linny, occasionally emitting a medicinal fragrance. Upon opening it, there was a pill the size of a longan lying inside. Linny put it in his mouth, and soon felt a warm current flowing through his body. It absorbs pretty quickly. When his body showed no further changes, the medicine had been fully absorbed. Adhering to the principle that everything produced by the system must be of the highest quality, Linny had no doubts. But what on earth was this immunity to all poisons that the system mentioned? System, what kind of poison can the immune to all poisons protect against? Immunity to all poisons is just a euphemism. After taking the pill, you will no longer have any major or minor illnesses. Oh, so that means I can live to 99? It all depends on the host's fate. The system was speechless. It thought to itself, I was just giving an example, but I didn't expect you to push your luck. Having fully recovered, Linny couldn't wait to go back inside to see his wife and children. Pushing open the door, I saw Su Wanqing holding Tang Tang in her arms, seemingly breastfeeding her. When Zhang Mylan saw Linny come in, she smiled and said, "Brother Lin, I'll go prepare the meal." Linny nodded, then sat down next to Su Wanqing. When she saw Linny coming over, she quickly turned away to avoid being spied on by him. Seeing Su Wanqing's shy expression, Linny really wanted to tell her, "No need to hide it anymore, I saw it last night, and you were the one who lifted it up." Afraid that Su Wanqing would be too embarrassed to hide in the ground, Linny held back from saying anything. Before we could finish feeding Tang Tang, Yuan Yuan on the bed started crying from hunger. Seeing that Yuan Yuan was crying very hard, Su Wanqing had no choice but to feed Yuan Yuan first. Sure enough, as soon as the food entered his mouth, he gulped it down. Yuan Yuan is a boy with a big appetite. Su Wanqing felt that there was no milk on the left side, so she switched to the right side. More than 10 minutes later, Yuan Yuan was full and spat out her food. "Honey, comfort Yuan Yuan first, I'll feed Tang Tang then." "Okay, sure." Linny took Yuan Yuan and held her in his arms. The little guy was very quiet as a handsome young man. He would probably grow up to be the kind of handsome young man who doesn't talk much. Then Su Wanqing put the milk into Tong Tong's mouth again, but after sucking for a short while, she felt that the milk had dried up. Moreover, the food was being sucked by the candy, which caused Su Wanqing to frown. Hiss. My dear daughter, you're sucking really hard. What's the matter? Linny heard Su Wanqing's coquettish complaint and felt concerned. Unexpectedly, Su Wanqing put down Tang Tang and started pounding her chest and stamping her feet, which startled Linny, who quickly stopped her. Honey, what's wrong? Honey, I'm so angry. It's so big, why isn't it producing any milk? I'm so mad. Su Wanqing squinted her eyes, pouted her little mouth, and puffed out her cheeks. She seemed genuinely angry. However, Linny couldn't help but chuckle after hearing Su Wanqing's answer. He pinched Su Wanqing's fair cheek and said carefully, Wife, the amount of breast milk has nothing to do with the size of your breasts. What does that have to do with? Just eat more nutritious foods that promote lactation. It's probably because you often didn't have time to eat when you were at the company that your milk supply was low. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault for not eating and not being able to feed the baby properly. What are you saying, silly girl? I'm too worried about you to blame you. It's okay, Mylan will plan your meals. Just eat more, okay? Don't put pressure on yourself. Linny carefully comforted Su Wanqing, feeling incredibly sorry for the silly girl in front of him. Wow. Hey yo. The little ones, lying on the bed, were having a baby talk, one sentence after another. They watched their parents interact and seemed to be saying, Dad and Mom are true love, and we are just an accident. Giggle. Giggle. Even Yuan Yuan, who is usually serious, burst into laughter with her mouth wide open. Honey, don't be sad. Look how cute Yuan Yuan's smile is. Even though her dad hadn't praised her, Tang Tang still tried her best to giggle and laugh, hoping that Linny would give her a compliment. Yes, Tong Tong's smile is also very cute. You too should comfort your mother. Wow. Look, your good daughter and good son also want you to be happy. Yes, thank you Yuan Yuan and Tang Tang, Mommy is very happy. Seeing the two little ones trying so hard to make themselves happy, Su Wanqing smiled contentedly. She has two sensible babies and a loving husband. She feels very happy. Outside, lunch was already prepared. Zhang Mylan had learned her lesson this time. She knocked on Lin Yi's door and then said, Brother Lin, sister-in-law Lin, lunch is ready. After 2 days of shouting, Su Wanqing couldn't help but say to Lin Yi, Honey, I feel that the way you address Mylan is strange. I don't think the title sister-in-law Lin sounds nice. Okay, then let Mylan change her address. You just need to say so. It's a small matter as long as Su Wanqing stays happy, that's all that matters. Linny and Su Wanqing put the two babies into the stroller and sat in chairs. Looking at the table laden with food, Su Wanqing didn't really want to eat, but if she didn't eat, she wouldn't have any breast milk. Su Wanqing cheered herself up in her heart, come on. For the sake of her two babies, she had to eat it. Sister-in-law Lin, do you think this tastes alright? Sure, Mylan, you've worked hard. Just call me Wanqing, calling me sister-in-law Lin is too formal. How can I do that? How about I call you Sister Qing? Okay. Su Wanqing nodded. Anyway, Sister Qing sounded better than Sister Lin. While the group was eating, Su Wanqing's phone rang in the bedroom. She jogged along, picked up her phone, and saw that it was a call from the hospital. Hello? Is this Miss Su Wanqing? Yes. I am a nurse from the First Maternity Hospital of Shanghai. I am calling today to inform you that your baby needs to come in tomorrow for the hepatitis B vaccine. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. After hanging up the phone, Su Wanqing walked over worriedly. Honey, the hospital told us to get vaccinated tomorrow. Okay, let's go tomorrow. But, honey, you don't look too well? I'm a little worried about getting the shot tomorrow. Chapter 30 Because she's my darling. Linny looked at Su Wanqing with confusion and asked, Are you worried about the two little ones? Su Wanqing nodded. She remembered when Yuan Yuan was born, she cried loudly when she received her vaccinations, something the nurse next to her had told her. I heard that it took them a whole half day to comfort the little guy before he calmed down. It had only been a little over a month, and Su Wanqing was worried that the little guy was afraid of pain, and she also felt a little sorry for him. Seeing Su Wanqing's furrowed brows, Linny comforted her, "Wife, the vaccine is necessary. Also, I believe that Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan are strong children, even though they still cry." "Pfft, honey, aren't you contradicting yourself? Although I made a promise, there's no guarantee the kids won't back down." Linny grinned, and Su Wanqing's mood improved considerably after his encouragement. Put. Puff. Suddenly, two loud sounds came from inside the stroller. As a boy, Yuan Yuan became the prime suspect. Su Wanqing frowned and asked, feigning anger, "You little rascal, was that the fart you made?" Beep. No sooner had the words left his mouth than another fart rang out. It was Tang Tang. "Honey, Tang Tang keeps farting, is she cold?" Su Wanqing asked worriedly, her jade-like hand involuntarily reaching out to touch Tong Tong's little belly. I was already worried about my child, and this touch made me feel like something was wrong. Sure enough, a hint of worry appeared in Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes. Linny frowned slightly upon seeing this, then touched it and didn't feel anything was wrong. "Don't worry, you're overthinking it. It's probably from the wind. We'll just be more careful when we open the windows next time." Hearing Linny say this, Su Wanqing felt much more at ease, but she still wanted to give Tang Tang a massage. So, when Su Wanqing's delicate hand gently brushed across Tong Tong's little belly, the little one was actually amused and laughed. Giggle, giggle. A clear, bell-like laugh rang out, and the little guy giggled, even arching his back slightly. Her little hands were stretched out forcefully, as if she wanted to touch her mother's face. "Sweetie, let mommy rub your stomach and we won't fart anymore." A. Seeing the intimate interaction between the mother and daughter, Linny couldn't help but show a look of satisfaction. Isn't this the life that men dream of? Thinking of this, he gently stepped forward and embraced the mother and daughter. However, Yuan Yuan, who was standing to the side, seemed to feel that she was being neglected, and immediately scratched her little hands and made a squeak in displeasure. "I haven't forgotten, I still remember our Yuan Yuan. Come here, let daddy give you a hug." And so, the family of four spent the afternoon filled with laughter. Seemingly having a great time, Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan didn't take a nap all afternoon, their dark eyes brimming with energy. But night had just fallen. The two little ones got sleepy and kept yawning. Tang Tang even had a tear slide down her cheek while yawning, and anyone who didn't know better would have thought she was crying. "Mommy will breastfeed you so you can sleep well after you're full," Su Wanqing said, both amused and exasperated. She hadn't expected her son and daughter to be so tired. She kept softly calling out Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan's names, hoping they would eat a little more before going to sleep, otherwise they would wake up hungry in the middle of the night. Finally, Tang Tang couldn't hold on any longer. With food still in her mouth, she closed her eyes and her breathing became calm. Over at Lin Yi's place, Yuan Yuan was also biting her bottle and nipple, and upon closer inspection, she was actually about to fall asleep. After the couple put Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan to bed, they slept soundly without any prompting, looking absolutely adorable. Our son and daughter are such a worry-free couple. Linny couldn't help but sigh as he sat by the bedside. He had seen other people's babies, and when they cried, it could really kill their parents. But Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan were very quiet, neither crying nor making a fuss. Hearing his remark, Su Wanqing chuckled, then patted the bed and called for Linny to sit down. "Honey, you probably haven't seen what our Tang Tang looks like when she cries. Sigh, when she cries, she's sure to scare you." As she spoke, Su Wanqing began to recall. "When I was in postpartum confinement, Tang Tang suddenly started crying for no reason. I was so worried. I took her to the hospital overnight, but after a series of examinations, they couldn't find anything wrong. I didn't know what to do. Later, when we got home, I was so anxious that I carried him around on the floor, and then I started crying. It's funny, my daughter and I cried together for a while, and I actually managed to scare Tang Tang so she stopped crying. Her big eyes blinked and blinked, and in the end she even hugged my head and looked at me expectantly. Her pouting lips could really hold a weight." Su Wanqing finished speaking with a smile. But Linny felt something stuck in his throat, making it impossible for him to laugh. Instead, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. "Yes, back then, when I wasn't around, she had to do everything herself. Thanks a lot." Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's delicate body trembled, then she raised her head, blinked her bright eyes, and smiled slightly. "It's not hard work at all, because she's my precious daughter." Chapter 31. Forced relationships aren't sweet, but they're thirst-quenching. The night passed quickly, and Linny was woken up by a crackling sound in the morning. He thought it was Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan making the noise, but upon closer listening, he realized the sound was coming from outside. Looking at the sleeping baby, Linny wrapped the pillows around the baby so he could go see what was happening outside. If he doesn't go out soon, the roof might be ripped off. As Linny walked into the living room, he saw Su Wanqing fully armed, holding a spatula and stirring the pan. Zhang Milan stood by in a panic, fearing that the fighting would spread to her. Looking at the scene before him, Linny chuckled. "Wife, are you cooking?" "Yes, I saw you've been working so hard these past few days, so I wanted to do my part," Su Wanqing said with a smile. Unexpectedly, the fire in the kitchen suddenly rose rapidly, creating a mushroom cloud. That cloud looked like a big sun, very dazzling. Seeing the fire suddenly erupt, Su Wanqing was so frightened that she retreated repeatedly. "Oh! Fool, come here quickly." Fearing that Su Wanqing would get hurt, Linny quickly pulled her behind him and took the opportunity to turn off the gas stove. "I was just worried that my wife might burn the kitchen down, but now I realize that my worries were justified." Linny then spun Su Wanqing around, and only felt relieved when he saw that she was alright. "Honey, you shouldn't come into the kitchen anymore. You've made a mushroom cloud out of nothing." "No, the fire was just a little bit bigger." "Yes, that's right, the roof is a bit blackened from the fire." Seeing the black patch in the middle of the white roof, Linny couldn't help but chuckle. Only Su Wanqing could pull off something like this, no one else could achieve the same effect. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Wanqing looked at the roof with a puzzled expression, and indeed, it was just as he said. Su Wanqing lowered her head shyly, somewhat embarrassed. "I'm sorry, honey, I didn't mean for it to turn out like this." "They were really kind of you." Su Wanqing pouted. She had just seen Zhang Milan demonstrate this to her, so how did it turn out like this when she tried to do it herself? To this day, she still doesn't know which link in the chain went wrong. Not only was Su Wanqing unaware, but Zhang Milan next to her was also completely confused. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation, and she had to admit that Su Wanqing really had no talent for cooking. Seeing Su Wanqing's aggrieved look, Linny patted her head and said affectionately, "It's okay, the roof is just a little dark, it has a nice artistic atmosphere. But don't go into the kitchen, okay?" "Oh." Su Wanqing nodded. To be honest, even if she were to enter the kitchen, she would still have a psychological aversion to it. "I wanted to give a performance, but I ended up messing it up." Looking at the messy kitchen, Linny looked at Zhang Milan somewhat apologetically. "Milan, thank you for making breakfast." "Brother Lin, it's no trouble at all," Zhang Milan waved her hand repeatedly. After Linny left, she looked inside the pot and saw that it had been burned to a crisp. While surprised, Zhang Milan couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister Qing is amazing." Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Tang Tang sniffed and slowly opened her eyes. Her big, round eyes stared blankly at the rooftop. Who? Ah. Immediately afterwards, Linny and Su Wanqing entered the bedroom and saw Tang Tang playing by herself, babbling away. The little one didn't cry or fuss because his parents weren't around. Linny said incredulously, "Wife, our daughter woke up and didn't cry?" "Yes, Tang Tang is like that sometimes." No sooner had I praised her than Tang Tang turned her eyes away, opened her little mouth, and burst into tears. Even Yuan Yuan, who was fast asleep, was woken up by her younger sister's voice. "Wow wah! Wow wah!" Immediately afterward, one person's crying turned into two people's crying. Linny and Su Wanqing picked up the two little ones. Based on their experience in coaxing babies over the past 2 days, Linny immediately said, "Wife, Tang Tang might be hungry. You can feed her." Yuan Yuan may have peed. The inspection revealed that it was indeed as Linny had said. Su Wanqing's eyes lit up as she asked Linny with admiration, "Honey, how did you know? You're amazing. Want to know? Give me a kiss and I'll tell you." Linny raised the corner of his mouth and began to tease Su Wanqing again. There was no other way. His wife was too shy, so Linny could only seek personal gain this way. Although forced love is never sweet, it's thirst-quenching. Then Linny closed his eyes, brought his face close to Su Wanqing's, and looked on with pure enjoyment. However, Su Wanqing did not play by the rules. She bit Linny's face. "You naughty husband, are you going to tell me or not?" I'll tell you. Linny grinned and then said, "Actually, it was this morning when I fed Yuan Yuan and changed Tong Tong's diaper." "Oh, I see." Su Wanqing nodded. She hadn't gotten up since she lay down last night, and Linny had been taking care of the little one the whole time. Therefore, Linny knew a great deal about the two babies' condition. However, after hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Wanqing felt ashamed. She had clearly set an alarm, but it hadn't gone off. If he woke up, Lin Yi would feel a little more at ease. Honey, did you hear my alarm clock go off tonight? I heard you, I turned it off. Why did you turn it off? I'll take care of the baby tonight, otherwise you'll be too tired. These past 2 nights, Lin Yi has been looking after the little guy, as Su Wanqing is worried that his body can't handle it. Because she is a heavy sleeper, she sets an alarm clock to remind herself every time. As a mother, she also wanted to do her part. I'm not tired at all, on the contrary, I'm very happy. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, a mechanical notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The DAD system is starting up. Host, Lin Yi. The system has detected that the host is experiencing sleep deprivation due to the baby's lack of sleep, and has therefore issued a golden sleep card. Rewards have been distributed. Reward description: golden sleep. Just 3 hours of sleep a day is all it takes to feel refreshed and full of energy. After hearing the explanation, Lin Yi couldn't help but give the system a thumbs up. The system's recent rewards were truly heartwarming. With this ability, Lin Yi was even more reluctant to let Su Wanqing take care of the baby at night. Then he said to Su Wanqing in a serious and domineering tone, "Don't worry, wife, your husband is in good health. Don't believe me? Try it yourself. TCH. A giant mango." After hearing this, Su Wanqing turned her head away shyly. Lin Yi actually. Although the two now have a child, Su Wanqing still felt embarrassed upon hearing such suggestive language. Seeing his wife blush with embarrassment, Lin Yi couldn't help but tease her. "Honey, I wanted to show you my abs, why is your face red?" No, it's probably because our room is too hot. I'll go out and see if Mylan has made breakfast yet. Chapter 32. Wife, I need that function too. After breakfast, Lin Yi and his group set off for Shanghai First Maternity Hospital. Because the birth information of both little ones is registered at this hospital, we didn't go to our own hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Su Wanqing led the group to the vaccination area. They thought they had arrived early enough, but they were stunned to see several people holding babies in the hallway on the first floor. Honey, there are so many babies getting vaccinated today. Well, let's not be in a hurry, let's wait a bit. Although there are seats in the hospital corridors, there are so many parents that there are no empty seats at all. Lin Yi thought that the 3 of them taking their baby to get vaccinated would be enough, but seeing the 4 generations of people in front of them, he felt that this was nothing. Luckily I brought the stroller today, otherwise I don't know how long I would have had to wait. The 2 little ones haven't gone back to sleep since they woke up this morning. As the little one gets older, he's sleeping for shorter periods of time now, and he might even be crawling soon. Wow. Hey. Tonton's dark eyes darted back and forth, as if she had sensed a new environment. She happily waved her soft, white hands. If Tang Tang knew she was here to get a shot, I wonder if she would be happy. Compared to Tang Tang, Yuan was a bit more well-behaved, but his little eyes darted back and forth as he looked at the various people in the hallway. It seemed that lying down wasn't enough to see, so the little guy started babbling. Wow. Phew. Seeing how lively Yuan was, Su Wanqing couldn't help but smile. Yuan, do you want mommy to hold you? Phew. Yuan mumbled something, his little hands reaching upwards, as if he wanted to get into his mother's arms. Seeing this, Su Wanqing smiled and bent down, saying, "Come here, let mommy hug you." Wow. Yuan was very happy to see the outside world. He seemed to really enjoy going out to play. Her small eyes darted back and forth, and whenever someone walked by in the hallway, her round eyes were always drawn to them. Looking at the baby crying loudly, surrounded by 4 generations of his family, Lin Yi felt very gratified to see how well-behaved his son was. Their children came to collect debts, while Lin Yi's children came to repay a debt of gratitude. Meanwhile, Tang Tang, who was in the stroller, was waving her arms and legs around without Yuan by her side, probably because her brother's presence had affected her performance. The line moved quickly, and soon Lin Yi was followed by a long line of parents. The closer you get to the front, the louder you can hear the baby crying, probably because of the injection. Yuan in Su Wanqing's arms became tense. He seemed to sense a hint of danger and began to become restless. Wah wah wah. The sound of a baby crying came from the department, and Yuan burst into tears like a flood. Because Yuan is a boy with a loud voice, his voice caused all the other babies in the neighborhood to start crying as well. The parents were at a loss as they watched their child cry uncontrollably. At this moment, Tang Tang, who was lying in the stroller, was very observant. Seeing that the other babies were crying, she felt that it would be wrong if she didn't cry too. Wah wah. Seeing Tang Tang suddenly crying in the stroller, Linny quickly picked her up. Sweetie, don't cry, don't cry. Dad's here, Dad's here. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing was trying her best to comfort Yuan Yuan. The little one, who had calmed down, giggled as she listened to the crying around her. He seemed surprised that so many babies would cry along with him. Giggle. Yuan Yuan looked rather gloating, while Tang Tang pretended to cry a few times before being comforted. Even Linny felt that his daughter was playing him for a fool. Zhang Milan, standing beside her, adored the lively brother and sister. Having cared for so many babies, she felt that the two little ones seemed smarter than the others. The procession moved quickly, and each baby that came out cried out loudly. As it was her turn, Su Wanqing began to worry about Yuan Yuan, since children are all afraid of pain. Seeing the worry on Su Wanqing's face, Linny began to comfort her. Wife, don't worry, the injection will be quick. At worst, I'll just give him a couple more bites as a reward. It's my good son's rations. Linny's lips curled up, while Su Wanqing rolled her eyes at him. The son is yours too, why am I the only one getting a reward, and what about you? Honey, I need to have that function too. Linny grinned. It really wasn't that he didn't want to. Hearing Linny's answer, Su Wanqing smiled happily, and the worry on her face disappeared. At worst, she could just reward Yuan Yuan with a few more mouthfuls of breast milk, just like Linny said. Tang Tang is a clever little girl. She seemed to sense that her mother was going to reward her brother, and she felt a little resentful. Her little hand fluttered towards Su Wanqing, and Linny beside her was almost unable to resist. My dear daughter, do you want to go to your mother's? Wow. Then Dad will be sad. Eh? Tang Tang ignored Linny completely, and still reached out her little hand towards Su Wanqing. The naive little one thought that being held by Su Wanqing would mean food, so she became even more enthusiastic. Su Wanqing was especially happy to see this, as Tang Tang had actually come to her door on her own initiative. As parents, we care a lot about which child our child prefers. Su Wanqing was very proud of herself. She said with a grin, Honey, did you see that? Our good daughter and good son like me a little more. Tang Tang, Daddy is very sad that you're leaving. Linny looked very sad, but you can't wake someone who's pretending to be asleep, and you can't keep someone who wants to leave, especially since he was already at a disadvantage in terms of physical condition. There was no other way, so Su Wanqing and Linny switched places. Tang Tang finally got to be in Su Wanqing's arms. It seems she can enjoy a few more bites of food tonight. The little guy was very happy, but Linny was not. His little cotton-padded jacket was drafty. Phew. Who? Phew. Linny, who was already in a bad mood, was warmed by the breaths that Yuan Yuan in his arms blew on him. It was already drafty, and Yuan Yuan made things even worse. He felt a tightness in his chest, while Su Wanqing was overjoyed. Indeed, human joys and sorrows are not shared. At the same time, a voice came from the vaccine department. Baby number 66, please proceed to the hepatitis B vaccination room. Hearing the number being called, Su Wanqing carried Tang Tang inside. Linny was also extremely anxious. He stood at the door, craning his neck to look, thinking that only one baby could go in at a time. Seeing Linny looking around, the nurse said, Baby's dad, it'll be your turn soon. Don't join in the fun while the other babies are getting their shots. Linny frowned, both amused and exasperated, and said, That's my daughter. The nurse looked embarrassed. It turned out there were two babies. How embarrassing. She quickly smiled and said, Then come in together. Chapter 33. The mangpa soup has no effect even without drinking it. Su Wanqing sat in the chair. Although she wasn't the one getting the injection, she was even more nervous than Tang Tang at that moment. The nurse was a middle-aged woman. The hospital made very thoughtful arrangements, not assigning the intern to the department where the baby was vaccinated. Babies these days are very precious. If you manage to prick them on the first try, that's fine, but if you try several times and still can't get it right, you'll definitely get scolded by your parents. As parents, none of us want our children to be harmed. Wow. Hey. Tang Tang was unaware of the danger. She stared blankly at the syringe in the nurse's hand. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Sweetie even tried to reach for the syringe. When the nurse saw Tang Tang, she said gently, Little one, you can't touch this. The nurses love seeing the soft, cuddly babies, but the job they do is sure to be disliked by the babies. When the nurses saw that Tang Tang was not shy at all, and that Tang Tang was very cute, they couldn't help but like her. But the happy time was always short-lived. The nurse had already drawn the vaccine into the syringe and then instructed, "Roll up your sleeves." Su Wanqing was very nervous, and she rolled up her sleeves. When the nurse saw it, she was both amused and exasperated. He was rolling up the baby's sleeve. Oh. Su Wanqing nodded, then revealed Tang Tang's fair and tender little arms. Afraid that Tang Tang would wriggle in pain the moment the needle went in, Su Wanqing gently restrained Tang Tang's little hands and comforted her. "Tang Tang, be good, it'll be over soon." Tang Tang shook her little head. She couldn't understand what Su Wanqing was saying. His round little eyes stared at the syringe until he saw it stick into his arm. Just as Su Wanqing and Linny were holding their breath, they didn't hear Tang Tang crying. Even the nurses were puzzled. Tang Tang was the first baby they had ever seen who didn't cry while getting a shot. Little did they know, Tang Tang was so engrossed in staring at the syringe that she had completely forgotten to cry. The syringe was pushed in quickly, and the injection was finished in just a few seconds. Seeing the puzzled looks from the nurse, Su Wanqing, and Linny, the little guy was a bit at a loss. The very next second, Tang Tang burst out laughing. Giggle. Su Wanqing was a little worried. Other babies cried when they got shots, but her baby laughed. This, even without drinking the mangpa soup, it wouldn't have this effect. "Nurse, why isn't my baby crying? Maybe the little guy isn't afraid of pain." The nurse smiled and said, "That must be the only reason." Su Wanqing nodded, then asked Linny to sit on the bench. Compared to Tang Tang, the two were more worried about Yuan Yuan. Even though he wasn't crying now, he was very restless. The chubby little hands kept flailing, as if the little guy thought that doing so would save him from getting a shot. The nurse was both amused and exasperated by the two little ones' contrasting attitudes. Sure enough, most children are afraid of pain, and only 1 in 10,000 is like Tang Tang. Linny shielded Yuan Yuan's arm in advance, and the nurse seized the opportunity to stab Yuan Yuan's arm. Immediately afterward, Yuan Yuan's loud and clear cry echoed from the vaccination room into the hallway, and unsurprisingly, the babies outside started crying as well. At this moment, Linny felt that the injection time was so long. Although it was only a few seconds, it still felt like centuries had passed. Seeing the nurse pull out the needle, Linny quickly picked him up and comforted him. "Yuan Yuan, be good, Yuan Yuan is a man. My little sister didn't cry when she got her shot. Yuan Yuan is the older brother, so he should set a good example." Linny was talking about his own things, and Yuan Yuan was crying about her own things. Neither of them bothered the other. In the end, Linny used his trump card. If Yuan Yuan is naughty, she can't drink milk anymore. Sure enough, upon hearing Linny's words, Yuan Yuan's crying subsided a bit. Linny finally understood that to deal with a baby, you had to threaten them with food. After Yuan Yuan finished his injection, he couldn't wait to escape from there, and his little hand kept pointing outside. For Yuan Yuan, the vaccination room was a place of sadness. However, Tang Tang was the opposite. Her eyes remained fixed on the syringe, and she giggled as the nurse slowly drew the liquid in. Even as she was leaving, Tang Tang made little noises, seemingly trying to attract the nurse's attention. Ah. Eh? Afterwards, Tang Tang even patted her little arm, as if she wanted to say to the nurse, "Give me another shot." After receiving the vaccine, Linny and his group returned home. When we got home, the baby was already asleep. Perhaps because he hadn't slept all morning, the little guy was sleeping very soundly. Linny placed the two babies on the bed and remembered that Zhang Milan had taught him how to adjust the baby's sleeping positions. To help your baby develop a perfect head shape, changing their sleeping position is essential. The little one was sleeping soundly. Linny adjusted the little one to sleep on his side and then placed a small pillow behind him to fix the baby's sleeping position. Sitting to the side, Su Wanqing saw that Linny knew more than she did, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Honey, you're so amazing. I have something even more amazing, why don't you try it?" Sure enough, after the babies fell asleep, Linny started to act up. Chapter 34. Son, you and your wife should get your marriage certificate quickly, otherwise the baby will be an unregistered resident. The baby is growing very fast every day. After the system has strengthened her constitution and she has been well cared for during this period, the baby's constitution is much better than that of other babies of the same age. That evening, Linny was folding the little guy's clothes at home. Suddenly, Yuan Yuan rolled over on the bed, her big, round eyes staring at Linny. Wow. Yuan Yuan, Daddy will fold your little clothes. Be a good girl. When Linny looked up and spoke to Yuan Yuan, he saw Yuan Yuan lying on the bed. He was taken aback at first, then was surprised to find that the baby could actually roll over. To share this joy with his wife, he quickly called out to Su Wanqing, "Wife, come quick, come quick." Su Wanqing, who was hanging clothes to dry on the balcony, heard Lin Yi's hurried call and quickly came over, anxiously asking, "What's wrong, honey?" Seeing the two little ones lying peacefully on the bed, Su Wanqing didn't notice that Yuan Yuan had turned over. Then she said coquettishly, "Weren't the little ones very well behaved?" "Honey, why did you call me?" Realizing that his wife hadn't noticed the changes in Yuan Yuan, Lin Yi smirked and said, "Wife, haven't you noticed any changes in Yuan Yuan?" What else could possibly change? She had barely uttered a complaint when she suddenly realized with surprise, "Wait a minute, my darling son can actually roll over now?" She now understood that her husband had called her over in such a hurry to witness this moment. Seeing how well Yuan Yuan performed, Su Wanqing smiled brightly, then pinched Yuan Yuan's chubby little cheeks and praised, "Yuan Yuan is so great. You need to keep up the good work and try to call out mommy tomorrow and run the day after tomorrow." Hearing Su Wanqing's encouragement, Lin Yi was both amused and exasperated. "Wife, you're too impatient. Do you really think our son is Neza? I just want the baby to call me mommy. Su Wanqing smiled broadly, seemingly eager for her babies to grow up. Although Lin Yi said Su Wanqing was too impatient, he and his wife shared the same idea. He thought he would ask Zhang Milan how to get the baby to speak quickly. Yuan Yuan is happy to receive praise from her parents for being able to roll over, while Tang Tang, lying next to her on the bed, looks particularly disappointed. She seemed to want to show her parents how to roll over, her little body twisting and turning, but she couldn't manage it. Seeing Tong Tong's hard work, Lin Yi felt very satisfied and encouraged her, saying, "Go Tang Tang, go Tang Tang." Seeing her daughter's hard work, Su Wanqing felt a warmth in her heart. Perhaps because Tang Tang is a girl, her body is more flexible, so she can never get over it. Seeing her beloved daughter keep failing, Su Wanqing wanted to help her, but Lin Yi refused. "Wife, you can't do that." "Oh." She pouted, nodded, and then called Zhang Milan into the house. Having cared for many babies, Zhang Milan must know how to help Tang Tang. As a maternity and infant care specialist, Zhang Milan is particularly sensitive to changes in babies. When she entered the room, she was surprised to find that Yuan Yuan was lying on the bed. "Brother Lin, Sister Qing, did Yuan Yuan climb over there herself, or did you put her there?" He translated it himself. Lin Yi said smugly, as he was a witness to Yuan Yuan's turnaround. Zhang Milan was also shocked when she heard the news. Other babies take 3 or 4 months to roll over, but Yuan Yuan rolled over at such a young age. She must have a really good constitution. Then Su Wanqing pointed to Tang Tang, who was working hard on the bed, and said with a wry smile, "Tang Tang seems to have seen her brother learn to roll over, so she's secretly practicing by herself. Milan, is there any way to help the baby roll over?" "Yes, I have." Zhang Milan smiled, then came to Tong Tong's side. She first touched the little one's arms and legs, and feeling the baby's strength, she immediately said, "Brother Lin, Sister Qing, first let the little one lie down, then turn to his side, raise the little hand on the side next to the bed, and put the little leg on the bed on the other side, pressing down on his little bottom." After Zhang Milan finished demonstrating, the next second, Tang Tang actually managed to flip over using the strength of her arms. "Wow. Giggle. Tang Tang was very happy, her beautiful eyes blinking. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi and Su Wanqing couldn't help but give Zhang Milan a thumbs up. "Milan, you're amazing. No, by the way, Sister Qing, you can help the little one practice more, which can improve the baby's neck strength. Also, you can support the baby's little hands so that the baby can lift their head up, and then they won't have to stare at the ceiling all day long." Aha! Su Wanqing and Lin Yi nodded, feeling satisfied as they looked at Yuan Yuan and Tang Tang lying on the bed. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuehua and Lin Hongji were sitting on the sofa watching the news on China News Network. Immediately, a message caught their attention. The television broadcast, "Wang, 36, has never had a household registration and has been making a living by working illegally for many years. Because he does not have an ID card, he cannot be hospitalized when he is sick and can only do the hardest and most tiring jobs. Because he does not have an ID card, he cannot use public transportation." After hearing the news, Zhang Yuehua felt great sympathy for Wang, the person in the news. However, Lin Hongji, who was standing next to him, began to think. He then asked Zhang Yuehua, "Hasn't our Xiaoyi and our daughter-in-law registered their marriage yet?" After hearing Lin Hongji's words, Zhang Yuehua suddenly realized, "Oh dear, with a daughter-in-law and grandchildren, I'm so happy that I've forgotten that the two of them haven't registered their marriage yet. Without a marriage certificate, the baby can't be registered. We need to talk to our son about this as soon as possible. Jiang Yuehua and Lin Hongji felt a chill run down their spines. Thankfully, they had seen the news. After turning off the TV, Jiang Yuehua quickly made a video call to Lin Yi. A moment later, Lin Yi answered the call. He was about to tell them that the baby could roll over when he was interrupted. Jiang Yuehua said anxiously and seriously, "Son, you and my daughter-in-law should go get your marriage certificate right away, otherwise the baby will be an unregistered resident. In the future, we won't be able to take buses or trains. Although we have a private plane, we won't be able to get married without an ID card. I'm also looking forward to holding my great-grandchild." Seeing that Jiang Yuehua was getting off topic, Lin Hongji quickly interrupted, "Son, your mother is right. Hurry up and get the marriage certificate. Or should we go now?" Seeing the two elderly people's anxious expressions, Lin Yi looked out the window again. It's all dark outside, and even if you went to get your marriage certificate, the place would have already closed for the day. And Su Wanqing didn't say she wanted it. To appease the two elderly people, Lin Yi had no choice but to agree. "Okay, Mom, we'll go as soon as possible. If you can't get the marriage certificate, don't come home." Jiang Yuehua then left a threatening message and hung up the phone. In the bedroom, Lin Yi listened to the beeping sound and looked at Su Wanqing with a wry smile. "Wife, how about? Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow." Lin Yi? Chapter 35. Lin Yi, what did I do to deserve this? Lin Yi was still thinking about how to persuade Su Wanqing when she unexpectedly agreed, which surprised and delighted Lin Yi. "Honey, are you serious? Do you want to back out?" Su Wanqing nodded shyly. During this time, Lin Yi not only took meticulous care of the baby, but also treated her with utmost tenderness. And without realizing it, she gradually got used to Lin Yi's presence. Hearing Jiang Yuehua's description of unregistered residents, she was inexplicably moved. Tang Tang and Yuan definitely couldn't be unregistered residents. So before Lin Yi could even ask, Su Wanqing agreed to his request. When he saw Lin Yi's uncertain look, his expression suddenly changed. Could it be that Lin Yi didn't think that way? Seeing that Su Wanqing looked like she was about to kill him at any moment, Lin Yi hurriedly said what was on his mind. "I'm so happy, how could I go back on my word? My main concern was that we got our marriage certificate in such a rush that I was afraid you would suffer." Lin Yi indeed thought so. Su Wanqing was the woman he was going to spend his life with, so of course he wanted to give his wife the best. Moreover, marriage is the most important moment for a woman, so Lin Yi wanted Su Wanqing to think things through. However, Su Wanqing shook her head and said with a smile, "I don't feel wronged at all. As long as the four of us are together, that's enough. If you feel you've wronged me, then you'll have to treat me better in the future." Of course. Lin Yi smiled confidently. He was serious about spoiling his wife and children. The scene the two had just described was clearly seen by the little ones. Indeed, lying on the bed, one can see much more. Wow. Yay. Whoosh. Tang Tang and Yuan chatted away, one sentence after another, seemingly expressing their happiness because their parents were getting their marriage certificate the next day. Outside the window, the night sky is filled with stars. Tomorrow will surely be a sunny day. The next day, in the morning. The two had already discussed getting their marriage certificate today, so Su Wanqing got up early to prepare. As a girl, of course my marriage certificate should look beautiful. However, many of her makeup bottles and jars could not be found in the bag. Lin Yi was soothing the little one until the early hours of the morning when he woke up to the clattering and rummaging around inside the house. Then he saw Su Wanqing sitting on the ground, rummaging through her big bags. "Honey, what are you looking for?" "The makeup bag, the blue one, did you see it?" I thought it was useless, so I threw it away." Lin Yi smiled awkwardly. There was a pen inside, which he had thrown away as a writing pen. Seeing Su Wanqing's disappointed look, Lin Yi thought about how to make amends. "What do you need the blue bag for?" "I want to put on some makeup because it's for my wedding photos, so I want to look beautiful." "Oh." Lin Yi nodded and then said, "Before we go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, I'll take you to get your makeup done. I guarantee you'll look extraordinary." "No, my wife is naturally beautiful. In fact, even without makeup, she would outshine all the top female stars." "TCH. You're quite the talker. Go wash up now." Su Wanqing pouted coquettishly, but she was secretly delighted. Of course, a woman is happy to be praised. Lin Yi responded with a smile, then quickly got up. Zhang Milan was already used to waking up early, and by the time Lin Yi and Su Wanqing came out of the bedroom, breakfast was already ready. After a simple meal, Linny went to the garage and chose a top-of-the-line minivan so that Su Wanqing and the babies could sit more comfortably. As Linny lightly pressed the accelerator, the car slowly drove out of the residential area. Inside the car, Su Wanqing held Yuan Yuan in her arms. The little one seemed to know they were going out, so she was very happy. Wow. Seeing Yuan Yuan so happy, Su Wanqing also started describing the view outside the window to her. Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan are the two extremes. The little one is still a bit sleepy and looks listless. Her little eyelids keep opening and closing, which is really cute. Finally succumbing to sleepiness, Tang Tang fell asleep. Linny sat in the driver's seat and saw the two adorable babies in the rearview mirror. He couldn't be happier. Linny is now enjoying the life of a stay-at-home dad more and more. Before long, we arrived at our first destination. Su Wanqing stared blankly at the sign above, Beauty Shop. The shop in front of her was decorated in an antique style, and it didn't look like a place for makeup at all. Honey, are you sure this is the place? Okay, let's go in. Linny nodded, then put his arm around Su Wanqing and walked into the store. As soon as I entered, a young woman in a white uniform came over and asked, "Hello, how many of you have an appointment?" Linny shook his head and then said, "Tell your store manager that Linny is looking for her." The young girl looked at the handsome man in front of her and judged from his clothes that he was no ordinary person, so she quickly ran to the store manager. The manager of Beauty Studio is a woman in her 30s, Jiang Xian, a makeup artist whom many celebrities fawn over. The young girl knocked on Jiang Xian's workroom door. "Manager Jiang, a gentleman named Linny is looking for you." When Jiang Xian heard the waiter mention Linny's name, she immediately opened the door. "Where is he? Take me to see him." She seemed delighted, but wondered why Linny had come to her place. When he saw Linny holding a child in his arms, with two women beside him, he paused, his mind filled with even more doubt. Why is Xiaoyi holding a child? Could the child be? And he was also with his arm around a woman. Could she be his girlfriend? Seeing this, she quickened her pace and stood gracefully in front of Su Wanqing. "You are Xiaoyi's girlfriend? You're so beautiful, with such fair skin. Xiaoyi must have done something good in his past life to be so popular with women." Cough cough. Linny was afraid that Jiang Xian would expose his embarrassing secret, so he hurriedly interrupted her. But his family members are really something, abandoning him as soon as a new member joins the family? Seeing that Su Wanqing was somewhat at a loss for words in response to Jiang Xian's enthusiasm, Linny quickly came to his wife's rescue. "Sister Xian, don't scare Wanqing. Oh, you're calling me so intimately. But whose baby are you holding? Could it be?" Huang Lu narrowed her eyes and revealed a meaningful smile. Linny had no intention of hiding anything, so he introduced them generously. "The one in my arms is Tang Tang, and the one in Wanqing's arms is Yuan Yuan. They are both my children. As for Wanqing, she is of course my wife." After introducing Jiang Xian, Linny then introduced Su Wanqing. "Jiang Xian is my uncle's daughter, and she's my cousin." Su Wanqing blushed slightly and nodded with a smile. "Hello, cousin." This was Su Wanqing's first time meeting Linny's family, and she was a little nervous. Jiang Xian, on the other hand, had a cheerful personality and affectionately put her arm around Su Wanqing's shoulder, saying, "Hello, yes. Wanqing, if Xiaoyi bullies you, I'll team up with your aunt to teach her a lesson." Linny, what did I do to deserve this? Chapter 36, Long Queues in Front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. What day is it today? Su Wanqing was taken aback by Jiang Xian's enthusiasm, but she was quite happy inside, and her mood changed from being nervous at the beginning to being relaxed. The lobby wasn't a place for idle chatter. After leading Linny and his group to the VIP reception room, Jiang Xian finally took a good look at the baby in her arms. A fair-skinned, chubby, and adorable baby. Even she, who was reluctant to get married, couldn't resist such a baby. Tang Tang was sleeping in my arms, while Yuan Yuan was looking around with her big eyes wide open. Jiang Xian looked at the adorable baby with anticipation and asked Su Wanqing, "Wanqing, can I hold Yuan Yuan?" "Sure." Su Wanqing nodded, then handed Yuan Yuan to Jiang Xian and taught her how to hold the baby. Jiang Xian mastered the posture quickly, and Yuan Yuan didn't cry when she was in the stranger's arms. Instead, she looked her over carefully. "Yuan Yuan, I'm your auntie, call me auntie." "Wow. Hoo. Giggle." Yuan Yuan babbled and giggled, a scene that melted Jiang Xian's heart. She really wanted to hold Yuan Yuan and never let go. At this moment, Jiang Xian suddenly remembered that Linny must have something to say to her, so she teased Yuan Yuan while asking, "Xiaoyi, why did you ask me to come here today? You didn't just ask me to look after your precious child, did you? Well, she still couldn't escape Sister Xian's discerning eye. Linny first showered her with compliments, then grinned and said, Wanqing and I are going to the Civil Affairs Bureau later, so I'd like you to help me with my makeup. After saying that, Lin Yi's face was filled with happiness, while Su Wanqing's face flushed red, and she couldn't help but feel shy even though it was true. Upon hearing Lin Yi's reply, Jiang Xian suddenly froze. She looked at the two of them in confusion. You two already have a child, and you haven't registered your marriage yet? Realizing that the two might be a little embarrassed, she quickly said, No problem, I promise to make Wanqing look beautiful today. Jiang Xian then reluctantly handed Yuan Yuan to Zhang Milan, and then began to do Su Wanqing's makeup. Su Wanqing has a good foundation, and even with light makeup, she is stunning. Even Jiang Xian, who has seen countless celebrity look-alikes, secretly praised her. Perhaps because Su Wanqing was naturally beautiful, Jiang Xian did her makeup very quickly, and it was done in no time. Today is for taking wedding photos, so Su Wanqing is wearing light makeup. Jiang Xian, arm in arm with Su Wanqing, came to Linny and said with a smile, how is it? My skills haven't deteriorated, have they? Linny nodded, his gaze fixed on Su Wanqing. Even Zhang Milan, who was standing next to her, couldn't take her eyes off Su Wanqing after seeing her. Su Wanqing is already stunning in normal times, but she is absolutely breathtaking after makeup. Faced with Lin Yi's intense gaze, Su Wanqing felt a little embarrassed. Then she turned her head and said shyly to Jiang Xian, Sister Xian, thank you. You're welcome, we're family. Jiang Xian smiled and said, then patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, Xiaoyi, Wanqing is a good girl, you must treat her well. Alright, you guys go ahead. Aha! Lin Emo responded softly, then left with the others. The Civil Affairs Bureau is located not far from Beauty Square, about a 10-minute drive away. After getting off the bus, Linny was stunned to see a long queue. Why are there so many people getting their marriage certificates today? I don't know, but since we're already here, let's hurry up and get in line. Su Wanqing took the lead and went up first. In order to ensure that her two babies would not be unregistered, she was determined to get a marriage certificate with Lin Yi today. Since his wife didn't say anything, Lin Yi followed her. Upon learning yesterday that they would be taking photos for their marriage certificate today, Su Wanqing searched overnight for a pure white short-sleeved shirt. Not only that, he also found one for Lin Yi. When they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Yi realized that Su Wanqing's decision was correct, because all the couples who came here were wearing white clothes from the waist up, and some of the girls were even wearing white veils. At that moment, Su Wanqing glanced at the queue behind her. Soon, a long line had formed. Looking at the veils on the girls' heads, she casually remarked, the veils are quite pretty. Although the voice was very soft, Lin Yi heard it. The marriage registration was already rushed, and he hoped to give Su Wanqing the best. Although some people might be willing to buy the veil from others at a high price, Lin Yi was unwilling to do so. He took out his phone and checked, but there were no wedding dress shops nearby. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message to Hu Hailan and was relieved to see the reply. Fortunately, there are trees on both sides of the Civil Affairs Bureau, otherwise, under the scorching sun, people would melt. Tang Tang fell asleep in the stroller, and Yuan Yuan, having seen the outside world, didn't want to go back to the stroller. Wow. Hey. Previously, Su Wanqing and Lin Yi thought Yuan Yuan was a quiet and handsome man, but it seems that the context was wrong. Outside, he is a lively and playful little baby. Because there were willow trees around them, with many willow branches hanging down from them. His round, dark eyes brightened, though he remained uneasy in Lin Yi's arms. Her tiny body was always fluttering about, and Yuan Yuan seemed to be trying to reach the willow leaves above. Wow. Yuan Yuan chattered away, reaching out his little hand to reach upwards, but there was still some distance between them, and he could never quite reach it. From initial patience, Yuan Yuan gradually became irritable. Wah! The little guy grinned, his brows furrowed, and his big, bright eyes glistened with tears, making him look incredibly pitiful. Zhang Milan and Su Wanqing's attention was drawn only upon hearing the sobbing. Yuan Yuan, what's wrong? Be good. Yuan Yuan was just fed, could she have peed? Zhang Milan was puzzled, and then Lin Yi checked the little guy's diaper, which was still dry. At this moment, Yuan Yuan realized that everyone's attention was on her. Even with tears on her eyelashes, the little girl still looked up. Fearing that some might not understand, their round, chubby little hands were enough to reach the willow tree. After doing all this, the little guy looked at the group with hopeful eyes, as if to say, I've made it so obvious, you should know what I mean. Zhang Milan and Su Wanqing were still a little confused, unable to figure out what the little guy was planning. Lin Yi, however, looked up and said with a wry smile, "My dear son, do you want the leaves?" Wow. Yuan seemed to understand, and her gloomy little face finally broke into a smile. Giggle. Ah. Seeing her beloved son so happy, Su Wanqing, with some skepticism, plucked a clean leaf from the willow tree and placed it in front of Yuan. Sure enough, when the little guy saw the leaves, he grabbed them with his little hands, afraid that Su Wanqing was just teasing him. Wow. Phew. Pooh. Yuan held the leaf happily, her little hand clenching it tightly, as if afraid the leaf would be taken away. The older brother was having so much fun playing outside, while the younger sister was sleeping comfortably in her stroller. Lin Yi looked at the two completely different babies and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 37. Congratulations, you're the lucky one. On the 28th floor of Chunmei Building, Hu Hailin sat on the sofa, leisurely picking up his teacup and taking a sip. Beep beep. His phone, which was on the tea table, suddenly rang. He picked it up and looked at it with displeasure. Hu Hailin had just had a short break when something came up at his door, and he looked very impatient. When he saw that it was Lin Yi who sent him the message, he swallowed back the curse he was about to utter. After reading the message carefully, Hu Hailin quickly replied. However, he was puzzled by the message. Lin Yi actually asked him to send a veil over to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Could it be that he was getting a marriage certificate? Without thinking too much, Hu Hailin searched for wedding dress shops near the company. Fortunately, there was one about a kilometer away. After checking the address, he went there without stopping. Hu Hailin never dreamed that he would become a gopher. Although the weather in Shanghai is hot today, it cannot melt the hearts of the soon-to-be couple. Seeing more and more young couples getting their marriage certificates, Lin Yi couldn't help but complain, "What day is it today? Could it be a once-in-a-century auspicious day?" Just as the group was wondering, a couple in front of them turned around and explained, "Young man, today is May 20th. Huh? What happened on May 20th? Lin Yi was a little puzzled. It was just an ordinary day, so why was there any special significance to it? The man in front of Lin Yi, wearing glasses, seeing that Lin Yi didn't know, started to boast, "May 20th sounds like I love you in Chinese. What a wonderful day this is. My girlfriend and I specifically chose today to get our marriage certificate." Oh. Lin Yi nodded, looking rather ignorant. It seemed he knew very little. Seeing that Lin Yi was like a blockhead, the older man whispered in his ear, "Brother, I've been there. Women love romance and want to create surprises." Aha! Lin Yi responded softly. He and Su Wanqing had never been in a relationship. They started directly with their baby. The guy with glasses is right, what girl doesn't like romance? The older man was a chatterbox. He pulled Lin Yi aside and started telling him about romantic things, while the older man's fiancée noticed Tang Tang in the stroller. The little one lay quietly in the stroller, so tiny, just like Sleeping Beauty. "The baby is so pretty, is it a girl?" "Yes, my husband is carrying a boy." "Oh, they're twins. That's wonderful." After hearing Su Wanqing's answer, the woman's face was full of envy. Seeing the woman gently stroking her belly, Su Wanqing looked at her slightly protruding belly and concluded that she was pregnant. "Congratulations on becoming a mother." Thank you." The woman was a little curious. She hadn't said anything, so how did the other woman figure it out? Fearing the other party might misunderstand, Su Wanqing quickly explained, "Seeing you gently touching your belly, you must be an expectant mother." "Yes, it's only been 3 months. My husband doesn't know yet. I plan to tell him the good news after we get our marriage certificate. I'm sure the child's father will be very happy to find out." Su Wanqing said with a smile, feeling happy for the expectant mother. The Civil Affairs Bureau seemed to know that many people were registering for marriage these past 2 days, so there were staff members at each window. The long queue moved quickly, and as the window drew closer, Lin Yi worried that Hu Hailin might not deliver the package on time. Just as he was worrying, Hu Hailin came running over, and he was overjoyed when he saw Lin Yi. "Mr. Lin, here is the veil you requested." "Old Hu, thank you for making this trip." Lin Yi took the veil and looked at him with satisfaction. He had to admit that it was delivered at the right time. "It's no trouble at all. It's good that we didn't delay President Lin's important business. Then I would like to congratulate General Manager Lin and Deputy General Manager Su on obtaining their certifications. We've received your blessings, now go back." Hu Hailin nodded and then took his leave. Is this what they mean by 3 minutes on stage, an hour of preparation? After Hu Hailin left, Linny placed the veil on Su Wanqing's head and looked at her tenderly. Wife, you look so beautiful in the veil. I'm really looking forward to our wedding day. Honey, you actually heard me back then? Well, I think you like it, so I asked Lao Hu to make the trip. If I wasn't worried about you, I would have gone by myself. Linny was telling the truth. He was afraid that Su Wanqing would think he was trying to run away from the wedding because he hadn't come back for a long time, and then he would be in a very difficult situation. So he chose Hu Hailin as the lucky one. As Su Wanqing listened to everything Linny had done for her, her eyes filled with tears of gratitude. Seeing this, Linny comforted her. Wife, today is a joyous day. It won't look good if you cry. Yes, you're right, honey, thank you. Su Wanqing nodded in agreement, then tilted her head back to prevent the tears in her eyes from falling. Looking at his silly wife, Linny affectionately patted her head. Thinking about how happy marriage should be, Linny couldn't understand why Jiang Xian was so resistant. Everyone has their own thoughts, so Linny stopped thinking about it. The bespectacled man in front of Linny called Hu Hailin President Lin when Hu Hailin presented him with the veil. The man instantly understood why Linny was not romantic, because money could outweigh everything else. Chapter 38 Legally Married Couples, Licensed to Work. The staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau were very efficient, and it was soon Linny and Su Wanqing's turn. The young woman who processed their documents smiled and said, "Please show your ID cards and household registration books." Su Wanqing nodded and handed over their identification documents. Then, the staff gave them the forms that needed to be filled out. To be honest, this was her first time getting married, and Su Wanqing's hands were trembling. She was incredibly nervous. And the characters she wrote were all crooked and messy. When Linny saw this, he carefully comforted her. Wife, don't be nervous, relax. Hey. Honey, your hands are shaking even more than mine. Seeing that the two were equally matched, Su Wanqing chuckled, thinking to herself that her husband was too cute, but she still felt warm inside. When Linny saw his hands, he laughed awkwardly. Back then, his hands didn't even tremble when he signed contracts worth billions. In no time, the two of them finished filling out the form. Alright, you guys go to the back and take pictures. Okay. The two nodded, and Linny immediately instructed Zheng Milan, wait for us in the shade outside. Okay, brother Lin. After giving them instructions, Linny and Su Wanqing went to take care of each other. Pushing open the door, the two sat in chairs, and when the photographer said cheese, they immediately struck their best poses. The photos are ready. Take them to the back to get your marriage certificate. Aha! Linny took the photo, and Su Wanqing was a little hesitant to look at it. She was afraid that the photo would look terrible. Sure enough, girls still care a lot about these kinds of ID photos. Although she was afraid of looking bad, Su Wanqing still asked. Honey, doesn't it look good? It's beautiful, especially the photos of my wife, which make her look like an angel. Real? While asking the question, Su Wanqing couldn't help but snatch the photo. Looking at the two people in it, they seemed quite nice. Little did they know, the two of them sitting there would make any photo look good. Soon, the final step arrived, affixing the ID photos to the marriage certificate. With the official seal affixed, Su Wanqing and Linny became a legally married couple. Holding the little red book in her hand, Su Wanqing felt like she was dreaming, while Linny also had a different feeling. He put his arm around Su Wanqing's shoulder and said seriously, Mrs. Lin, you can't escape now. Mr. Lin, please guide me for the rest of my life. Su Wanqing responded warmly. Now she was reluctant to run away. Now the two are legally married and can officially work together. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lingy's mind. Ding! The dad system is starting up. Host, Lin. The system has detected that the host is licensed to work and has awarded them a golden eye, valid for 3 hours. Can distinguish genuine antiques from fakes can be exchanged when needed? After listening to the system's explanation, Linny was speechless for a moment. Golden eyes? And they expire? The system is so stingy. Since he didn't need it now, Linny didn't think about it. When they got home, Yuan and Tang Tang were asleep, so Linny and Su Wanqing put them on the bed. While the babies were fast asleep and Su Wanqing still had makeup on, she pulled Linny over. Seeing Su Wanqing rushing towards him, Linny was dumbfounded, but also a little excited. Was his wife going to confront him? Honey, you're already in such a hurry after just getting your marriage certificate? At least close the curtains. TCH. What are you thinking? I want to take a picture with you and announce it to the world on my WeChat moments. Oh. Linny nodded, feeling somewhat disappointed. He had thought. Before Linny could think, Su Wanqing forced him to smile. Honey, give me a smile. Yes, that's more like it. Eggplant. After taking many photos, Su Wanqing finally stopped. From those dozens of photos, she selected the 3 best ones and then did some retouching. Linny was stunned by Su Wanqing's actions. Posting on WeChat moments was such a hassle. Little did they know, every girl follows this same process when posting on social media, some even spending hours taking photos to look good, only to be dissatisfied with every single one. Honey, the photos you took are already beautiful, no need to edit them. No, I want it to look the best. Su Wanqing's attention was entirely on her phone. After half an hour, she finally finished editing the 3 photos. Honey, I sent you the photos, you have to send them too. Yes, of course. He. The two edited the message and sent it at the same time. Soon after, their phones exploded with messages, mostly from their roommates expressing their shock. Lin Yi's phone kept ringing with messages from the Lazy Pig breeding base group. All of his roommates came out and tagged Lin Yi. At Lin Yi, EGE, is this certificate real or fake? It's not a scam, is it? At Lin Yi, you didn't even have a girlfriend a few days ago, how come you're suddenly married? At Lin Yi, EGE, if you're being coerced, blink twice. Your sister-in-law is so beautiful, I feel like I've seen her before? Lin Yi looked at the messages in the group and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that this matter was too shocking for them. Even Lin Yi himself found it unbelievable at the time, but he completely understood his roommate's question. The marriage certificate is real, we just got it today. It's true that I was busy raising my child before. After Lin Yi's official denial, his roommates were even more furious. Lin Yi's news was simply too explosive. His words were like an atomic bomb exploding in their minds. I don't know what to say anymore. EGE, you're awesome. Brother E, you're doing something big behind closed doors, that's not fair. Yeah, we guys are still single. Where's the baby? Let's take a look. Seeing his roommate's sour looks, Lin Yi felt quite happy. He then took pictures of Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan sleeping and sent them over. The one on the left is the younger sister, Tang Tang, and the one on the right is the older brother, Yuan Yuan. Holy crap, Brother E, are you trying to kill us brothers? It's twins. I'm so envious, so envious. What should I do if I suddenly want to get married? Lin Yi's side was filled with envy and jealousy, while Su Wanqing's side was full of congratulations. Her roommates knew she was pregnant and that taking care of the baby was very difficult for her. They were genuinely happy to see Su Wanqing find happiness. In the Sailor Moon group chat, her roommates kept saying, Wanqing, you absolutely have to invite us to your wedding. Yes, we'll go help you as a bridesmaid. We, as your family, will support you. Su Wanqing felt a warm glow in her heart as she read the messages from her roommates. Yes, I'll definitely tell you. It took a long time before Su Wanqing and Lin Yi's phones finally stopped ringing. However, an unseen bombshell was brewing and about to explode. Chapter 39. When will you bring my son-in-law home? In the afternoon, Lin Yi checked the time and prepared to tell his parents that he had gotten his marriage certificate. He then took out his phone and made a video call to Jiang Yuehua. After ringing for a few rings, he heard a voice on the other end of the line. When Jiang Yuehua saw that Lin Yi had taken the initiative to call her, she thought something good must have happened. Otherwise, Lin Yi wouldn't have taken the initiative, for fear of being scolded by her. Son, is there some good news? Yes, your daughter-in-law and I have registered our marriage. Lin Yi said smugly, then showed them their marriage certificate. Jiang Yuehua saw the stamp on it and nodded in satisfaction. You little rascal, well done. Give the phone to my daughter-in-law. Oh. Lin Yi nodded, his status in the family had seriously declined. Then he covered the receiver and said something to Su Wanqing. Honey, my mom wants to talk to you. Huh? What did I say? Hearing that Jiang Yuehua wanted to speak to her, Su Wanqing became nervous. This was the first time she had met Lin Yi's parents in such a long time, and in this way no less. She didn't know what to say, whether to call her auntie or mom. Knowing that an ugly daughter-in-law always has to meet her in-laws eventually, she gritted her teeth and accepted the challenge. According to their custom, one only changes their address after the wedding ceremony, so she decided to call them auntie. But as she opened her mouth, she suddenly called out mom. Su Wanqing's face flushed red upon hearing this. How could it be that what was said was completely different from what she had imagined? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuehua happily replied, "Oh, my good daughter-in-law, has Xiaoyi been treating you well these past few days? If he bullies you, I'll teach that brat a lesson for you. Wanqing, just ask Xiaoyi to do everything for you, big or small. Don't overwork yourself." Zhang Yuehua rattled off a whole bunch of things, all of which were in favor of her beloved daughter-in-law. She could tell that Su Wanqing was a good girl, and she wasn't the kind of wicked mother-in-law. On the contrary, she would treat her like a daughter. Su Wanqing, who was initially nervous, relaxed as she sensed Zhang Yuehua's kindness towards her. After chatting for a long time, Su Wanqing handed her phone to Linny with a smile. "Honey, Mom has something to say to you." Linny nodded and took the phone. On the screen, Zhang Yuehua said very seriously, "Son, Mom will start preparing for your wedding tomorrow. I promise that Wanqing will marry into our family in a grand and glorious way. You and Wanqing discuss when we should go to her house. None of the 3 letters and 6 rights can be omitted." "Okay, sure." Linny responded softly, relieved that his mother had considered things carefully. After hanging up the phone, he came to Su Wanqing's side and said gently, "Wife, when are we going to your house? Even an ugly son-in-law has to meet his parents-in-law." Let's wait a bit." Su Wanqing lowered her head and pondered. Her parents didn't know she was pregnant and had given birth to the child. She had secretly kept this from them. If he rashly takes Linny and the child back, his father doesn't know what kind of punishment he'll receive. Linny was unaware of Su Wanqing's thoughts. However, he could see that Su Wanqing had concerns. Now that they were husband and wife, he wanted to help his wife bear the burden. "Honey, let's discuss any concerns together." After listening to Linny's idea, Su Wanqing hesitated for a while before finally speaking it out. "Actually, my parents didn't know I was pregnant and had a baby, and I haven't been home for a year. Honey, I'm sorry for leaving you to bear all this alone." Linny was unaware of this reason. He tenderly hugged Su Wanqing and gently comforted her. "It's all right, they'll find out sooner or later. It's better to tell them sooner rather than later. I will make my uncles and aunts happy." Su Wanqing nodded, then hugged Linny. With Linny by her side, she was not afraid of anything. Meanwhile, in a residential building in Fengtian, Su Yoji finished his meal and leaned back on the sofa playing on his phone. He chuckled incessantly as he looked at the posts on social media from those older men. "Just now, Grandpa Zhang downstairs posted, 'Who threw that banana peel downstairs? I almost fell over. If it had hit my bone, I'll sue you.'" He was just laughing, but when he saw Su Wanqing's post on WeChat Moments, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The stamp on it is very conspicuous, so it's obviously genuine. Su Wanqing never dreamed that her father would start using WeChat Moments. If she had known, she would have blocked him beforehand. Su Yoji realized that his little darling had really gotten married, so he quickly called Fang Yan out. Wife, come out quickly. Something big has happened." Fang Yan, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, rushed out after hearing the shouts. She rolled her eyes and said, "What's all the fuss about? What's the big deal?" Fearing Fang Yan wouldn't believe him, Su Jidong quickly handed her the phone. "Wife, our daughter got married. They're just making things up. Northeastern dialect, nonsense. If you don't believe me, take a look." Seeing that Fang Yan didn't believe him, he showed her the screen. She was shocked when she saw what was going on. "Why didn't our daughter tell us she was getting married? We're not some kind of unenlightened parents. That child is really something. Hey, honey, you know what? Our daughter's boyfriend is quite handsome." Fang Yan rolled her eyes at Su Yongji. "Is this the time to worry about those things? Hurry up and call our daughter to ask what's going on." "Yes, my wife is right." Su Jidong grinned, then quickly made a video call to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing, who was in Lin Yi's arms, saw that it was a video call from her father. She quickly got up and gestured to her husband not to speak. After the call connected, she said softly, "Daddy, I miss you so much." Lin Yi hadn't expected that Su Wanqing would speak with such a strong northeastern accent, which was quite amusing to hear. "Yes, Daddy misses my eldest daughter too, Seeing that Su Jidong was hesitant to speak, Fang Yan snatched the phone away and asked, "Qingqing, are you tired from work lately?" "I'm not tired, Mom, don't worry." "Qingqing, don't you have anything to say to your father and mother?" Fang Yan asked tactfully. Su Wanqing was unaware that her parents already knew about her marriage. Although Lin Yi had just said that he would tell them as soon as possible, she was afraid that her parents would not be able to accept it at first, so she thought it would be better to tell them these things slowly. No, Dad, Mom, is there something you want to say? Su Wanqing noticed that the two were speaking hesitantly, so it must be something important they had to say. Are you married? Your dad only found out when he was scrolling through his WeChat moments last night. Daughter, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but your dad and I aren't unenlightened parents. Why don't you tell us? Mom, I didn't mean to hide it from you, actually. Seeing that Su Wanqing hesitated, Fang Yan immediately said, When are you going to bring my son-in-law home? Chapter 40, Parents' Greatest Wish is for their children to be happy. Huh? Mom? Su Wanqing thought Fang Yan would blame her for acting on her own initiative, but to her surprise, Fang Yan not only wasn't angry, but even asked her to take her son-in-law back. Seeing that her parents were so open-minded, Su Wanqing felt relieved and then said with a smile, Okay, Mom. Su Wanqing had intended to tell them about the baby, but after thinking about it, she decided against it and decided to give them a surprise instead. I'll bring your son-in-law home in a few days. Okay, then you can go ahead and get busy. Fang Yan smiled as she spoke, then hung up the phone. Although her precious daughter's marriage was a bit of a stretch, she felt relieved seeing the smiles on Su Wanqing's face. What parents want most is for their children to be happy. Seeing Fang Yan put down her phone, Su Yoji quickly ran over. Wife, are you hanging up? I was thinking of seeing our son-in-law. What son-in-law? He will only be a son-in-law of the Su family after he passes our test. Yes, we should test him for our daughter. Children are raised from infancy to adulthood, and parents always unconsciously consider their children's needs. As Su Wanqing's parents, Fang Yan and Su Yoji also wanted to give her a heads up. When Su Yoji learned that his little darling had gotten married, he felt an indescribable sadness, like the cabbage he had raised since childhood had been eaten by a pig. After thinking for a moment, he said, Honey, tomorrow you go out and buy some ribs, pork bones, pork belly, or something like that. Our daughter loves to eat them. Okay, my daughter hasn't been back for a year, I'll definitely make sure she eats well. It's not easy being alone out there. Qingqing looks so thin in the video. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Su Wanqing danced with joy, finally relieved to bring Lin Yi back. She was confident that Fang Yan and Su Yoji would be very satisfied with Lin Yi. Having not been home for a year, Su Wanqing missed her family and parents terribly. The thought of seeing them soon filled her with joy. Seeing that Su Wanqing had hung up the phone, Lin Yi walked over and asked her a question after seeing her smiling face. Honey, what's making you so happy? My mom said she wants to meet you. My mother-in-law wants to see me? How should I do it? Should I give her another video call? Idiot, I'm taking you home. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment after hearing Su Wanqing's answer. Realizing what he had said, he asked excitedly, When are we going back? How about tomorrow? Tomorrow won't work, we won't have time to buy gifts. Let's wait a couple of days and go pick out a gift first. What do Mom and Dad like? Lin Yi rattled off a whole bunch of things, and he's already started planning his trip to Su Wanqing's house. It's clear that Lin Yi is very concerned and wants his father-in-law and mother-in-law to approve of him. In that instant, a whole host of questions were already on his mind. Seeing Lin Yi talking to himself, Su Wanqing quickly stopped him. Honey, my parents are very easy to talk to. Okay, so what do our parents like? We can't go empty-handed. Do you like a gemstone necklace? A Patek Philippe watch? A Maybach? Hearing what Lin Yi said, Su Wanqing felt it was very expensive, and she quickly shook her head. My dad likes watching antique appraisal shows and also likes playing with birds. My mom likes necklaces, hee hee. Okay, let's go pick out a gift tomorrow. Lin Yi nodded. These were all his father-in-law and mother-in-law's preferences, and he had to remember them carefully. While the two were discussing, Tang Tang rolled over on the bed. She did it all by herself without any external help. The little one woke up after turning over. She didn't cry or fuss. In front of her was the marriage certificate that Su Wanqing had casually placed there. Tantan's chubby little hands flapped vigorously, but when they reached her chin, she couldn't reach it. Wow. Phew. The little guy was babbling and trying to get Lin Yi and Su Wanqing's attention. When the two heard the sound, they turned around and found Tang Tang lying on the bed with drool dripping from the corner of her mouth. Because the little one was lying on his stomach, his drool landed on the marriage certificate. When the two discovered it, the marriage certificate was wet. Su Wanqing picked it up and looked at it, pretending to be angry. Stinky Tang Tang, this is Mom and Dad's marriage certificate. You little rascal. Giggle. Giggle. Tang Tang thought her mother was teasing her and giggled. His small, dark eyes were curved like crescent moons. Seeing how adorable Tang Tang's smile was, Su Wanqing couldn't bear to say anything, and then she put the 2 marriage certificates away. Perhaps because they had gone out during the day, the 2 little ones slept peacefully. Pa! In the middle of the night, Linny felt a chubby little hand rubbing his face, and suddenly a crisp slap sounded in his ear. He opened his eyes and found Yuan Yuan lying in front of him. My good son, that slap really landed. Why aren't you sleeping? Come on, let daddy check if you need to pee first. Linny untied Yuan Yuan's diaper, and sure enough, it was wet. He took a new diaper from the bedside table and put it on the little guy. After the replacement, things became much more stable. Looking at the little one in his arms, Linny didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yuan Yuan was so smart. She knew to look for her dad when she needed a diaper change, and she would look for her dad even when she was hungry, because her mom might not be able to wake her up. If Su Wanqing knew, she would definitely give Yuan Yuan a thumbs up. My son is so smart, he always comes to his father when he has a problem. At first, Su Wanqing felt guilty because Linny was always looking after the babies at night. Now that they've spent so many days together, she's long since put her guilt behind her. Before long, Linny heard Su Wanqing's murmur. Honey, hee hee. That's awesome, love you. Mwah. These are words Su Wanqing only says in her dreams. She's a little embarrassed to say them during the day. She could say whatever she wanted in her dream, but she didn't expect that Linny would hear some of her words clearly. Linny was very happy to hear Su Wanqing's sweet words. Seeing her writing on the blanket, Linny thoughtfully took the blanket off and covered her with it. Little did he know that when Su Wanqing turned over, she slapped Linny across the face again. He was truly aggrieved that night. Seeing that Su Wanqing was still sleeping so soundly after hitting him, Linny could only comfort himself in his heart. She's my dear wife, she's my dear wife. Back on her side, Yuan Yuan had a great time and showed no signs of wanting to sleep. Wow. The little one was babbling and rolling over from time to time. Yuan Yuan had completely mastered the skill of rolling over. Phew. Ah. To attract Linny's attention, Yuan Yuan used every trick in the book, as if to say, Daddy, look, I'm rolling over. Linny clapped his hands gently, responding to the little guy, Yuan Yuan is great, Yuan Yuan is great. Even after a long time, the little one still wouldn't sleep, so Linny had to resort to his trump card. He hugged Yuan Yuan and whispered, Yuan Yuan, how about Daddy tells you a story? Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and on the mountain was a temple, and in the temple lived an old monk who was telling stories. Chapter 41. A couple's joint performance, lying through their clothes. The next day, just as dawn broke, Linny felt his fingers were damp and his body was filled with the scent of milk. He looked at it in confusion and saw that Tang Sua was sucking on his fingers. Then, Linny gently pinched Tang Tang's chubby little face. Tang Tang, does it smell good? Wow. He just asked casually, and the little guy actually answered. Sensing that Tang Tang was hungry, Linny withdrew his finger. Daddy's making you some milk. Stay here obediently. After saying that, Linny got out of bed to make milk powder for Tang Tang. After preparing the milk, drip some onto the back of your hand until it's cool enough to drink before putting it into Tang Tang's mouth. Gurgle. Gurgle. Wah woo wah. Tang Tang sucked hard, clearly hungry. Yuan Yuan, who was next to her, seemed to smell the milky aroma, and her chubby little lips twitched. Yuan Yuan moved her lips for a long time but couldn't get any milk. The little one cried out in frustration. Seeing that Yuan Yuan was crying because he was hungry, Linny quickly made him a cup of milk powder. Yuan Yuan has a big appetite, so Linny added 2 extra spoonfuls of milk powder. Yuan Yuan, your milk is coming. Oh, don't cry, don't cry. The baby stopped crying after sucking on the pacifier and drinking the milk. On the other side, upon hearing Yuan Yuan's cries, Su Wanqing anxiously ran out of the bathroom, clutching her stomach. Honey, what's wrong with Yuan Yuan? The little guy is fine, he's just hungry. Linny glanced at Yuan Yuan, who was sucking on the cigarette with relish, and said. The 2 little ones were starving, and soon they were full and spat out their pacifiers. Linny put away the baby bottles and saw Su Wanqing clutching her stomach, looking like she was in a lot of pain. Fearing that Su Wanqing would continue to endure the pain without speaking, he asked anxiously, Wife, what's wrong? Is your stomach hurting? I probably caught a chill last night. I'd been having diarrhea. Linny shook his head and smiled wryly after hearing this. His wife was too restless when she slept. He had to cover her with a blanket every time he changed the baby's diaper or fed her. Diarrhea is to be expected. You often sleep with the blanket on your back, you must have caught a cold. I'll go get you a hand warmer. I'll go to the restroom first. After saying that, Su Wanqing covered her stomach and quickly ran away. She knew she was a restless sleeper, but once she fell asleep, she knew nothing about anything. Watching Su Wanqing's hasty retreat, Linny thoughtfully filled the hand warmer with boiling water, preparing to hand it to her later. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lingy's mind. Ding! The dad system is starting up. Host, Linny. The system has detected that the host has spent a sufficient amount of time with the baby, and a reward of 5 million childcare funds has been awarded. Funds have been disbursed. As soon as the system finished speaking, Linny received a text message from the bank confirming the deposit had been credited to his account. However, Linny didn't care about the money. Immediately afterwards, Linny called the system with a displeased expression. System, can you stop sending money and send something useful instead? Isn't money a useful thing? The system's soul asked a question that Linny couldn't refute, so he continued, you can send some pills to improve your body. Ideally, it should cure postpartum illnesses and boost immunity and resistance. It's a legitimate request, the redemption was successful. As soon as the system finished speaking, Linny received a notification from the bank that 5 million had been deducted, and then a colorful pill appeared in front of him. Linny really wanted to give the system a big thumbs up for its user-friendly service. This pill looks different from the immune to all poisons pill, probably because their effects are different. A short while later, Su Wanqing dragged her weak body back to the bedroom, and Linny quickly handed her the hand warmer. Honey, hold a hand warmer, it'll make you feel better. Okay, thank you, honey. You're welcome. These are candies. They'll make you feel better. Su Wanqing had no doubts. She thought that Linny would make her happier by giving her something sweet, so she swallowed the candy. After swallowing the candy, the medicine took effect quickly. Su Wanqing's forehead was covered in fine sweat, which she and Linny both thought was because she was holding a heat pack. Little did they know, this was the effect of the sugar beans. Before long, Su Wanqing's pale face gradually regained its color, and her complexion improved. After a while, when he felt that the medicine had been absorbed to a certain extent, Linny asked, Wife, are you feeling any better now? I feel much better, and my stomach doesn't hurt as much anymore. This hand warmer is really useful. It's good that you're not feeling unwell. Linny patted Su Wanqing's head and said with heartache. Su Wanqing's postpartum illness has finally subsided, and now Linny no longer needs to worry about it flaring up when it's damp and rainy. A short while later, Zhang Milan knocked on the door. Knock knock. Brother Lin, Sister Qing, breakfast is ready. Zhang Milan had just heard the commotion when she came to call the two of them to dinner. Linny responded and then carried Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan into the stroller. Wife, let's go eat. With her stomach feeling better, Su Wanqing suddenly had an appetite and thought she could eat more this morning. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Su Wanqing smelled the aroma of meat and swallowed hard when she saw the large bone broth on the table. She also really liked the other dishes, except for the bone broth. Zhang Milan is a good cook. Every dish she makes is delicious and visually appealing. Wow. Hey. Yuan Yuan and Tang Tang smelled the aroma and started babbling, which indirectly confirmed that Zhang Milan's cooking was indeed delicious, and even the two little ones couldn't resist taking a bite. Of course, these are things that adults like. Even if Tang Tang Yuan Yuan is drooling with envy, she can't have a bite because the little one is too young. Since the little ones couldn't enjoy the food, Su Wanqing decided to give them an extra billion bites. Anyway, all the food we eat will be digested into breast milk, and maybe the little one's breast milk will taste like bone broth. Faced with the barrage of spittle from the little ones, Su Wanqing spoke against her will. Yuan Yuan, Tang Tang, these don't taste good, Mom will eat them for you. Look, this bone is so big, it's not easy to gnaw on. Oh dear, this spinach is too green, it's not healthy. This steamed egg custard is too soft, some parts are not cooked through. After listening to what Su Wanqing said, Linny and Zhang Milan shook their heads and smiled bitterly. This was just blatant lying. To quiet the little ones down for a while, Linny immediately said, Your mother is right, your father will help you get rid of them too. Who are Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan? Those two little rascals are so clever. Look at how Su Wanqing and Linny are wolfing down their food, It's not because it's not delicious, it's clearly because it's too delicious. Seeing the way the two of them ate, Tang Tang rolled her eyes helplessly, her little eyes seeming to say, "Dad, Mom, do you think I believe that?" Yuan pouted, as if to say, "We're so smart." Chapter 42. The little cotton padded jacket is leaky. After breakfast, the group set off for Tianbao Garden. Yesterday, Su Wanqing said that her father liked treasure appraisal shows. Linny thought that he should like antiques, and coincidentally, the system had given him a limited time golden eye. Tianbao Garden in Shanghai is like Panjiayuan in Beijing. It's full of antique shops, some genuine and some fake. It just depends on whether you can tell the difference. Before long, we arrived at Tianbao Garden, where there were many people hoping to find a bargain. Phew. Hey. In this unfamiliar environment, Tong Tong's round eyes darted around. Seeing so many people outside, the little one was very happy. She loves lively places. If she hadn't been half asleep yesterday morning, the little one's eyes would definitely be like copper bells. Compared to Tang Tang, Yuan was quiet. He seemed uninterested in this kind of place. Once they arrived, the group began to stroll around. It was the first time Su Wanqing and Zhang Weilan had come to such a place, their small eyes filled with great curiosity. When Su Wanqing heard the vendors asking for prices as she passed by, she was stunned. She shook Lin Yi's arm and whispered, "Honey, these stalls here charge hundreds of thousands, even millions, it's so expensive. The most expensive piece of porcelain my dad bought was less than 2,000. We can just spend 5,000 to buy him a bottle. Anyway, my dad can't tell the difference either, hee." Su Wanqing pouted. If Su Yoji heard these words, he would be heartbroken. His little darling, whom he had raised since childhood, had suddenly become a burden. Sure enough, Su Yoji, who was thousands of miles away, did feel a chill and suddenly shivered. Actually, he just found the treasure appraisal show interesting, and gradually thought that he had mastered the skills, so he spent 2,000 to buy a big jar. Later, Su Yoji, thinking of making a fortune by selling jars, specifically hired experts to verify the authenticity of the bottles. Unsurprisingly, they turned out to be modern handicrafts. After that, this incident became a source of amusement for Fang Yan and Su Wanqing. Hearing Su Wanqing's meticulous planning for him, Linny chuckled and pinched her nose, saying, "Silly girl, don't worry, we'll definitely buy something that's good quality and inexpensive." He said with a smile, and then activated the golden eye given by the system. With the cheat activated, he could see the antiques clearly, but he hadn't seen the real antiques yet. Tianbao Garden was very large, so Linny wasn't in a hurry. He accompanied Su Wanqing to look around. However, when Su Wanqing squatted down at the roadside stall and picked up a piece of porcelain, the system's notification sound almost deafened Linny. Ding! 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 Yuan blue and white porcelain successfully identified. Value, extremely high. After hearing the system notification, Linny couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, I almost got a concussion." The stall owner, dressed in black, lay leisurely in a rocking chair, only glancing up when a customer arrived. "Honey, what do you think of this jar? It has the prettiest design of all the ones I've looked at." Su Wanqing squatted there, happily showing Linny the contents of the jar. However, when she asked about the price, she immediately lost her composure. "Boss, how much is this jar?" "Young lady, you have a good eye. The jar you're holding is a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain jar with a figure painting of Gaguzi descending the mountain. If you really want it, you can take the 500,000. After hearing the price, Su Wanqing immediately put the jar down and said sarcastically, "Boss, you're busy, I won't bother you any longer." Seeing that the customer was about to leave, the stall owner immediately stepped forward to stop her. "Hey, young lady, the price is negotiable. This jar is a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain piece. How much are you willing to pay?" Su Wanqing held up 5 fingers, and the stall owner assumed she was willing to pay 50,000 yuan. A surge of joy welled up inside him. The large jar that Su Wanqing was holding was one he had just bought that morning for only 300 yuan. If he could sell it for 50,000, he would make a fortune. 50,000? 50,000 is fine too. I only reluctantly parted with it because I saw that you liked it. It's not 50,000, it's 500. Young lady, you can't bargain like that. How about raising the price a little more? Su Wanqing shook her head. She felt that 500 yuan was too much. She could buy 7 or 8 large jars at the ceramics market. Seeing the stall owner hesitate, Su Wanqing prepared to take Lin Yi to look at other stalls. I hadn't taken more than 2 steps when the stall owner shouted, 500 it is, this jar is yours. Here, honey, you pay. Su Wanqing instructed that the large jar was bought by Linny, and she was thinking of having him give it to Su Yoji. The gift is perfect, and it doesn't cost that much money. After paying, Su Wanqing and Linny left with a smile. Honey, just give this big jar to my dad. My dad doesn't appreciate things that are too expensive, he prefers things that are down to earth. Linny didn't expect that Su Wanqing bought this cheap jar so that he could give it to his future father-in-law. It seems that his wife was afraid that he would buy something too expensive, so she bought it herself. Looking at his wife, who was thinking of him, Linny said with a wry smile. Honey, this jar is actually real. Huh? What? Really? While Su Wanqing was shocked, she covered her mouth, afraid that the jar she had just bought would be targeted by bad people. Having lived all these years, Su Wanqing had never been so lucky. However, even if she found the real thing, she might not recognize it. Fortunately, Linny had the golden eyes. Realizing she had bought a treasure, Su Wanqing blinked her big eyes and whispered to Linny, Honey, since this jar is real, how much can we sell it for? It should be tens of millions. Oh my god, how about we buy another jar for my dad? It's not really appropriate to give him something so cheap. The jar that cost 500 yuan could be resold for tens of millions. Su Wanqing thought that even her father wouldn't recognize it as genuine, which would be a waste. So she suggested buying another jar for Su Yoji. Linny knew that his wife knew the value of the large jar and was reluctant to give it to her father. Seeing Su Wanqing looking at the yuan blue and white porcelain jar as if it were a treasure, Linny nodded. With the golden eye, he couldn't buy a fake. Okay, let's pick some more then. Having gained experience from the beginning, Su Wanqing focused on looking at those yuan blue and white porcelain jars. No one knows how she chose them, but when she went to another shop, the jar she picked up was also genuine. Just as Su Wanqing picked up the large jar, the system started ringing in Lin Yi's mind. Ding! 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 Yuan blue and white porcelain successfully identified. Value, extremely high. I bought the previous jar for 500, but this jar only cost me 400. This time, Linny didn't tell Su Wanqing the value of the jar beforehand, because he was afraid that if his wife knew the price, she wouldn't be willing to give it to him. Having found the antique, Linny and his companions left Tianbao Garden. Sitting in the car, after driving for a while, Linny told Su Wanqing the truth. Wife, the yuan blue and white porcelain jar you bought later was also genuine. What? It's true again? Honey, let's go back and pick another one. How could you buy such a cheap, big jar for my dad? If Su Jidong knew what happened today, he'd definitely say, Daughter, thank you so much. Chapter 43 Mom, you can't lie to me openly. Seeing Su Wanqing's distressed expression, Linny comforted her. Wife, if you can't bear to part with it, we have many antiques worth hundreds of millions at home, you can choose whatever you like. And you're right, these two yuan blue and white porcelains are too cheap. Let's just give the bronzes in the house to my father-in-law and let him try a different field. No, my dad prefers porcelain more, so bronzes are out of the question. Su Wanqing pondered that the bronze artifact was even older. If she told her parents about its value, they would worry so much that they wouldn't want to leave the house every day. Linny was relieved to see that his wife had come to terms with it. Su Wanqing was afraid that the two yuan blue and white porcelain jars she had just acquired would break, so she placed one under her feet and the other on the back seat. Yuan, who was in Su Wanqing's arms, saw a large jar next to him and looked at it curiously. Since she had never seen one before, the little one thought it was food. With chubby little hands waving and drooling, they reached for the big jar. Seeing her obedient son wanting to touch the antique, Su Wanqing gave him a lesson. Son, that's an antique, not something to eat. Let me tell you, yuan blue and white porcelain is also known as yuan blue and white porcelain, which refers to blue and white porcelain produced in the Yuan dynasty. Blue and white porcelain was produced in the Tang dynasty and flourished in the Yuan dynasty. We must protect the antiques, you can't just touch them recklessly. Yuan, wasn't Mommy's explanation amazing? Su Wanqing waited with a smile for Yuan's praise, but her obedient son seemed to have become a little devil, pointing at the phone in her hand as if to say, Mom, you can't lie to me openly. Seeing that she couldn't fool Yuan, Su Wanqing asked Tang, do you think Mommy is amazing? Phew. Ah. Tang, not understanding what was going on, replied casually, but Su Wanqing was very happy after hearing it. Alright, Yuan's food rations will definitely be a tiny bit less than Tongtong's tonight. Zhang Milan, who was standing next to her, didn't know much about antiques. After listening to Su Wanqing's explanation, she realized how expensive those two jars were. It would probably take several generations to save up that much money. Now she finally understands why so many people dream of finding a bargain, because it's money they could never spend in several lifetimes, provided they don't squander it. 30 minutes later, Linny and his group arrived at the Pure Love jewelry store. Pure Love Jewelry is the largest jewelry store in Shanghai, offering a wide variety of products, including many new and rare items. As soon as I stepped into the store, several staff members at the door bowed and greeted me in unison. The shop assistant's enthusiasm startled Su Wanqing. If Linny hadn't been there, she would have turned around and left. After all, with such a warm welcome, it would feel wrong not to buy something. Upon entering the store, a sales assistant in a black uniform greeted me warmly. "Sir, madam, is there anything I can do for you? Let's just take a look around." Su Wanqing spoke politely, as she disliked having people following her, feeling like she was being constantly monitored. The sales assistant immediately understood. Many customers like to browse on their own and only call them over when they find something they like, so it's become a habit. Linny didn't know much about jewelry, he only knew that expensive was good, so he just followed along. However, as he passed by a boutique, a pair of sparkly earrings caught Linny's attention. Thinking that he hadn't given Su Wanqing a decent gift in all these days, Linny said, "Wife, what do you think of these earrings? How do you like it?" Su Wanqing followed the gaze and was immediately attracted by the exquisite design of the earrings. But when she looked at the price, she shook her head. Such a small pair of earrings cost 23,800 yuan. That amount of money could buy dozens of cans of milk powder. Linny could tell that Su Wanqing really liked it. As for why she didn't want it, it was probably because she had struggled to make a living with the babies before and was reluctant to spend so much money on it. To get his wife to accept it, he told the sales assistant first and then later, "Please wrap up these earrings for me." "Fine, just wrap up all the latest earrings for me." Linny thought that he couldn't just give his wife a pair of earrings as a gift, so he generously bought a few more. Seeing Linny approaching and speaking softly, the sales assistant who quickly ran over was stunned after hearing Linny's last words. The man in front of me was actually going to buy all the latest earring styles, and there were over 300 different styles available at the moment. The sales assistant then asked again, "Unsure, sir, are you sure you want it?" Linny nodded. He didn't joke about this kind of thing. The sales assistant, having received an affirmative answer, happily went to select new products, while all the interns at the store entrance were called to pack them up. Seeing Linny return, Su Wanqing pulled him, wanting to leave. "Honey, let's go look at another place, this one is too expensive. Even the cheapest sterling silver necklace costs several thousand." "Honey, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave." "Ha? They can't force you to buy or sell, can they?" Su Wanqing's temper flared up instantly. How could there still be such domineering merchants in this day and age? She was determined to seek justice. Seeing his wife about to confront the man, Linny quickly stopped her, wondering to himself, is this still the same gentle and weak wife from before? Could it be that her Fengtian Northeast bloodline has awakened? Little did they know that Su Wanqing's transformation was all thanks to him. Free from Jianglan's workplace manipulation and relieved of the burden of raising children, she has become much more lively. Fearing that Su Wanqing might act impulsively, Linny quickly said, "I just bought you earrings, and they're packing them up right now. I've already paid for it, you can't return it. This was bought for you by your husband. If you don't accept it, I'll throw it away." Seeing that Su Wanqing wouldn't listen to reason, Linny spoke domineeringly. As expected, Linny's explanation successfully persuaded Su Wanqing, but she was stunned when she saw the packaging bag that the sales assistant took out. The packaging bag was huge. There were 7 or 8 of them. How big must the earrings be? Do they need to be assembled? Just as Su Wanqing was wondering, the sales assistant came over with a smile and said, "Sir, 358 pairs of earrings have been packed. Would you like to count them?" "No need." Linny trusted Pure Love Jewelry Store and dared not disobey them. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation struck Su Wanqing and the surrounding guests like a thunderbolt. "Honey, why did you buy so many earrings? I only have 2 ears, how am I supposed to wear them all?" "If you wear 1 pair a day, and there are 365 days in a year, you'll still be short a few pairs. How about I make you some more?" "Forget it, I'm just wasting money." Su Wanqing pouted coquettishly, but her heart was pounding like a deer's. She was overjoyed to receive so many earrings. This was the first time Linny had given her a gift, even though it was quite a lot. Seeing the couple's affectionate interaction, Zhang Milan felt somewhat superfluous, like a bright and annoying third wheel, but she couldn't help but envy their relationship. Inside the stroller, Yuan Yuan and Tang Tang stared at Linny and Su Wanqing with the amusement of a child, babbling away as if to say, "Daddy, Mommy, give us a kiss." Chapter 44: Boosting sales for their own store. Su Wanqing was afraid that Linny would buy her a bunch of jewelry, so she pulled him to the necklace section. "Honey, let's quickly pick out a necklace." "Hey, this pearl necklace is really nice, don't you think?" It's alright." Linny nodded, then said to the sales assistant, "Could you please take this necklace out for us to take a look at?" "Sir, this necklace is a rare item in our store, and only the store manager has the key. It's also very expensive. Are you sure you want to see it?" It's not that the sales assistant looked down on people, she was just offering a friendly reminder, since the necklace had been in the store for quite some time. "Yes, look. Please wait a moment, I'll go get the manager right away." Seeing that Linny agreed, the saleswoman ran all the way to the office. She knocked on the door and only went in after hearing a reply from inside. "Manager, a customer wants to see a pearl and ruby necklace." Okay. Store manager, he was taken aback. Since she came to the store, no customer had shown any interest in buying the pearl and ruby necklace. It's not that it's not beautiful, on the contrary, it's so beautiful and expensive that it deters other customers. While pondering, she quickened her pace and was stunned when she saw Linny in the hall, because she recognized him. Upon seeing the person who arrived, she quickly went to greet him. "Mr. Lin, why didn't you let me know you were coming? I could have served you personally." The store manager was named He Lian. She was wearing a black uniform with "Store Manager" written on the upper right corner. Everyone was curious about Lin Yi's identity when they saw her treating a young man so humbly. The most crucial point is that the store manager calls him General Manager Lin. Does that mean Chuanai Jewelry Store belongs to him? Seeing that Linny didn't recognize her, He Lian awkwardly explained, "Mr. Lin, I saw you at the year-end party, and you even gave me an award." "Oh." Linny nodded, a scene flashing through his mind. It was when he was a freshman in college, presenting awards to employees on behalf of Lin Hongji. "I thought I wouldn't be recognized since I came from my own store, but it seems I was careless." "Mr. Lin, you want to see the pearl and ruby necklace, right? I'll get it for you right away." After saying that, He Lian went to the counter, opened it with the key, and placed the necklace in front of the group. "Honey, what do you think? Not bad, is it very expensive?" Su Wanqing nodded, thinking that she needed the store manager's key to get it out, so this necklace must not be cheap. And judging from their conversation just now, is this store really Lin Yi's? Just as Su Wanqing was wondering, Linny smiled and said, "It's nothing, this is just to boost our store's sales." Linny thought about it and realized he wasn't wrong. Buying from your own store was always better than buying from someone else. Before Su Wanqing could even think, Linny immediately ordered, "Wrap up this necklace, and also wrap up those other pure gemstone necklaces over there. Pearl and ruby necklaces are more suitable for middle-aged women, so I bought it as a gift for Fang Yan." Su Wanqing, on the other hand, is much younger and would look more elegant in a pure gemstone necklace. Now that Su Wanqing had discovered his identity, Linny stopped pretending and simply swept away all the treasures in his shop. Seeing Linny wave his hand again, Su Wanqing quickly stopped him. "Honey, why buy so many necklaces? One is enough. The rest are all for you. I bought some for my mother-in-law, so my wife can't be left out. You suffered before, so I'll spoil you from now on." After saying that, Linny affectionately pinched Su Wanqing's blushing cheek. If she refused, he would use the same excuse he had just given her. Fortunately, Su Wanqing didn't say anything, because she knew it was useless to say anything, and she didn't want to let Linny down. Upon hearing Linny's instructions, He Lian quickly went to pack the food, also to avoid becoming a third wheel. The onlookers dispersed. The people were just taking things from their own store, there wasn't much to see. Before long, everything was packed up, and He Lian instructed the shop assistant to put the jewelry in the car. Even though it was his own stuff, in order to keep the accounts consistent, Linny handed over his black card. "Don't use the shop's account, use my card." "Yes, Mr. Kobayashi." Since the entire shop belonged to someone else, He Lian naturally had no objections. After swiping the card, she respectfully handed it over. "Mr. Lin, here is your card." Now that the items had been purchased, Linny and his group made their retreat. Back in the car, Su Wanqing suddenly realized something and said to Linny, "Honey, wouldn't you say you've just transferred the money from your left hand to your right hand?" "Well, you could say that." Linny smiled slightly, thinking to himself that his family owned many businesses. After shopping, the group prepared to go home. They had been out for quite a while, and Tang Tang and Tian Tian were so sleepy that they fell asleep. 30 minutes later, I arrived at my doorstep. Su Wanqing and Zhang Milan carried Tang Tang and Tian Tian back to their bedroom, while Linny carried back the things he had bought that day. When they opened the trunk, it was already full. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought the two had gone to buy goods. Not seeing the antique, Su Wanqing asked, "Honey, where did you put the yuan blue and white porcelain jar?" "At your feet." "Oh dear, this is an antique, it should be treasured." After hearing Su Wanqing's words, Linny regretted going to Sanbao Garden. He had brought back two little devils. Chapter 45. This damn grandparental love. In a detached courtyard house by Hohai Lake in Beijing, a family of 3 is having dinner. The man in the middle, who is energetic and in good health, is Lin Zhengtai, Lin Yi's grandfather. The 2 men next to him are Lin Yi's parents. Thinking of his grandson whom he hadn't contacted in a long time, Lin Zhengtai asked the 2 of them about his recent situation. What has Xiaoyi been busy with lately? Is he about to graduate? Once he graduates, he can join a company to gain experience. You can't always be so busy with work. When are you going to bring me a granddaughter-in-law? You two should urge him on. I'm hoping to hold my great-grandchild before I die, but I don't know if that will ever happen. Dad, don't say that. I'll definitely be able to hug you. Seeing Lin Zhengtai sigh, Zhang Yuehua quickly comforted him. She gave Lin Hongji a look, meaning, why don't we tell him about Xiaoyi now? Seeing the 2 exchanging glances, Lin Zhengtai put down his chopsticks and said seriously, just say what you have to say. I'm not senile yet. Seeing that her father-in-law had spoken, Zhang Yuehua tentatively asked, Dad, what kind of granddaughter-in-law do you hope for? As long as Xiaoyi likes it, I like it too. Why are you suddenly asking this? Lin Zhengtai was a man who had seen a lot of things. When his daughter-in-law asked him this question, he sensed that something was wrong. The 2 of them were definitely hiding something from him. It seems like this is quite a big deal. What happened to Xiaoyi? What's wrong with him? Dad, don't worry, Xiaoyi is fine. Lin Zhengtai has always doted on Linny since he was a child, which is the charm of grandparents' affection for their grandchildren. He felt that something was wrong with what the 2 were saying, so he became worried about his grandson. Fearing that Lin Zhengtai would worry, Lin Hongji quickly comforted him. After all, the old man was getting on in years and couldn't handle any sudden shocks. Actually, Xiaoyi has a girlfriend. Huh? Really? That's great. Get them married right away. Lin Zhengtai's eyebrows lit up with joy after hearing what Zhang Yuehua said. This was a joyous occasion, so why were the 2 of them always keeping it a secret? He urged everyone to hurry up so he could hold his great-grandchild. Although he is old, he is not sexist at all, and it would be even better if he could have a great-granddaughter. Girls are more endearing, Yuan said. I feel offended. Seeing Lin Zhengtai so happy, Zhang Yuehua gave him a heads up. Dad, Xiaoyi has already completed the task ahead of schedule. What do you mean? Don't get agitated when I tell you. Zhang Yuehua gave instructions, worried that Lin Zhengtai might faint from excitement, which would be troublesome. Congratulations, Dad, you have a great-grandson and a great-granddaughter. What? You're not kidding me, are you? Lin Hongji had already prepared quick-acting heart medicine on the side, but the old man was more resilient than they had imagined. Lin Zhengtai was overjoyed to hear that he had a great-granddaughter and a great-grandson. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. Even if he were to die now, he would have no regrets. However, the thought that he hadn't yet held his 2 great-grandchildren made him change his mind. He still wanted to see the little ones grow up. Fearing that his daughter-in-law might lie to please him after hearing what he had just said, he asked again, Yuehua, is what you just said true? Really, if you don't believe me, let's call Xiaoyi. Alright, go ahead and fight. I'd also like to see my granddaughter-in-law and great-grandchildren. Lin Zhengtai readily agreed. He was usually a very serious person, but now his face was full of smiles. A perfectly good meal was interrupted just like that, but now no one had time to eat, especially Lin Zhengtai. Then, Zhang Yuehua took out her phone and made a video call to Linny via WeChat, which was answered very quickly. Hello? Mom. Son, we're with your grandpa now. He knows everything about what happened to you, and he wants to say a few words to you. Before Linny could react, the phone was already in Lin Zhengtai's hands. He had just overheard his mother saying that his grandfather now knew about his marriage and the child. Seeing that Lin Zhengtai seemed unaffected, Linny felt relieved and greeted him, Grandpa. Hey, where's my granddaughter-in-law? Grandpa, let me see her. Su Wanqing was right beside them and had heard everything they were saying. She had been wondering if they would let her answer the phone, and sure enough, they had. Since the old man had suggested it, Su Wanqing couldn't refuse, so she took the phone. Linny, on the other hand, always felt like he had fallen out of favor, even though Lin Zhengtai was the one who doted on him the most. Since having a wife and children, his status in the family has plummeted by more than a few 100 million points. Su Wanqing looked at the kind old man on the other end of the phone and greeted him politely. "Hello, Grandpa, this is Wanqing." "Oh, good, what a good girl. If that brat Xiaoyi bullies you, tell Grandpa, and Grandpa will teach him a lesson." Su Wanqing smiled and nodded. The elders of Lin Yi's family all gave her such instructions, which showed that they really treated her as family. She felt warm inside. Lin Yi felt very upset after hearing this. His own wife was spoiling him rotten. Of course, he only made a small complaint about these words, since he didn't really have any right to speak on the matter. "Grandpa, Xiaoyi is very good to me, he takes good care of me." Su Wanqing spoke from the bottom of her heart, saying that she had seen Lin Yi take care of her these past few days. Moreover, he gave her many expensive gifts today, so she knew that Lin Yi cared about her. That's why Su Wanqing was so protective of Lin Yi in front of his family. "Okay, then I'm relieved. Wanqing, Grandpa, can I see the little ones?" "Sure." The Lin family is known for its etiquette. Although Lin Zhengtai is the head of the Lin family, he takes great care of the wishes of his juniors. Faced with Lin Zhengtai's request, Su Wanqing readily agreed. She knew that the elderly loved babies, so she switched the camera to show Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan in the frame. The little ones had just woken up and were playing, kicking their little legs. Lin Zhengtai was immediately charmed by the little guy in the video, and after seeing the two babies in it, he finally had no more doubts. At this moment, he wished he could crawl inside and pick up the two little ones to cherish them. Seeing that Lin Zhengtai really liked Tang Tang and Tian Tian, Su Wanqing obediently introduced them. "Grandpa, the one on the left is the older brother Yuan Yuan, and the one on the right is the younger sister Tang Tang." A good name. "Tang Tang, Yuan Yuan, I am your great-grandfather." Hey. Giggle. The two little ones were babbling away, and Lin Zhengtai assumed they were responding to him. When Lin Zhengtai saw the little ones giggling, his heart almost melted. Even Lin Yi had never seen Lin Zhengtai smile so contentedly. Although his grandfather was good to him, he didn't smile often. Today, he seemed genuinely happy. If I had known Lin Zhengtai was so resilient, I should have told him about this sooner. The last time Jiang Yuehua called, the little ones were asleep, and they didn't disturb them so as not to wake them. This time, Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan didn't sleep, and Lin Hongji and Jiang Yuehua were also watching from the side. Seeing the two blocking his view, Lin Zhengtai said with displeasure, "Don't block my view of my great-grandson." Lin Hongji, love will indeed disappear. Lin Yi, this damn grandparental love. Chapter 46. Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan, my heart is breaking. Gurgle. Gurgle. Lin Zhengtai stared at the image of Yuan Yuan turning over on his phone, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. "This is? Hongji, did you see Yuan Yuan roll over just now?" "Dad, you just scolded us and sent us away, have you forgotten?" Lin Hongji smiled wryly. He had wanted to see his grandson and granddaughter, but his father chased him away because he was blocking the light. After listening to his son's complaints, Lin Zhengtai grinned and said, "Who told you to block the sunlight?" Seeing his father's humiliation, Lin Yi secretly smiled. It seemed that no one mattered in front of his great-grandson, and he finally felt a little more at ease. Seeing Lin Zhengtai's affection for the little guy, Lin Yi said to him, "Grandpa, you didn't see things wrong just now. Yuan Yuan can roll over now. Tang Tang can too. I knew I wasn't mistaken, Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan are really great." Lin Zhengtai looked smug, happier than earning hundreds of millions more. Seeing how cute the two little ones were, he thought for a moment and said, "If you and Wanqing don't have classes at school, come and stay in the capital for a few days. Your mom and dad miss you." "Okay, sure." Lin Yi readily agreed. He knew that his grandfather wanted to hold the little ones, which was why he brought up Lin Hongji and Jiang Yuehua. Seeing Lin Zhengtai's stubbornness, Lin Yi didn't expose him. Jiang Yuehua and Lin Hongji, however, were both amused and exasperated after hearing this. The old man was quite adept at shifting blame. After chatting for a while longer, Lin Zhengtai reluctantly hung up the phone. He was already looking forward to the arrival of his great-grandchildren. "You two must be full, so hurry back. I'm going back inside." Lin Zhengtai handed the phone to Jiang Yuehua and began to speak. They called Lin Yi after barely having eaten a few bites of dinner. Isn't that considered kicking someone after they've served their purpose? Since they had been asked to leave, they did. As she was leaving, Zhang Yuehua noticed that Lin Zhengtai seemed a little sad, and with a furrowed brow, she said, "Our dad probably wants to talk to our mom." Yes, Xiaoyi has a child, and he wants to share it with his mother. Back inside, Lin Jingtai picked up the black and white photo frame on the table and wiped it clean. "Old woman, I saw our granddaughter-in-law today. The little girl is very pretty, and she and our grandson are a perfect match. And what's more, they already have children, twins, a boy and a girl. The two little babies are so soft and cuddly, they're especially adorable. When they come, I'll introduce you to them." Ehai Mountain Villa. Linny hung up the phone and, seeing that Lin Zhengtai really liked Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan, discussed with Su Wanqing, "Wife, how about we go to the capital first these 2 days, and then go to your home?" "Sure, it's on my way anyway. What do your uncles, aunts, and grandpas like? Let's prepare some gifts. I think you, Tang Tang, and Yuan Yuan are the best gift." Linny wasn't joking, he was serious. His parents and grandfather were genuinely fond of Su Wanqing and the babies. Although Su Wanqing thought her husband's words made sense, she firmly refused his offer to go empty-handed. "Honey, it's embarrassing for us in Fengtian to visit relatives without bringing gifts." All right, let's get ready in the next couple of days." Seeing that Su Wanqing was refusing in her hometown dialect, Linny quickly agreed. He had to admit that the Fengtian dialect was just too captivating. Linny grew up in Beijing and knew a bit about northeastern dialect, so he said indulgently, "Where shall we go to buy gifts?" Upon hearing Lingy's question, Su Wanqing realized that she had accidentally spoken her hometown dialect. Seeing Linny mimicking her, she playfully scolded, "Husband, you're not allowed to imitate me." "All right, I won't say anything more then." "Ugh, why are you saying that?" Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan, seeing Linny and Su Wanqing flirting, felt embarrassed. The little girl, with her round, white hands, shook her chubby little arms vigorously, as if that would make her lose sight of her parents. Unfortunately, the little guy's arms were too short to cover his eyes. Tang Tang, on the other hand, wasn't blindfolded. The little one covered her ears with her two little hands, as if that would prevent her from hearing anything. After flirting for a while, Linny finally noticed the two little ones' strange behavior. "Hey honey, look what Yuan Yuan and Tang Tang are doing. Could it be that Yuan Yuan is playing hide and seek?" Su Wanqing shook her head. She didn't think so, but she couldn't explain the little guy's behavior. However, she understood what was going on with Tang Tang. The little one seemed to simply not want to hear anything. Recalling their recent actions, Su Wanqing shyly covered her face and said coyly, "Did the little ones think we were flirting?" After listening, Linny smiled and was very satisfied with the two little ones' self-awareness. "It seems that our daughter and son have known from a young age that this is not suitable for children." "Pa! Nonsense, how is it unsuitable for children?" "Humph. It's all because you copied other people's way of speaking." Su Wanqing rolled her eyes in annoyance. If it weren't for Linny, he wouldn't have been disliked by the two little ones. Little did they know, Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan's behavior just now wasn't out of disdain. They were afraid their presence was too conspicuous and would affect their parents' plans to have a younger sibling. Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan, my heart is breaking with worry. Chapter 47. Dad, this is forced buying and selling. Ooh. Hiss. In the middle of the night, Su Wanqing woke up suddenly because of the discomfort of bloating. Ever since she started complaining about having too little breast milk, Zheng Milan cooked soup for her every meal. Perhaps because she absorbed it well, she started producing a lot of milk, and then the supply exceeded the demand. Seeing that Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan were fast asleep, Su Wanqing felt bad about disturbing them, otherwise she would have let them drink their fill. Having no other choice, she quietly got out of bed, ran to Ling Yi's side, and shook his body, saying, "Husband, husband. I feel so awful." Under the onslaught of shaking and noise, Linny slowly opened his eyes and saw Su Wanqing sitting pitifully in front of him. Seeing his wife unable to sleep in the middle of the night and coming to his side, Linny quickly asked, "Honey, what's wrong? Can't you sleep?" Su Wanqing shook her head, then said, "No, it's because it's so swollen." After saying that, her face turned bright red, though it wasn't very noticeable in the dim light. Although she was still a little embarrassed about these things, Linny had long been her pillar of support, and she would turn to him whenever she encountered a problem. Let me think about what to do. We don't seem to have a breast pump at home. Don't worry, I'll think of something else. Linny pondered for a moment. He had bought baby-related items at the maternity store before, but he hadn't bought any maternity supplies since he didn't need them at that time, since he hadn't found a mother yet. Linny was genuinely distressed and wanted to help his wife ease her pain. So he said, "How about I give you a massage? Massage can effectively relieve the pain." Although Linny offered a solution, Su Wanqing immediately became embarrassed when she heard it was a massage. She shook her head vigorously. "No, forget it, I'll just have to bear with it a little longer." "Ouch. I'll feed the little ones when they wake up. Can you still tolerate this?" Seeing her brows furrowed due to swelling, Linny felt a pang of heartache. Su Wanqing thought that she should just bear with it and it would pass quickly. However, after quite some time, the couple still saw no sign of the two little ones waking up. Later, when she couldn't feel any better, Su Wanqing tugged at Lingy's clothes and whispered, "Honey, how about I do what you say? Let me make this clear first, I'm feeling unwell, so don't overthink it. Don't have any improper thoughts. Yes, my wife is right. I didn't say anything else, did I?" Linny listened, both amused and exasperated, as if he were the one who had gotten a huge advantage. Then Su Wanqing lay flat on the bed, her heart pounding, and she was extremely nervous. The system had previously given Linny a god-level massage, so he knew how to relieve bloating and pain, and opening a shop wouldn't be a problem for him. After Su Wanqing lay down on the bed, Linny began. It has to be said that massage really requires strength. "Honey, how are you feeling now? Any better?" Much better." Su Wanqing answered softly, but considering that they were both married, she was no longer shy. Even the blush on her face gradually disappeared, and her tightly furrowed brows relaxed. It must be said that Lin Yi's massage technique is very impressive, and Su Wanqing highly approves of it. "Honey, I never knew you were so amazing. You were keeping your talents hidden." "Absolutely. Let's continue." "No problem." Linny nodded with a wry smile, realizing he really felt like a working-class person. But the thought that his wife wasn't feeling unwell put his mind at ease. After a while, Su Wanqing fell asleep, and Linny also had time to rest. Massage is a physically demanding task, and he was covered in sweat at this moment. Linny promptly took a cold shower. He decided that starting tomorrow, he would stop letting his wife drink the soup, because supply exceeding demand didn't necessarily mean the quality could keep up. The next morning, Linny heard noises coming from the kitchen and quickly got up. When she came outside, she saw Zhang Milan preparing breakfast. She was startled when she looked up and saw Linny. "Brother Lin. Brother Lin, why are you up so early? Is there anything you'd like to eat?" "No, don't make soup starting today." Linny yawned and said that he really did not expect the soup to be so effective, so he continued to add, "Your sister Qing is bloated." "Huh? Oh, okay, I understand, I'll change it right away." Zhang Milan nodded. Although she had never given birth, she still knew how uncomfortable postpartum engorgement was. Then she said, "Brother Lin, pregnant women can use a hot water bottle to apply to the area around the bloating to promote blood circulation and relieve the pain. You can also take a hot bath to promote blood circulation. However, the most effective way is to get Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan to eat more, or Brother Lin, you, cough, that's all." "Okay, I understand. Milan, you can go ahead with your work." After Linny finished speaking, he returned to the bedroom, where the two little ones and the big one were fast asleep on the bed. Just as he was about to lie down on the bed, Yuan Yuan suddenly opened her eyes, her dark little eyes staring at Linny. "Wow. Hey. Phew. Sweetie, you're awake? Want some milk?" Before Yuan Yuan could respond, Linny carried the little one to Su Wanqing's side and gently woke her up. "Wife, get up and feed her." "Wife?" Su Wanqing frowned after hearing this, but she didn't want to open her eyes. She murmured, "Honey, do it yourself, I'm so sleepy." Su Wanqing felt unwell for a long time last night and was so sleepy that she could barely keep her eyes open. Looking at his lazy wife, Linny was both amused and exasperated. "Wife, you actually wanted to raise the baby on your own back then? Did you not have a good enough understanding of yourself?" Shaking his head and smiling wryly, Linny had no choice but to take the little guy into his arms himself. But to be fair, this whole process was quite tiring. If Linny hadn't been worried about Su Wanqing's breast engorgement and discomfort, he would have directly chosen to feed her milk powder. He's not the kind of man who needs to breastfeed. As long as Su Wanqing doesn't want to, he won't say anything even if she's a complete fan of breastfeeding. Su Wanqing, on the other hand, felt that breastfeeding was a particularly happy thing for a baby's mother, provided that she was awake. After Yuan Yuan finished eating and drinking, Linny carried him to the side to play. Just as he was about to cover Su Wanqing with her clothes, Tang Tang seemed to smell the milk and woke up as well. Is Tang Tang hungry too? Daddy will feed you breast milk. Ha! Tang Tang's bright, sparkling eyes caught the little one's attention before she was already being held in her arms. If the little guy could talk, he'd definitely say, "Dad, you're forcing me to buy something." Fortunately, Tang Tang was also hungry, so she ate whatever was available. Seeing his son and daughters enjoying breastfeeding so much, Linny became curious about what breast milk actually tasted like. Aren't there babies who are born not liking breast milk? He thought for a moment, the baby probably wouldn't cut off its own way out. And so, the two little ones were fed and cuddled by Linny. Hiccup! Hiccup! Tang Tang had even burped, and Linny quickly picked her up and gently patted her back. On an ordinary morning, Linny acted as both father and mother. When Su Wanqing woke up, Linny was playing with the two little ones. Honey, you've worked so hard. What's so hard about it? It's what I should do. Seeing the little babies playing happily nearby, Su Wanqing's eyes immediately lit up with a gleam of light. Tang Tang, Yuan, let mommy breastfeed you. Tang Tang, Yuan, burp? Chapter 48 Tang Tang, I'll cry if you don't buy me a toy. Knowing that she would be going to the capital in a couple of days and would need to bring gifts for her elders, Su Wanqing asked Linny, Honey, what do your uncles, aunts, and grandpa like? They like anything you buy. Oh. Su Wanqing nodded, her mind already preoccupied with what gift to buy. After thinking for a moment, she immediately said, Honey, how about we go shopping and buy a gift? Sure, just let me know in advance if you get tired of shopping. Su Wanqing agreed with a smile. Every girl likes to go shopping, and she was no exception. They can walk from dawn till dusk without feeling tired, which is probably a skill unique to girls. 20 minutes later, Linny led his group to a nearby department store, which had everything imaginable. Tang Tang couldn't take her eyes off the dazzling array of goods. She babbled on and on, as if she wanted to take everything she saw back with her. Compared to Tang Tang, Yuan was much quieter, the little one constantly looking around. Although Linny said that they would like any gift he bought for his elders, Su Wanqing didn't know what to buy. Looking at the huge shopping mall, she didn't know which store to go to. Seeing his wife's worried expression, Linny guessed it was because of the gift. After thinking for a moment, he said, Honey, how about we buy my dad a fountain pen? Buy my mom a silk scarf. As for grandpa, just send him a piece of clothing. Just as he was leaving, Linny saw Su Wanqing quietly take her bank card out of her wallet. He knew his wife wanted to pay for the gifts for the family herself, so he chose some good quality, inexpensive items. Su Wanqing, who was already conflicted, suddenly understood when she heard Linny's suggestion. She pulled Linny and walked towards the pen shop across the street. Zhang Milan followed behind, pushing the stroller. Upon entering the store, Su Wanqing walked around for a while before her gaze finally settled on a black fountain pen. She smiled and said to the sales clerk, May I take this pen out and have it looked at? Yes, ma'am. As the salesperson took out the pen, they introduced it, saying, This pen has a brass barrel and a gold-plated nib. It feels very high quality in your hand. Madam, you can give it a try. Aha! Su Wanqing nodded, then wrote and drew on the paper. The fountain pen flowed smoothly and the writing was effortless. She was very satisfied. She then asked, How much does this pen cost? 238. Su Wanqing was prepared, thinking the pen would be very expensive, but she was shocked when she heard the price. Such a good fountain pen only costs 238 yuan, that's too cheap. Without hesitation, she placed the order, Please wrap it up for me. The sales clerk responded with a smile, her eyes filled with envy as she looked at Su Wanqing. Little did they know that the pens were sold so cheaply because Linny and the salesperson had already conspired together. While browsing in the store, Linny told the sales clerk that no matter which pen Su Wanqing bought, he would sell it to her at a 90% discount, and he would pay the rest of the price. Thinking that as long as they wouldn't lose money, the salesperson readily agreed. In no time, the salesperson had packed the gift box. As they left the store, Su Wanqing showed Linny the gift box in her hand, looking as happy as if she had gotten a great deal. Honey, this pen is so cheap, and the gift box the store gave us is also beautiful. And they even gave us a bottle of ink as a gift. Yes, it's good quality and inexpensive. Linny smiled and nodded, relieved to see that Su Wanqing hadn't noticed anything amiss. Next, he went to a scarf shop and a clothing shop. When he came out, his hands were full of shopping bags. As they passed the corner, Tang Tang in the stroller was immediately captivated by the various toys hanging on the glass. As they walked further and further away, the little one cried out in distress. Woo-wah woo-wah. Upon hearing the crying, Su Wanqing quickly took Tang Tang out of the stroller and gently comforted her. Tang Tang, be good, don't cry. The little one nestled in Su Wanqing's arms, his tear-filled eyes still fixed on the doll shop around the corner. Hey. Wow. She stretched out her little hands and fluttered about, her tiny body wriggling in Su Wanqing's arms, as if trying to grab the doll off the glass. Seeing that Tang Tang was not behaving herself, Su Wanqing pretended to be angry. Tang Tang, don't move around, let's go home, okay? Woo-wah woo-wah. To everyone's surprise, Tang Tang burst into tears as soon as she heard the news of going home, her little tears falling in a steady stream. The little guy seemed to know that he wouldn't see the doll when he got home, and he became sad, partly to prevent Su Wanqing from leaving. Seeing Tang Tang crying so pitifully, Su Wanqing didn't know what was wrong with the baby, so she could only try her best to comfort her. Honey, look what's wrong with Tang Tang, why is she crying? Does the little guy not want to go home? Linny asked in confusion, and Tang Tang seemed to see hope, nodding her little head gently. Then Tang Tang attracted Lin Yi's attention by pointing her little finger at the doll shop. Seeing the little one's behavior, Lin Yi said with a wry smile, Tang Tang, she doesn't want to leave because she saw the doll. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing noticed that Tang Tang's chubby little hand had been pointing at her, and then she laughed out loud. Tang Tang, so you wanted a doll? Ah. The little one babbled and immediately beamed with joy. Seeing that her beloved daughter liked it, and since there weren't many toys at home, Su Wanqing carried Tang Tang into the doll shop. The store has all kinds of dolls, mostly anime characters and some small animals. Tang Tang is like Grandma Lu visiting the Grand View Garden, curious about everything. Hey. The little guy was so happy to touch those furry little animals with his chubby little hands. However, Tang Tang is a little girl with principles. She only likes cute things, and she doesn't like Spider-Man. Tang Tang is picking out fluffy toys, and Yuan Yuan is very curious in the stroller. He also wants to go out and take a look. Phew. Thump. Wow. Seeing that Yuan Yuan was a little upset because Tang Tang was choosing toys, Lin Yi picked him up and patiently asked, what kind of animals does Yuan Yuan like? Dad will show you. Yuan Yuan nodded her head, as if in agreement. Compared to Tang Tang, Yuan Yuan doesn't like furry little animals. He prefers excavators, tanks, and airplanes. Looking at the toys the siblings had chosen, Lin Yi felt relieved at least the two wouldn't fight over them. Before long, the brother and sister's baskets were full of toys, and they were finally satisfied. After paying the bill, Lin Yi and Su Wanqing came out carrying bags of toys, and asked the two girls with a wry smile, Tang Tang, Yuan Yuan, shall we go home? Wow. Ah. Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan readily agreed, and now that the toys have been bought, the two little ones can't wait to go home. That way I can play with my toys sooner. Chapter 49, The Lin Family's Private Jet. After returning home, Lin Yi and Su Wanqing put Yuan Yuan and Tang Tang on the bed. Yuan Yuan rolled over in a flash, and Tang Tang wasn't going to be outdone. Both of them had their eyes fixed on the toys. They were afraid that their toys would be lost or hidden by their parents. On the other side, Su Wanqing was packing up the gifts she had bought for her elders when she turned her head and saw the two little ones on the bed staring longingly at the toys. Seeing the little one's eager eyes for the toys, Su Wanqing was both amused and exasperated. Tang Tang, Yuan Yuan, Mommy will get you the toys right away. Ah. Phew. The two little ones responded enthusiastically, and soon Su Wanqing placed a pink pig and an airplane in front of them. When Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan saw their beloved toys, they flapped their legs and craned their necks to look at them. Su Wanqing had heard Zhang Milan say that lying on their stomach is good for practicing lifting their head, as it makes the baby's spine stronger, so she deliberately placed the toys a little higher. The little ones, unaware of this, blinked their big eyes and occasionally reached out their little hands, just to touch them. Seeing the two little ones so happy, Su Wanqing felt very content. After a while, seeing that the little ones were tired from lifting their heads, they simply lay down on the bed and fell asleep. They fell asleep without needing to be coaxed, and Su Wanqing couldn't help but marvel at how sensible Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan were. Several days have passed in the blink of an eye, and today is the day to go to the capital. In order to leave a good impression on her parents-in-law and grandfather, Su Wanqing got up early in the morning to get ready. Although she is naturally beautiful, who would dislike being beautiful? Lin Yi is a light sleeper, and he was woken up by the noise of bottles and jars in the morning. When he got up, he found Su Wanqing sitting in front of the dressing table, sulking. What's wrong, honey? These eyebrows are so hard to draw, they're not symmetrical. I'll help you. After hearing Lin Yi's answer, Su Wanqing was somewhat incredulous that he could actually draw eyebrows. Desperate, Su Wanqing handed over the eyebrow pencil she was holding. To everyone's surprise, Lin Yi quickly and skillfully drew the eyebrows, and they turned out quite well. Su Wanqing was very satisfied with the finished eyebrows, but she asked in confusion, "Honey, how do you draw eyebrows? Could it be? Don't overthink it. Sister Xian has always used me as a model since I was little. You'll learn just by looking at me." "Humph, I think you're implying I'm stupid, because even if I looked, I wouldn't know how." "You're not stupid, you're just not good with your hands," Lin Yi explained, half laughing and half crying, while Su Wanqing remained skeptical. It seems my hands are indeed a bit clumsy." After packing all the gifts, Lin Yi, his family of 4, and Zhang Milan set off for the airport. Lin Yi wanted to give Zhang Milan a break during his trip to the capital in Fengtian, but Zhang Milan refused. She grew up in an orphanage, and her job required her to live with clients, so she didn't have her own place to live. Even if she was given time off, she wouldn't know where to go. When Lin Yi found out, he simply took her with him, just in case something happened to the little one and there was no professional by her side. Su Wanqing felt sympathetic after hearing Zhang Milan's story. She must be very lonely without her parents by her side. "Milan, just treat us as your family. Tell us if anything happens." "Yes, thank you, brother Lin and sister Cheng. You are both such kind people." Zhang Milan was deeply moved after hearing this. From that moment on, she felt like she had a family. Before I knew it, tears were welling up in my eyes. They arrived at the tarmac in no time. They weren't on a passenger plane, but on Lin Yi's private jet. Zhang Yuehua knew they were going to the capital today, so she had the plane waiting at the Shanghai tarmac early. After loading all the gifts onto the plane, Su Wanqing and Tang Tang went inside first. Once inside, Su Wanqing wondered if she had entered an airplane, because there were several genuine leather sofas and chairs inside. Further inside were dining tables with many seats, and seeing this, Su Wanqing wondered if she was in a 7-star hotel. Not only was Su Wanqing shocked, but Zhang Milan was also seeing it for the first time. She never knew that an airplane could be designed like this. When Lin Yi entered, both women's eyes fell on him, because he was the one who caused all their confusion. Feeling uneasy under their gaze, Lin Yi asked, "Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face?" Su Wanqing couldn't help but ask, "Honey, is this plane ticket very expensive? I've never been on a plane like this before. I've really learned something new today. Right now, I feel like I'm in a hotel." Just as Lin Yi was about to answer Su Wanqing, the captain approached and asked, "Hello, Mr. Lin, when do we take off?" "Now." "Okay." The captain bowed slightly and then walked towards the cockpit. Seeing that there were only a few of them on the plane, Zhang Milan asked in confusion, "Brother Lin, shouldn't we wait for the other passengers?" Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, "No need, this is the Lin family's private jet." "Su Wanqing? Zhang Milan?" After hearing Lin Yi's words, the two were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They really didn't understand the world of the rich. Instead of wasting time, you might as well take some photos and post them on social media. The crew of this private jet includes a captain, a first officer, and 2 professional flight attendants. After a while, a flight attendant wearing a red uniform came over pushing a trolley. "Mr. Lin, ladies, what do you need?" "Orange juice." "Orange juice." Lin Yi didn't order the orange juice that Su Wanqing and Zhang Milan wanted, because he wasn't thirsty. The private jet had Wi-Fi. Lin Yi checked his watch and realized that the plane was now connected to the satellite in the air, so he turned on the data link. Lin Yi randomly opened a web page and tried it out. He already had internet access. The flight would take almost 2 more hours, and Lin Yi, worried that the two would get bored, told them about the Wi-Fi. Then, he took out his phone and called his mother via WeChat. After a few rings, Zhang Yuehua answered the phone and immediately saw that Lin Yi was on the plane. "Son, how much longer until we arrive?" "An hour and a half." "Okay, take good care of Wanqing and my precious grandchildren. I'll have someone pick you up in a bit." Zhang Yuehua couldn't help but smile. The thought of seeing her daughter-in-law and grandchildren soon made her happy. Lin Yi, on the other hand, has gotten used to being ignored by his mother during this time. Hearing voices outside, Lin Zhengtai came out of the house. "Xiaoyi, are they almost here?" "In another hour and a half." Once they got off the plane, I told the chef to start cooking. "Dad, I know, you should go and rest for a while." After Zhang Yuehua finished speaking, she helped Lin Zhengtai back into the house. Everything is ready here, all that's missing is the arrival of Lin Yi and his group. Zhang Yuehua put a lot of thought into welcoming Su Wanqing and her two babies. After all, this is the first time meeting his daughter-in-law, so it has to be a grand affair. Chapter 50, taking Su Wanqing home to meet her parents. Wow. On the plane, Yuan had just woken up, her round eyes taking in her surroundings. The little guy relaxed only after seeing Lin Yi, looking so clever, as if he was afraid of being sold. Yuan, are you awake? We're on a plane. Dad will show you the clouds outside. Immediately, Lin Yi picked the little guy up upright so that he could see the outside world clearly. The plane had just passed through the clouds, and that big clump looked like cotton. When boarding, Yuan fell asleep and didn't get a good look at the plane. You see, the little one's favorite toy is an airplane. To give the little one something to play with, Su Wanqing specially put the round airplane model and the Tang pig doll in the suitcase. Yuan watched the moving scenery outside the window and happily bounced around in Lin Yi's arms. An hour and a half passed in the blink of an eye, and the plane landed safely. The flight crew saw Lin Yi and his party off. After they got off the plane, there were 7 or 8 Maybach S-Class vans parked in front of them. Except for the middle one, which was empty, the others were filled with bodyguards. After Lin Yi got off the plane, the bodyguards stood expressionless beside the car, wearing earpieces. Su Wanqing was stunned by the scene before her. She had only ever seen this kind of scene in TV dramas, and she never expected that it would exist in real life. Looking around, it seemed that they were the only group of people there. Honey, are they all here to pick us up? Could you be a gang leader? Silly boy, what are you thinking? They all belong to our security company. Oh. Su Wanqing nodded and followed behind Lin Yi. Immediately afterward, a burly man with a fierce expression walked over and respectfully said to Lin Yi, "Young master, young madam, please get in the car. The master and madam are waiting for you at the old house." Good. After saying that, the group got into the car. The helipad in the capital is only a 10-minute walk from Hohai, and we arrived at the gate of the courtyard in no time. Upon hearing the whistle, Zhang Yuehua and Lin Hongji helped Lin Zhengtai out. As soon as I got to the door, I saw Lin Yi and the others getting out of the car. Lin Yi happily went up to greet him, "Grandpa." Unexpectedly, Lin Zhengtai walked straight past Lin Yi and headed directly towards Su Wanqing. Seeing Lin Hongji behind him, Lin Yi smiled and waved, "Dad." Lin Hongji responded softly and walked away as well. Upon finally seeing Zhang Yuehua, Lin Yi, unwilling to give up, greeted her, "Mom." He thought his mother's smiling face was because she saw him, but she didn't even stop next to him before running to her daughter-in-law's side. After this whole ordeal, Lin Yi suffered more than 100 million instances of being ignored. When he turned his head, his parents and grandfather surrounded Su Wanqing, asking about her well-being. "Qingqing, are you tired from the journey? Take a good rest in a while. What would you like to eat for lunch? Mom will tell the chef to make it for you. Would you like to rest for a while before eating?" Faced with the elders' enthusiasm, Su Wanqing responded with a smile to each one. Then, surrounded by the 3 people, Su Wanqing was led into the house. Lin Yi could only slink away and follow, realizing that his daughter-in-law was his true love, while his son had fallen out of favor. For generations sitting in one room, it makes me so happy just thinking about it. Lin Zhengtai, Zhang Yuehua, and Lin Hongji were very satisfied with Su Wanqing. Tang was already asleep, and Lin Yi put her on the bed, while Yuan was still jumping around in Su Wanqing's arms. Upon seeing the 2 little babies, Lin Zhengtai excitedly rubbed his clothes and asked with a kind face, "Qingqing, can Grandpa hold the little ones?" "Of course you can." Su Wanqing walked over gracefully and placed Yuan in Lin Zhengtai's arms. Yuan wasn't shy around strangers. Instead, she blinked her big eyes and carefully examined the old man in front of her. Yuan, I am your great-grandfather." Ah. Giggle. The little guy moved his lips and then giggled. Seeing that Yuan wasn't afraid of him but instead laughed out loud, Lin Zhengtai was very happy. He then ordered, "Go to my room and bring me the rattle drum." Looking at the soft, cuddly baby, no one wanted to leave. Seeing that no one was moving, Lin Zhengtai frowned, "Why aren't you going yet?" Seeing that Lin Zhengtai was about to get angry, Zhang Yuehua instructed Lin Hongji, "Go to Dad's room and bring the rattle drum over." Facing his wife, Lin Hongji naturally dared not refuse, but he hadn't had enough of looking at the little guy, so he instructed Lin Yi, "Son, go to your grandfather's room and bring the rattle drum over." Lin Yi never expected that he would end up having to retrieve the rattle drum. He wanted to instruct someone else, but when he turned around, he found that there was no one he could use. And so, Linny became the lowest of the food chain, and could only obediently go and get the rattle drum. Upon arriving at Lin Jingtai's room, Linny saw 2 rattles on the cabinet, apparently one for Yuan Yuan and one for Tang Tang. Picking up the rattle drum, Linny saw that it was made of Hainan rosewood and couldn't help but marvel at how much his grandfather truly loved the 2 little ones. Back in the main hall, Linny handed over the rattle drum. "Grandpa, the rattle drum." "Yes, Xiaoyi, quickly help Qingqing sit down, she must be tired from standing for so long." "Grandpa, I'm not tired," Su Wanqing said with a smile, her body was not that weak. Lin Jingtai smiled and nodded, his eyes showing great satisfaction with his granddaughter-in-law, Su Wanqing. Seeing the gifts that her grandfather gave to the 2 little ones, Su Wanqing suddenly remembered the gifts she had given to her elders. Just as she was about to go out to get it, Zhang Yuehua stopped her. "Qingqing, just tell Xiaoyi what to do, you can rest." "Aha!" Su Wanqing nodded, then whispered to Lin Yi, "Honey, could you please bring the gift in for me?" "Good." Lin Yi had no complaints after all, he was at the bottom of the food chain. A short while later, Lin Yi walked in carrying a gift bag, and Su Wanqing accepted the gifts one by one. She said gracefully, "Grandpa, this is a tang suit I bought for you. I hope you like it." After saying that, Su Wanqing handed over the clothes. Lin Jingtai was very happy to accept the gift his granddaughter-in-law had prepared for him. Since the younger generation had given gifts, he, as an elder, felt it was even more important to show his appreciation. So Lin Jingtai instructed, "Xiaoyi, bring out the pair of bracelets that your grandmother loved most when she was alive, and give them to Qingqing." Su Wanqing knew that the gift Lin Jingtai gave must be very valuable, so she quickly declined, saying, "Grandpa, I can't accept it. Giving you these clothes is a small token of my appreciation as a junior. How could I possibly accept anything from you?" After listening, Lin Jingtai pretended to be angry and said, "Qingqing, if you don't accept it, Grandpa will be unhappy." The old man was so old, and Su Wanqing didn't want to upset him, so she stopped making excuses. She then handed the pen gift box to Lin Hongji. "Uncle, this is a pen for you." "And mine?" Su Wanqing nodded, then handed the silk scarf to Zhang Yuehua. "Mom, this is a silk scarf for you." "Oh, Qingqing, that's so thoughtful of you. Mom really likes it." While Lin Hongji was feeling happy, he muttered, "Huh? Why is he calling me uncle?" After hearing this, Lin Yi patted his shoulder and grinned, "Dad, Qingqing is just too nervous. She'll be fine in a couple of days." Lin Hongji nodded. He hadn't prepared a gift for Su Wanqing today either, so he said apologetically, "Qingqing, I didn't bring your gift today. I'll make it up to you with a big one in a couple of days." Zhang Yuehua smiled, took out the black card in her hand, and placed it in Su Wanqing's hand. "Qingqing, this black card is for you." Seeing that both of them had given gifts, Lin Hongji scratched his head, feeling somewhat displeased. "So you two gave gifts without telling me." Chapter 51. Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan become the darlings of the group. Unable to refuse the gifts from her elders, Su Wanqing accepted them all. This was a formal meeting with her parents, and she was initially a little nervous, but the elders' enthusiasm made her feel much more relaxed. After chatting for a while, the housekeeper, old Zhao, walked into the main hall. "Master, the family banquet is ready." Lin Jingtai responded softly, then turned to the side and asked, "Qingqing, do you want to rest a little longer?" "Grandpa, I'm not tired." "Okay, let's go eat then." As the granddaughter-in-law of the Lin family, Su Wanqing naturally received the love and care of her elders. After saying that, Lin Jingtai carried Yuan Yuan to the dining table, while Tang Tang was put into the stroller to sleep, so that the little one would be alone if she woke up. Everyone had taken their seats, and Lin Jingtai was busy playing with Yuan Yuan. As the head of the Lin family, if he doesn't touch his chopsticks, no one else dares to. After sitting for a while, Zhang Yuehua reminded him, "Dad." Lin Jingtai looked up and glanced at her, then immediately understood his daughter-in-law's intention. "You guys eat, I'll hold the little one and play with him first." "Qingqing, eat more." As a junior, how could he let his elders look after the child and go to eat alone? Everyone tried to persuade him for a long time, but Lin Jingtai still refused with a serious expression, which shows that the old man really likes his great-grandson. Seeing that Lin Jingtai couldn't persuade them, everyone picked up their chopsticks. Zhang Yuehua and Lin Hongji enthusiastically said, "Qingqing, eat more. Don't be shy around strangers." "Aha!" Su Wanqing smiled and nodded, but looking at the dishes on the table, most of them were not ordinary dishes, many of them were ones she had never seen before. However, Su Wanqing had seen the black truffles and caviar on the table online, but there wasn't as much of them as there were here. Not knowing if it would taste good, she picked it up and tried it, putting it in her mouth. It was indeed quite good. Lin Yi was afraid that Su Wanqing would feel embarrassed, so he put a lot of food into her bowl. Seeing her son's thoughtful behavior, Zhang Yuehua nodded in satisfaction, thinking to herself, Xiaoyi is really good. If Lin Yi knew, he would definitely complain, Mom, you finally remembered you have a son? The dining table was large and there were many dishes. Fearing that Su Wanqing wouldn't be able to reach the dishes that were far away, Zhang Yuehua would put food into her bowl from time to time, saying, Qingqing, eat more. Thank you, Mom. Seeing how her mother-in-law took such good care of her, Su Wanqing smiled and thanked her, her heart filled with gratitude. People say that getting married is like being reborn. If you marry well, you'll be happy, but if you marry poorly, you'll have a hard time for the rest of your life. Su Wanqing was glad that she had chosen the right person and that she had good judgment. Wah wah wah. Amidst the laughter and joy, Tangtang's cries came from the stroller. The little one had been awake for a while, and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he cried out in grievance. As soon as Tang Tang started crying, everyone swarmed around her, worried that something might have happened to the little one. The stroller was right next to Lin Yi, and he picked up Tang Tang first, comforting her. Oh, Tang Tang, be good. My dear granddaughter, are you hungry? Did Tang Tang pee? Lin Yi looked at the concerned expressions on the faces of those around him, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was definitely a case of grandparents showing more affection for their grandchildren. Giggle. Giggle. Seeing how anxious everyone looked, Tang Tang couldn't help but laugh out loud, as if she were just teasing them. Wow. Ah. Seeing how adorable Tang Tang was, Zhang Yuehua and Lin Hongji forgot about their meal. Even Lin Zhangtai, who was holding Yuan Yuan in his arms, was not satisfied and wished he could hold one in each arm. You can eat any time, but you can't always hold the little one, since Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan are very popular. Xiaoyi, give Tang Tang to Dad. Go eat your food quickly, don't go hungry. Let's leave it to Mom, your dad is clumsy. Son, it'll get cold if you don't eat soon. And so, Zhang Yuehua forcefully took Tang Tang from Lin Yi's arms. Lin Yi felt a pang of bitterness watching his parents fight over Tangtang's attention to him, so I'm just a backup option. After dinner, the family gathered in the house. Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan lay on the bed, surrounded by Lin Zhangtai, Zhang Yuehua, and Lin Hongji. Lin Yi and Su Wanqing are now full-time freelancers and are finding it hard to adjust. However, Zhang Milan is the most idle. With no opportunity to use her professional skills, she feels like the most useless person. All afternoon, Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan were surrounded by people except when they were nursing. That evening, Lin Zhangtai and the other two reluctantly handed the two little ones over to Lin Yi and Su Wanqing. The Lin family ancestral home is very large, with many empty rooms, and everyone stayed overnight there. Inside the room, Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan were already asleep. Su Wanqing lay by the bed watching the two little ones, occasionally letting out a sigh. Honey, I've missed playing with the two little ones for just half a day. But the two little ones don't think so, they're quite happy. Lin Yi was both amused and exasperated. The elders were worried that the two of them were too tired from the flight and told them to go and rest. The three of them played with the little one the whole time, and Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan's laughter could be heard from time to time. You can tell from a distance that the two little ones don't miss their dad and mom at all. After listening to Lin Yi's words, Su Wanqing nodded in agreement, and then scolded the two who were sleeping. You two, you stinky Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan, when you grow up you'll be pulling out your dad's and mom's oxygen tubes, won't you? Giggle. No sooner had she finished speaking than Tang Tang let out an untimely laugh. Upon seeing this, Su Wanqing pouted and said to Lin Yi, Honey, look, Tang Tang is smiling. Ugh, so frustrating. Chapter 52 Son, restrain yourself a little. Knock knock. Knock knock. The door opened, and Lin Yi and Su Wanqing, who were lying on the bed in the room, fell silent simultaneously. Su Wanqing looked up at Lin Yi and asked in a low voice, Who is it? Before Lin Yi could answer, Zhang Yuehua's voice rang out from outside the door. Xiaoyi? Are you asleep? Without. Lin Yi answered, then hurriedly ran to open the door, looking at Zhang Yuehua with a puzzled expression. Mom, what's wrong? I was worried that Qingqing didn't bring her pajamas, so I brought them to you. I hope Mom didn't disturb you too. Zhang Yuehua looked at Su Wanqing, who was wearing Lin Yi's white shirt, on the bed and said with a smile. No, thank you, Mom. Under Jiang Yuehua's gaze, Su Wanqing answered shyly. After delivering the goods, Jiang Yuehua left. As she left, she glanced at Su Wanqing on the bed and whispered in Lin Yi's ear, "Son, try to control yourself a little. Mom won't bother you." After seeing Jiang Yuehua off, Lin Yi closed the door, looking completely bewildered. It wasn't until he saw Su Wanqing pick up the black lace nightgown and examine it that he understood Jiang Yuehua's good intentions. Not only Lin Yi, but even Su Wanqing blushed when she saw the pajamas. "This is way too low cut, so sexy. Honey, this outfit, it'll be a bit chilly tonight." Lin Yi shook his head and smiled wryly at Jiang Yuehua's behavior. Could she possibly control herself? It's June now, and the capital is already getting hot. Su Wanqing, wearing only a shirt, is drenched in sweat. Fearing that the two little ones would catch a cold, Su Wanqing preferred to stay warm herself rather than turn on the air conditioner. Su Wanqing replied with a flushed face, "I can't let Mom down." Although she looked sexy, she covered up everything that needed to be covered. Then, blushing, she said, "Honey, turn around, I'm changing my clothes." "I've seen it and touched it, honey, so don't bother." TCH. A giant mango. Su Wanqing pouted coquettishly, then thought about it again and realized that it seemed to make sense. Then she pretended not to care about Lin Yi and started changing her clothes on her own. Lin Yi didn't expect that his casual remark would lead to such a feast for the eyes. His only regret was that he didn't get to see it more closely. After changing her clothes, Su Wanqing lay on the bed, feeling extremely flustered. I have to say, it was definitely much cooler to change into the pajamas Jiang Yuehua brought over. Seeing Su Wanqing blushing, Lin Yi couldn't help but come up to her and tease her, "Wife, you look quite good in this nightgown." "Okay, honey, I'm sleepy. Let's turn off the light and go to sleep." After responding softly, Su Wanqing quickly changed the subject, fearing that Lin Yi might have some ulterior motives. To everyone's surprise, after Lin Yi turned off the lights, he lay down right next to Su Wanqing. Feeling his body temperature, Su Wanqing suddenly scooted forward like a startled rabbit, and then said tremblingly, "Honey, what are you doing? Go to your place and sleep." "No, I'll hold you while I sleep tonight." Lin Yi put his arm around Su Wanqing's slender waist and said domineeringly. For so many days, he and Su Wanqing had been sleeping on opposite sides of the bed, but today he suddenly wanted to hold her. Lin Yi wanted to be domineering for once. You let go right now." "No, I want to sleep with my wife in my arms." "If you won't let me hug you, I'll." After saying that, Lin Yi flipped over and pinned Su Wanqing down. He thought that if he did this, Su Wanqing would submit to his tyranny. Unexpectedly, Su Wanqing seemed to have been flipped, and kissed Lin Yi's lips directly. This kiss completely stunned Lin Yi. What's going on with my wife? Is she playing hard to get? Or is she just giving up entirely? Chapter 53. I'm reporting that Mom and Dad are cheating on me. Gurgle. Gurgle. Su Wanqing blushed slightly and covered her stomach. "Honey, listen to me, I really didn't mean to. I just couldn't resist. But I'm so hungry." Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle, and patted her shoulder, saying, "I'll go out and find you something to eat." Su Wanqing nodded emphatically, shook Lin Yi's arm vigorously, and said with a smile, "Husband, you're the best. Honey, you're amazing. Honey, I love you the most." Lin Yi's arms were tingling from Su Wanqing's shaking, and he immediately got out of bed and said, "Wait for me here, I'll be back soon." Su Wanqing ate too much at noon, so she only ate a few bites in the evening and was full. When Lin Yi arrived at the kitchen, there was a chef inside. "Young master." "Ha? You're still here?" It was already quite late, and all the other chefs had left, so Lin Yi asked in confusion. Madame was afraid that the young mistress would be hungry at night, so she asked me to stay. When Su Wanqing ate only a few bites at dinner, Jiang Yuehua was worried that she would go hungry, so she left a chef on duty. After hearing that it was his mother's decision, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. She's really thoughtful. It was late at night, and in order to let the chef go home early, Lin Yi asked him to make a bowl of noodles. The noodles cooked quickly and were ready in no time. Lin Yi carried the steaming noodles back to his room. Upon entering, they found Su Wanqing already seated at the table, ready to go. "Honey, you're back. I can smell the delicious aroma from far away." "Honey, thank you." Trojan horse. Su Wanqing gave Lin Yi a quick kiss on the cheek, then picked up her chopsticks, picked up some noodles, and put them in her mouth. Perhaps because she was too hungry, Su Wanqing ate in such a hurry that she burned her tongue. "Phew, it's so hot." "Silly boy, eat slowly, don't rush." Seeing Su Wanqing sticking out her tongue from the burn, Lin Yi was both amused and exasperated. His wife was far too anxious. But that silly look of his is kind of cute. Slurp. Slurp. Tang Tang woke up suddenly when she heard a piercing sound around her. I sniffed and found the room filled with fragrance. To figure out where the smell and sound were coming from, the little guy swayed his chubby body back and forth. Lying down, Tang Tang couldn't see anything, so she rolled over and saw Lin Yi and Su Wanqing sitting at the table. Watching Su Wanqing pick out noodles and put them in her mouth, Tang Tang's mouth watered. Phew. Ah. In order to get a bite, Tang Tang tried to attract Su Wanqing's attention by making cooing noises. However, Su Wanqing was focused on eating noodles and didn't hear it. In the end, it was Lin Yi who noticed that Tang Tang had woken up. Tang Tang, why are you awake? Aren't you sleepy anymore? Wow. The little one frowned, looking at Su Wanqing, his expression seeming to say, it's all because mommy's slurping is too loud. Despite her complaints, Tang Tang still hoped to get a share of the profits. Her big eyes were fixed intently on the noodles in Su Wanqing's bowl, and her pleading look made Lin Yi feel a little sorry for her. Honey, our daughter is drooling over your noodles. Ha? Tauntaun's awake? Su Wanqing was stunned for a moment, then looked at the bed, where Tang Tang had suddenly woken up. Seeing that Su Wanqing took ages to notice her daughter while eating noodles, Lin Yi thought to himself, wife, you have maternal love, but not much. Immediately afterwards, Su Wanqing walked over, holding a bowl and eating noodles. Tang Tang, these noodles are all white and don't taste good at all. Mom will help you finish it all. Hey. Tang Tang is a clever little girl. She didn't believe Su Wanqing's words at all. Instead, she waved her little hands, wishing she could snatch the bowl away. However, it was no use trying to snatch it. Su Wanqing slurped the last mouthful of noodles into her mouth, then held the bowl and drank the broth inside. Su Wanqing finished the whole bowl of noodles, and only after she finished eating did she remember Lin Yi. Then, Su Wanqing blinked her big eyes, handed the bowl to Lin Yi, and said with a smile, honey, this noodle soup is delicious, you should try it. Try it. Lin Yi was completely powerless against his wife's coquettishness. He tasted it and found it to be quite delicious. But I always feel like my wife is mistreating me. Seeing her parents lovingly sharing food, with no intention of giving her any, Tang Tang blinked her big, dark eyes, as if to say, I'm reporting them. Mom and Dad are sneaking food. Chapter 54. Yesterday, when she was holding me, it wasn't like this at all. In the morning, when Lin Yi opened his eyes, he saw a patch of snow-white skin on Su Wanqing's chest. A ravine, barely visible, sparks the imagination. I have to say, the clothes my mom gave me were amazing. Yeah, she's got experience. The black lace nightgown feels very smooth to the touch, but of course it would be even better not to wear it at all. Feeling being watched, Su Wanqing slowly opened her eyes. What came into view was Lin Yi's straight nose and slender features, which were generally very charming. Seeing Lin Yi staring blankly downwards, completely absorbed, she wondered, what is my husband looking at? What is so interesting down there? Curious, she looked down and saw her ample cleavage. Now she finally understood why Lin Yi was so fascinated. After yesterday, Su Wanqing had nothing to be ashamed of, since someone had already seen everything. She blinked her big eyes and asked in a sweet, coquettish voice. Honey, is it big? Big. Do you like it or not? Like. Feeling something was on his mind, Lin Yi blurted it out without any warning. A moment later, he realized that it was Su Wanqing who had spoken to him, and that she was staring at him with sharp eyes. Although his eyes didn't want to leave, Lin Yi still looked away and then grinned as he spoke. Honey, you're awake. I didn't mean to look, it's just that my eyes were looking down when I opened them. And then I couldn't move anymore. Humph, you big scoundrel, get up now. Su Wanqing puffed out her cheeks, rolled her eyes, and pouted coquettishly. After hearing this, Lin Yi smiled wryly and said, you're holding me and your legs are draped over me, so I can't move at all. Ha? Su Wanqing looked up in confusion, and it was indeed as Lin Yi had said. Seeing that she had taken the initiative, she blushed and removed her arms and legs, and the two then separated. Looking at his wife's shy expression, Lin Yi thought to himself, honey, you weren't like this when you were holding me yesterday. Outside the room, Jiang Yuehua heard movement coming from Lin Yi's room and knew that the two of them had woken up. She knocked on the door and then called out, Xiaoyi, Xingqiang, get up and have breakfast. Okay, Mom. After saying that, Linny turned to look at Su Wanqing and teased, "Wife, if you keep being shy, we're going to go hungry." But after hearing this, Su Wanqing's blush turned even redder. Breakfast was ready, and after Linny and Su Wanqing sat down in the restaurant, dishes were served one after another. During this time, Lin Zhengtai looked at Su Wanqing with kindness and said with concern, "Xingqing, if you haven't slept enough, go and rest for a while after you finish eating." "Grandpa, I rested very well. If I sleep any longer, I'll turn into a little sow," Su Wanqing said playfully, explaining that she always subconsciously felt close to her grandfather, which explained her lively response. "Ah, okay, as long as you get some rest." Lin Zhengtai burst into laughter upon hearing this. His granddaughter-in-law was indeed quite amusing. "Not bad at all. Xingqing, come here for a second." Zhang Yuehua had not yet shown herself when her friendly voice came over. As someone who has been through it, she knows that a woman's body needs to recuperate properly after a cesarean section, which is why she specifically instructed the chef to prepare bird's nest for Su Wanqing to help her recover. Then, she placed the prepared bird's nest in front of Su Wanqing, her face full of concern. "Xingqing, this is bird's nest stewed for you. You really need to take good care of yourself, okay?" "Okay. I understand, thank you, Mom." Su Wanqing quickly expressed her gratitude. She had watched many family dramas, and in order to highlight the pitiful nature of the female protagonist, they created many bad mothers-in-law and evil mothers-in-law. At first she was a little worried, but obviously her worries were unnecessary, and she was very fortunate to have a loving mother-in-law. Zhang Yuehua nodded in satisfaction when she saw Su Wanqing drink the bird's nest soup. Now she treated her daughter-in-law even better than her own son. Linny deeply understood this point. Zhang Yuehua's eyes were filled with a smile when she suddenly remembered that the person in charge of Love Wedding Dress had called her that morning, saying that the wedding dress was ready and she could try it on. Zhang Yuehua immediately looked at Linny and Su Wanqing and asked, "Xiaoyi, Xingqing, what are your plans for today?" The two exchanged a glance, and Linny shook his head. "Nothing planned, Mom. Is something wrong?" He figured that since they had already gotten their marriage certificate, there shouldn't be anything for his mother to urge him on. However, they underestimated the old lady's meticulousness. "It's good that you're all right. I do have something to tell you." Seeing that her son and daughter-in-law were all right, Zhang Yuehua also wanted Su Wanqing to officially marry into the family as soon as possible, so she continued, "The bridal shop called and asked us to go over to try on wedding dresses. Why don't you go today? Send a copy of the photos taken when I tried them on to my mom, she wants to see them too." "Yes, Grandpa wants to see you too. Seeing how lively and young you all are makes me feel much younger." After Zhang Yuehua finished speaking, Lin Zhengtai, who was standing to the side, stroked his beard and chuckled as he chimed in. Instead, Su Wanqing blushed and became somewhat embarrassed. However, she was quite looking forward to trying on the wedding dress. Chapter 55. Su Wanqing was lured away by the soy milk. After Ailian wedding planning started work, Linny took Su Wanqing out of the house. Oh, and there's also Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan. Zhang Yuehua originally planned for the two little ones to stay at home, since Linny and Su Wanqing might not have the energy to take care of them while they were trying on wedding dresses for photos. But to everyone's surprise, the two little ones seemed to know that their parents were going out. The brother and sister, who usually fall asleep after being fed and soothed, were acting a little strange today. "I can't get him to sleep." Moreover, they would cry if their mother, Su Wanqing, left their sight for even a moment. The kind of crying that's uneven in pitch and tone. There was no other way but to bring them along. Inside the stroller, the brother and sister looked at the scenery outside, and a hint of happiness appeared on their tender little faces. Sure enough, the Lin family's children are no ordinary kids, they all want to be the first to see their mother's wedding photos. "Honey, what kind of wedding dress do you think suits me best? What style would look good on me?" Su Wanqing chattered on and on. Although she blushed when talking about trying on wedding photos, she was also very much looking forward to wearing them. It makes sense, considering how grand a momentous occasion it is for a girl to wear a wedding dress. Su Wanqing was no exception, on the contrary, she was even more excited. "Yes. I'm looking forward to it." "Ha!" As the car drove through a small alley, a peculiar smell wafted over, immediately attracting Su Wanqing's attention. So she hurriedly called for the car to stop. "Honey, stop. Stop." Linny was quite skilled. He immediately stopped the car after his wife yelled for him to stop. He then turned his head away in confusion. "What's wrong, honey? Did you forget something?" Linny was puzzled when Su Wanqing suddenly opened the car door and ran out. Then he plunged straight into the food stalls next to the alley. Did you not eat enough for breakfast? The thought of Su Wanqing eating bird's nest spoonful by spoonful, and then eating 2 steamed buns and a bowl of porridge, filled him with worry. Will it cause indigestion? Now, instead of having indigestion, she's gone to a food stall. Her appetite seems to have improved since she got home. Linny took his son and daughter and followed them, pushing the stroller. Su Wanqing was standing in front of a container, staring longingly, unable to move. This is fermented mung bean juice? Linny recognized it. As someone who grew up in the capital, he naturally knew what doji fermented mung bean juice was. What he didn't expect was that Su Wanqing would be interested in this soy milk. Wife, would you like some soy milk? After Linny asked, Su Wanqing nodded heavily without the slightest hesitation. Then, Su Wanqing's mutterings were heard. When I was pregnant with Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan, I came across a video of Beijing's doji fermented mung bean juice and it made my mouth water. I've finally seen it today, but I don't know if it's authentic or not. The stall owner was the first to be unhappy upon hearing this. All I heard was the boss correcting me in a thick Beijing accent. Everyone in the surrounding villages knows how authentic my fermented mung bean juice is. There are people who would rather take an extra half hour to come here for a bowl of wine. Girl, do you still dare to say that that's not fair? The boss stood with his arms crossed, looking smug. Su Wanqing nodded in belief, and then launched a scathing attack. But boss, you haven't sold much of the soy milk in this container, have you? There are still so many burnt rings left. Are they not selling well? The stall owner couldn't hold back any longer, and his face turned somewhat ugly. But she still coughed softly and explained, I had just opened for business. Unexpectedly, Su Wanqing turned around and was about to leave. Just opened for business? It's almost noon and you're only just opening. You definitely won't be able to sell anything. Boss, don't you have any confidence in your soy milk? Upon hearing Su Wanqing's analysis, the boss's eyes widened immediately. This beautiful woman is so unpredictable. Chapter 56. Let me smell the soy milk, I'd rather not be a man. Ahoo! Seeing Su Wanqing and Linny stop, Yuan Yuan in the stroller looked around. He knew perfectly well that there must be a reason for stopping. Then, the little guy tilted his head up and looked around with his round eyes, and then he saw the green soy milk on the vendor's table. Knowing it was delicious, Yuan Yuan sniffed, wanting to inhale some magical air, but unexpectedly, after smelling the soy milk from the capital, the little guy gagged in disgust. Ugh! Ugh! Yuan Yuan frowned, her eyes were filled with tears, her little tongue stuck out again and again, and her face was full of disgust for the soy milk. Even Tang Tang, who was usually a glutton, couldn't help but shake her little arms after smelling the aroma of doji fermented mung bean juice, trying to block out its magical scent. However, the little one's arms were too short to reach her little nose, and in the end, Tang Tang cried because of the rancid smell. Wah wah! 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 The little one's voice was choked with sobs. When Yuan Yuan saw Tang Tang crying, she couldn't help but cry herself. I just hope my parents can stay away from soy milk. Immediately afterward, Linny and Su Wanqing heard the crying coming from the stroller and couldn't help but feel nervous. Seeing the babies crying loudly with their cherry-like mouths open, they quickly comforted them. Oh, don't cry, Tang Tang. Yuan Yuan is a tough guy, don't cry. After saying that, Yuan Yuan's crying became even louder. If Yuan Yuan could talk, she'd definitely say, if I have to smell soy milk, I'd rather not be a man. Linny and Su Wanqing tried to comfort Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan for a long time, but the little one showed no signs of stopping crying. Seeing this, Su Wanqing looked anxiously at Linny. Honey, we can't seem to soothe Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan no matter what we do. Could the little ones be sick? Linny touched the little guy's body temperature and answered affirmatively. I'm not sick. Looking at the little ones crying their eyes out in the stroller, he felt a pang of heartache and couldn't help but wonder, strange, they usually stop crying after a little comforting, what's wrong with them today? Even Zhang Milan, who was standing next to her, was somewhat at a loss. The issues of diapers and formula have already been ruled out, all that's missing is some external factors. When he saw the disgusted looks on the little ones' faces, he finally understood why. Then, Linny said to Su Wanqing with a wry smile, Wife, the little ones were crying because of the smell of soy milk. Oh? Then let's hurry up and go. Although somewhat surprised, Su Wanqing was worried that the little ones would cry themselves hoarse, so she spoke with concern. She didn't want Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan to suffer just because she wanted to eat. Thus, Linny pushed the stroller and left quickly, leaving the old capital's soy milk to Su Wanqing to drink in the future. Sure enough, once they were far enough away, they couldn't smell the soy milk, and the two little ones stopped crying. Wow! Hey! Giggle! Tang Tang wiggled her legs, her face full of joy, as if celebrating that she no longer had to smell the soy milk. It seems that Tang Tang harbors a deep resentment towards Dozier. Yuan Yuan was even more extreme. After she could no longer smell the stench, the little one wrinkled her nose, as if she thought the air outside was sweet. Seeing the two babies' mood brighten after the downpour, Su Wanqing frowned and asked, "Is soy milk really that awful?" Ah. Ah. Before Linny could answer, the two little ones responded in a seemingly indistinct way, almost as if to say, "Just strangle me." Chapter 57. Do you need an invitation to enter a bridal shop? 15 minutes later, we arrived at the Love wedding dress shop. Su Wanqing got out of the car and looked at the detached villa in front of her, wondering, is this a wedding dress shop? If it weren't for the sign at the entrance saying Love wedding dress, she would have really thought Linny had led her to the wrong place. She had seen many wedding dress shops on both sides of the road, but this was the first time she had ever seen a shop like the one in front of her. There was a fence gate at the entrance, and a red bow was pasted on the right wall. Upon entering the first floor, a staff member dressed in black work clothes greeted me with a smile. "Hello, sir, this is an invitation. Love wedding dress is not an ordinary wedding dress shop. Every wedding dress here is expensive, and only those with an invitation can enter." However, Linny was unaware of the invitation. He frowned, then said, "There is no invitation. Tell Luing that I am Linny." The staff member noticed that the man's attire suggested he was not an ordinary person, and that he even knew the boss's name. He then nodded respectfully and said, "Sir, please wait a moment." After saying that, the staff member jogged away. Linny wasn't in a hurry. Every store has its own rules, and even if he was the major shareholder, he should abide by them. As the group waited for the announcement, a sweet, delicate voice came from behind them. "Honey, you're amazing. You even managed to get an invitation here. How are you going to thank me?" "You can do whatever you want with me tonight," the woman said with a smile. "Although the man beside me is a bit old, what can I do? He's rich." Just as she was about to go inside, the woman spotted a familiar figure in the distance. That was Su Wanqing, the class beauty and also the school beauty. Seeing her waiting outside the door, with a stroller and a man beside her, the woman walked up to her, her face showing a hint of mockery. "Su Wanqing, long time no see. I never expected to run into you here." Zhang Lanlan greeted Su Wanqing with a forced smile. But in her heart she was thinking, what's the use of having a pretty face? Unlike me, I can find a boyfriend and not have to struggle for the rest of my life. Thinking of this, she looked up at her boyfriend beside her. She kept comforting herself, saying that once he was gone, all his property would be hers. What a coincidence. Su Wanqing answered politely that Zhang Lanlan was from the next dormitory and they didn't usually have much contact. In college, she was only really close to her roommates. She was lucky if she knew the names of the others. Seeing Su Wanqing waiting outside the door, Zhang Lanlan knew that she did not have an invitation and immediately said, "Wanqing, this invitation can only be used by one couple. If possible, I would like to bring you in together." Zhang Lanlan had made up the rules for using the invitation letter. She had no intention of letting Su Wanqing in. She has a pretty face, but she didn't find a rich boyfriend. "It's alright, you can go in." Su Wanqing didn't plan to let Zhang Lanlan take her in. If it was really impossible to go in, then she wouldn't go in. Besides, this place didn't look cheap at all. She thought that photos taken at a wedding shop by the roadside would also be fine, and most importantly, it would save her some money on baby formula. If Zhang Yuehua hadn't already made the arrangements, she would have already dragged Lin Yi away. Her idea might frustrate Lin Yi, since his family is short of money to open a milk powder factory. Then, Zhang Lanlan pulled her old boyfriend inside, and after only a few steps, a large group of people came over. She thought they were there to welcome her. After all, they had purchased a wedding dress package worth 1.88 million yuan. To everyone's surprise, the group walked right past without even glancing at them. Zhang Lanlan looked back and saw the group of people stop in front of Linny and Su Wanqing. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Chapter 58. Where did all these pheasants come from that want to compare themselves to phoenixes? "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, for keeping you and Miss waiting." The short-haired, elegant woman leading the crowd was none other than Luing, the woman Linny had mentioned. At this moment, she looked apologetic, hoping that Lin Yi wouldn't blame them. After all, they knew Lin Yi's identity. It's alright, we're here to try on wedding dresses today, thank you for your trouble. Mr. Lin, rest assured, we guarantee to provide you and Miss with the most attentive service. Lu Ying spoke with conviction, then stepped aside to welcome Lin Yi and Su Wanqing inside. The people behind her spontaneously formed two rows, standing on either side. Seeing Su Wanqing and Lin Yi being led upstairs, Zhang Lanlan, who was not far away, immediately became anxious. She impatiently grabbed a staff member from the Love Wedding Planning Company and pressed them for details. Hey! We ordered a wedding package worth 1.88 million, and your service is just so-so? Upon hearing this, the staff member was immediately filled with helplessness, clearly frustrated to have encountered yet another guest who thought himself extraordinary. Fortunately, he's used to it now. Madam, our Love Wedding Planning Company is renowned both domestically and internationally for its exquisite service. Rest assured, we have all the services you need. No. Can't you understand human language or what? Zhang Lanlan raised her hand and pointed directly at Lin Yi and Su Wanqing, who had just gone upstairs and left. What's going on with them? Why are they receiving such enthusiastic service from you? Although Zhang Lanlan appeared extremely arrogant and domineering, she simply couldn't bring herself to say, I want it too. Even she could tell that speaking like that was beneath her dignity. Are you referring to Mr. Lin Yi and Ms. Su Wanqing? So her name is Lin Yi. Oh right, that's Su Wanqing and the others. Why is it that even though we bought the 1.88 million yuan package, the service is still inferior to theirs? Upon hearing this, the staff member inwardly scoffed. It's like every pheasant wants to compare itself to a phoenix. Ms. Zhang, no matter how much of a package you purchase, Ilian Wedding Planning will provide you with consistent service. But Mr. Lin Yi, whom you know, is a shareholder of our love company, which means he is our boss. We get our salaries from our boss, so don't you think we should be so enthusiastic? After saying that, the staff member turned and left, leaving Zhang Lanlan and the old man beside her looking at each other in bewilderment. Boss? Honey, what did he mean by that? At this moment, Zhang Lanlan's speech became stammering. There was no way around it, she couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. In fact, not only her, but even her boyfriend was extremely shocked at this moment. What kind of occasion is Love Wedding Venue? Some well-known celebrities also choose this place to take their wedding photos. This demonstrates the Institute's extraordinary status. But to my surprise, the young man I met today was actually a shareholder of this Love Wedding Planning Company. This truly shocked him, despite his advanced age. After all, in the vast capital city, there are countless people with a net worth of millions or tens of millions, so getting married with 2 million is not a rare thing at all. But the owners and shareholders of some venues are truly rare individuals. The old man couldn't help but feel a chill when he thought about how his girlfriend had just mocked those two men. But then he felt relieved. The more prestigious and influential a person is, the less they care about insignificant people like them. Lanlan, keep a low profile in the future and don't be arrogant and domineering. We're really no big deal in the capital. Whether based on decades of experience or because Zhang Lanlan was his young girlfriend, the older man offered a friendly reminder. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lanlan was initially indignant, but she quickly calmed down. After all, her words were her long-term meal ticket, and even the source of her happiness for the rest of her life, so she absolutely could not disobey them. I understand, darling. Zhang Lanlan responded in a coquettish tone, but her mindset had already changed. Why was Su Wanqing able to meet such a man of high status? Why should she have to let an old man breathe heavily on her? It's unfair. It's so unfair. But as Patrick Star said, life is irrational, you'll get used to it. On the other side, Su Wanqing and Lin Yi were taken to a place that only VIP-level players could enter. They immediately showered us with concern and offered tea and water. They even had dedicated nurses to soothe and comfort babies. This service is absolutely amazing. Su Wanqing felt very uncomfortable and it took her a while to get used to it. Even though she's about to become a daughter-in-law of a wealthy family, she can't help but sigh, the world of the rich is really hard to understand. Mr. Lin, Miss Su, may we go choose our wedding dress and suit now? Lu Ying nervously leaned over to ask, afraid that she might have done something wrong and angered Lin Yi. Fortunately, neither Lin Yi nor Su Wanqing were the kind of people who were difficult or unreasonable. They not only did not make things difficult for him, but were also very friendly. Okay, thank you, you've worked hard. Su Wanqing's words revealed her refinement and poise, which made Lu Ying and her team members breathe a sigh of relief. Honey, why don't you go pick out a dress too? I'll take care of our son and daughter. Su Wanqing looked at Lin Yi. Since both nannies were women, it would be more convenient for her to take care of Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan herself. Lin Yi had also thought of this, and immediately nodded. Okay, go ahead. The couple went in opposite directions. As Su Wanqing walked further in, she realized that the space inside was enormous, with several rooms filled with all sorts of wedding dresses. Moreover, Su Wanqing found many of the wedding dresses to be very beautiful, which made her very satisfied. Unexpectedly, the staff accompanying her said that these ordinary wedding dresses were not good enough for Su Wanqing. You know, those wedding dresses are priced at 6 figures, and they're not even good enough for me? Su Wanqing disagreed with this statement. After all, she didn't think she was any better than anyone else. People are all the same. I wonder what Zhang Lanlan downstairs would think if she heard this. Ugh. Why did this happen? It's driving me crazy. Keep searching, keep looking, why can't we find a suitable candidate? A sigh suddenly came from not far away. Immediately afterwards, a photography team composed entirely of girls appeared before us. When the leader turned the corner and saw Su Wanqing, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Ha? You? Ha? Me? Su Wanqing blinked, wondering what had happened. The next second, she was pulled forward by that seemingly playful and lively girl. What? My baby. My baby. Su Wanqing hurriedly looked back, her mind focused on Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan, seemingly not thinking about what might happen to her. Chapter 59, The Star Love Series, not something you can just try on if you have money. Zhang Milan was pushing the stroller when she suddenly saw this scene and was immediately stunned. Before she could react, Su Wanqing had already been dragged away. She panicked and hurriedly shouted to the staff member beside her, Sister Qing, where are they taking my sister Qing? Watching Su Wanqing disappear around the corner, Zhang Milan was startled and became even more anxious. Who are they, and where are they taking Sister Qing? Miss, don't worry. They are staff members from the film crew next door. Judging from the direction, they should be working at the film studio. Really? That's good. Let's hurry and follow them. After saying that, Zhang Milan hurriedly pushed the stroller and headed over there. However, to Zhang Milan's surprise, when she arrived at the photography studio, she saw that Su Wanqing was already sitting in front of the dressing table. What's going on here? So, Zhang Milan walked forward, bewildered and full of questions. Sister Qing, what are you going to do? Milan, don't worry, I'm fine. I was just helping them film a promotional video. Could you please keep an eye on Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan for me? Su Wanqing smiled gently, then looked directly at the dressing table in front of her. Actually, when she was first pulled away by Song Jiro, she was also very flustered and worried about Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan. Until she heard Song Jiro's explanation. Beautiful lady, we are filming a cultural program called Jia Juan's Departure from the Frontier for Manhwa TV, but we can't find a suitable actress. Can you help us? The moment I saw you, I felt that you looked like you had stepped out of a traditional Chinese ink painting. People nowadays don't value traditional Chinese culture at all, sigh. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing nodded for the first time, perhaps because she herself felt that Song Jiro was right. Milan, wait for me a moment, it should be soon. Oh, okay, I see. Zhang Milan nodded in surprise and immediately said no problem, but she was wondering in her heart, wasn't Sister Qing taking wedding photos with Brother Lin? Why is she filming a promotional video? However, her doubts were dispelled in an instant. The reason is simple, Su Wanqing in front of the dressing table is just too beautiful. Su Wanqing was already a beautiful woman with remarkable looks, and after giving birth, she gained even more gentle beauty. With the help of a makeup artist, Su Wanqing now has light makeup on, and just one glance is enough to amaze people. After changing into a Western Han Dynasty dress, Su Wanqing brought Wang Zhaojun to life completely. Sister Su, now I understand why Wang Zhaojun was able to make the southward flying geese forget to flap their wings. Because it's so beautiful. Sister Su, thank you for your support. Holding the camera, Song Jiro bowed deeply to Su Wanqing in gratitude, showing that she genuinely loved traditional Chinese culture. Su Wanqing simply smiled and nodded. Her willingness to help stemmed from both a desire to promote traditional Chinese culture and her admiration for Song Jiro's earnestness. Imagine if there were more people like this in China, would people around the world still be increasingly neglecting traditional culture? Sister Su, are you here to take wedding photos? Yes, to be precise, we're here to try on wedding dresses. Upon hearing this, Song Jiro immediately made a solemn vow. Don't worry, Sister Sue. Whether you're trying on wedding dresses or taking wedding photos, you can come to me. My photography skills are pretty good. At this point, a hint of pride appeared on Song Jiro's face, clearly indicating that she was very proud of her abilities. Then she asked Su Wanqing which series of wedding dresses she wanted to try on, saying she could use her authority to offer a discount. However, when Song Jiro heard the accompanying staff answer that the wedding dress Su Wanqing was going to try on was from the Starry Love series, she was stunned. Because the Starry Love series isn't something you can just try on if you have money. Chapter 60, Promotional Photos for the General Public? Impossible. In this way, Su Wanqing's noble status becomes obvious. Song Jiro looked at Su Wanqing, whom she called Fairy Sister, in astonishment, and then bowed respectfully. Sister Su, I apologize for being presumptuous. Su Wanqing waved her hand dismissively, saying it was no big deal. Don't worry, no need to apologize. I'll try on the wedding dress later, and you can take a couple of photos for me as compensation. Okay. Good. Song Jiro knew that Su Wanqing's status was definitely prestigious enough. She was just blinded by the lack of a suitable candidate, which is why she dragged Su Wanqing over to take pictures. Looking back now, I realize how impulsive I was. Fortunately, Sister Su has a good temper and is gentle, otherwise. Losing your job is a small matter. The indirect economic losses caused by love wedding planning could lead to a lawsuit. Let's take a picture quickly, or my husband will get impatient. Okay. With Song Jiro joining the command, the entire photography team began to operate. A series of lights flashed, and the exquisite chapters of Wang Xiaojuan's departure from the border were brought to life once again. Jiro, just delete the front-facing photo, or give me the original image. Feel free to use the side profile photo. After the filming was finished, Su Wanqing suddenly said that she didn't want to be in the public eye. Out of consideration for Su Wanqing's privacy, Song Jiro chose to leave only a few side profile photos. Even a side profile photo is beautiful enough to serve as an excellent promotional tool for manhwa TV programs. Sister Su, don't worry, I will transfer the payment to you as soon as possible. Song Jiro was amazed by the beauty in the photo, but she didn't forget to promise Su Wanqing the reward she deserved, which shows how good her character is. However, Su Wanqing waved her hand, indicating that she didn't need it. It was nothing, and besides, you gave me a taste of what it's like to travel back to ancient times. But let's go try on wedding dresses together. Before Song Jiro could say anything more, Su Wanqing interrupted her, took the stroller from Zhang Milan, and prepared to leave. After communicating with the photographer originally assigned to Su Wanqing, Song Jiro took over her position and became Su Wanqing's dedicated photographer before and after the wedding. Although she was assigned a task by manhwa TV, she was confident that the few shots featuring Su Wanqing today would be enough. To express her gratitude to Su Wanqing, she felt it was necessary to follow up on the whole process. If Song Jiro's feelings for Su Wanqing were gratitude, then she was utterly shocked when she learned the true identities of her sister Su and her husband. Sister Su's husband is actually a shareholder of Eilian Wedding Planning Company? Just because of this identity, she has a reason to call Su Wanqing boss lady. Even with her status, she never said she was unwilling to take photos for me. Her magnanimity is truly admirable. Song Jiro was shocked. Su Wanqing didn't take it to heart. After all, she preferred the identity of Lin Yi's wife to the young mistress of the Lin family. On the other side, Lin Yi was indeed getting impatient. Just as he was preparing to go and search for it himself, a staff member, at Su Wanqing's request, gave Lin Yi the set of the Zhaojun leaving the frontier base maps. The moment Lin Yi saw the set of background images, he was stunned by his wife's beauty. When Lin Yi learned that these photos were promotional images intended for the general public, he frowned slightly. He's stingy. He only wants to keep his wife's beauty for his own enjoyment. To the public? Absolutely not. However, he was not an unreasonable person, so he selected a few profile photos from the background and handed them over to the staff. He stated that these could be used for advertising, but not for anything else, and that all the original images should be handed over to him. The staff obeyed and left. However, as she left, she felt a sense of awe and admiration. I was surprised that Lin Yi and Su Wanqing made such identical decisions. I envy Lin Yi and Su Wanqing's deep understanding and love. They are so perfectly in sync. Chapter 61, Not to be rude, but everyone present is trash. Filming the promotional video had already taken a while, and fearing that Lin Yi would be getting impatient, Su Wanqing quickly went to the Star Love series wedding dress. All wedding dresses in the Starry Love series are white, but the neckline, skirt, and craftsmanship differ. The staff knew that Su Wanqing was their boss, so they treated her with the highest level of hospitality. They felt that apart from that top-of-the-line diamond wedding dress, nothing else could truly highlight Su Wanqing's beauty. So they led Su Wanqing directly to the diamond wedding dress. "Miss Su, what do you think of this wedding dress?" "Okay, let's try it." Su Wanqing suffers from mild decision-making anxiety. Every wedding dress here is perfectly designed, so she doesn't know which one to choose. Since the staff recommended it, I'll give it a try. Su Wanqing didn't know the value of the diamond wedding dress, but Song Jiro did. As a top photographer at Love Wedding, she has a certain understanding of these wedding dresses. It's called the diamond wedding dress because it's set with 300 carats of diamonds, making it the most expensive dress in the entire Starry Night wedding dress collection. The staff had already prepared the wedding dress. Su Wanqing smiled and said to the little ones in the strollers, "Tang Tang, Yuan Yuan, Mommy is going to change my clothes first, and I'll come with you later." "Whom?" "Ha! Whom?" The two little ones babbled and cooed, seemingly also looking forward to seeing Su Wanqing in her wedding dress. Afterwards, Zhang Milan waited outside with a stroller, while Su Wanqing went inside to change into her wedding dress. Because of the high price of Love wedding dress, there are 4 staff members to help with dressing. Su Wanqing just stood there, and apart from raising her arms and stretching her legs, she didn't have to do anything else. On the other side, Linny had already changed his clothes and was just waiting for Su Wanqing to come out. Immediately afterwards, the curtain was slowly drawn open, and Su Wanqing walked out slowly, her every smile and gesture exuding the elegant beauty of the East. It must be said that the diamond wedding dress fits Su Wanqing perfectly. It seems this wedding dress was made just for her. Even though Song Jiro had seen many beautiful women, she was still stunned when she saw Su Wanqing in a wedding dress. So beautiful, breathtakingly beautiful. It's no exaggeration to say that every single image and frame could be used as a beautiful wallpaper. "Honey." Upon hearing Su Wanqing's voice, Linny immediately turned around. Su Wanqing appeared before Linny like a princess in a castle, blinking her bright eyes. She asked shyly, "Honey, does it look good?" Linny nodded in a daze after seeing it. He couldn't say it was beautiful, he could only say it was breathtaking. At the same time, Zhang Lanlan came out after changing into her wedding dress. She had tried on several dresses, but none of them were quite satisfactory. Those wedding dresses looked beautiful hanging there, but they didn't look as good on people. When she came out, she heard the people around her praising her and thought they were talking about her, so Gaoju's face was full of joy. "Honey, this wedding dress is really beautiful, and everyone seems to think so too." The older man frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, "Lan Lan, they weren't talking about your wedding dress, but the one your classmate was wearing." "Whom? Su Wanqing?" While Zhang Lanlan was puzzled, she looked around and then saw the wedding dress Su Wanqing was wearing. To be honest, she liked the diamond wedding dress at first sight, but when she looked at the wedding dress she was wearing, she felt a little unbalanced. She then approached a staff member and said, "I'd like to try on that wedding dress too." "Excuse me, ma'am, that wedding dress can only be tried on by VIP members. And each of the Star Love series wedding dresses is worth tens of millions." The staff member kindly reminded her that in just a short while, many people had inquired about diamond wedding dresses, and she was already hoarse from explaining. "I'm not saying this to be mean, but everyone here is trash. This jerk, oh, no, ma'am, please hold on tight, don't fall." Chapter 62. Aren't you making things difficult for me? "Hee hee honey, you're quite handsome too." Su Wanqing took Lin Yi's arm and looked at Song Jiro with a smile. "Jiro, could you please take a few more photos for us?" "Okay, Miss Su." Even if Su Wanqing didn't say anything, she would still take more photos, because Linny and Su Wanqing are the most good-looking couple she has ever photographed. A professional photographer's greatest wish is to meet a good model, and these two happen to be that person. So Song Jiro frantically pressed the shutter button, feeling that every photo was a masterpiece. Luing, the person in charge and designer of Eilian wedding dress, quickly walked over after seeing Su Wanqing change into her wedding dress and respectfully asked, "Ms. Su, does the wedding dress fit you? If you're not satisfied with anything, I can help you revise it." The wedding dresses she designs are all the perfect size, so they have very strict requirements on body shape and height. However, she noticed that Su Wanqing's diamond wedding dress fit her perfectly, and there wasn't a single flaw in it. Nevertheless, Luing still wanted to ask some questions. After all, Su Wanqing was Lin Yi's wife, and Luing tried her best to satisfy the two of them. "It fits perfectly, no alterations needed." Upon hearing this, Luing smiled and nodded, saying that it was best if the wedding dress didn't need alterations. I thought the boss's girlfriend would have a lot of demands, but I didn't expect her to be so approachable. This is probably the most successful deal Eileen wedding dress has ever made. In one afternoon, Su Wanqing tried on all the wedding dresses in the Star Love series. Since we're here, let's give it a try, were Lin Yi's exact words. A wedding is the most important moment in a girl's life, and Lin Yi also wanted to give Su Wanqing an unforgettable wedding. The photos were taken, and Song Jiro led Lin Yi and Su Wanqing to the photo selection room to see which photos needed retouching. The photo selection room had many computers, and many couples were choosing photos, chatting away. My face looks too chubby in this photo, please help me edit it. This makes my legs look so short, please lengthen them for me. This one is terrible, I don't want it. Please make them smaller for me. The woman at the table next to Su Wanqing had the most demands. Her face, nose, chin, and legs all needed to be meticulously retouched. Seeing that her photos weren't very good, she noticed that Su Wanqing had just come in and, speaking from experience, said to her, "Girl, the photography here isn't very good. You need to edit the photos properly. We spent so much money just to take beautiful photos." "Yes, you're right, big sister." Su Wanqing smiled and nodded. Although what she said made sense, looking at the woman's plump figure, she thought that even a god couldn't help her. The photographer who accompanied the older sister was also highly experienced, and since she was a guest, he greeted her with a smile. Following the older sister's instructions, the photographer meticulously retouched everything and then asked, "How do you like this photo?" Not bad, fix it like this." The chubby older woman nodded in satisfaction as she looked at the retouched photos. Su Wanqing was a little confused. Was the heavily edited photo of her and her older sister two different people? If she edited her photos to that extent, even her parents probably wouldn't recognize her. At this moment, Song Jiro had already opened the album. The plump older sister next to her wanted to express her opinion, but after looking at the photos, she swallowed back what she was about to say. "This is absolutely gorgeous. Young man, I just edited someone else's picture." Upon hearing this, the fat woman's photographer felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. He thought to himself, "Aren't you just making things difficult for me?" Chapter 63. Tang Tang kissed her mother in the photo. In contrast, the photos taken by Su Wanqing and Lin Yi were already perfect without any editing. For the two of them, choosing a film was just a formality. Soon, all the photos were developed, and Song Jiro handed them to Su Wanqing. "Miss Su, all the photos are here." Su Wanqing smiled slightly and said, "Thanks to you, Jiro." With the photos in hand, Su Wanqing and Lin Yi drove home. In the car, Su Wanqing deliberately hid several unflattering photos. Little did he know that those photos were exactly the ones Lin Yi wanted to keep as wallpaper. When she arrived at her doorstep, Su Wanqing found her parents-in-law and grandfather waiting there. She then instinctively turned to look at Lin Yi, who said, "I told them before I came back." As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Su Wanqing saw her parents-in-law come over to greet her. Seeing Su Wanqing get out of the car, Zhang Yuehua's face immediately lit up with a smile. She was extremely satisfied with this daughter-in-law and already treated her like her own daughter. "Qingqing, are you tired? Mom made you some black chicken soup, drink more later." Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing felt a warmth in her heart and was deeply moved. The father-in-law even took the stroller off the bus and said bluntly, "Lin Yi, how can you be so inconsiderate? Quickly tell your wife to go home and rest." It is clear that Su Wanqing was truly pampered like a little princess. Back in the room, Su Wanqing took the black chicken soup handed to her by the maid and sipped it slowly. Zhang Yuehua then took the photos Lin Yi handed her and examined them carefully, praising as she flipped through them, "My Qingqing is so beautiful, every single photo is so pretty." Lin Hongji, standing behind him, nodded in agreement. Even Tang Tang in the stroller kept calling out, as if she also wanted to see the beautiful photos of her mother and father. "Oh dear, does our Tang Tang want to watch too? Come here, let grandma hold you so you can watch." As she spoke, Zhang Yuehua hugged Tang Tang into her arms. Sure enough, when Tang Tang saw Su Wanqing's solo photo, she grinned and was very happy. Taking advantage of Zhang Yuehua's inattention, he snatched the photo and put it directly to his mouth. Pop. Pop. They kissed already? And while kissing her, he patted his grandmother's shoulder and babbled as if to say, "Look. This is my mother." Tongtong's adorable behavior made everyone in the room unable to hold back their laughter. Su Wanqing, who was standing to the side, also looked delighted when she saw it. It seemed that her daughter also thought her photo was very beautiful. Sure enough, women love beauty, especially being praised for their looks by their family and friends. Ha! Oh! At the same time, Yuan, inside the stroller, called out in confusion, "Why hasn't my little sister come back yet?" It seems our Yuan also wants to see photos of her parents. Zhang Yuehua smiled and nodded to her husband. Lin Hongji, understanding the situation, stepped forward and took Yuan out of the stroller as well. There were many people in the room, and a hint of shyness appeared on their round, innocent faces. It wasn't until he saw the photo of his parents that his grandfather brought that he began to stare at it intently. I thought he would love his mother in the photo just like his sister, but the little guy actually cried. Wa'ada! The sudden crying startled everyone. Lin Hongji hurriedly grabbed his grandson's little feet to check them, thinking that he had pinched his little feet when he took his grandson out of the stroller. But there isn't one? Why did I suddenly start crying? Still so heartbroken. Chapter 64 Yuan, why am I not in the photos? Unhappy. Wa'ada. Yuan kept sobbing, and large tears rolled down her cheeks, splashing onto her grandfather's arm and sending a chill through her. Lin Hongji felt anxious and hurriedly looked to his wife and son for help. It's worth noting that he never panicked when surrounded and blocked by a group of Wall Street elites. Now, instead, I was startled by my grandson's cry. Linny, what's wrong with Yuan? Is she feeling unwell? Linny stepped forward and took Yuan from him, checking her over to see if she was feeling unwell. Moreover, Yuan kept pointing at the photo, as if she was crying because of it. Crying because of a photo? Linny suddenly looked down as if he had thought of something, and when he saw that there were only himself and his wife in the photo, he vaguely understood. Su Wanqing also approached at this moment. That's why they say couples have a telepathic connection. When she saw the photo, she actually understood why Yuan was crying. Honey, is it because the photo only shows you and me, and not Yuan and Tang, that he cried? Yes, that can only be the reason. Linny nodded, both amused and exasperated. He hadn't expected his son to be so clever and mischievous, and to cry over something like this. After finding the cause, Linny took out a family photo of the four of them and put it in front of Yuan. Sure enough, the little one immediately stopped crying. His dark, large eyes blinked repeatedly as he carefully examined the new photo. When he saw that everyone in the photo was there, his father, mother, and sister, he suddenly smiled. She grinned, her eyes glistening with tears yet carrying a hint of a smile. Judging from this, Yuan is truly a master of facial expression management. After hearing his son's explanation, Lin Hongji understood and felt a sense of relief. It's important to understand that the reason the Lin family has become increasingly wealthy and powerful is entirely due to the harmonious relationship among its members. Whether in novels or in reality, some family members are constantly embroiled in disputes over interests, and even if they share the same blood, it cannot stop them from killing each other. It was only a matter of time before such a family declined. In contrast, the Lin family has become increasingly prosperous and powerful because generations of its members have followed the ancestral precept of family harmony. Lin Hongji is naturally very gratified that his grandson Yuan, who is still so young, already values his family so much. Okay. Hearing her husband repeatedly say yes, Zhang Yuehua smiled. After being together for so many years, she understood what Lin Hongji was thinking. That afternoon, Linny was holding his daughter and walking around the house, trying to lull her to sleep. Zhang Yuehua, the old woman, walked slowly over from not far away. Is Tang asleep? I don't know what's wrong with me these past 2 days, I only fall asleep when I'm held in your arms. Linny said with a smile, although it's a little tiring to hold her all the time, it's not a big problem. After all, she's my daughter, isn't she? Seeing Linny's doting affection for his son and daughter, Zhang Yuehua, as a mother, felt a pang of sadness. You know, he was so young when Linny was born, and now he's already a father and a husband. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuehua smoothed out Linny's wrinkled clothes and said softly, Son, shouldn't you go visit your parents-in-law? It would be very impolite to delay any longer. Linny was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then nodded. Yes, I should go visit my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Chapter 65 Tang, let's board the plane quickly. Speaking of this, Linny only hoped that he wouldn't be kicked out by his father-in-law. After all, what he had done was truly. Zhang Yuehua also understood the whole story, patted him on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, my son is so handsome, there won't be any problems. But you have to win over Qingqing's parents first, then your father and I will go to their homes to propose marriage. That makes sense. After all, Lin Yi hasn't obtained Su Wanqing's parents' consent yet, and it would be impolite to propose marriage so abruptly. Therefore, this matter cannot be refused. Lin Yi thought so too. Although they had already obtained their marriage certificate, he still had to get past his future in-laws, otherwise his future wife would definitely be in a difficult position. At worst, let them beat us up to vent their anger. With that thought in mind, Lin Yi felt less afraid when talking about going to his parents-in-law's house. Time flew by and the next day arrived. The plane is ready, and along with it, 3,000 caddies of millet. The reason Zhang Yuehua prepared so much millet was simply because she had heard Su Wanqing say that her father liked to eat millet rice, nothing more. It's fortunate that this Airbus A380, known as the Flying Palace, is large enough to house a garage. Otherwise, how to get to his father-in-law's house after landing would be a problem. In front of the plane, Lin Hongji and Zhang Yuehua both came to see off their daughter-in-law, grandson, and granddaughter. As they parted, Lin Hongji held his granddaughter tightly, reluctant to let go. Although he knew he would be back in a few days, Lin Hongji, who had just become a grandfather and hadn't had enough, still missed his grandchildren terribly. The thought of being separated for the time being made Lin Hongji glare at Lin Yi. In his opinion, if Lin Yi had visited his in-laws' house earlier, he could have gone with them this time. Lin Yi felt uneasy under his father's gaze, and he felt somewhat helpless. Could this be my fault? It seems I really do blame myself. Mom, it's almost time, we need to take off. Lin Yi walked past his father and looked at his mother, who was holding Tang Tang and waving her hand, saying, "No rush. Aren't you in a hurry?" If they don't take off soon, he feels like his dad is about to slap him on the back. While waiting, Su Wanqing stood quietly to the side. Although she knew that Lin Yi's family was extraordinary, every surprise refreshed her worldview. What's going on with this private jet that I've never seen on TikTok? 3,000 jean of millet could fit perfectly into a luxurious van. I really do come from a small town. Meanwhile, Tang Tang, who was nestled in her grandfather's arms, pouted. The little guy was whimpering, as if it didn't want to leave. Yuan, be good. We'll be back in a couple of days. Lin Yi stepped forward to comfort his son. Lin Hongji, on the other hand, coaxed the little guy with a doting expression. Although he also wanted his grandchildren to come back as soon as possible, he also knew the urgency of the matter. The most important thing for Lin Yi to do when he went to Su Wanqing's house this time was to manage the relationship between the two families. Otherwise, talking about anything else is just nonsense. What they didn't expect was that Yuan would actually cry from feeling wronged. What a homebody! In contrast, Tang Tang is far less sentimental. Looking at the large airplane parked not far away, Tang Tang blinked her eyes, her innocent face filled with curiosity. Its chubby little hands were outstretched, as if it really wanted to go up on the plane and play. If Yuan is a homebody, then Tang Tang is a curious child who wants to experience everything new and unusual. Out of understanding, Tang Tang let her brother stay in Grandpa's arms a little longer. But that was all. Seeing that they still hadn't left, she immediately became anxious. Why? Her little mouth kept pouting, and her little finger pointed at the airplane, wanting to get on. At this moment, she must have felt resentment that she couldn't walk, otherwise she would have climbed onto the plane by herself instead of needing her parents to take care of her. Dad, look, Tang Tang isn't happy anymore. We're getting ready to board the plane. It still has to be Tang Tang Yuan who takes charge. Although Lin Hongji wanted to stay a little longer, seeing how interested his granddaughter was in airplanes, he couldn't delay any longer. He nodded immediately and waved. As he waved, the private jet crew, responsible for various tasks, began to board the plane in an orderly manner. This scene is exactly the same as the preparations made by passengers at the airport before boarding, and even more meticulous. For example, after each flight, a dedicated person will come forward to inspect the aircraft, and if any part shows signs of wear and tear, it will be replaced. The word luxury is simply not enough to describe it. And it's important to know that the inspection is done after each flight, not just once. Such wealth and power are thanks to the Lin family. Even the Ma family of Hangzhou probably wouldn't receive such treatment. After the maintenance crew finished preparing, Lin Yi and his team received their boarding notification. Tang Tang is so happy. She waved happily to her grandparents behind her, her little feet kicking Lin Yi's stomach with joy. Daughter, let us go easy on him. If you break your father's body, the whole family fortune will be yours. Unlike Tang Tang, Yuan wasn't too happy. Instead, she looked at her grandparents with teary eyes. Those who knew him said he was going to his maternal grandparents' house, but those who didn't might have thought they had abandoned him. Seeing this, Zheng Milan wanted to cheer Yuan Yuan up, but when she stretched out her finger, she was bitten instead, and the little one even made a face with her teeth bared. The reason for this seems to be that she was blocking Yuan Yuan from seeing his grandparents. Linny loved living with his grandparents so much that when he was considering returning to Shanghai, he left him with his parents instead. Of course, this is just a joking idea. Actually, Yuan Yuan can't live without his mother. After boarding the plane and checking all the equipment, the plane took off. The brother and sister looked through the glass and saw the things below getting smaller and smaller, and they both showed surprise. After all, they are still children. Even if they are reluctant to leave their grandparents, they can adjust in a short time as long as their mother is there. Su Wanqing then looked around at the interior of the aircraft. A spacious bedroom, a fully equipped bathroom, and even a powerful shower. Even entertainment facilities are provided, and a spacious kitchen is a must. As soon as she gives the word, a chef will immediately prepare a delicious meal for her. Is this what life in a wealthy family is like? Thinking of this, a thought in Su Wanqing's mind became even more resolute. That is, she wants to broaden her horizons, improve her abilities, and enhance her personal cultivation. Because she didn't want to be just a pretty face by Lin Yi's side. Chapter 66, Runway number 013, cleared specifically for the Lin family. During the flight, Su Wanqing couldn't help but ask Lin Yi, "Honey, how many airplanes do you own? I mean, the private kind." She clearly remembered that when she returned to Lin Yi's hometown, she was on a different plane, but now she was on a different plane again. She felt that most commercial airlines probably don't own that many planes. But Lin Yi's family seems to bring out a car all the time. Could it be that each airplane has a different purpose? Sure enough, she guessed it pretty accurately. Hearing Su Wanqing's question, Lin Yi, holding Tongtong's little feet in his arms, nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, we have quite a few airplanes at home, not as many as cars, but enough. Is that enough? Zhang Milan was stunned when she heard this. At that moment, she felt that Lin Yi was in a blatant Versailles. The key point is, Lin Yi was just telling the truth. Seeing that both women were somewhat moved, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. He raised his hand and gently stroked Su Wanqing's delicate hand, saying softly, "Silly girl, take it slow, you'll get used to it eventually." Su Wanqing nodded upon hearing this, but she was wondering whether she should gradually get used to Lin Yi's family's wealth, or get used to becoming a rich wife herself. It seems like it's all the same thing. Flying is a rather boring experience. But traveling by private jet was different. The entertainment was very well arranged, and Su Wanqing even had time to take a shower and lie down on the soft, warm bed for a short nap. When Su Wanqing was woken up by Zhang Milan, they were already almost at their destination. As she returned to the living room, a report sounded in her ear. "Young master, runway 013 at Fengtian Xiantou International Airport is cleared. Is it permissible to land?" "Okay, land." As Lin Yi waved his hand, the plane experienced a slight tremor, and Su Wanqing knew that the plane was preparing to land. "Honey, runway 013 is cleared? What does that mean? Will the airport clear a runway just for us?" Su Wanqing was puzzled. Although she roughly knew what kind of treaty a private plane needed to sign with an airport to take off and land, did it really offer a service to clear the runway? That would require an enormous amount of energy. Lin Yi's answer to this was very simple, just 2 sentences. "Idiot, how can you take off and land if the runway isn't clear? In addition, runway 013 is a runway exclusively for our Lin family. To be precise, any famous airport in China or abroad that is named runway 013 belongs to our Lin family." How is this possible? "Maybe, as long as we invest a little more when building the airport, it will be fine." Lin Yi finished speaking and smiled gently. Su Wanqing nodded hesitantly, feeling increasingly unreal. Moments later, the plane landed safely. As everyone disembarked, the rear cabin of the plane slowly opened, revealing a room filled with various supplies. In the garage next door, a light blue car was slowly pushed out as its tracks turned. Let's go to your house first." Lin Yi pushed the stroller and walked towards the delivery vehicle. Su Wanqing took her arm as a matter of course. Zhang Milan followed closely behind. Little did they know, everything that happened here was being observed by many tourists inside the airport. When someone recognized the Rolls-Royce silhouette, their breathing quickened. Because of this car, most people would probably have to start earning money from the time of Qin Shi Huang to be able to buy it. Chapter 67. Some people are born in Rome, while others are born like cattle. Linny drove the Rolls-Royce floating shadow through the streets at a slow speed, exuding elegance and wealth. Strangely enough, wherever the Rolls-Royce Phantom goes, a vacuum zone is created. No car dared to approach it, whether from the front, rear, left, or right. That makes sense. If we get too close and bump into each other out of nervousness, we might end up losing our entire savings for our funeral. A car accident occurred on Hongshin Street. The Ferrari, worth 25 million, was completely wrecked in the crash. Fortunately, the angle of the crash was rather tricky, and the driver was unharmed. Even though the multi-million-dollar supercar was totaled, he just sat calmly in the back seat playing on his phone. Suddenly, he felt a sense of unease and looked up. He saw a light blue Rolls-Royce elegantly appear before him on the other side of the street. This car is a Rolls-Royce float? Wow, wow. When he realized the car was a Rolls-Royce float, the Shanghai tycoon was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide. Western media estimated the Rolls-Royce float to be worth as much as 180 million yuan, and the only information released was that the owner of the float is Chinese. I never expected to actually run into him during my trip to Fengtian. Even though he was jokingly called the Emperor of Shanghai by netizens, he couldn't help but feel frustrated at this moment. After all, this car isn't something you can just buy with money. A comprehensive evaluation is needed to determine if you're qualified to be its owner. When the Rolls-Royce sped past him and he saw that the license plate number was Jing, he felt much relieved. In the capital, there are far too many princes who are stronger than me. The Shanghai emperor really wanted to drive up and chase after him to see which young master it was. But his own car was smashed to pieces, and he couldn't even start it, let alone catch up with it. Thinking that he would never have met the owner of the floating shadow car, Shanghai emperor kicked the Ferrari lying on the side of the road in indignant anger. On the other side, Zheng Milan, who was holding Yuan, turned her head to the side. Seeing the Ferrari parked on the side of the road completely smashed, I couldn't help but feel sorry. That car must have been very expensive. It's such a shame it's been wrecked like that. Thinking of this, she looked curiously at Lin Yi in the driver's seat. Brother Lin, was that car expensive? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi recognized the car from his memory and pondered for a moment. It's not cheap, over 20 million. After being crashed like that, it's probably not far from being totaled. Over 20 million. That's so expensive? How does it compare to the car we're sitting in? Zheng Milan continued to press for answers, her eyes widening as she looked like a cute, silly girl. Compared to the one we're in? Milan, you're really putting me in a difficult position. We're on different levels, so I probably can't compare. Can't compare? Well, if I had to say, our car could be exchanged for 10 of his. Lin Yi's conservative answer left Zheng Milan speechless. She started counting on her fingers, then muttered under her breath, so Brother Lin's car is worth 200 million. Let alone 200 million, even 2 million is an astronomical figure for an ordinary girl like Zheng Milan. Looking at the innocent and clueless Tang Tang and Yuan in the stroller, Zheng Milan couldn't help but think to herself, reincarnation really is a skill. Indeed, some people are born into privilege, while others are born into hardship. But babies like Tang Tang and Yuan are born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Chapter 68. Village Intelligence Team. Did the Su family's daughter catch a golden turtle? Shah. A rich husband. The Rolls-Royce Phantom is the center of attention wherever it goes. When Linny drove his wife and children to the apartment complex where his parents-in-law lived, the group of elderly men and women sitting at the entrance began to discuss the situation. This vehicle must be expensive, right? It would cost twice as much as 2 of my tractors. Oldly, you're talking nonsense. I think we should buy at least 3. Really? What's with such an expensive car in our neighborhood? Hey! Look, isn't that teacher Su's daughter, Xiao Chang? After Grandpa Li finished speaking, a group of elderly men and women looked up at him suspiciously. When they saw Su Wanqing get out of the car, they couldn't help but praise her. This girl is even more beautiful now. They were all vying to find Su Wanqing a marriage partner. However, when they saw Su Wanqing carrying Tang Tang and Yuan out of the car, they all shut up. The elderly folks just enjoy chatting, they're not senile or mentally ill. Su Wanqing has already returned to her parents' home with her child, so it's obvious she's taken. Having watched many TV dramas, they know that the more obedient and beautiful a girl is like Su Wanqing, the easier it is for her to marry into a wealthy family, but those wealthy men are usually quite old. Driven by their gossipy nature, they all looked up in unison at the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce floating shadow, eager to see what kind of person the Su family's son-in-law was. Linny got out of the Rolls-Royce floating shadow after parking it on the side of the road. His tall and slender figure immediately slapped the faces of the elderly men and women until they were swollen. His handsome appearance, his noble and reserved temperament, the elderly folks were speechless. All they could do was give a thumbs up and say, "The Su family's son-in-law is really amazing. Honey, let's park the car outside. The neighborhood is too old and the roads are difficult to navigate. It would be bad if we bumped into the car." "Okay, no problem." The couple then carried Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan respectively, while Zhang Milan carried the stroller towards Su Wanqing's house. As Su Wanqing passed by the elderly, she greeted them warmly and friendly. When they tried to respond, they hesitated, feeling that Linny beside Su Wanqing was unusual. His demeanor suggested he was a prince. So, after Linny and Su Wanqing walked around the corner and could no longer see them, this group of special intelligence agencies began to operate. "The Su family's daughter has really met a good man. He's so handsome, 100 times better than my grandson. Oh no. 10,000 times. Old Lee is right. I just asked my granddaughter, and the car they drove back is worth 200 million. 200 million. Do you know what that means? It could buy more than 40,000 of my old Lee's tractors." As he spoke, the trendy old man even took out a calculator and showed it to Old Manly. Upon hearing this, Old Manly suddenly felt that the tractor he had been showing off for years was no longer appealing. Old Lee stood up and walked unsteadily toward the Rolls-Royce Phantom by the roadside, wanting to see up close why it was so expensive. The same applies to other elderly people. Although none of them left, the news that the Su family's daughter has snagged a rich husband, oops. She's got a golden turtle, has already spread throughout the entire neighborhood. However, just as they approached, a deep engine sound suddenly came from the end of the road in front of the residential area, and the ground even began to vibrate slightly. When they turned around, they saw more than 10 all-black cars escorting a truck as it slowly drove by. That momentum is absolutely amazing. The 3,000 kilograms of millet on the truck probably never imagined that they would receive such treatment, being transported by private plane and escorted by private vehicle. Chapter 69. Su Wanqing, my dad targets you, so I'll target him. The elderly men and women helped each other, and stood shakily on the side of the road. They were trying to avoid being hit, as elderly people are prone to serious fractures from falls. To their surprise, when they turned around at the sound, they saw that the brand new truck and the dozen or so escort cars had come to a smooth stop right in front of them. Whose son-in-law is this? His aura is no less impressive than that of the Su family's son-in-law. After Old Manly finished speaking, the tall, burly Lin family security guards, dressed in black tailcoats, stood orderly around the truck. The leader then called Linny and began unloading the truck. The elderly folks then realized that these people were also brought by the Su family's son-in-law. My goodness! Who exactly is the Su family's son-in-law? What's in this car? Millet? I've seen this kind of Xiaomi packaging before. My colleague's sister's son's girlfriend brought her a bag of it, and I heard that a bag costs 10,000 yuan. Is 10,000 yuan a bag? That's so expensive. Are there gold beans inside? This cart must weigh several thousand kilograms. The elderly men and women present all wore expressions of envy on their faces. Just as they were feeling sentimental, they suddenly saw the Lin family bodyguards carrying millet and many other things into Unit 1 of Building 1. Old Manly and the others were immediately puzzled. Why did they move all the millet into Old Song's house? Didn't Old Song just sell his house? They must have gone to the wrong place. Hey! You've come to the wrong place, Teacher Su's house is still inside. The old man offered a friendly reminder. The bodyguard, who was the leader of the Lin family, first bowed slightly to express his gratitude, and then explained. Thank you, sir. My young master bought this house to store grain. After saying that, he continued to arrange for his men to move the items, while he connected the power to the improved house and checked the security door. Linny really put in some effort to prevent his father-in-law's grain from being targeted by thieves. It seems this was his first time visiting his in-law's house, and he probably didn't know much about it. Next time he comes, he'll probably understand that even if his father-in-law loves millet porridge, he doesn't need to bring 3,000 jin 1,500 caddies, just a small token amount will suffice. Meanwhile, Linny and his group arrived at the entrance of Su Wanqing's apartment building. Linny was alright, after all, he was confident that he could handle his father-in-law. No, he should handle his relationship with his father-in-law and mother-in-law. But Su Wanqing became nervous. Honey, my dad is a really nice guy, he just might give you the cold shoulder, but don't worry, I'll put in a good word for you. If all else fails, if my dad targets you, I'll target him. Su Wanqing was going all out. However, if Su Wanqing's father, Su Yoji, heard these words, he would probably sigh, "My little darling is leaking air." "It's all right, don't worry." Lin Yi freed one hand and grasped Su Wanqing's cool, delicate hand, smiling slightly, feeling a warmth in his heart and deeply moved. After all, what more could I ask for than my wife being so considerate of me? Let's go up. Aha! Just as the couple pushed open the unit door and were about to go upstairs, a gentle voice suddenly sounded behind them. "Ching Ching? Daughter? You're back?" The voice was full of surprise. Su Wanqing was the same when she turned around and saw her mother, her eyes welled up with tears. "Mom!" Chapter 70 Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan, "Daddy, you've given us the full support. Teacher Su, you are so lucky." Su Yoji was sitting on the sofa watching TV when his phone suddenly rang. "I saw this message as soon as I opened WeChat." "Me? Good fortune? Where did it come from?" Just as I was wondering, Old Man Lee continued to send messages in the group chat. "Teacher Son, your son-in-law is so filial. Knowing that you like millet rice, he specially brought several thousand kilograms of it. We old guys are so envious." Su Yoji was even more puzzled after seeing this. Son-in-law? Millet rice? Several thousand kilograms? Instead of figuring out what was happening, the keywords only made him more confused. Meanwhile, outside the building entrance, Su Wanqing happened to run into her mother. Fang Yan looked at her daughter with great joy and wanted to hold her daughter's hand, but then she saw Tang Tang in her arms. The little guy seemed to sense that the woman in front of him was his relative, and he actually opened his arms to hug her. "Daughter, is the little one in your arms, Tang Tang?" Fang Yan recognized her granddaughter. Looking at the exquisitely beautiful Tang Tang, she vaguely saw Su Wanqing from her childhood, and was immediately filled with memories. "Yes, Mom, this is Tang Tang, your granddaughter. This is Yuan Yuan, your grandson. This is Lin Yi, your son-in-law." Unbeknownst to her, Su Wanqing was no longer nervous and introduced Lin Yi, his son, and his daughter in one go. Lin Yi then abruptly called out Mom. Zhang Milan, who was standing nearby, also smiled and called out Auntie. Okay. Fang Yan responded hesitantly, and only then did she have a chance to properly examine Lin Yi. Because Su Wanqing had suffered, Fang Yan's feelings for the son-in-law were only so-so. But after meeting him, who was so gentle, sunny, and polite, my prejudice melted away somewhat. Although Fang Yan has a temper that can be explosive at times, her neighbors all know that she is a reasonable person and that being unreasonable is not in her nature. Therefore, as long as Lin Yi is genuinely good to Su Wanqing, and Su Wanqing is willing to stay by Lin Yi's side, Fang Yan, as his mother, will not object to anything. What's more, the two already had a child. Fang Yan loves both the quiet and well-behaved Yuan Yuan and the clever and lively Tang Tang. Therefore, the concept of grandparental affection applies to most elders. In this round, Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan's assist value was maxed out. "Come on, let's go inside." Fang Yan came to her senses and quickly hugged her granddaughter who was asking for a hug. Holding the little one in my arms felt so good that a smile involuntarily crept onto my face. Su Wanqing was slightly taken aback upon seeing this. She knew her mother's fiery temper and thought that her mother wouldn't give Lin Yi a good look on their first meeting, or even make things difficult for him. Surprisingly, there wasn't one. This calmed Su Wanqing's heart, which had been hanging in her chest. With her hands free, she quickly took Lin Yi's arm and, with a slightly relaxed breathing, followed her mother home. Fang Yan noticed how close her daughter and son-in-law were out of the corner of her eye, and she couldn't help but feel more favorably toward Lin Yi. I suppose this is what they mean by love me, love my dog. In addition, Fang Yan also believes that the son-in-law is a distinguished guest at the door. Otherwise, he would have already put on a serious face like Su Yoji upstairs, figuring out how to make things difficult for, test his son-in-law. Speaking of Su Yoji. After learning from the group chat that her daughter had brought her son-in-law back, she dressed herself up a little. I even practiced in front of the mirror how to keep my face tense. Even so, there was still a hint of longing to see his daughter on his face, something he couldn't hide no matter what. Chapter 71 Su Wanqing, what if my dad makes things difficult for my husband? I need to keep an eye on things. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, and Su Yoji immediately tensed up upon hearing it. Was he nervous about meeting his son-in-law? Wait a minute, I'm an elder, why would I be nervous? Just as he was thinking this, his wife Fong Yan's loud voice suddenly rang out from outside the door, startling him. Hey, you surnamed Su. Why aren't you coming to open the door? What are you dawdling about? Oh my god, I couldn't resist again. Don't be afraid, Tang Tang. Fong Yan quickly composed herself, calmed Tang Tang who had been startled by her, and then looked at Lin Yi to explain. Lin Yi, please don't take offense, that's how we talk around here. Okay, auntie, don't mind. Lin Yi nodded upon hearing this, then glanced at Su Wanqing and thought to himself, my wife has never lost her temper, and she's always been very gentle. Feeling something, Su Wanqing turned her head and exchanged a glance with Lin Yi. Her eyes seemed to be trying to reassure Lin Yi that she wouldn't be like her mother. Crack! The door opened, and a middle-aged man appeared before them. Upon seeing Su Yoji, Lin Yi immediately and respectfully greeted him, Dad. Su Yoji was stunned by the decisiveness of the decision. It wasn't until his wife gave him an elbow strike that he realized what was happening. Thinking of the saying a fool wouldn't take advantage of a good deal, he nodded and agreed. Why? Why? Should I say yes? What advantage did I gain? Putting everything else aside, Lin Yi is quite polite, and his facial features are also well proportioned. Thinking this, Su Yoji didn't relax his tense face, but simply moved aside slightly. Come in. Upon seeing his daughter, Su Wanqing, he was slightly moved and raised his hands, wanting to hug her. The thought of his daughter's suffering made Su Yoji very angry, and when he got angry, his gaze towards Lin Yi became unfriendly. Fortunately, Su Wanqing was sensible and quickly stepped forward to take her father's arm. Dad, have you been missing her? Looking at his pretty and charming daughter, Su Yoji smiled happily, looking much younger. No wonder they say daughters are their father's little cotton-padded jackets, and also a magic potion they even have the effect of reversing aging. Yes, I want to. Even though he had 1,000 words in his heart, Su Yoji only uttered 2 words, I want to. The honest and simple man was really not good at saying flattering things. Su Wanqing also twitched her small nose, but for her, the word want was enough. I miss you so much, Daddy. The repeated calls of Dad left Su Yoji completely bewildered. The wariness she felt towards Lin Yi subtly diminished. When Su Wanqing pulled him to sit on the sofa and he saw his adorable grandson and granddaughter, his face immediately broke into a huge smile. Upon seeing this, Su Wanqing couldn't help but think to herself, there's a chance. Lin Yi was still in a daze. Didn't his wife not tell his parents about Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan? Dad, this is Tang Tang, your granddaughter. She's very lively. This is Yuan Yuan, your grandson. He's very stubborn, probably like me, since I'm like you, huh? This is my husband. Lin Yi, he's so good to me. He never lets me suffer or get tired at all. Using the same trick again, Su Wanqing introduced Lin Yi as well, of course, without any unnecessary embellishment. Su Yoji's hostility towards Lin Yi decreased again. Hey, hurry up and go buy some groceries. Su Yoji suddenly remembered something and said to his wife, Fong Yan, who nodded and stood up. Xing, let's go grocery shopping together. Fong Yan saw her husband wink at her. After so many years together, she naturally knew what it meant. He wanted to ask Lin Yi something. Unexpectedly, Su Wanqing shook her head vigorously. No, Mom, I have to stay home to take care of Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan. After saying that, she muttered under her breath, what if my dad makes things difficult for my husband? I'll have to keep an eye on things. Well, I was just saying that a little cotton-padded jacket is a magic cure. Is it already leaking air? Chapter 72. Those calls of husband were even more fluent than mine. Fong Yan was stunned when she heard this, hearing him call her husband again and again. You know, she's been married to Su Yoji for so many years, and she still feels uncomfortable calling him husband. In contrast, the way his daughter called out to Lin Yi was surprisingly fluent and natural. Thinking of this, Fong Yan smiled. It seems Qingqing and Xiaoyi have a pretty good relationship. However, Fong Yan still sided with her husband and immediately defended him. What are you saying? Your dad isn't that kind of person. Hee hee Mom, I'm tired from the plane ride, so how about we don't go? Oh, right. Mylan, thank you for making this trip with my mom. Thank you so much. Su Wanqing shook Fong Yan's arm playfully, and the latter shook her head and chuckled, while Zhang Mylan was already prepared. Alright then, I'll go grocery shopping with this young lady. Old Su, don't just stand there, go make Xiaoyi a pot of tea. Understood, Su Yoji replied in a muffled voice, his expression slightly unpleasant. Yes, if your beloved little cotton-padded jacket is leaking air, who wouldn't be anxious? Fang Yan led Zhang Milan out. Su Yoji went into the kitchen to make tea. Su Wancheng and Lin Yi sat on the sofa with Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan in their arms. They were both inexplicably nervous, but things had come to this point, so they decided to take it one step at a time. On the contrary, Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan in their arms were not at all like strangers. Tang Tang blinked her dark eyes and looked around. When she saw a photo of Su Wancheng when she was young on the cabinet, she grinned. She was pointing intently at the photo, as if to say she saw her mother. Agog. That's just how Tang Tang is. She loves her mom and dad so much. Although Yuan Yuan wasn't afraid of unfamiliar surroundings, after looking around and finding nothing new or interesting, she stretched in Su Wancheng's arms, then wiggled her little bottom and closed her eyes. He actually planned to take a nap. While the siblings seemed so relaxed, their father, Lin Yi, was uncertain about their future. Although he told Su Wancheng he had confidence, he was really unsure when the time came. Finally, Su Yoji came out of the kitchen carrying a teapot. Su Wancheng relaxed a little when she saw this, because her father usually didn't drink tea, but now that he had personally brewed tea, it meant that he still had feelings for Lin Yi. As expected of Su Yoji's daughter, her thinking is absolutely right. We don't have any good tea at home, shall we? Please don't mind. Su Yoji brought a teacup and placed it in front of Lin Yi, filling it with tea. Fortunately, Lin Yi was holding Tang Tang, otherwise he really wouldn't know whether he should pick up the teacup or not. Then comes the standard procedure of a son-in-law meeting father-in-law. It's a question and answer format. Shall we? Xingqing hasn't graduated from university yet, and you probably haven't either, right? Yes, Dad, I'll be graduating in a couple of days. Oh, so now that you have two children, Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan, what are your plans for the future? Dad, Lin Yi might come home to take over the family business after graduation. It's also possible that I'll return to Shanghai and make the company bigger and stronger. Su Wanqing spoke up quickly, saying that she and Lin Yi knew before they came that their father would definitely ask this question. But the answer we agreed on at the time wasn't that it was starting a business. The reason is that he felt that directly saying make the company bigger and stronger sounded immature and empty. Not only would it not leave a good impression, but it might also make Su Yoji think that Lin Yi was a person who was ambitious and unrealistic. The reason Su Wanqing didn't give the agreed upon answer is because she thinks her husband is so outstanding that it would be a waste to hide it, so she might as well just name him directly. After all, it was in her heart. Lin Yi is the best. Clenches fist and shouts. Chapter 73. A car worth 200 million, repairing it must be very expensive, right? To make the company bigger and stronger? Su Yoji raised an eyebrow, having grasped the key word, and then looked at Lin Yi suspiciously. You started a company before even graduating? Yes, I'm running a live streaming company, and it's doing pretty well so far. After Lin Yi finished speaking, Su Wanqing puffed out her cheeks, intending to add, Donyo Company is the largest live streaming company in the industry. It's good for young people to have ideals, but you have children and a wife now, so you should be more careful when making decisions. Come, have some tea. Su Yoji picked up his teacup and took a small sip. Although he didn't usually like drinking tea, he still knew what tea tasted like. But the taste of this tea, something's not right. Out of politeness, he didn't say anything, and after putting down his teacup, he continued to chat idly with Lin Yi. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Su Yoji muttered, "My wife forgot her keys again?" Then he got up to open the door. My heart skipped a beat when I saw the three tall, muscular men in black tailcoats standing at the door. Who are you looking for? Dad, they're looking for me. Lin Yi responded and got up to walk over. The three Lin family bodyguards bowed respectfully upon seeing Lin Yi, which made Su Yoji feel somewhat unreal. Taking bodyguards with you when you go out? This. Young master, the things have been brought. Just put it there. Yes. Without exchanging any words, the three gently placed the gifts Lin Yi had prepared for his father-in-law and parents-in-law aside, then presented Lin Yi with a key with both hands before leaving. There wasn't a single wasted word, it was all very efficient and to the point. What are these? Dad, my husband knows you like antiques, so he bought them specially. Su Yoji frowned slightly after hearing this. Perhaps because of his profession as a teacher, he has an innate aversion to receiving gifts. However, considering that it was a gift from her son-in-law, she didn't think too much about it and accepted it. Sit a little longer, your mom and the others should be back soon. Want some drinks later? The following words were naturally spoken by Su Yoji and Lin Yi. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. His father-in-law was indeed a northeasterner. Although he appeared honest, he also had a rough side. He nodded immediately and drank. And I also have to keep my father-in-law entertained. Afterwards, Tsuyoshi chatted with Lin Yi for a while, and most of what he said was advice and instructions. After all, he only had one daughter, Su Wanchang. I naturally hope she can be happy. Listening to her father's earnest instructions to Lin Yi, Su Wanching felt a lump in her throat and her eyes reddened. She was deeply moved. She then sat down next to Tsuyoshi, and the father and daughter held hands, chatting and laughing. Round? Yuan, meow? Before long, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway, along with Zhang Milan's shouts urging Fang Yan to watch her step. Bang! The door was knocked open. Su Wanqing's mother, Fang Yan, was seen carrying a chicken in her left hand and a duck in her right, looking very anxious. What's wrong? Tsuyoshi asked, puzzled. If he weren't a staunch materialist, he probably would have thought his wife had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Car. Xiaoyi, do you need to drive your car into the community? It's too dangerous to park it outside. Tsuyoshi rolled his eyes when he heard this, thinking that his wife was making a fuss over nothing. It's just a car, what difference does it make where it's parked? Until he heard. A car worth 200 million, repairing it must be very expensive, right? A car worth 200 million. Chapter 74 Mother-in-law, this big jar is perfect for kimchi. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened, and he rubbed his ears, thinking he had misheard something. Only after confirming it several times could I believe that my son-in-law's car was actually worth 200 million. Ahem. Xiaoyi, why don't you listen to your aunt? Damn it, drive the car downstairs. If it gets scratched or bumped, it would be such a waste of the car. It's all right, Dad, please sit down. Compared to his father-in-law's nervousness, Linny simply smiled and shook his head. It wasn't that Linny didn't care about the Rolls-Royce floating shadow, but he knew even better that no one would dare to scratch the car. After all, when driving on the highway, the surrounding area is a vacuum, and no car dares to get close, let alone scratch it. Milan, you go and rest too. I can handle everything on my own. Fang Yan took the vegetables from Zhang Milan and prepared to go to the kitchen. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of the large Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain jar placed to the side. She couldn't help but be tempted. This jar would be perfect for making kimchi. As a result, none of Linny and the others noticed that one of the Yuan blue and white porcelain jars on the ground was missing. Xiaoyi, have some tea. As Tsuyoshi spoke, he picked up his teacup, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Now he realized that Lin Yi's family background was quite good. No, it should be said that it was very good, otherwise he wouldn't be able to afford a luxury car worth 200 million. But that's also where the concern lies. He was an honest and hard-working person, and as a teacher, he worked diligently and conscientiously for most of his life. I have no lofty ideals or unattainable pursuits. I only hope for a harmonious family and for my wife and daughter to live a peaceful and healthy life. It could be said that his wife and daughter were everything to him. Now that his daughter Wanqing has gotten together with a rich second generation, he is worried. Although his daughter's future life is no longer a problem, how could he possibly see through Lin Yi's character in a short time? As a father, what I can't tolerate the most is my daughter being bullied, and what I can't accept the most is my daughter's unhappy marriage. So he was struggling, he was in a dilemma, and he was thinking. Linny sat opposite his father-in-law, looking at his furrowed brows with a sense of unease. After filling his father-in-law's teapot with tea, he suddenly spoke up. Dad, don't worry, Xingqing is my wife, I will cherish her for the rest of my life and never leave her. If you're still not reassured, I swear. No need, Xiaoyi, Dad believes in you. Just as Linny was about to make an oath to put his father-in-law at ease, Tsuyoshi suddenly spoke. As a highly experienced teacher, I am very adept at reading people's expressions and demeanor. He can tell at a glance whether someone is lying or telling the truth. Lin Yi's feelings for Su Wanqing are genuine and deep. Moreover, when Lin Yi swore to put her mind at ease, the anxiety in Su Wanqing's eyes was so genuine. He absolutely did not want to upset his daughter because of his doubts, nor did he want to create a psychological barrier between Lin Yi and him because of this matter. Thank you, Dad. We're all family, no need to be so polite, have some tea, have some tea. Tsuyoshi held his teacup and took small sips. But why does this tea taste stranger and more numbing the more I drink it? It's probably because the astringent sensation on the surface of the tongue is too sensitive. Tsuyoshi thought to himself. Unexpectedly, Fang Yan in the kitchen, in her anxiety, suddenly started shouting. Old Su! Where's the stewing packet I used for braising the meat? Have you seen it? Puff. Upon hearing this, Tsuyoshi spat out a mouthful of tea. This damn tongue constriction. Oh no, this damn stewed meat bun, why does it look just like a tea bag? Chapter 75 Yuan Dynasty Blue and White Porcelain Jar, you're the real kimchi jar. Speak up, Lao Su, have you seen any braised pork buns? Receiving no answer, Fang Yan asked again. Tsuyoshi coughed softly and said loudly, Here, here. Bring it to me right now. What are you doing outside? Upon hearing this, Tsuyoshi stood up hesitantly, picked up the teapot, and went into the kitchen. Feeling something, Linny picked up a teacup and took a small sip. The flavor of Sichuan peppercorns and star anise was so strong, it was really intoxicating. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi came to the kitchen and saw his busy wife. He carefully placed the teapot on the table and then turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Fang Yan turned around and looked at the teapot, a question lingering in her mind. Old Su, I ordered braised pork buns, why are you bringing a teapot? Upon hearing this, Tsuyoshi gave an awkward grin. Honey, I knew you were going to stew meat, so I soaked the stewing spice packet for you in advance. It's been cooked long enough, so it's absolutely flavorful. Tsuyoshi didn't dare tell the truth, because he was afraid his wife would laugh her head off. He really didn't expect that the tea bag he had been searching for so long was actually a spice packet for stewing meat. It's because both of these things are wrapped in white cloth, to the point that I can't even tell the difference between a tea bag and a stew bag. Fang Yan rolled her eyes in annoyance after hearing Tsuyoshi's words. The spice packet for stewing meat wasn't even put into the meat, so how can it be flavorful? There's only one ingredient packet, so we'll have to make do with it. They're just making things worse. Fang Yan then looked around but couldn't find where her husband had soaked the stewed meat packet. It wasn't until her gaze settled on the teapot that. Old Su, don't tell me you're hiding the stewed meat in a teapot. Aha! Tsuyoshi softly hummed in agreement. This was something that couldn't be hidden even if he wanted to. Fortunately, Fang Yan was in a good mood because of her son-in-law's arrival. Instead of scolding Tsuyoshi, he burst out laughing. Haha, old Su, you didn't use it to make tea, did you? How could I? Tsuyoshi stubbornly defended himself, saying that admitting it would be incredibly embarrassing. As long as he doesn't say anything, and neither does his son-in-law, nobody will know. Oh right. I need to give Xiaoyi a warning. Just as Tsuyoshi was thinking this, the sound of his little darling Su Wanqing laughing loudly suddenly came from outside. Then, the whole family gathered in the small kitchen. Su Wanqing smiled and took the teacup to Fang Yan, then sniffed it meaningfully. Mom, try this. This is Sichuan peppercorn and star anise tea that Dad brewed. It's very flavorful and helps to get rid of dampness. Oh, really? Then I'll have to give it a good try. Fang Yan laughed even louder, almost bending over backwards. The husband actually used the stewing spice packet as a tea bag and even used it to entertain his son-in-law? No way, I'm going to laugh about this for the rest of my life. When Fang Yan went out to buy groceries, she clearly remembered leaving the stewed meat packet on the counter, but she couldn't find it when she came back. If Tsuyoshi didn't answer, she would think she had remembered it wrong. Tsuyoshi stood to the side, his face dark. Who would have thought that it was the little darling who exposed her shortcomings? This little cotton padded jacket is definitely made of substandard cotton. Mom, let me tell you, Dad was really into tasting tea just now. When I saw it, I picked it up out of curiosity and smelled it, and it did smell good. It tastes a bit like stewed meat. Seeing his daughter undermine him like this, Tsuyoshi felt embarrassed but couldn't refute her. He could only blush and shake his head, knowing this incident would likely become a lifelong shadow. From now on, whenever I drink tea, I must pick it up and smell it first, Tsuyoshi thought to himself. Hey! This big jar looks so familiar? Wasn't it a kimchi jar that my son-in-law gave me? Yuan Dynasty Blue and White Porcelain Jar, you're the real kimchi jar. Chapter 76 Xiaoyi, Mom, how much of the era's atmosphere has been washed away? Kimchi jar? Upon hearing Fang Yan's answer, Tsuyoshi asked in confusion. Looking at the kimchi jar in the corner, with its blue paint and oval shape, his intuition told him that it was no ordinary jar. Tsuyoshi had watched many treasure appraisal shows, and he remembered that this kind of jar had been featured on television. Plain base with wide foot ring. Straight mouth and short neck. Slightly thick lips, sloping shoulders and round belly, gradually widening below the shoulders, tapering towards the lower abdomen, and slightly flared at the bottom. Many characteristic details I had seen in newspapers before came to mind. Bang! Suyoji suddenly slapped Fang Yan's thigh. I remember now, this isn't a kimchi jar, it's a large Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain jar, right, shall we? Oh right, Dad, you have a really good eye, but... But what? Suyoji asked, puzzled. He was completely unaware of the consequences of his excited slapping of his wife's thigh. Beautiful. So beautiful. Suyoji's eyes lit up as he stared at the large Yuan blue and white porcelain jar. He then took the jar to the table and examined it carefully. Having watched many treasure appraisal shows, he couldn't help but think that if this jar was an antique, it would be extremely valuable for collection. He then looked at and touched the jar repeatedly until he saw the perfectly sealed glass lid at the mouth of the jar, at which point a look of regret appeared on his face. What a pity, it's actually a fake. Su Wanqing was right next to Suyoji. She thought the jar was brought into the kitchen because there was nowhere else to put it outside. However, when she heard Suyoji say that the Yuan blue and white porcelain jar was fake, she frowned slightly and argued rather indignantly, Dad, this jar is real. It is a genuine Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain jar. What? Suyoji was stunned. Fang Yan, who was rubbing her thigh, raised an eyebrow when she saw her daughter's serious expression, because no matter how she looked at it, she felt that this jar was not simple. And she said the jar was real, could it be an antique? But she had just washed the jar and poured the cabbage in. That makes sense, considering the son-in-law's car is worth 200 million. Knowing that my father-in-law likes antiques, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to buy 2 antique jars, right? Thinking of this, Fang Yan couldn't help but shudder. Is this antique going to be ruined by my own hands? Suyoji was stunned by Su Wanqing's solemn expression. Having raised such a big little cabbage, he naturally knew that his daughter was not lying to him. But how could a young woman easily tell whether an antique is genuine or fake? Suyoji simply believed that his daughter, Su Wanqing, had never even watched an antique appraisal show. When it comes to appraising antiques, I'm probably not as good as myself. The more I think about it, the more confident I become. Later, Suyoji became even more smug and laughed out loud. Daughter, come here, let me tell you, this jar is definitely a modern work of art. Don't believe me? Look at the glass lid on top. Look, how all the porcelain body and the glass lid fit together. As Suyoji spoke, he felt more and more confident that he was doing well, and his voice unconsciously grew louder. He kept thinking to himself, if this really was him, he would keep it safe. Anyone who dares to use it to make kimchi will have their legs broken. Unexpectedly, Fang Yan was moved. She staggered over to the large Yuan dynasty celadon jar, trembling as she lifted the glass lid and set it aside. Then he looked at Su Wanqing and Lin Yi. Ching, Xiaoyi, Mom washed it. How much of its vintage feel did she wash away? How much money was washed away? Chapter 77. Tang Tang woke up to the smell of food. As she spoke, Fang Yan's voice trembled slightly. Heartache, regret, self-blame. A multitude of emotions swirled in my heart, a complex mix of feelings. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled slightly and even made a joke, showing no sign of feeling sorry for him at all. Mom, if you use this jar to make kimchi, will the price of kimchi go up too? But, won't this damage the antique? Mom, this jar is a gift for you and Dad, one for each of you. Of course, you should be the ones to deal with the things that are given to you. Don't even mention kimchi, you can use it to pickle garlic, it's fine too. Hearing Lin Yi say this, Fang Yan felt much better. But the thought of complaining about how dirty the big jar was while I was washing it made me feel guilty. So what I washed away wasn't dust, but the aura of hundreds of years of history. Thinking of this, Fang Yan gently hugged the large jar, as if to comfort it. However, Suyoji, who was standing to the side, couldn't hide his feelings and grinned. He felt sorry for her, he was really heartbroken. This kind of antique should be carefully preserved. Unfortunately, I was subjected to a baptism of kimchi. Seeing her husband's expression, Fang Yan immediately became unhappy and started shouting. What's wrong, Lao Su? This is the jar my son-in-law gave me. He said it's fine for me to pickle garlic, so why are you having such a big problem with it? Oh no, let me explain. No need to explain. I've made up my mind. This big jar of kimchi is yours, and the one that hasn't been touched is mine. Don't get them mixed up. After Fang Yan finished speaking, Suyoji couldn't help but twitch his lips. How could she possibly mistake her? She could have just picked her up and smelled her to see if she smelled like kimchi. Alright, you all go outside and stay here. I'll hurry up and cook. Shall we, if you're hungry, have some snacks to tide you over? After seeing Tsuyoshi and the others out of the kitchen, a smile inexplicably appeared on Fang Yan's face. She truly liked Linny as her son-in-law. She couldn't find a single fault with him. In the living room, Linny chatted and laughed with his father-in-law, and their relationship had become much closer. The clock is spinning very fast. While chatting, no one noticed the passage of time. Fang Yan has been alone in the kitchen for more than 2 hours. During this time, Zhang Milan and Su Wanqing both went in to try to help, but Fang Yan was too domineering. She chased them out with a spatula in her left hand and a spoon in her right, as if the kitchen was her territory and no one could trespass. As expected of women from northeast China, so bold and spirited. Let's go back to Lin Yi and his group. During the conversation, Tang Tang, who had been asleep, suddenly burst into tears. This startled Su Wanqing, who was standing guard to the side. Sweetie, don't cry, don't cry. You're awake now, come here for a hug from mommy. Su Wanqing skillfully picked up her daughter, patting and gently rocking her, which made Tsuyoshi momentarily lose his composure. Once upon a time, Su Wanqing was his precious daughter, but now she has become someone else's wife and mother. Looking at my reflection again, I realize I've definitely gotten old. In an instant, Tsuyoshi also figured it out. Since his daughter liked it, he should just support her and not interfere. Ching, what's wrong with Tang Tang? Is she hungry? Oh my god. Dad, how did you guess so accurately? Tang Tang was just hungry. If it weren't for the fact that mom's cooking is so delicious and smells so good, she wouldn't have woken up. Tang Tang wakes up to the smell of food, right? Su Wanqing smiled and pinched Tong Tong's chubby cheeks. Unexpectedly, the little guy mistook her hand for a pig's trotter. Oh whoa! He took a bite and caught her index finger in his mouth. P.S. Please give me a 5-star review, okay? I update regularly. Chapter 78. Down it in one gulp. Intimidating the father-in-law. Tsuyoshi felt a surge of anxiety upon seeing this. Just as he was about to get up, he saw Su Wanqing's calm expression, clearly indicating that she was used to it. Don't worry, Dad. Those two siblings don't have teeth yet, so their bites won't hurt. That's what they say, but sometimes it's really tough feeding the two siblings breast milk. Yuan bites hard without any restraint, sometimes biting Su Wanqing's head so hard that she trembles in pain. Although Tang Tang isn't like her brother, she can still be quite demanding, because even when she's full, she won't spit it out on her own. Instead, she'll just hold it in her mouth and play with it. Even without teeth, the friction from her gums was very itchy, often making Su Wanqing giggle. That's getting off topic. Su Wanqing snatched her finger from Tong Tong's mouth and looked closely. The little one had actually eaten it until it was white. You little rascal, if you love to eat so much, you'll grow up to be a chubby girl. Su Wanqing playfully poked Tong Tong's chubby cheeks. The little one thought her mother was teasing her and immediately burst out laughing. Seeing this, even Tsuyoshi couldn't help but smile. To be honest, he also really wanted to hug his grandson. Unexpectedly, just as he stood up from the sofa, Fang Yan threw the gloves at him. Old Su, come help me serve the dishes. Tsuyoshi's lips twitched helplessly. He wanted to hold his granddaughter, but he didn't expect to hold the vegetable bowl. Linny wanted to go and help, but his mother-in-law pushed him away, yelling, "Men don't need to go into the kitchen." Upon hearing this, Tsuyoshi rolled his eyes. Was he being called to serve dishes because he was a man and not a boy? Before long, the square table was filled with food. My mother-in-law, Fang Yan, is a straightforward person and also has excellent cooking skills. Moreover, the large bowls, plates, and basins on the table all demonstrate the hospitality of the people of northeast China. The portions are generous, the rice is unlimited, and the drinks are so good you can get drunk. It's really down to earth. Ching, take care of Xiaoyi and Milan. After the three of them sat down, a whole pot of stewed meat was brought out. Zhang Milan was stunned when she saw it, her mouth agape. She couldn't help but think that the basin she usually used to wash clothes was even a size smaller than this vegetable basin. Linny felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at the table full of food. This meal was the result of his mother-in-law's tireless efforts over several hours. Xiaoyi, Chang, don't be shy, eat. At the dining table, Linny picked up a piece of meat. Fang Yan thought he was being shy, so she immediately picked up half a bowl of meat and a chicken leg and threw them into his bowl. And so, Su Wanqing picked up food on the left, and her mother-in-law picked up food on the right. Luckily, the bowl was big enough, otherwise all the vegetables and meats would have overflowed. Seeing his son-in-law receive such treatment, Tsuyoshi, sitting in the main seat, felt a pang of jealousy. He immediately bent down, took out a bottle of liquor from under the table, and squatted on the table. Xiaoyi, want something to drink? Dad, you should drink less. Su Wanqing was originally worried about her father's health, but her father, driven by jealousy, thought that his daughter was protecting her son-in-law. He immediately waved his hand and opened the bottle cap of the liquor. Have a drink. Food tastes bland without alcohol. He then took the wine glass in front of Linny and filled it to the brim. Even Fang Yan nodded in agreement, not to see her son-in-law embarrass himself, but to use the dinner table as an opportunity for the father and son to get to know each other better. Qingqing, take after your dad. You know, your dad can't eat without drinking. Xiaoyi, have a drink with your dad, just a little. Okay, Mom. Dad, thank you and Mom for entrusting Qingqing to me. I'll drink this glass. With that, Linny picked up the glass of baijiu and drank it all in one gulp. Tsuyoshi was stunned. This glass of wine is 2 ounces, are you going to chug it down in one gulp? Chapter 79 Son-in-law, Dad loves you. Come on, call me big brother. From Su Wanqing, Linny learned that his father-in-law did not like smoking or drinking tea, but he loved alcohol. Moreover, he knew that people from northeast China always liked to use alcohol as a pretext for conversation. Whether it's to maintain a good relationship with your father-in-law or to facilitate discussions about marriage, drinking is often necessary. Just as Lin Yi had expected, he downed a glass of baijiu in one gulp, immediately intimidating his father-in-law. However, Tsuyoshi, who enjoys drinking, is no pushover either. Upon seeing that his son-in-law could drink so much, he was momentarily stunned, but then his heart was already fluttering. He was secretly thinking to himself, I'm going to have a good time drinking tonight. Good. Good lad. Come on, drink and eat. Tsuyoshi personally poured wine for his son-in-law, and their relationship was visibly becoming closer. Later, Tsuyoshi even chased Su Wanqing aside, and sat down next to Lin Yi. Xiaoyi, I must say you have a great eye for talent. Marrying my daughter, you definitely won't regret it. Come on. Let's drink. Yes, Dad, you're right. Son-in-law, if it's convenient, let's meet and discuss your marriage. Come on, let's have a drink. No problem, Dad. I'll contact Mom and Dad in a bit. Tsuyoshi was a little tipsy. Lin Yi was quite clear-headed, but he didn't expect that his father-in-law would bring up the very thing that was troubling him. Indeed, wine is a wonderful thing. Not only can it bring you closer to your father-in-law, it can also expose his true colors. Come on, Xiaoyi, let's have a drink. Want Dad to give you a little whirlwind performance? Little whirlwind? Just as he was wondering what was going on, he saw his father-in-law pick up a bottle of beer, shove it into his mouth, twist it forcefully, and gulp. The whole bottle of beer was gone in no time. Lin Yi silently gave a thumbs up. Father-in-law, you're awesome. Fang Yan, the mother-in-law, got anxious and kicked her husband hard from under the table. Sit down. Drink less, you're already drunk. Bullshit. I'm not drunk. I can still drink. It was fueled by alcohol that Tsuyoshi dared to shout at his wife. Fang Yan wasn't angry, but her face was dark, her fists were clenched tightly, and her teeth were grinding. The sharp-eyed Su Wanqing knew that her father would definitely get a beating afterward. Xiaoyi, to be honest, Dad really likes you. You're handsome and you treat Qingqing well. That's fine. When you get married, Dad won't accept any bride price. Dad will give Qingqing a larger dowry. Lin Yi readily agreed, fearing that his father-in-law might, like in the movies, drink some wine and become sworn brothers with his son-in-law. But no matter how much he planned, he never expected that his father-in-law would actually be a logical genius. Son-in-law, Dad doesn't ask you for a bride price because he loves you. How about this, you call me big brother, and I'll call you second brother. Hurry up. Otherwise, I won't call you second brother. Lin Yi's face darkened upon hearing this. Could it be that, whether in TV dramas or in real life, fathers-in-law like to become sworn brothers with their sons-in-law? But no matter what, you can't actually call him big brother. I never expected that my father-in-law, who was a teacher, would be so calm, serious, and even a little stern. But he was surprisingly boisterous when drinking, and he even gave his son-in-law a super seniority bonus. Su Wanqing, standing to the side, stared longingly at Lin Yi. She didn't want her husband's generation to be raised so much. So, when we're being intimate, should I call him husband, or what? Chapter 80. Is Sweetie a little drunkard too? Emil brought Linny closer to his parents-in-law. He also successfully got his father-in-law under the table. Even as he passed out drunk, Tsuyoshi was wondering, how can my second brother drink so much? It's shameful that he claims to have been drinking for most of his life, yet he can't even outdrink a child. Fang Yan laughed and scolded, but could only help her husband up and take him into the bedroom. Tsuyoshi lay motionless on the bed like a dead pig, fast asleep. Xingxing, Xiaoyi, Mylan, you all go back to your rooms and rest. You don't need to worry about this place. Auntie, let me help you. Zhang Mylan got up to tidy up. After all, cleaning was her duty. She hadn't helped with the cooking, and now she felt guilty about just cleaning up afterward. Su Wanqing also came to help, but before Linny could speak, his mother-in-law ordered him to sit on the sofa. My mother-in-law also brought over a hangover soup that she had prepared beforehand. Linny was deeply moved by such thoughtful care. At this moment, he leaned back on the sofa with Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan, and felt inexplicably much more relaxed. Before visiting my in-laws' house, I was worried that I might not be well liked, but now it seems that I was worrying too much. Even the meeting between my parents and in-laws has been arranged, no wonder I feel so relieved. Linny was in a good mood, squatting down next to the sofa and playing with his son and daughter. Unexpectedly, as he approached, Yuan Yuan frowned, her tender face filled with disdain. He even took his younger sister's hand and covered his nose, as if he disliked the smell of alcohol. On the other hand, Tang Tang not only did not dislike the smell of alcohol, but even twitched her little nose and sniffed hard, as if she liked the smell of fermenting grains. The brother and sister have completely opposite attitudes towards alcohol. Ah. Wow. Wah-ah. Tang Tang snatched her little hand from her brother and then opened her arms wide, begging her father to hold her. Linny picked her up, but to his surprise, his daughter crawled all over him, scratched, and twitched her little nose, searching for the source of the alcohol smell. When she smelled the strongest scent of alcohol on her father's lips, she pressed her face directly against his. The wet little mouth rubbed against Linny's face, sniffing and sniffing, just like a little drunkard. Tang Tang, my good daughter, you can't grow up to be a little alcoholic. Daddy will drink less or not at all from now on, so I can set a good example for you. Okay, stop rubbing. If you keep doing that, your little face will get scabbed. Linny, both amused and exasperated, hugged Tang Tang tightly, but the restless Tang Tang kept struggling. Sure enough, when she grabbed her father's finger, she actually put it directly into her mouth. Wow! In an instant, Tang Tang's eyes lit up, and her little mouth started babbling as if to say, it smells like alcohol. Linny thought his daughter was hungry, so he took a bottle from the thermos next to him, but the little one wouldn't even look at it, she just kept chewing on his fingers. I'll have to keep a close eye on you from now on. You're so young and you already like drinking. That won't do. Linny chuckled, but he wasn't joking, he was determined to keep a close eye on his daughter. After all, drinking can lead to trouble, a fact Linny knows all too well otherwise. Tang Tang and Yuan Yuan wouldn't have ended up together. A short while later, Su Wanqing came out of the kitchen. She spotted Tang Tang struggling to nibble on her husband's fingers, and Linny's face full of fatherly tenderness. Putting everything else aside, this father and daughter are truly a heartwarming pair. I'm hooked, I love it, it's so heartwarming.